Can we just get this over with?
Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance, and it's off to a great start, along with Dell, here with you over the next 3 hours. We got a nice show. Willie Fritz going to join us at 7:15 here. 5-star at 9 o'clock. And Beat the Warehouse Guy. Beat the Warehouse Guy.
What's that?
Debuts in 2024. Pick 5 games. He used to be the limo guy. He doesn't have the limo company anymore.
Oh, he doesn't?
No. Sold a limo company. Now he's the Warehouse Live guy.
I was going to get a ride. Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, I was like, yeah, I'll get, get your ride. Just take care of the driver. So you end up paying the driver what you'd pay.
Yeah, I know.
Uber, what you'd end up paying Uber or taxi. Right. But, well, what's he do? He needs to keep that.
For you? For you?
Yeah, or to launder money.
Well, no.
I've seen.
Yeah, well, in Ozark, that's what they should have had.
The kind of job. There's a place down the street from my house, and it's off of Hillcroft near West Park, and it's International Videotaping Services or something where, like, I don't know what it is. It's been there forever. It's always open, where you can take whatever you have and put it on VHS tape.
Yeah,
like that's got.
Or VHS tape to something else, right?
No, I think it's you. Listen, who has VHS tapes to take anymore? How is this open?
I still have old boxes of VHS tapes.
But how can this be? Are you actively looking?
I never have.
How can you still be in business unless this is not some money laundering?
Right. What do you
VHS tape recording business?
Well, he had a legitimate limo business.
No, I know he did, but I've seen Ozark. I've always been a little confused on money laundering.
Yeah.
It's always been curious to me, like, okay, so how does money laundering work? And they kind of explained it in Ozark. I mean, they did, but I feel like, okay, a limo business, that's got to be a good one.
I don't know.
Laundromats, limo businesses.
Yeah, I
guess casinos, from what I could tell, because that's Marty Bird got into the casino game.
The casino business for sure, because it's such a cash business. Yeah, absolutely.
Bars in Chicago.
Yeah. No. We used to, you could throw cash around. Absolutely. So that was a good place to launder money. But, well, I don't know how we got on that, but so we're going to need a contestant this morning. Keep on listening. Right around maybe 8 o'clock, we'll pick somebody. You'll have an hour and a half to get your 5 games ready for this weekend, for this pro weekend. And you can beat the warehouse guy. Get tickets to a game. Along with, I think he still has a limo left where he can still get you there and back. So I think he did. So he wants.
Did he keep his driver?
He's got.
Or do you have to drive?
No, you don't have to drive the limo.
Okay.
I think he's going to have he'll have somebody doing that.
That kind of ruins everything.
Yeah, right. If you have to drive yourself in the limo, that makes it a little bit tougher to enjoy the day. So. If you want to play, keep on listening. Right about 8 o'clock, Dell. Let's give away. Let's get the contestant for Beat the Warehouse Guy. Beat the Cincinnati Reds is not something that that's the hardest thing. What is that?
We should pay tribute to our Lord and Overlord, Ty France.
Ty France, 9 hits. It's a 9-hit series in the series. France.
Good Lord.
Goodness gracious.
Good Ty.
Yeah. France. I mean, well, it's not like he killed you.
Hitting over 800 for the series.
9 hits in the series.
Yeah, but they scored 1 run,
and it was his home run.
Yeah, he literally killed
I know, but it's 1 run, and you can't win if it's 0. If you score 0 runs, you can never win.
Well, I was disappointed with the.
One run.
I was hoping Kyle Tucker would get that hit in his first game back, but then he didn't have a first game back.
Yeah.
So now we're looking at the Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
This time we mean it.
We got the damn right.
I had heard that he was coming back Thursday, but now we mean it.
Well,
I'm not joking this time. He'll make it back.
I don't know why he wasn't ready yesterday. Maybe because it was a day game. He's got another, 28 hours to get ready, the 29, 30 hours to get ready. So that's going to be, now he's ready. 30 more. He just needed 30 more hours. That's all. So So, all right, maybe he wasn't ready, Lance. Maybe a fracture. How long did it take you to come back from when you tripped on a curb?
I can tell you didn't listen to Dr. Jesse Morse, who was on with the Killer Bees, did you?
No, apparently.
Do you have those lined up and ready, Del? Because now he's from Miami. His Twitter, across his Twitter, it says as seen or as heard or as seen on, featured by Bleacher Report, all these places. So he's one of the new era of this has been going on. These doctors who diagnose things from Twitter,
thousands of miles away.
Yes.
Right.
So take that with a grain of salt, because one of the things he says is a little curious. Delph, you have those lined up. Here he is talking. Or do you have him, Del?
Which one would you like?
BMAC. Well, the last one that he has that he talks about. This is an unusual injury for him to have. This is something that usually happens in car wrecks. Now, I don't know what he's trying to say here, but this is a guy who is an orthopedic doctor, and apparently he's used by different media outlets, and Killer Bees got him on to talk about this. This was at least Dr. Jesse Morse, who once again is not in the Houston area, just, to lay it all out there. But this is what he said about this injury typically.
That's a super rare location. The tibia is really hard to fracture. I mean, very, very, very difficult to fracture. Fibula, the small bone on the outside, the lateral side of the leg, is very easy to fracture, but that's not really a big deal. The tibia is hard to fracture. I mean, there's car accidents like, fracture dislocations of the ankle, like crazy traumas. Like, it's pretty. I find it a little hard to believe that he would do that fouling a ball off his leg. Obviously, if he did, then the velocity and the angle just had to be perfect. And even then, like, what's the harm in spending another $300 or whatever it is to get another MRI in a week or 10 days or whatnot and say, hey, is this the same? Is it healing? Is it not healing?
So what he said, there's a couple things. That would make sense if it's incredibly difficult to fracture there, then that would make sense that the Astros wouldn't even really consider that to have happened. And especially if, as what they said, was there was a lot of swelling and issues where it wouldn't show up on MRI at that particular time when they took a look at it. And so Jesse Morse was saying, what's the harm in looking at it again 7 to 10 days later? I don't know what he's trying to insinuate by saying he has a hard time believing. Like, does he think there was another accident? Does he think that Kyle was involved in a car wreck? Because that's what happened. He has a fracture. So, and we saw him directly injured from that shot. Like, I'm not sure what he's trying to insinuate. It's incredibly difficult, but apparently it happened.
Yeah.
Unless it happened some other way, like he was shot in the leg during a fauda.
I don't understand the whole thing. Again with the fauda.
You can get shot in the leg.
You do. But what is he trying? Exactly what is he trying to say?
I don't know, because he said it's incredibly difficult. Well, okay,
but it happened.
But he's like, I have a hard time.
Incredibly difficult things happen all the time.
But it happened. Well, Charles Spencer, they said his injury was like the one they said the only time they ever see that is with people who jump off of roofs during fires or whatever. And it's a spiral fracture. Charles Spencer was a 2006 draft pick by the Houston Texans, who was going to be a really, really good tackle. And he got kicked by, was it Ron Dane? Or Claret? It was Ron Dane. He got kicked by Ron Dane against the Colts. And this injury was something they said, usually you just see these with people who've jumped off of roofs. And the problem was he was too heavy. It's a load bearing injury where you really can't you can't bear any weight on it. And so he couldn't rehab. He was too heavy to rehab. Well, speaking of that, Jesse Morse, now this is something that could be a little bit of a concern. The Astros may, and Kyle Tucker may have screwed this up a little bit, according to Dr. Morse, if he was out there putting weight on this injury.
The problem is he should have been non-weight bearing for probably a month, if not longer, depending on, where it was at and what they were doing to complement it, the rehab-wise. But I don't think he did that. So every time he kind of walked on it, he's stressing this more, and that's why it likely took so long to come back and heal.
Now, that could be, when I heard that, I immediately thought of Charles Spencer. That could be true, obviously, because we saw him trying to do things early on. And if he's supposed to be weight bearing, all you're doing is extending, because this has gone beyond the scope of extending. The scope of that injury initially is typically 6 to 8 weeks. This obviously has gone a full 3 months. And so maybe there is something to that he wasn't weight bearing when he probably should have been. So all of this
Or he was weight bearing when he shouldn't have been.
Yes, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Right.
It was a non-weight bearing
Right.
accident where you have to stay off of it.
If that's the case, then this is a Kawhi situation. They mishandled this thing poorly, badly.
Yes.
If in fact he should have been off, his weight should have been off of it, and he was told, you'll be all right. And maybe that is why it took. I don't know. We don't know. We're speculating from thousands of miles away. I don't know.
We're speculating.
I've seen this before with the doctors that are, these experts that are sports.
This happens
sports
a lot
injury.
on Twitter now.
I've seen that. I don't know. I don't know.
But he is in the field. I mean, now listen.
No, he's a doctor.
I can speak on it because I've had injuries. I've had an ankle. I've had a foot. Listen,
no,
it's true.
I've had you had a little car that
I
you
had was Kyle ever in a boot?
Was he?
Did he had a knee scooter?
Did he have the knee scooter?
I never saw him scooting around anywhere.
No, I never
did. That's non-weight bearing.
I never did either.
So
maybe
if there's anyone that can speak on this, it's definitely me.
Right.
And I've got a problem with some of what he did because I can speak on this.
Yeah, apparently you can speak on this
because it's happened to it wasn't the same injury, but I had unusual injuries happen to me that don't usually happen, like trying to get a disc when you're walking down an incline that of a ditch, where your foot slips out. So.
No. You've had an injury just like Kyle Tucker's, but only he's a professional.
Well, it was unlikely
professional baseball player with a ball that hit off of his ankle from inches away. So, but it's almost
he's coming back.
But he is coming back. We think.
So
we got a break because
Luis Garcia's coming back.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. That's
McCullers is coming back.
Oh, everybody's coming back. Willie Fritz is coming back next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So that will happen on the other side. Right now, what's happening is Coors Light. What's happening is this weekend, while I'm watching my games, I, my friend, am going to be drinking cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. It's what I do. Like Sam put out a post of us, and she said, favorite food. My favorite food is Coors Light. She could not be more right, that little Sam. Is she smart or what? Because Coors Light is the most refreshing. When I want to be refreshed, when I want to keep Texas chill, when it's hot out there, you know what I do? You know where I go? Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. If you're looking for the world's most refreshing beer, there was a billboard that said that once. And you know what? You can't lie on a billboard. So here's the deal. I love my Coors Light. I hope you love your Coors Light while you're watching football. There's one thing that goes along with it. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Keep Texas chill, baby. Climb on.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time to talk to the head coach of your Houston Cougars. We do it every Friday at 7:15 now. We do it. I don't know if you heard, but we're at 7:15. We're actually on time. Brought to you by HRP and Hogue Landscape Services, both that love your Cougs. Both these businesses, big Coug fans, and support the program. Willie Fritz joining us here. Hey, Coach, tough start last week. Rome wasn't built in a day, but let's talk about what do you see that needs to change most from last week to next week?
Oh, I appreciate you guys having me on. I just think, number one, we got to start playing clean football. We have way too many penalties, especially in the kicking game. It's hard to win. When everybody's not on the same page, you do something, that puts you in bad down and distance situations, makes it equally tough. Then we got to do a great job of just doing our assignment. Offensively, if one guy, especially at the point of attack, isn't spot on, you're going to have a minus play, and that puts us in some, bad down and distances for us. Right now, kind of learning our way offensively. We got to. I told the guys, 2nd and 8's not a bad down and distance for us right now. We just can't get in the 2nd and 14. That makes it really difficult for us. So, just kind of learning what the guys can do, what they can't do, and making sure that our playbook's not so large that guys are having to think so much and they're not playing fast and fluid. So a lot of things, playing clean and being assigned to sign are two things that could really help us out.
You talk about that, Coach, and coaches, when they look at the tape, they get, they know quickly, and you talked about this, you have 24 hours. I read your comment, 24 hours to celebrate, 24 hours to pout, and you're moving on. But that 24 hours to pout is important because you're also learning what happened. And you talk about the little things that took place. What are some of the little things you were just now talking about that you think these are quickly correctable and can make a big difference very quickly?
Oh, we had a kickoff return where our guys' hands were outside the frame, and they called a hold. And instead of starting on the 41-yard line, we started on the 19. We had a punt return, and it came back later that they shouldn't have called it, but it kind of pulled down. The guy goes down in the kicking game. It's kind of a red flag for yellow flags to go out, and they ended up, we had the ball 1st and 10 on the 20, and on the plus 20 instead of the minus 20. So it's really a 60-yard change of field position. Holding, and it wasn't at the point of attack a couple times, where it just really hurts you. And now you're 1st and 20 instead of 1st and really on the play would have been 2nd and 5. So it's just errors that you just got to play clean. You got to the technique, the fundamentals that we teach day after day after day. It's what you got to execute during a game.
Willie Fritz with us, UH head football coach here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, brought to you by HRP and Hogue Landscape Services. Coach Donovan, he caught it a little bit after the game, but you talked about it too, man. There's 11 guys out there. The blocking wasn't great for him. He was running for his life quite a bit on Saturday night. It starts up front. You got to get some better blocking. But what about his play when he had some chances?
Well, he's got to get better, just like everybody does. Part of that's making sure we're doing the things that our guys can do well, staying away from the things they may not do as well. And he had early in the game, he had a lot of unblocked people coming at him, and it doesn't allow you to get into a rhythm. And we just got to do a better job. And it's not just the offensive line. It's tight ends involved in protection, or if you're running some type of quarterback option play, and making sure they're blocking the right people, the running backs doing a good job of protection, receivers running the correct routes at the correct depths. That happened to us one time as well. And so we just got to, everybody's got to do a great job. We're going to be successful offensively. We're going to have everybody doing their 111. No doubt about it.
And it doesn't get any easier going to Oklahoma, Coach. And what did you see on tape from Oklahoma against Temple last week?
Well, pretty good. They won 51-3. The big thing was that they were +6 turnover takeaway. You guys been, playing and watching football forever. I don't know if anybody's ever lost in the history of football being +6 turnover takeaway. So, we need to do a good job of with ball security, hanging on to the football, be +1, +2. And that's going to allow us to be in the ball game. But they just did a great job of taking the ball away from Temple. They didn't turn it over themselves. When that happens, you're going to win.
No, and I tell you what else, but these games, Coach, this is right now you're stamping. There's a much bigger in the macro view of this. You're trying to say what Willie Fritz football is, which is by extension what University of Houston football is going to be. How do you approach the beginning of you've had some new beginnings at universities before? How long does it take before the coaches and not just the staff, but also the players understand what it is that you want, where you're able to implement what it is that you think is winning football? How long does that usually take?
Well, every place I've been at, this is kind of my 6th turnaround job that I've undertaken. And the difference is we just had so many new guys in the summer. I got 63 new guys on the squad that weren't here, last season. And then I got a lot of new coaches, support staff, things like that. So it just, every single day, can't get here quick enough for me. But the student athletes, the coaches, they've all done a great job of embracing change and how I like to do things. We got to get everybody on the same page. And a big part of it, we're talking about offense, defense, all. We like to play complementary football. Protect the defense, protect the offense as well. And especially right now when you know that's what you got to do to have an opportunity to win. So we got to do a better job playing smart football, in all three phases to help each other.
And it's going to take a little while. I think that the Coug fan has to understand that, Coach.
Oh, I don't know. I go out every week wanting to win every single game we play. So, like we talked about that 24-hour rule, I threw that thing away back on Monday. I can't even remember who we played. No, I'm kidding. I can remember that. But we just really want to focus on each week. We're going to have to do the very best we can, and obviously to have the outcome that we want to have. That's plain and simple. So we're working hard at it, and we're going to get better.
Yeah. Well, and I know that it's a second game, but guys had to be looking at week 2 and seeing, this is something special when you're going to play in Oklahoma at Oklahoma, because that's just a such a big time program. So that I would imagine guys are going to be focused this week, Coach, and hopefully a much better outcome for you and your guys this week at Oklahoma. We appreciate you being here, Coach, and best of luck going up there to the Sooner State. HRP and Hogue Landscape Services bringing you Willie Fritz every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coach, thanks for joining us, man. We appreciate it, and good luck up there.
Thank you, guys. Go Cougs.
Yep. There's Willie Fritz right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And Hogue Landscape Services is something that I want to talk about right now. Hogue Landscape Services is really, really cool. I'm telling you, this is when you see great, beautiful backyards. I mean, fountains, pools with rocks and waterfalls and all of that. I'm telling you, you've got some really high-end, really cool, neat stuff. You've got the technology that they can do it all on computers, and they can show you exactly what they're going to do and how it is going to look. You can be as high-end as you want. I mean, you could spend up to $1 million. He's had a backyard that was $1 million backyard. Now, you don't want, maybe your backyard isn't even close to that. That's fine. You don't have to spend that kind of money, but you're going to get the highest quality. You're going to get the best in technology, be it your kitchen or your basketball court or your pickleball court or whatever it is that you want to do with your pool, backyard, fire pit, anything anything. They do it all. They're exterior designers is what they are. That's what I like to call them because they are awesome. You're looking for a great way to make that backyard special. It's Hogue, Hogue, LS.com, HogueLS.com.
Guys, Vanderford Air is a company who they deal in air conditioning, obviously air, but they've been around for a while. It's a family-owned business. Robert Vanderford is the one who runs the business. And when you have companies that are family-owned, it's all they think about. It's all their T-shirts, all their dress shirts, their collared shirts. It's what the hats they wear. It's what they talk about at family gatherings. It's what their life is. And you just have people, it matters more to them. They care. And that's one of the reasons why you go with Vanderford Air, because they're out there within 24 hours of your call, same day service. They're out there. They understand that if you have an air conditioning issue, it is a major event here in the city of Houston. Not only that, it's just dangerous not to have air conditioning. So they can come out there, they isolate and diagnose the problem, and then they will get it fixed for you at a very reasonable rate. They're not going to gouge. They don't charge different for overtime or for emergency service. There's nothing like that. When the job needs to get done, it's going to get done at the same rate you'll always pay. And they go that extra mile to make sure that not only are you going to get the great service, but you're going to get new air conditioning if that's what you need, that makes sense for what your home is, how big your home is, the workload that it needs to carry, so that you have an efficient unit that keeps you cool. It's Vanderford Air, 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here. Before we get to this Chiefs-Ravens game, have you guys seen, this has got to be AI, the Quinn Ewers video? Okay. He's standing at about the 50, and this guy is throwing up a hula hoop, and he throws the football through it. Then he throws up a ball, and he hits the ball. Then the guy throws up something else, a shoe or something. Quinn Ewers hits it from 20 yards away. And then he throws another thing, and Quinn Ewers hits it. And he says, I got one more. He throws up a quarter, and Quinn Ewers hits it. It's got to be AI. Has anybody else seen this?
I don't know. The Tom Brady one was
It's by Roebuck. It was a commercial.
Probably. What is Roebuck?
I don't know what Roebuck. They got a dog logo. But I mean, it looks I don't know how they could possibly. I don't know how.
How do you spell it?
It has to be.
Yeah.
RHOBACK.
BOCK or ABC?
BACK.
I mean, probably for clothing.
I guess it's a clothing thing.
Yeah, it's a clothing page.
Okay.
Huh. It may have been. I mean, yeah.
No,
Well,
that is the most incredible passing performance
You mean
ever.
better than when Tom Brady was throwing a football into the jugs machine? Because that looked real too, and it wasn't real.
It wasn't real.
No, he would throw it into the jugs machine, and everyone's like, "Oh my god!"
His
accuracy.
This is.
Who cares? You've watched him play football. You know that this is irrelevant. If he can hit
who's
a
more
quarter.
accurate, Quinn Ewers or Lamar Jackson?
He can't. Oh, Quinn. He can't hit a wide receiver whenever he's playing Oklahoma State. He can hit the other team.
He can hit beach balls. He can hit. He can throw a ball through a hula hoop.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
I could do that.
You can't do that. No, you cannot do what he is doing right here.
I can't hit the quarter.
Look at that. It is amazing. This is amazing. If this is real, there's no way this is real.
Yeah, I would stop worrying about. You know what? I've got a Dude Perfect YouTube channel that you got to watch. Wait until you see what they're able to do.
Yeah,
you're gonna.
But they get 100 tries and
you're
they
gonna really love that.
And they edit it.
It could have been the same right there.
No, this is one continuous.
Stop being tricked by the internet.
I am being tricked by it.
You get tricked by the internet.
He threw up a quarter and Quinn Ewers hit it.
Tricked. Can he win in big games?
Yeah. Well,
who cares if he hits a quarter?
I don't care.
Like I said, Dude Perfect does all kinds of crazy stuff. They don't play. Then maybe Quinn should be a content creator.
He should be. I mean, that is the most amazing display of throwing. Last night, not so much. Holy crap. When it comes down to the end and Lamar Jackson had to win the game, he missed two guys, first in the corner and overthrew it. And then Zay Flowers is wide open in the back of the end zone, and he missed him by about 5 yards.
3, because at the end of the half, he had an easy touchdown with Justice Hill on that little leak out where he's crossing. There's nobody on the other side, and he just throws it too flat, and it's knocked down by Leo Chenal. And you remember at the end of the first half, and he got knocked down and he ended up kicking a field goal. All he had to do was just get some air, a little bit of air under it, and just throw a leading pass, and it's an easy touchdown.
We're not doing that.
And then with Isaiah Likely, what you're talking about is he should have just threw a dime,
right,
and it would have been right there to him in the corner. Then when he's rolling right, I saw somebody try to blame that on Zay Flowers. I don't really think there's blame to me, man. Like, you got to throw more accurately to a man who's open. Maybe Zay should have sunk in a little sooner, but he's trying to travel with Lamar Jackson. Right. I mean, he's moving with
But he
Lamar.
also moved right behind the defender as opposed to if he'd have stayed where he was.
But that's still a throw across the body Lamar had to make. He's trying to run with his quarterback. I understand it. It was so wide open. Oh, my gosh. And, it's just, with Lamar, that was a perfect example of just kind of how I feel about him. He makes plays that are just unbelievable. Buys time for himself. He's unbelievably elusive in the pocket. He does things that will drive defensive coordinators crazy, but then he does things that will drive his offensive coordinator crazy. And it's, he couldn't complete passes down the field for the most part. The entire game, everything was relatively short, which was fine. He was taking what the defense gave him. And then he hit one big cat. I mean, he hit the big play to Rashad Bateman that gave them a chance, even though his buying time really took a lot of time off that clock, because that play started with 43 seconds. And by the time the next play was over, there was only 10 seconds left in the game. That's a lot of time.
Well, they didn't kill the clock either.
Yeah,
they
they
wanted
just
to
went
run
to
a
a
play.
play.
Would it make
nor
you
should they have?
Would it make you feel better to know that Lamar Jackson wasn't even targeting Zay Flowers on that play?
Who was he
Who
talking?
was?
He was trying. He thought Rashad Bateman would sit down because that was the guy he saw, and then as he was letting it go, he said it himself.
I gotta look at that play.
And then
man.
as he was letting it go, then he saw Zay Flowers. But he initially saw, because he was worried about Justice Hill for the second consecutive play, blocking Chris Jones. He decided he was going to get it to Rashad Bateman, and then saw Zay Flowers and said, I should have waited a half a beat.
You know, I have a hard time putting that game on Lamar because Lamar kept them in. I mean, the offensive line was bad for a lot of that.
It's just you got to make
the right
plays,
tackle
though.
was, but you can't beat Kansas City if you can't score once you get in the 20s.
Yeah.
If you can't score, if you can't put it in the end zone, like Lamar's got to be a better finisher around the goal line. It's been a major issue for him to get down there tight because it's tougher. You know, it's tougher once you're inside the 20-yard line because you don't have as much field to work with. And then he's not a guy that stays on time at all. He was off schedule the entire game, but he made a lot of plays. Like he made a lot of plays. He made a ton of plays with those legs. I think being lighter helped him to be quicker. They ran him a lot yesterday. Yeah. I really have concerns about how long he's able to stay healthy if they're going to run him that much, because he's going to run on his own. And then they had called runs for him.
Yes.
And, I didn't think the Chiefs were all that great on offense, but look at the difference an explosive playmaker made. Xavier Worthy, there was one bust because Andy Reid showed them a look that they had seen twice, and then they got fooled by it again, where he runs that speed action wheel route look with Isaiah Pacheco. And he ran it the first time. Pacheco dropped it. Then he ran that look and threw a screen inside of it to Noah Gray, a tight end screen. Then he ran that look and he threw a wide open touchdown to Xavier Worthy. So Xavier Worthy with an easy touchdown, I could have caught that. Then you wouldn't
have been in a position to catch that. I don't think
I would have scored on the reverse, honestly. I think that was pure gas and acceleration by Xavier Worthy.
Yeah, I don't know if you should run it or Worthy should run it. I don't know. That's a tough call for a coordinator.
I like Worthy to run it, but they had some explosive plays with Worthy and Rashee Rice. They had some explosive plays, and the explosive plays for Lamar Jackson was all with his legs, other than the late one to Bateman. You had Likely, who had a terrific
game. Man. Everybody who drafted Mark Andrews probably going,
all I saw on my timeline was Mark Andrews crybabies. That's all. Mark Andrews he's on the milk carton. Like, I don't care about that. I didn't get him.
No, I had him last year. Isaiah Likely is the guy.
Well, and he was talking after the game. Likely, we know he was a toe away from. They were going to go for 2, try to win that game, but he said if that's all they got in the postseason, good luck. Pretty much. I mean, he said if that's the best they got, then good luck in the postseason.
Who?
Likely said that about the Ravens. About the
Chiefs.
They
just beat you.
Well, it's a different year, John.
Okay, but they just beat you.
But it's a different year.
Well, you have to. I get what he's saying.
If that's all you got,
to win, and they're a toe away and all that stuff, but you still have to convert. Like they still didn't convert down with 3.
Yeah, but in the postseason, the end zone will be actually longer. That's one of the new rule changes. It'll be deeper in the end zone. So his toe would have
Canadian.
Like
yes.
Do you think? I don't think the Ravens. This is their Texans and Patriots. I don't think the Ravens can get by the Chiefs. I just don't. I think Spagnuolo makes it too tough for Lamar as the passer. Everything has to come with the most fast come with legs. I wasn't that impressed with it. It looked slow with Derrick Henry. Everything was slow developing. They tried to play under center more than usual, which is what you have to do for Derrick Henry. Derrick needs a head of steam, and if your offensive line's not going to open up holes so he can have yards before contact, I don't think he's going to be a big factor. He'll have some games, but I don't know. The Ravens didn't scare me. Watching the Ravens, I didn't think defensively. The Ravens didn't scare me with what they were doing.
Well, maybe Peyton Hendershot should be afraid of Roquan Smith.
Did you
I got the sound. Roquan Peyton Hendershot was not active, but
was that him on the sideline?
yes, he's a
So
tight.
that was Hendershot.
He was a
Okay.
tight end, and on the play, Roquan Smith light shove to Pat Mahomes. Pat Mahomes takes a dive to exacerbate the situation, and the Chiefs weren't happy. One Peyton Hendershot shove Roquan Smith, and Smith recognized at least the number.
Oh, he flopped. Yeah, he flopped. That's why the referees didn't call it. It was a great call by a great no call by the ref. But whoever 88 is, I don't know who he is, but he better watch himself. He did a little slick push.
Was there somebody on the sideline that pushed you as well?
Yeah, whoever number 88 is, I have no idea who he is, but I'll see him when I see him.
Yeah, he didn't look happy. I saw the guy push, and
Yeah.
I didn't know who it was. He was obviously a player who was not active. And he pushed him initially, then he pushed him again, kind of got in his face. And I was watching Roquan because Roquan got off the sideline because they were on the Chiefs sideline because I knew he was going to try to single that guy out, Peyton Hendershot out from Indiana. Had some character issues coming out of there. And I saw him, it was an unmistakable, I'm not done with you type of move. And I thought, oh, this isn't good for Peyton Hendershot. I get that he's trying to protect his quarterback, but you're not in the game and you're not an offensive lineman. You don't have clothes on.
No, but you're a tight end. You're like a lineman. You're like, you know what? That's good for him. Oh, what's Roquan going to do? Going to find him in a casino? Where's he going to find
What's
him?
Hendershot going to do?
What is Roquan going to do?
No, nothing's going to happen.
Nothing. It's
Where
just a
is he
lot
gonna
of
find
talk.
him? He's never gonna be
It's a lot of
because
talk.
Hendershot's never going to
in a ham sandwich.
Well, Hendershot's never going to play. So
Well, he
Roquan
might play someday.
Jared Wiley gets
when
hurt.
because of injuries
Yeah.
as like the third string. Then Roquan may do something
Well, when?
if he's on the field. I'm talking about a
In a
hit, not in the
playoff?
league.
What if they both get invited
No,
to the white
Hendershot's
party?
never playing in a playoff game.
What if they get invited to the white party by Michael Rubin?
No,
Right.
he's never playing in a
Right.
playoff
When are they
game.
going to
Peyton
see?
Hendershot's
When are
probably
they going to see each other?
That's true.
That's what I said. Hendershot never plays.
Well, what about
and
it,
Roquan's got a lot of empty threats. Okay.
What about? Hold on, no.
we don't know that.
Hendershot goes to a Washington Wizards game, or he's sitting courtside where Roquan.
An Orioles game?
Nobody goes to a.
What if he's at a Royals game?
An Orioles game.
Like, what if he's at a Royals
Roquan
game? And
ain't
Roquan
going.
says, "I'm going to go to
Roquan
this
might.
Royals
They might have him
game."
throw out the first pitch. What are you talking about?
Well, maybe
Roquan
he
ain't going.
throws out the first pitch, but he
What
might
about
not
an
watch
NBA
it.
All-Star Weekend?
Why would Hendershot be there?
Why not?
Who's going to let him into the parties?
Why wouldn't Peyton Hendershot
Everybody
get in,
wants to
Dell?
go to that.
Who's letting
What
him
are you
into the
trying to
parties?
say?
So,
Who's letting Peyton Hendershot
he ain't
into
getting-
parties?
No, none of the parties.
No.
He ain't going there.
Roquan
Where
would,
is
but
he going to
Hendershot's
see
not.
him, Dell?
That's what I'm saying.
It has to be at a random, like a.
Oh, it's a lot of talk.
It'll have to be like a
It's a
random
lot of talk.
burger
He'll
place or
what
something.
he said
So
next.
this isn't the NBA. We don't make idle threats here.
Why are you questioning Roquan? He said next time I see him.
Next time,
He didn't say it's a guarantee he will see him. He
Okay.
just said the next time he sees him.
Well, that's a lot of talk. Is all it is.
I like talk. I want to fight.
You like that?
Yeah, linebacker tight end fight. Bring it.
What about the F-150 fight?
It's not gonna-
it's not.
It's not
It's
really
not
a
going to be a
fight,
fight, per
really.
se.
And
It's
it's
going to be.
F1.
And it's F1
yeah,
too.
It's F1.
You did this
It's
yesterday.
Not F-150. It's F1.
He did it yesterday too.
There's not going to be a
I
fight.
forget.
Just say
How
F1.
could you forget? It's the Red Bull Racing F1 vehicles that are coming to Houston. It's going to be tomorrow. Discovery Green. Weather's supposed to be great. It's going to be very. The temperature is going to be good, and you can get down to Discovery Green. They're going to have DJ booths there where you can spin. They're going to have race simulators. They've got food trucks down there for you, drinks, and of course, you get to check out the F1 vehicles. Now they also have photo ops, so you'll be able to take some photos as well with these really cool cars. These are really, really awesome vehicles. They're going to have professional racers there. There's going to be an exhibition where they race through the streets so you can feel the intensity and the excitement. F1 has become a huge deal across the globe, and it's had a major bump here in the United States. This is a pop-up event. It's a chance for you to come experience it for yourself with no tickets. You don't have to pay for a ticket to get into the event. It starts at 10 a.m., and Paul Wall's going to be perform. Well, Paul Wall probably perform a little bit. He's going to be the MC of the DJ battle that they got going on between DJ Head from Los Angeles and DJ Mr. Rogers, our very own from right here in Houston. So a ton going on, food, music, the excitement of racing, all at your hands and all at your disposal. And it's completely ticketless and for all ages. Discovery Green tomorrow starts at 10 o'clock. Be out there, redbull.com/showrun Houston.
All right. Next weekend, September 14th, 7 p.m., TD-ECU Stadium. The Cougs take on the Rice Owls. All right. It's the Bayou Bucket. It's the city. It's the fight for the city. Celebrating Houston in this hometown rivalry. This is a big game. It's at a TD-ECU Stadium this year. A night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. A Bayou Bucket special, only $15 for 100 level tickets. Only $10 for 200 level tickets. All right. That is the best deal you can possibly have. $15 for the lower level, $10 for the upper level. Go to uhcougars.com/promo, enter promo code RICE24. RICE24. uhcougars.com/promo and enter promo code RICE24. Just $15 for the lower level. You get the family in. You got a family of 4 for $60. It's a great deal and a great bargain for you and the family. You want to go upper deck? Just $40. Come early, be loud, wear red. uhcougars.com/promo, enter promo code RICE24.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's talk a little Lamar Jackson with Gary. Gary wants to come in here and give his opinion on what he saw that. What do you say, Gary?
Well, hey guys, we all watch the same game. Most of us watch every snap. I did. And playing Division I ball, I mean, it's different perspective from when the coaches coach or your coach's son or what have you. But playing the game in a perspective like that, the guy Flowers, like Kittles and Kelsey. I played tight end in Division I. You know what makes Kittles and Kelsey so great? And Mahomes even said it. Kelsey sits on routes a lot, and then he breaks. Flowers should have 1,000,000% that. Even when Mahomes is moving obsolete or whatever, opposite directions, 100% he sits for a moment, then he baits you in, and he goes left or right or back sporadically. But he knows he gives himself time to sit. Secondly, if you notice every snap, if you notice, no wide receiver was able to take the top. Every time Lamar threw it deep, it was not even a challenge. I mean, there was no separation by the receivers, which would allow me to work the middle as a tight end. Thirdly, there were, a couple of design runs, but notice the last 2 points. Notice that every time it was a design run, he picked up positive yards, but most of the great plays he made was from a spread offense where the offensive line couldn't hold up. Now, this is the most important point. One of the most important points. I know we don't want to blame coaches and what have you and stuff like this here, but there were several times the offensive coordinator on 3rd and 6, 3rd and 2 would call a quick out. You keep that ball in Lamar's hands, and he can do what he does in a spread offense. Every time he hit the ball, he threw the ball in the flats, the defender came up, it was a 2-yard gain. Every time they spread the ball out, Lamar was able to read, dissect, and then if he wanted to take off, he could have sustained or kept drives alive. That was poor coaching and not offensive calling coaching. I know Lance is a coach's son, and he probably disagree, but you can't call a 3rd and in the flats and hope that one running back makes you miss when you got Lamar and keep the offensive spread, and then he can decide to duck and run or get the people coming across the middle. But there was no separation. And, of course, yes, he overthrew a ball, but every professional athlete in the world, quarterback, has overthrown a ball. But Jay Flowers should have sat.
He should. I agree. Jay Flowers he actually moved right behind the defender. And so he would have had to put a lot of touch on it.
But
he should have sat in the zone.
Dell just told us he wasn't even throwing to him.
Lamar said he wasn't targeting Zay Flowers.
Target to him. I would be
then
more
he should have seen him.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know how we can even have this argument, because I could make an argument that, yeah, if he sits down a little more, but I understand what Zay was doing, and Zay was still open. Lamar was still he still missed the throw. But apparently he missed the throw because he wasn't even throwing to Zay. So it's not even a conversation for us. I think Gary's other points are not bad points. I mean, yeah, he made I didn't think there was great separation on vertical. He didn't throw vertical a lot. When he did, there was not. Jalen Watson was on top of.
Well, there was the
Zay
underthrow.
Flowers.
Zay Flowers had a step on Watson, and
he underthrew.
And he underthrew
you mean the interference?
No, not that one.
Oh,
it was down. It was down that same sideline, but it was an underthrow, and you could see Zay Flowers' reaction. He thought he had him. Of course, receivers always think they have everyone, but I think Zay Flowers had him. Lamar underthrew it, and Watson made a relatively easy play. So he missed some throws. We all see the game. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if we've seen growth from the in pocket passing game from Lamar. It looked very similar to what we always see.
Yeah.
Which that would be my disappointment if I'm a Ravens fan. Second year with Todd Monken. They don't have another wide receiver, although Bateman did make that play. I just think some of the on-time passing game stuff still feels a little janky.
Yeah, well, I don't think there's any doubt about that. What you're saying, he's not an on schedule passer, but you can live with that as long as he's hitting home runs. You know, you can live with some of that stuff. Russell Wilson, frankly, wasn't always an on time passer, and he made a lot of huge plays. Ben Roethlisberger, it took a long time for him to become an on time passer. It took Todd Haley literally getting into fights and arguments with him in the building and on the field to get him to do that, which is one of the rare times it's ever happened. So it's not the end of the world as long as you make plays. And those other guys I mentioned were big time playmakers. They went to Super Bowls and won Super Bowls. Lamar can't get there. And one of the reasons is he just doesn't make enough plays when he faces somebody who takes certain things away from you. You can not have a good game and then make winning plays at the end of the game. And really, it's interesting. If the toe gets in, the only talk is Lamar Jackson made a winning play. And that's how it works. Like, and I would have said the same thing. Lamar made a winning play because as long as you hit your home runs when you got to, you can have your strikeouts. But Lamar is a home run hitter. He has the capability of creating plays that other quarterbacks can't, but he's got to finish in the red zone. Like, he just has to. This has been an issue for him in big games and playoff games, is not stepping up and finishing. He had trouble before the end of the first half, and he had trouble there at the end of the game. If you do that, that's like the baseball player who hits 250, but he comes up big in the postseason. It doesn't matter. It's what you do at the very end of games and what you do at the end of seasons that everyone's going to remember. The MVPs are nice, but he's got to do that. And that's something Pat Mahomes is, unbelievable at. If you need something to happen late in the game, you have no doubt with Pat Mahomes. But I didn't think Lamar, I don't know about putting a whole lot on him. He made a lot of plays. You already know he's not going to be an on-time pocket passer necessarily, so you have to account for it. What Gary talked about being in the spread offense, it's probably, I think it's a blend between that and then also doing some play action stuff. But if you got Derrick Henry, if you want to run with Derrick Henry, you can't play out of the spread. He has to have a downhill track. He has to play behind the line of scrimmage. They had that 1 4th down that they didn't get where Nelson Aguilar just didn't block Duffy. Yeah. Remember that? They threw where Justice Hill or Zay Flowers, who was it that was hiding behind the offensive lineman?
It was Zay.
It was Zay Flowers was hiding behind the offensive lineman. Like, what are you slipping off? Because Duffy's a smart guy. He's going to read what's going on. And he read it. Because at one time, I thought, okay, maybe that was zone coverage. And that play never ended up having a chance. And then I realized it doesn't matter. If you're Nelson Aguilar, you just attack that man because it's one-on-one. All you got to do is just literally engage him, and that's a first down. But
afterwards, Aguilar was in Lamar's face.
Yeah, but Lamar was talking to him. I think Aguilar, I saw what you saw. Yeah. I think Lamar was telling him, no, you didn't.
Yes, was Aguilar's thought that it's man, I'm going to run this guy out of here. He's just going to follow me, and Zay's going to be wide open in the flat with no one.
That's what I thought maybe he was.
Maybe that
did not work.
Whatever the case may be, they just didn't make the winning plays. Okay, my question. Okay, here's the deal. 8 o'clock exactly. 8 o'clock exactly. The fourth caller is going to be playing the warehouse guy. You pick 5 games. He picks 5 games, right? And whoever wins, he's got tickets and the limo ride to and from the game or the concert.
And remember, the limo guy, it's at his discretion whether he goes first or not. So yeah, have 5 games, but probably have a couple extra because he may take your pick.
He might
so
take
be
your
aware of that. And it's going to be at 9:30. So we'll get you at 8. Be ready to go. We'll call you at 9:30 for the Beat the Warehouse guy.
Beat the Warehouse guy at 9:30. But we're picking you want to be a contestant? Beat the Warehouse guy. He's easy to beat too. He's so terrible at this. He's just awful.
I thought we were
He
playing
really
like
doesn't know much about football.
I thought it was La Raza or some of those guys from the Warehouse. Like, I thought you were going to have to beat one of those guys.
No, you don't have to beat those Warehouse
Beat the
guys.
Warehouse Live guy.
The Warehouse Live guy. Beat the
Yeah.
Warehouse Live guy.
I thought you were going to have to beat somebody who works in a warehouse.
No, but how do you beat Underdog?
Well, how you beat them is you go to the Pick'em Challenge. You go high and low, and you figure out what you're going to do. The first way that you want to win with Underdog Fantasy is you need to go download the app. And I did that years ago. It's the easiest thing you'll do. Underdog Fantasy makes it so easy for you to enjoy this football season. You can watch and play along just like over 1 million fans did last year in 33 states. You can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on your favorite player stats. So it can be lower touchdown passes with Lamar, higher touchdowns with or receiving yards with Rashee Rice. You could have done higher rushing yards with Isaiah Pacheco. These are an example. You could have stopped right there and you would have won. You would have been 3-0, and so you would have won how much 3-0 would have won for you. But you get a chance to go between 2 players and 5 players, and you are going to make some real money. If you know your sports and you can pick higher or lower, this has got a chance to be a big W for you. That's what you have to do. Making picks on Underdog is straightforward, and signing up is even easier. Just head over to Underdog Fantasy's simple-to-use mobile app or UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with promo code Lance, and Underdog's going to give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance, to claim your new customer special of a free pick, and your deposit offer must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
You heard Robin here plenty on this show. Robin at Houston Powder Coaters is somebody who's going to play. She is going to be square with you, all right? You're going to send her a text or picture of your patio furniture, and she's going to tell you, nah, can't save it. Or, yeah, we can do it. Yeah, and oh, by the way, you want to save it. especially if it's a little bit older. Steel patio furniture, the steel and patio furniture 10 years ago was much better than the steel and patio furniture today. So that patio furniture that you've got that's older might be worth a heck of a lot more, or it's a much better to keep than buying new stuff. So she'll be square with you. She'll tell you, and she'll give you free pickup and delivery, and they'll powder coat it perfectly, and you can make whatever colors that you want, your favorite teams or whatever. And especially you want to do that if you're going to be out tailgating or sitting in the backyard watching your favorite team. Over 100 colors in stock to choose from, 20 years of experience, 5-star customer service. Here's the number, 281-676-3888. You need to save that patio furniture, HoustonPowderCoaters.com. So we got a contestant for Beat the Warehouse Live guy. All right. Warehouse Live.
It's a big day today for people who want to win stuff.
Yeah. Okay. So when are we going to give away? We got a couple of giveaways, right?
We've got listener appreciation party tickets to give away. We've got Rice Cougs tickets to give away. We had Willie Fritz on at 7:15. We also have 2 $50 gift cards to FM Kitchen to give away. We got a lot to give away. So keep listening throughout the show.
Well, let's give away something at the end of the segment.
All right.
Everybody stay in your car. Don't go anywhere. And we'll give away one of the kitchens. Let's
Okay.
give away $50. Yeah, $50. Let's give away 50. All right, let's get some people in here. Gary on a mobile is here with us on. I'm not sure about this one.
Well, this one is coming after a relatively, how do I put this? I would say disappointing call from Gary.
I would say it was a good call.
Yeah,
That's
that's
a good
why.
call.
That's why I was disappointed.
You were disappointed.
That's why I was disappointed by it.
It was a good
I was
call.
hoping for it to go in a different direction.
No. Yeah, Gary made some good
You
points.
want him to go
So
off on
because
us?
I think Gary on a mobile may be going in the direction I hope
Okay.
actual Gary was
Let's
going
see.
to go.
Here's Gary on a mobile on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hey, Gary on a mobile.
Hey, guys. First of all, I just want to say, Dell, thank you for keeping the guys on track with the 7:15 call this morning. You got a lot of hate last week because you weren't in and didn't take care of it. We all know it's because you're black and not because you're white. First of all. Second of all, I was going to bring it up earlier about Lamar Jackson and Lance. We know the real reason why he's getting hated on. Do you want me to say it?
Sure.
We know the real reason.
Sure, go ahead.
It's because he's black and Mahomes is half white. If Lamar had any white in him, you'd be loving on him every time. But because he misses a pass or doesn't make a right play, it's because he's black. And, it's something that we don't talk about enough in football. And I would like you guys to spend a segment on talking about why Lamar Jackson isn't getting the credit he deserves. Not because he doesn't make plays, not because he doesn't win Super Bowls. It's because of his race.
Well,
hang up and listen. Thanks,
okay.
guys.
Did Gary say anything about race?
No, he didn't.
Okay.
That's why he was disappointed.
You were disappointed.
Gary didn't say anything about race.
But
Wasn't
when-
Jacob.
but-
wasn't-
Now, Jacob was different.
yeah.
But
But
when
Gary didn't say anything.
not this time.
No, Jacob has
Not Gary-
intimated before.
Gary, not this time. But the caller's not off. The Gary on a mobile isn't off. He's being very direct. Our Gary will dance around it, but we all know what he's doing. This guy was too much of a hammer, just banging it over and over again.
He wasn't even subtle.
No.
Like, he didn't even play a funny little game.
No.
So wait a minute.
Well, I mean,
So are we?
Did you guys blame me for not getting Willie Fritz on last week
Yes.
because I was black?
No, I did. Yes,
because I'm
absolutely.
black?
Because not because of that. Not because of that. It's because you didn't. Yes, tell.
Tell what?
hold on. If y'all
You
were
knew
Gary,
that Willie Fritz was at
Let me ask
7:15
you-
last week, and you did
Let me
not
ask you
tell
Deep into
Annabelle.
a vacation. Her name's Abigail. I was deep into a vacation. How come you didn't tell her?
Because
You're the one with the contact
You're
info.
the producer of the show.
You're the one
so
with the contact
if you're
info.
Gary and you call in and you talk about Lamar Jackson, you think, and John, you agree with him about sitting down. Would you want someone to call in right behind you and say that this was about race or whatever?
I
He had
absolutely
football
would.
points.
I absolutely would.
No, you would get mad if
No.
somebody made fun of you.
No.
John wouldn't get mad.
Well, no. Listen, every time Gary calls and Jacob calls, they think it's a racial
But
call.
Gary didn't say anything.
No, he
Not-
didn't say
yeah,
that.
but
That's
Gary,
why Dell's disappointed.
Gary had set a precedent. That's
Yeah,
why
he
that guy
did.
called.
He really did. He
Like
really
this
had.
guy's not calling out of nothing.
Well,
No,
no,
but
before
Gary-
Gary came on, did you expect in any way, shape, or form that it would be a racial call?
I knew it was going to be about Lamar Jackson. That still doesn't make it a racial call.
No.
Lamar's a black quarterback. He never mentioned that he was. Hold on a second. Gary has actually. I'm trying to give Gary some credit here. Do I think Gary likes black quarterbacks? Yeah, sure. I think that Gary likes black athletes. Okay, that's fine. But I think
managers.
But hold on, Gary has but Gary has done a good job of trying to remember. He was much more like there was a lot more antagonism when he used to call early on. And Gary's gone out of his way to say, "Hey, guys, I'm not. I know you're not going to be happy with this." Like Gary has tried to play way friendlier with the show. Gary has tried not to like Jacob. Jacob is the one who was just completely out of control the other day. Yeah. Sorry ass white boy ass quarterbacks. We're going to eliminate all of you.
I happen to be listening.
What?
I happen to be listening.
Yeah.
On vacation. I was like, got some great points.
But Gary has gone out of his way to try to cool things out. Do I think that like when we had Collie, do I think that he has certain angles? Yeah, probably. Yeah. I think there's a lot of people who have angles.
Whoa. Jacob's here. He can defend himself. Okay. He can defend himself on this.
We know his last call showed what he is.
Well, right.
He's a separatist.
Well, maybe he's got.
I'm not even going to take.
Has he shown some growth? Wait a minute.
What he thinks about Lamar last night?
Gary, you're talking about Gary's growth. Maybe Jacob's shown some growth.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, what? Jacob can't grow too? Let's get Jacob in here. See, what you?
It's not that I can't. It's not that I can't show no growth. You didn't like what I was saying. What it is that now there's 15 black quarterbacks that's starting, and I'm saying we're taking over the position. This is the truth. I never hear you criticize no white quarterbacks. Like they miss hit every shot, every pass they hit. No, you don't. You dissect. Lamar Jackson is a 2-time MVP. He was a play away. He's only 27 years old. Like he will never make it the big. I'm telling you. The Chiefs is not going to win it. This is the first game, and they should have won it last night. He only had one big play. You just sit up and lie on him. He had more than the first play. How many passes did he do in the first play? The first drive. You just lie on him, and all you do is criticize black like Lamar, Russell Wilson, Deshaun Jackson. All of them. The guy who's going to start in Seattle. The guy going to start in
by the community
so
for
that's
many
it.
years.
So you just don't like black quarterbacks.
I've been saying it for years. I've been saying it for years.
We've never talked about any of the white quarterbacks.
Jacob, you're way off. You're way off.
He's listened for exactly 40 seconds.
If a white quarterback misses a pass at the end of the game, we're going to say the
no.
Same thing. Honestly.
Deshaun Watson.
Wait a minute. Deshaun. Well, I don't know how we can't praise his play the last 5 years. Has he been on the field, first of all? Secondly, have you he's been awful.
Yeah, there's no way Jacob
when Deshaun was really good, I was on board. He was a top 5 quarterback in the league.
There's no way Jacob lived here.
Now, Deshaun?
He sucks right now. Brock Osweiler caught nothing but bullets the entire time. Davis Mills. You have because this is the team we usually talk about the most is the Texans. Matt. God Almighty.
Now CJ.
Matt Schaub, nonstop, left and right, bullets all the time.
Now CJ's getting more love than he could possibly get. Gary, Jacob, you're way off on this.
Yeah,
way off. If you're good, you're good. If you suck, you suck.
He would make this call to any phone, because he just thinks that's how everyone is. And
Russell Wilson. You keep on bringing up Russell Wilson. They paid him $70 million to go away.
You're getting
nobody wanted him.
This is a waste.
Are you kidding me, Jacob?
This is a waste of your time.
Anyone else want to call out and speak to power? Anyone else want to call out John and Lance and speak to power about how bad they are in treating people? Call in 713-780-3776.
You're really truly
power.
You're truly
listen to him.
Well, see, why would you do that in the middle of this? I can't take you seriously.
I wanted him to play.
You and Jacob can't be taken seriously. There's bad people on both sides.
Okay.
There's bad, really terrible people on both sides.
Right. White power! I want to give away this. Tell me about the giveaway, the $50 giveaway.
I bet you're only going to give it to a white guy.
Well, he
No.
he can't control that actually.
And
That is
I
something
don't
out
want-
of his
actually, I
control.
don't want a white
John's going to
person
be
to have it.
talk real fast.
Now I don't want.
Bring him up. Talk.
Well, we're giving away a $50 gift card to FM Kitchen. They also have. They're not just about food. It's great food. They brought up food here in the past, and
Yeah,
it's
they're good.
always
Their
been good.
burgers
Yeah,
are phenomenal and have been forever. And they got a huge Longhorn watch party going on.
Texas, Michigan this weekend. Yeah,
Yeah,
At
it's a great place. Have you ever been to the patios, the patio they have out there?
No.
Oh man, it's awesome, and the weather's supposed to be really good.
All right.
Yeah, the watch party begins at 11 a.m. You can wear your Longhorn gear. They don't really encourage you to wear your Michigan gear per se, but if you want to wear your Longhorn gear to show up, it's there for you starting tomorrow. And also, it's the opening weekend of the NFL season, so I have a couple special things for you. Saturdays and Sundays, $4 Modelo's and Coors drafts. John will love that. $25 Modelo's, Coors, and Miller 6-pack buckets. You got $30 Topo Chico seltzer. So they got deals in play for you to come out there and join them. They have a brunch thing going on as well, 10 a.m. brunch at the FM Kitchen and Bar. So we're going to give you a chance to enjoy all that. A $50 gift card. What time do you want to give it away?
Exactly 8:20.
8:20, $50 gift card to FM Kitchen. It's not the only one we're going to do today, so keep listening. I'm going to give you a chance to win another one later in the show.
Now let's do caller number 3.
Caller number three
is going to get that $50 gift card to FM Kitchen. Wear your Longhorn gear, right? Normally it's a Michigan place?
No, they are promoting
Longhorn.
coming out and watching Texas, Michigan. I'm saying,
I got you.
I'm saying if you're a Longhorn, you want to watch the game around your people, this is the day. That's the day for it, and the place for it.
What's
Great
that?
patio, great food.
Yeah,
Burgers are
nice.
awesome. We got a ton of good stuff. Wait, as a matter of fact, if it's not too late, we'd like for you to bring some food up here at 9 o'clock.
Wow.
If it's not too late.
It might be too late.
How
for
did
that.
this not get set up in advance?
How did the GimmeTheVin.com? How did John Clay Wolf? How did you not go to GimmeTheVin.com when you were selling your vehicle? He's been doing this for a while now. If you have any vehicle to sell whatsoever, I keep saying this. I'm telling you, there's one place that you have to go because he sets the market. He sets the bar at a certain height, right? And now you go and you take whatever he says for that vehicle and you take it to CarMax. And CarMax beats it. Then you come back to John Clay Wolf. And John Clay Wolf says, oh, okay, well, let's take a look at it. I want pictures. Okay, ba-bing, ba-bing. Oh, okay, I'll give you more for it. You go back to CarMax. CarMax can't beat it. The dealership can't beat it. Okay, John Clay Wolf gets the car. Or the CarMax says, no. Okay, John Clay Wolf's giving you more. We'll give you more. You go back to John Clay Wolf, and he says, nah, that's enough. You know what? Take CarMax's offer, and I'll give you $100. That's what John Clay Wolf does. So there's one place that you have to go. CarMax isn't saying they guarantee it. No, dealerships aren't saying they guarantee it. GimmeTheVin.com is guaranteed, and if not, they send you $100 at GiveMeTheVin.com.
make sure that you get out to Zadig Jewelers. They've got Watch Timber. This is going to be really, really cool. If you love watches, Zadig Jewelers is doing it big. This is going to take place on, what's the date? September 21st from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Listen to this. You can shop watches and rare limited edition novelties brought in from all over the world. And all day long, they're going to have beer on tap and fresh baked pretzels that are as big as your head. It's like it's like an Oktoberfest, but it's for watches, and it's in September, and they're going to have beer and pretzels for you, and it's going to go on from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. September 21st, Zadig Jewelers, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. Hey, if you love beer, you love pretzels, you wanted a chance to see some of the coolest watches from around the world right there in one location, you can do that at Watch Timber Fest, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard at Zadig Jewelers.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I like beer and I like pretzels. I love hot pretzels.
Yeah, hot pretzels are good.
Oh,
When they're done right, hot pretzels
with
are
the
great.
cheese or the hot mustard.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Some
No,
people
that's a
go yellow
go-to move
mustard.
for me, along with wings.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
pretzels
Pretzels are.
are actually easy to make too.
Are they?
Not like they're easy to make, but they're not like you see with the brown kind, like
Yeah.
the Bavarian.
Do you cook them as long as you cook your brisket?
No, I cook
Okay.
my brisket at a normal amount of
Okay.
time.
I'm just asking.
My pork chops too.
I don't know why. Jacob's got you a little bit going.
No,
I'm trying to just poke the bear a little bit with
No, but I
brisket.
didn't even get mad at Jacob.
No,
I just
you
don't
didn't.
I don't take his calls seriously.
No.
We already know he's either a black supremacist or separatist or something.
Okay.
But I don't think you can take what he says. Like, you can't listen to him objectively. His only thing is just about black quarterbacks are taking our jobs. Like, this is some kind of
our jobs.
when he doesn't know my favorite quarterback is a black quarterback.
Oh, okay. Just like it's your best friend, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. CJ Stroud and I are best friends.
No, you were very critical of him early.
I'm sorry, you
Is
don't get
CJ
16
black?
teams.
Oh, not this again.
Yes, CJ Stroud is black.
Both his
You don't- trust me,
mother
you don't
and
wanna start
father.
this
You don't
game.
want to do this.
This is not a game you
Just
wanna
go
start.
past it. If you want to actually talk about Texans Colts, you can do that, or you can take a call about
Oh.
Lance's athletic ability. But let's not question that, please.
Yeah.
Just asking. I just asked a
It
question,
won't
asked
end
and
well.
answered.
Well,
Thank you, counselor.
You've asked that question before. And it's been answered before.
Just asking. That's all.
Do I need to? I don't know what's on your phone right now. I'm imagining it's Wendy. Do we need a picture of CJ Stroud's family so you always remember? Look at your phone. Oh, look, that's his mom and dad.
Oh, okay.
Do you need one of those?
Family portrait?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just so you remember.
Let's get Keith in here. He wants to talk about the Ravens and Chiefs. Hey, Keith.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. Diehard Ravens fan, tough loss. Impossible to follow up two Garys and Jacob on the phones. Like, absolutely brutal timing on my end. Also, last week, the Cougs lost because Willie Fritz came on 23 minutes after his scheduled time at 7:38. And John kind of threw a little bit of fault towards Abs. It was kind of a nasty situation there, but I would blame that situation on why the Cougs lost. Back to the Ravens. John, or question for Lance. So that second drive of the game, Macari comes out and Rosengarten goes in. Like, this is the first drive of the season. Like, you're subbing offensive linemen out? Like, obviously Macari's got fresh legs. Like, losing Morgan Moses, is that going to be an issue all season long for the Ravens?
Yeah, because your right tackle's already tiny. Like, and he was way better than Rosengarten. First of all, Rosengarten to me was not a good pick. Roger Rosengarten to me can't play tackle in the NFL. So I think you're going to be, and I don't think they were subbing him out. I feel like, wasn't there an injury or something? Like, that wasn't just a sub out, was it? Because why are you putting a rookie in that spot to go up against Chris Jones, who Chris Jones gave the blues to Fa'alele, who was a tackle turned guard, and then Roger Rosengarten, who's a rookie. He just immediately got by both of those guys and went and caused a strip sack fumble. But you're going to have the blues if Roger Rosengarten has to be your starting right tackle at some point. And I thought your right tackle stayed in front of people okay, but he's too small. So we haven't even talked about this. How about the insane amount of calls they made on Ronnie Stanley and once on the right tackle for
The
illegal formation.
Oh my God.
At some point, I'm like, come on, guys. Like, is he really lined? And the NFL's just like, we're not letting you get a head start by lining up there. And they said, keep calling it, keep calling it. They must have, because they called it four times in the first half.
It was ridiculous.
4 times.
And then again in the second half.
Yeah.
I mean, it was ridiculous.
And then Jim Harbaugh's like, can you just tell him to move up?
John,
Can you just, John Harbaugh's like, can you just tell him move up? Like, what are y'all doing, officials? But hey, if I'm the official, I'm like, this isn't on us. You tell him.
Well, Collinsworth says they give him one and do tell him. And if he doesn't react to that, then he starts to get penalized. That's what he was saying after when this was building up and building up. You know what they did not do? Tell Jawan Taylor to stop leaving early.
I don't get it.
Yes.
He never gets called. That's number 74. And if you watched him,
yes,
he's in an immediate retreat in his vertical sets with his tiny little choppy steps. I mean, it's every single snap. It looks like he's off.
I know. He is the quickest off the ball. And I don't know how many times I thought that's a flag. That's got to be a flag. It's got to be a flag.
I kept thinking the same thing, and they never called it. But this isn't a first year. This has been going on. Like, people thought that about him last year.
He did that in Jacksonville. That's one of the reasons
Bosa
lost his mind in the playoff game.
Yeah, and then
yeah, that's what. Yeah,
that's
right. He was going.
He was losing his. Well, he was getting held, but also because they would not call him leaving early.
Yeah, Joey. That's when Joey lost his.
He lost his mind in that playoff game.
Let's get Javon in here. I think this will be interesting. What do you say, Javon?
What's up, fellas? When I was listening to the show yesterday, if we call NBA players from the 90s plumbers, what are we going to call WNBA players before Caitlin Clark? Were they like secretaries or nurses? Because if Caitlin Clark is third all time in 20 and 10, obviously they were a bunch of Lisa Leslie and Cynthia Cooper were a bunch of nurses. That's all I got to say. Lance, one question for you.
Yeah.
If you, back in your heyday, I know you say you could be the cornhole champion, you could catch 3 passes for 28 yards.
Yeah.
But back in your heyday, when you was hooping, could you have made a WNBA roster?
Yeah,
and would you have been? If so, what would have been your stat line? I got to hear this.
That's a great question. I 100% would have made a roster in my heyday. Now we're going back. Not only would I also would have finished 22 and a half points a game.
What, you would have been an all-star, a WNBA all-star.
WNBA all-star for sure.
Back in your high school
Probably
or early college days?
Early college.
Early college.
Oh, no, early to mid-college, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, so not mid-college. I mean, even beyond, actually. So I would say 22 and a half points a game, 6.5 assists, probably about 10 rebounds.
So you'd average a double.
So
double.
you're not just talking about all-star. You're talking about MVP stuff with those
I'm
numbers.
talking about MVP stuff.
You'd be the Aja.
I wouldn't. Yeah,
Aja
but I would
Zerline.
not. Yeah.
Okay.
But I wouldn't defend. Like, I'm not going to try on that side. You can only. I'm a one-way player.
You're going to leave that to Johnny Harris on your WNBA team?
Yeah, I'll let him check. Whoever it is, Kelsey Plum. He makes a good point. If you call them, like, are you going to have? Is this what we're going to do if we're going to call people that Jordan played against or people from the 90s or plumbers?
No.
Are they nurses?
Apparently, because they didn't have any 20 and 10 players.
No. If you didn't hear what Javon was referring to, the record for most 20 and 10 games in the history of the WNBA is 10 by Kelsey Vandersloot. Second place is 9. That is Diana Taurasi, who played 30 years in the WNBA. Yeah. She's still playing, and then realistically, she has played like 20 years. She's done it 9 times, and third is Caitlin Clark, who's done it 6 times this year. So Caitlin Clark will probably do it again this year. She will be the all-time leader before we even get to the All-Star break, her second year.
Oh,
in 20 and 10.
Well, easy.
The all-time leader. Did you
that.
See the combination that people did where they compared Caitlin Clark's year this year to Cheryl Swoops' MVP year? It's not
good for Cheryl.
It's not great for Cheryl. It's not great for Cheryl.
Oh gosh, no wonder she's pissed at her. Now you're just making Cheryl madder. Okay, is this what we want to do?
Do you think Jacob and I'm not even going to say Gary because I think Gary has made an attempt to try to keep it as much about sports as he can, even though we know there's a tilt. With Jacob, there's no denying it. Do you think that Jacob is a big Cheryl Swoops fan and hates Caitlin Clark?
I don't
He's
know.
got to.
I don't know his
Does he know that we're
WNBA
coming
lean.
to take over
Wait a
the
minute,
corner?
didn't
I'm not
just-
sure.
Does he know we're coming to take over the WNBA and the cornerback position?
Earlier, he called in this week talking about how only little white girls like Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
He
That
called
was Gary. That's right.
Yeah. So I was like, why is Lance shooting him so much bail? Just this week, he had something on this.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Well, but unfairly, if you just spend your time on Twitter, you think so. Here's the deal: the narrative is only MAGA Nation likes Caitlin Clark. That's just not. It's just not true. There's a lot of, if you actually go look at it, there's a lot of black fans who love, especially men. It seems to be a lot of men actually who do like Caitlin Clark and respect her for her basketball. There's a lot of black men who talk about it in the media as well. So that's kind of, it's not fair to Caitlin Clark because then people try to just associate her with stuff they don't like, and then she just catches all these stray bullets. The fact is, actually, there's a lot of black fans who like Caitlin Clark, as you mentioned, John. And I don't know where he saw an autograph. He must have seen an autograph session on TV or something like that. I will tell you, Indiana's pretty blanco.
That's what I said. You can't count Iowa. It's all white people. Indiana too. Who's gonna?
Very white.
I mean, it's extremely white. So you really can't count that. Listen, I'm sure little black girls would like to have her autograph too.
So I'm looking at this Lamar pass.
Gary's saying,
says,
prove it.
I did see one picture. Now, I will say this. I went through, I put in images of Caitlin Clark signing autographs.
Mm-hmm.
It was mostly all white, but I did find one. I did find one picture. So
you have to know how to watch.
So this
is how you search.
His assertion that it's all white is wrong.
Here's how you have to search specifically. So you put Caitlin Clark black autograph.
What? Can you do that on the NFL computer?
Well, it's just doing jerseys.
Just say signs for black girl.
At this, well, how is that specific?
It's 8:31.
Caitlin Clark black autograph doesn't really show me anything.
Why did this show get like this? What the hell happened to this
Caitlin
show?
Clark autograph.
We're celebrating the start of the
Clark
season.
Autograph.
We have not mentioned Texans Colts once.
No.
Yeah. Let's talk about
what kind
the
of
Colts
show
and
is
Texans.
this?
All right. Let's talk about Coors Light instead. You don't think I had
can't
some?
find the pictures.
If you don't think that the Coors Lights have been flying, now my wife is in LA right now and I'm here. So, but that doesn't stop me. She can't stop this train. It's out of control, right? And I love my Coors Lights, and I love football season. And here's the deal: we got Astros, we got Texans, we got college, we got pro, we got all of these things. And when you're watching, you gotta have a nice, cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Come on, let's go. I'm telling you, if you're looking for the best way, the best refreshing or the most refreshing beer, I'm telling you, it's Coors Light. You keep Texas chill, baby. Keep Texas chill with that cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I love it. You will love it too. Climb on, brother. You know your mountains are blue, okay? You know that beer is cold because them mountains are blue. Doesn't matter what kind, if it's the aluminum or the brown bottle or the can, whatever the case may be. You're looking for cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. I got it for you. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother. Where's the Winnie?
That was not from the same song. The Colts
What?
song with the Texans is not the Winnie song. That's what the Broncos.
Oh, that's right.
Man, it's not. It's like Stairway to Heaven without the guitar at the end. Are you kidding me? How are you going to do it?
So I talked to an NFL guy yesterday from the network, and we were just talking about some of the games. Former player. He said don't use his name for some reason. And he's like, this one won't be close. So the Colts are not ready for the Texans. He is a big Texans guy. He said, you don't understand what a difference Stephon Diggs is going to make for the Texans. Because I was like, yeah, Stephon. He said, no, you don't understand. Stephon Diggs knows how to get open. Unlike most of he said, there's a reason he got 100+ targets every single year, and it's going to happen again. He knows how to get open. Quarterbacks love him. And he said, as soon as the Colts give any attention to him, if they try to double him, he goes, Tank Dell's going to kill them. Or the other guy, I was like, Nico, he goes, yeah, he's going to kill him too. And the Colts secondary is not very good. Honestly,
yeah, but their line is.
They're not very good, but the defensive line. So this entire game to me comes down to if the Texans protect CJ Stroud at a reasonable rate, I think the Colts are in trouble because I don't think they can win a scoring matchup against the Texans. I don't think they can score with the Texans. The flip side is for the Colts, if I were to talk for the Colts, I'd say, okay, you got to control the clock, control the football, run the ball, have a 14, 15-play drive where the Texans get possession one time in the second quarter. You limit the possession for the Texans, and then you play some bend but don't break in the red zone and try to force them into field goal situations. I mean, the Texans, look, he thinks it's going to be easier. I think the Texans are going to beat the Colts. The guy I talked to thinks the Texans will beat them by 10. And he doesn't think the Colts match up well with the Texans at all. In fact, he didn't think anybody in the division comes close to the Texans.
Really?
Yeah, he's like the Texans. He said, look how many good offensive teams like Buffalo and like how Buffalo and Kansas City always go deep in the, they're the toughest teams in their division. Once you get that good offensively, he said, you don't even have to play great defensively. You still win. And I'm like, yeah, that's true.
Let's see if they can. Let's see if they will be. I mean, I like them.
He called the division garbage.
It ain't garbage.
I don't think it's garbage. Is it the weakest division?
It's the second weakest division.
The East is the weakest. Well,
no, the NFC South.
No, the NFC South.
No. I'm talking about in the AFC.
Oh, in the AFC.
No,
it's the weakest division in the AFC.
Well, we got Chargers. We've got. I mean,
I'm going to tell you this.
I don't know.
I'm going to tell you this right now. The Chargers are going to be. I'm rethinking. Jim Harbaugh's there. The Chargers are going to be better.
I got them making the playoffs.
Yeah.
But Broncos and Raiders, I don't know if they're any good.
No.
Who's the Chargers? Is it Corum? Is that their starting? No, he's a Ram. Who's their starting?
Edwards.
That's the Chargers starting running back?
It's Gus Edwards. It's Corum's with the Rams.
Yeah, he's the Rams. Yeah.
It's Gus Edwards. It's Kamani Vidal is one of the backups from Troy, and it's J.K. Dobbins.
And then
JK.
who? Okay.
They
Dobbins.
got a bunch of old Ravens.
And then they have McConkey.
You know why? Because they came over from John Harbaugh's system
of course.
to Jim Harbaugh's system. And he's got Hassan Haskins, former Michigan running back.
Makes,
fourth.
Of course. Then you got Ladd. You've got the guy who can't catch out of TCU.
Yeah.
And then
Josh
Palmer. Ugh. That's a playoff offensive core?
Oh, no. They got good offensive
You must
line.
love yourself some Herbert.
I had them winning. I think the defense steps up a little bit. I don't know. I needed to put another playoff team in there. I don't believe in the Steelers this year.
Do two come out of the AFC South?
I don't think so. I didn't have it happening. I only put Texans in. Who do you have? Well,
I got Tennessee.
I mean, you were going to have the Chiefs anyway. Who do you have? How many? Oh, we have gone through this. You and I
we went through it. Yeah. We had almost the same exact.
Yeah,
except,
but you had Tennessee instead of the Chargers. I had Chargers.
Yeah, you had Tennessee. Yeah.
Everything else was the same.
Yeah. And I'm taking a flyer on Tennessee. I just think that they're going to be. I
mean, if there's one thing I like doing, taking my shots with
Tennessee,
with Will Levis. If I got a chance to battle somebody, it's Will Levis.
Well, and watch, and when he does, then Jeremy, you're going to get a call from Jeremy.
I know.
Okay.
Jeremy Brandon.
You should be thanking Will Levis. Wasn't he the quarterback of the team that helped the Texans win the division when they beat the Jags in the final game of the year?
He was.
Thank you.
Do you guys ever go back to speaking of the Colts, the play that the Colts safety had the interception slip through his hands? That play that
changed it.
That traumatized the city of Houston, changed their trajectory for the good forever.
Forever. It was the best.
The missed interception.
It was the greatest play in Texans history.
Could end up bringing a Super Bowl to
that
the
win.
Texans.
And when we all thought it was like the worst thing ever,
that you were going to have
except I
to.
came in the next day, I was like, everybody relax. It's only going to be one player gone.
I wasn't really panicked either.
No. But then when I started,
well, then as I got more nervous about CJ and S2 came out and all this
and
stuff,
the S2 really changed my attitude about it.
I know.
And I can't remember back. Was there a guarantee that it was going to be CJ at 2, or was there?
I think it was the thought that it was always going to be.
It was going to be Bryce.
Bryce.
I mean for the Texans, once they weren't going to be able to take Bryce. Was Will Anderson not in play until they made the trade?
It was not a guarantee.
That's what I remember, right?
CJ Stroud was a guy. No, not at all. I knew that the Texans really liked Will Anderson. I knew they loved Will Anderson. Actually, I shouldn't. Yeah, I knew they liked Will Anderson a lot. Actually, I should say. I thought he would be the guy, but that's why Nick Caserio had to do what he did, because I think D'Amico Ryan said, I got to have my guy. I got to have Will Anderson. And they said, okay, we'll do both.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll be a steep price on paper that we'll pay to get both. But look what happened. It was the right call. You got two culture changers. One guy has a chance to be the best quarterback, I think, in the league or up there, competing for that spot. Will Anderson is an unbelievable teammate, culture changer, leader, and physical edge force. And all of this kind of came from, like, you wouldn't have, Will Anderson would have been your pick with the second pick if you didn't do the CJ Stroud thing. And then you had to move up to get Anthony Richardson or taking Will Levis. Disaster, frankly, compared to what we know is the case now. All of it happened. Everything happened because a Colts safety dropped a surefire fourth down interception that was a fling into the end zone. And the city of Houston, you got a lot of people rewriting history, how they always love CJ Stroud. Okay.
Yeah.
They never liked Bryce Young. The city lost its mind when they ruined it. Ruined it.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Because just the year before, what a bleep up it was for the Jets to win a game and then have to take Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
And that's what we were looking at.
Not a year before. I was 21. But I know
21, yes. We were watching the next year, the Zach Wilson disaster.
Yeah.
So we were like, oh, my God, look what they did. It's just like the Jets. Oh, my God, we're going to get the second pick, and he's horrible. Not so much.
Yeah, I don't know anyone that has a lot of faith in Bryce Young. The big concern about him, though, everyone tries to downplay. At the time, they tried to downplay his size, and you look at him out there on the field. My God, I mean, he looks like a skater. I swear to God, Carolina looks like they have a skater, a quarterback. When he wears his backpack and his little tennis shoes,
he should be skateboarding in.
Yeah, I mean, he should have a little board with him.
Mm-hmm.
And people talk about his mom sent him to his first day of school. It's so
yeah, and that's not our guy.
Now Xavier Worthy, I dropped his draft grade because of his size. I was worried about his size. It didn't matter yesterday when he was scoring 2 touchdowns for the Chiefs. And the Chiefs had, did you see that stat? 4? It couldn't have been 4 pass plays over 20 yards. I think it was 4 touchdowns over 20 yards. I think it's 4 touchdowns over 20 yards.
You mean last year?
They had 2 just with Xavier. Yeah, and last year. They had 2 with Xavier. Not pass plays. They had 4. They had 4 touchdowns of over 20 yards last year. That's it.
And they had
Chiefs,
2 yesterday.
They had 2 yesterday with one guy, their first-round draft pick.
Wow.
Xavier's going to make a big difference. He and Rashee Rice, holy crap. Now, Kelsey's headed
He's
down.
going down.
You can see it.
Yep.
He does not look the same.
Yep.
But I'm not sure it's going to matter.
Well,
before we move on, since he mentioned Kelsey, do you think it was odd that he used the word yearn in our group chat?
It felt weird that I said
John,
yearn.
did you see that text that he sent? He used yearn.
You can say.
I don't know if how much I want to say, other than Travis Kelce came up a sad picture of him. It was me, you, Lance, and our social team leader, Sam.
Yeah, she likes mustaches.
And he used the
he's
term.
got a new mustache.
And he used the phrase "he yearns for you."
I didn't like that I used it.
Did you see that, Lance? I mean, John.
I missed that.
I thought to myself, I want to chime in here, but I didn't. Then no, I really don't. I'm just going to go about the rest of my night.
John said.
John didn't say anything. Oh, he might have said something.
I said, now this is after she said, "That's a great mustache. That's a man right there." When she sent a picture of the Village People and didn't know they were all gay. That happened.
That did happen.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I remember that now.
And I said, looks like Travis Kelce's Sam's new favorite, and it's a picture of him with a full-on mustache, although he does look kind of forlorn.
Yeah, he does.
It's raining.
And John said, but he's maybe not straight. And Sam said, absolutely not. Meaning, she's saying absolutely not to you.
No, she's not. She's saying she doesn't want that. Absolutely not. I don't want Travis Kelce.
And the picture isn't a great one.
Why does he look like he's in pain? And I said, yeah, I don't like the way this sounds. Yearn is I don't even I feel gross reading this.
I read that's like, ugh.
I said he yearns for you.
I don't want to get involved in
Taylor
this.
just isn't his soulmate. She doesn't like the mustache. I just yearn is not a word. That should be kept in poem.
Why would
that
you
should be a
write
poem
that?
word.
That's a word that's an old English word in a poem.
Like a poet can say yearn.
I yearn for you.
My heart doth yearn for your stern fortitude and love.
Well, let's break it here. Football's back. My bookie is here to make sure you're ready to cash in on the action. Okay, guys, listen to this. My bookie has incredible promotions. Yesterday, a weekly risk-free boost on Thursdays. You can bet without a sweat. Your bet wins, you hit big. If it doesn't, they forget the bet. Oh, my God. That is awesome. My bookie also giving away hundreds of thousands in prizes with Super, Survivor, and Squares contests. I think you can still get in because you still got games that you can pick. So if you want to get in their Survivor or their Squares, let's go. All right. Go to mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. They will double your initial deposit, double your money with promo code BET975. So you put in 100, you got 200 to play with. You put in 300, you put in 500, you got 1,000 to play with. What? This is incredible. Your local bookie ain't doing this. And you can do it with crypto or with credit. And check out the new loyalty program with MyBookie Plus. The more you play, the more you win. It's simple. Climb through tiers of the loyalty rewards program to unlock even more epic promotions, exclusive giveaways, bigger rewards. MyBookie Plus is the lock of the century. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. So Kent Jones texted me yesterday how I don't know if I can use the numbers, but he saved thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars for a 97.5 listener on a $427,000 VA home. He knows to work. He knows how to work the system. He knows how to save him. He knows where the loopholes are. He knows where you can cut back here, add there. He knows the game. He knows the best loans available to you. What is your situation? Are you a veteran? Are you a first-time home buyer? It's amazing. Look, if you're looking for the best way to buy a home, you want a scenario quote, he will give it to you. You tell him how much you have down, how much the house is. He'll let you know how much, and you give him some specifics about your situation, and he can tell you how much money he can save you and how much money it'll cost you every month. So, and listen, don't stop giving landlords your money. You build your own wealth and do that. Now is the time. Now is a great time to buy. 713-520-5626. Call Kent and let him help guide you through this. 713-520-LOAN or 975loans.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, 5-star is at 9 o'clock. Let's give away a couple of tickets to the Cougs game against the Owls next Saturday night at 9 o'clock exactly. Call in, 713-780-377. It's 9 o'clock exactly. Caller number 3. Make it easy for who's ever answering the phones. Caller number 3 is going to get 2 tickets. We still have FM Kitchen $50 gift card to give away. 2 more tickets to the Coug game. We've got Beat the Warehouse Live guy. That's coming up at the bottom of the hour. We've got our contestant for that already, but you got to keep on listening throughout the week, and we'll tell you when you can play Beat the Warehouse Live guy with a limo ride and tickets to a game. He's awesome, and it's easy to beat. Micah is here. Wants to talk about the Astros. We haven't even touched on the Astros. What do you say, Micah?
Hey, guys. So I wanted to bring up that, the Astros, they had a terrible start. They were 7-17, like in their first 24 games. And here recently, other than, we swept the Kansas City Royals. That was good. But other than that, since we came home from that road trip, where we took 2 out of 3 from Texas, swept Boston, swept Tampa, it's been kind of bleak. So I look back at it, 7-17. Jordan Alvarez is hitting in the 2-hole. That's with Kyle Tucker, Bregman, all the guys back, all the HEB guys. And then now you look at it, they've been 10-10 since they came back from that road trip against the White Sox with Jordan hitting in the 2-hole. And yeah, he has some good games there, but I don't know what it is. I don't know if he doesn't have enough time to get to the bat rack and put his batting gloves on before Altuve's already swung at a slider in the other opposing batter's box, but something ain't working. So I'm ready with Bregman back to put him back to the 3-hole because this is getting a little bit old.
Yeah, but is there a cause of an effect? I get what you're saying, but is it a coincidental stat or is it cause and effect? Is Jordan not as effective at driving them runs? Are they not, getting on base? Is he in a position where you don't have as many men on base because of the 9-hole hitter?
It's not Jordan's not hitting. I mean, it doesn't matter if he's hitting 2, 3, 5, 8, whatever. He's just not hitting. He's not seeing the ball well right now. He will. We've seen Jordan go through slumps before. Jordan is around. Well, what's the difference where he's hitting? It doesn't matter. That he doesn't have enough time to put his batting gloves on. That's not it. No. It's that he's not seeing the ball well right now. But when he does, he's crushing it. I mean, listen, here's the deal. Just like Brian Abreu. Brian Abreu's struggling, bro. Presley, he struggled for a while. Jordan, Bregman, they all, you know what? Here's the deal. If they don't hit, if Jordan doesn't hit in the postseason, I'm afraid Bregman doesn't hit in the postseason. Tucker doesn't hit in the postseason like last year. Tucker was terrible. And you know what? You weren't able to overcome it against the Rangers. You don't hit. You don't pitch. You ain't. They got to come together. You got 4 weeks left, less than 4 weeks left. And, you just got to. I'm okay that they're not playing their best ball right now. Everybody's like freaking. Oh, they're 4.5 now up on the Seattle. What? Oh, my God. They got swept by the. Who cares? You know when I want them playing their best ball? The last week of the season, heading into the postseason, and everybody's seeing the ball, and everybody's throwing really well.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah.
That sounds like a perfect scenario.
It
It's
is.
probably not going to be that way, but you don't want them. I mean, I like it better when they win.
They're 10-10 since then. It's since May 8th. They're like 8 games better than everybody else in the American League. Everybody else in the American League.
Yeah.
I mean, so that's a big difference.
They're not playing as well right now.
They're not. And they're making errors,
good.
and Jeremy's got to be better at shortstop. And they got to, Brian Abreu's got to get his bleep together. He's really struggling right now.
That's a big one.
That's a huge one. You're not winning it without Brian
He's only
Abreu and
had
Parsley
one
and
clean
Hader
sheet.
pitching well.
One clean sheet in his last 5 outings.
Yeah.
That's it.
No. Brian
Clean sheet
Abreu.
meaning, no walk, no hit. Just go 3 innings, 3 up, 3 down, and get out of there.
Yeah.
Is what I mean by that. He's only done it once in his last 5.
Yeah.
It's not great.
No. Brian Abreu is much better than this. And and here's the problem. He's just pitched so many innings. He leads the league in appearances. When he's at his worst? After he sits for about 4 days. He's at his worst. So, I mean, listen, there's still plenty of time. It's not Jordan. We've seen Jordan go through this before. We've seen him great.
It is what
in one postseason, in one series, and then stink in the next.
Literally.
And then great.
Unstoppable and can't get a hit.
Yeah, right.
Back to back.
Literally.
Unfortunately, that's the thing with him is that we're going to have to always probably live with the fact that when Jordan's not on it, he's not on it. When he's on it, he's one of the greatest hitters that's ever played baseball.
Yeah.
It's just what it is. Like, this isn't new. This has been going on since 19. So it's kind of who he is.
Yep.
And when he gets in these little spots, you just wait for him to hit one really, really hard because, that's the beginning of an unbelievable run. I mean, we can't all be Ty France. There's only so many Ty Frances out there. And I wish Jordan was as good as Ty France, but he's just not.
Well, nobody's as good as Ty France.
Nobody's as good as Ty.
We got to break it because we got 5-star on the other side. Sorry, Willie, you guys have been waiting a while. Kevin, you guys have been waiting a while, but we apologize. We got 5-star. We got winners coming up next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But right now, we're talking about the CCA tournament. These guys are I'm telling you, these guys are a lot of fun. I really like the CCA guys. Okay, they're going to, and here's the deal: they do great work. All right, what they do for the fishing game here in the state of Texas, it's incredible. And this is the fundraiser. Okay, when you got Taylor, you got Eric out there. You got these guys you're going to have a lot of fun with these guys. All right. If you're looking for a great time. Lunch, golf, dinner, beer. I mean, what? This is awesome. This is going to be a lot of fun. It's September 7th. It's at Wildcat, which is the best place to have your tournament. You're looking for a great time, and you're going to help raise money because they need your help. You think they put all these redfish in there in all of our waterways? There's no cost to it. Of course, it costs money, and you're the one that's benefiting from the fishing here. You need to do something. How about playing golf? Okay, how hard is that? No, it's a lot of fun, and you're helping. You got to get there, and you got to get out there, and you got to play. You got to enjoy the fun that these guys are going to be giving you right now at 713-626-4222. 713-626-4222. Tell them you want to sign up for the golf tournament. 713-626-4222.
Underdog Fantasy? Is that what we're talking about? Good. I was sitting here ruminating on it, and I was thinking, what do I want to talk about right now? How about the fact that your daily fantasy gets started? You're on the way now to your daily fantasy excellence. You're going to be playing daily fantasy when you're drafting on Saturdays, or you can do it in advance. You can get your friends into groups as well, and you can have your own private rooms where you have daily fantasy drafts for them as well, where you can challenge each other. You have season-long fantasy still available. But the Pick'em Challenge is the one that's made all the noise, because the Pick'em Challenge gives you a chance to win up to 1,000 times. I can't believe they've gone this high. 1,000 times your original play. They've made it so easy for you. All you have to do is go to Underdog and go to underdog.com laptop, or go to go download the app, the Underdog Fantasy app. Just head on over there, sign up with promo code Lance, and Underdog Fantasy is going to give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em, plus $1,000 in bonus cash, or up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make that deposit. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance, to claim your new customer special of a free pick and your deposit offer. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you're concerned about your play, call 800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, some winners now. Football season is here. Our guy 5-Star is here with us right now to give us some winners for this weekend. And let's see how this works out. Oh, yeah, Miami money line last week. That was nice. That was really
Yeah, we got Clemson first half too. Now remember, I told you guys the breakdown. I think Clemson first half, that was the stronger lean, because the full game, I kind of figured that what happened was going to happen with George overpowering them as the game, continued.
But they got the first half, and
they got the first half for it.
And Miami was easy. That was easy money last week.
Yeah, that was a layup. But boy, that was a horrible handicap on West Virginia. I did not expect Drew Aller to look like he did. He was impressive. If he can look like that all year, Penn State will be a national championship contender.
Yeah, no, he looked really good. He absolutely did. No, that was highly unexpected.
Yeah.
Wow, okay, let's go to this Texas-Michigan game. You're going out on a limb here, 5-Star.
Hey, that's what I do, man. I got to be contrarian. That's why I've been doing this so long. I'm not going to, get out there and jump with everything and overreact in the first week. And I think this number is a huge overreaction to Texas dog walking Colorado State like they did. I mean, they looked really good. But Sherrod Moore is a first-year head coach for Michigan, as we know. But he has a lot of experience still, because he's coaching a lot of big games. You remember Jim Harbaugh missed 6 games, and they didn't miss a beat last year under Moore. I know that's a different roster. They lost a lot of guys to the NFL, but they still have a really good defense. They have the best cornerback in the country in Will Johnson. Their defensive coordinator, Wink Martindale, is a really good defensive coordinator. He's one of the best even in the NFL when he's with the Giants and the Ravens. I think that he comes up with something that's, kind of confuses Quinn Ewers. You remember those receivers with Texas last week was their first game playing with Ewers. So they're not going to face the same type of resistance with Michigan inside the big house with that defense, with that defensive coordinator that they had at home last week against, Colorado State, who doesn't have any athletes on the back end on the defensive side. Colston Loveland, who's the tight end for Michigan, is the only returning start on that offense. So they're just filling things out on offense, and that's the worry about this game. Can Michigan get enough points? But they do have Donovan Edwards, and he got plenty carries on last year's championship team. Edwards didn't look good last week, so I think he'll be really motivated to bounce back this week. 13 players from Michigan's 15-0 team, they were selected to the 2024 NFL draft. So as I said, the offense has to figure its way out, but Sherrod Moore is the OC. That's his side of the ball. I think he'll be able to muster up enough. I know the Longhorns were excellent on defense, guys. I mean, they shut down Colorado State, pitched a no-hitter and all of that, but they will be tested on their defensive front, because they did lose 2 major interior defenders in Byron Murphy and T'Vondre Sweat as well to the NFL. So I think the Wolverines can keep this close, man. Look at the 23-0 at home, since 2020. during that stretch, their defense has only allowed 11 points. They have 3 home wins against top 10 teams. So they've been there, done that. This is kind of news for the Longhorns. I know they got a lot of experience from winning Alabama. That kind of helped Texas kind of turn the corner. They have 46 current players who experienced that victory in Alabama. But before that, Sarkisian was not good with Texas on the road. So I think that this team has won 16 straight games for a reason in Michigan. And I think that, winning is habitual. They ugly this one up. Give me Michigan. I'm going to be contrarian. Give me Michigan plus 7.5.
I think that what's tricky about this game to me is that we don't truly know who Michigan is yet because they did have the departures that have been mentioned. But it feels like this number, this is one of these numbers where the line makers have been so quick to change this. You don't usually see this 7.5. I told John this, one of the things I always do to handicap to make me get a feel for the line is I transpose the game and make the other team the home favorite. Make the other team the home team. So if you did that, let's say you take away a 3-point home field advantage from Michigan, which may be more. And let's say you add just 3.5 at Texas. So it's 6.5 point change. So you're telling me that Texas would be a 14-point favorite over Michigan? That just feels, I don't know. That feels a little strange to me. And I do actually think Texas might be the right side in this game at 7.5. But the handicapping part of me says, are you serious? You're going to go over 7 on the road with Texas this early against Michigan? It's just, for me, this is, one of those games where you almost play Michigan or you sit it out just because you're past the key number in 7 on the road. And we really don't know what Michigan's about yet.
5-star, if I'm going to play Michigan, I'm going to play them first half.
I like that.
If they jump out.
Yeah.
If they jump out, I think that they've got a chance to hold on. I think Texas wears them out. I like a little like Georgia. I think Texas is going to wear them out. I don't think that Michigan's going to have enough offense, but I think it's going to be a close one in the first half. And you're catching 3.5 in the first half?
4. I saw a 4 out here in Vegas on the first half. Only reason why I worry about that is because if I was going to do a prop bet in this game, it'd probably be the Texas scores first. So I'd be worried about that. But we might get a 10-6 or something around. I think it's going to be really low scoring. So the number to look at really is the under. But you guys know I'm not a big total player. But I just feel like it's way too much public money and way too much media talk about Texas. And I know I've been doing this a really long time, guys. I've been doing it 2 decades, and I've noticed anytime it's a game like this and you got everybody on one side and you got everybody hoop, it never works out that way.
Nope, never. Never.
It never works. As we saw last night, I was one of the few guys that had Kansas City every which kind of way. And they won by an inch, but they won and they covered.
Absolutely. All right, next game.
Okay, we got Boise State, man. I got to try that. They're over 3 touchdowns, 21.5 at Oregon. This is a matchup of 2 undersized but really talented quarterbacks. You got Boise State's Maddox Madsen, his first year starting over there on the Smurf turf, and then you got Oregon's Dylan Gabriel. We're really familiar with him. He was at UCF before getting injured, transferred to Oklahoma, played pretty well. Both these guys can spin it. Last week, Gabriel put up some great numbers, but they didn't score a lot of points. 21 points just seems like a lot of points to me against a Boise team state with, one of the best backs in the country. Ashton Genty is amazing. He went 20 carries for 267 yards and 6 touchdowns last week. I know they were playing Georgia Southern, but that's good against anyone. Boise also had some outside weapons. Oregon moved the ball through the air, like I said last week, but, man, they could not run the ball against FCS Idaho. The Ducks only averaged 3 yards a carry. Boise State head coach is Spencer Danielson. He got that job from being their defensive coordinator. He was an interim last year. Now he's the head coach. He used to be a linebacker at the University of San Diego. I know he's really upset about how they got, handled on the interior line against Georgia Southern. I think he'll have Boise State up to play, and we'll get a much better defensive showing from them. It's just too many points, man. Boise State is 3-0 straight up in this matchup. The teams haven't played since 2017, but going 3-0 against a program means a lot. You can believe that Spencer Danielson is talking to his guys in the locker room and giving them a lot of confidence. I think they go on Eugene, man, and keep it within 3 touchdowns for sure with that offense that they have. So give me Boise State plus 21.5 against Oregon.
Boise State plus 21.5.
Their running back is legit too. As you mentioned, you talked about him.
Yeah.
He's considered a big time.
Yeah.
Like he's a draft prospect too. He's a dude.
Yep. All right, last
Go
game.
to the Brown and Strong. Yeah, Chargers, man. Go to the NFL. Chargers -3 versus the Raiders. Let's see what Jim Harbaugh has. See if he can make up for John losing last night. You know, this game is in L.A., which most likely is going to be a Raiders home game because we know the Raiders are more popular in L.A. than the Chargers are. But now we got Brandon Staley and his John Madden video style of coaching. You know, he coaches like he's playing Madden or something. He's gone, and now you got Jim Harbaugh. I think is the right man for this job. We saw in San Francisco the results were immediate. His first season with that roster was similar to this one, a more defensive roster with a young, talented, but underachieving quarterback in Alex Smith, and he went 13-3. Well, now he has a quarterback even better than him. We know that he's banged up a little bit, but I think Herbert is a game, and he'll be ready. This Chargers team is very talented on the defensive side. You got Justin Herbert, as I said, as quarterback. You also got Joey Bosa on defense, Khalil Mack, Asante Samuels Jr., all-world safety, Derwin James. And with the type of defensive success Harbaugh's had in San Francisco and Michigan, I fully expect the Chargers to give the Raiders some offensive troubles, man. You got a turnover-prone quarterback over there in Gardner Minshew. I really like Antonio Pierce. I like his approach, and I like his philosophies on defense. Max Crosby's probably the best defensive player in the NFL. He's a game record. And I'm also a big fan of Jack Jones. Him and his brother and I run together real tough. And Jack Jones is really underrated, man. I expect him to be a Pro Bowler and an All-Pro before his career ends. He's really that good. He just was in the wrong place with the Patriots, and now he's the number one cornerback with the Raiders. And then, of course, Devontae Adams. And then they got Brock Bowers, who, is a really good weapon at tight end. But the Chargers have a huge motivation factor in this one, guys, and that's because they got blew out last year in December by the Raiders, 63-14. A lot of the Chargers felt like the Raiders ran the score up on them. And I think the Chargers will be looking to make a statement. They got Joe Alt and Rashawn Slater on the offensive line. We know how Harbaugh is. He likes to run the ball. He likes to be physical. And he has his brother's old duo of running backs over there, in Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins. And I think that he uses them correctly in this game. I think that they control the time of possession. I think that they cause Gardner Minshew to turn over the ball a couple of times. And I think that 3 points is really short. I think Antonio Pierce and the Raiders are looking toward next year, looking to get a quarterback, and then like Carson Beck or Shedeur Sanders to lead that team. And this year, they're really playing, for next year. So give me the Chargers with a great opening start for Jim Harbaugh in -3.
All right, there it is. You got Michigan plus the 7.5, Boise plus the 21.5, and Chargers -3. That's 5-Star in Vegas. At 5-Star in Vegas. Follow him on Twitter. Great follow, and he's going to give you winners. All right, 5-Star, we appreciate it, man. Thanks for hanging.
Thanks, brothers. I'll talk to y'all next Friday.
All right, there is 5-Star in Vegas every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, let's give away another $50 gift card to FM Kitchen. And Del, what are the? We also got all kinds of specials, right, at the FM Kitchen that you need to take advantage of. Go watch the game. Go watch Michigan.
Yeah, go watch
in Texas.
Texas, Michigan. The watch party begins at 11 out at FM Kitchen. Wear your Longhorn gear. Be proud of that. The NFL begins. We had the game last night. They welcome you for Sunday's action with the Texans and out there. You can watch the Texans play. They have $4 Modelo's and Coors Drafts, $25 Modelo, Coors and Miller 6-pack buckets, and $30 Topo Chico Seltzer and Twisted Tea 6-pack buckets. And they have brunch too, starting at 10 a.m. One of the best brunches in town. Got all the TVs you want. Of course, they got Sunday tickets. So if you don't happen to be a Texan fan, they're going to have your game out there too. So not only are we giving you things to go out and enjoy, just go out there. You don't need – it's great to win something, but just go out there and enjoy the experience. They're going to have great food. We've experienced it here. We know that they are going to provide good food and a good time with the best burger in the city. So you said a $50 gift card win?
Well, let's do it at 9:20.
9:20. Caller number 3. Caller number 3, 9:20. You get a $50 gift card to FM Kitchen. They got great food, and it'll be great for anytime you want to go out there and watch sports too.
And we still got listener appreciation party tickets to give away and 2 more tickets to the Cougs and Owls game. So we'll do that as we go forward. Right now, though, we were talking about John Daspit.
John Daspit is, you'll hear him here. You'll see his billboards. You will see his TV commercials.
He's on some other radio stations as well. Houston's his home base. This is where he is the biggest. He files more cases. He's got more lawyers. I mean, this is where the work gets done more than anywhere else in the state. And yet he's available throughout the state. And it goes beyond that. He even reaches outside the state. And the reason's simple, because when people deal with John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm for their personal injury issues, they get great service. They win. They get the great payouts to help take care of all of their medicals are taken care of, their time missed from work. And you get a very fair pain and suffering number as well. Because when you're hurt in an accident, for a lot of people, it's something where you end up eventually getting better, but it's something that's not just inconvenient. It has a big impact on your life, how you sleep, how you walk, how you feel on a day-to-day basis. Some people have to deal with loss of life in their family, or even accidents that end up disabling them for the rest of their lives. Who's going to fight for you? John Daspit will. He'll fight for you first. You're not a number to him. Make sure that you call him. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
Chastang Ford. I love Chastang Ford. You're going to love Chastang Ford too. You go there, you're going to enjoy the deals that they've got right now. I've been pushing this to $299 a month for the Bronco Sport, 0 down payment options for the Explorer and the F-150. But the $299 a month for the Bronco Sport on a 36-month lease is a perfect way for you to start get that vehicle. I mean, $300 a month to have a brand new Bronco Sport. That's really, really, really good. That's really good. With today's inflation, with the other dealerships that they're just going to gouge and try to get as much as they possibly can for just $299 a month for a 36-month lease, that's awesome. Chastang Ford, honest, simple. The price you see online, that's exactly what you pay. No dealer add-ons, no hidden fees. You got a trusted local dealership that's been doing this in the city of Houston for over 80 years. Okay. You've got the Explorers that you've got a great deal on. You've got the Lightning, 0% APR, no down payment, skip payments for 90 days, complimentary maintenance with Ford Pass rewards on new vehicles, no hidden fees. And it's great Google. And you're dealing with people that have integrity. That's what you're dealing with when you're at Chastang Ford. You're going to love dealing with them. I do. You will too. ChastangFord.com and 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown. Go get your vehicle on at Chastang Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So, Kevin has been waiting for a long time to get on. Kevin, we apologize about the wait. We had so many things that we have been doing. We really apologize. Let me ask you a question, Kevin. Do you want to go to the U of H game? We got 2 tickets for you for waiting for all that time. U of H and Rice?
Hell yeah.
Okay, you got the tickets. Right?
Appreciate it,
Was
man.
Did we give away
can I
those
get on
already?
the show and
Didn't
talk
you
about
No,
give
we didn't.
away those tickets
No,
already?
we gave away 1 set. We needed 2.
We needed 2?
Yeah. Didn't you say that?
No. I said we needed 2 FM. I don't have to give away 1 in mine.
Would you want to give him an FM then? $50 gift
We
card?
already did both FMs. Right?
No, but I don't have to give 1 away in my show. We'll just use my show for him since you're already giving it away.
All right, give him those 2 tickets.
All right.
Kevin, you've been waiting. Yeah, you're going to the Rice U of H game. How's that?
Hell yeah, brother. That sounds awesome. But I would like to speak about Kyle Tucker if this is possible.
Yeah.
So, I waited for a while because that's how passionately I feel about this situation. And Kyle Tucker is pulling a Kawhi Leonard. And I think Dana Brown realizes it. He realized he messed up and he should have traded him and got a huge package deal, And Joey Laprofito, he should still be an Astro to this day. We love Kikuchi. You say we love the guy. But Kyle Tucker is a bum, man. He will not put on an Astros jersey. They said Wednesday he'll be back. Friday he'll be back, blah, blah, blah. He ain't coming back, brother. He's just not, He's going to be wearing a Rockies uniform like Chris Bryant next year with a big paycheck, but he's going to be not winning any games. He's just going to be a scrub for the rest of his life now. He's not coming back.
Well, he's got another year on his deal. Bregman's done.
He does, but he wants that big contract, and I feel like he's holding out like Kawhi. He's just not going to be on the field, man.
Let me ask you, is your call obsolete if he plays
What if he
like
plays
they're
tonight?
like they're intimating that he'll play in this series? Does that mean your call's obsolete?
I just don't think he's coming back. If he does come back, I will call back and I will eat crow and I will apologize to all the fans. But Kyle Tucker is a bum, man. Look what he's done in the postseason. 2022, he only had Aaron Nola's number in the World Series, and that's it. Other than that, he was just whiffing, pop-flies, his weak stuff.
It's a little aggressive.
My son
He heard the
one
man.
of his takes. Kyle or Sebastian, Kyle Tucker's a bum, Phil's. That's the reverse hyperbole where you're going over the top on him for calling him a bum.
He's batting like a 235 in postseason. Dana Brown should have just traded him and got a bunch of picks, man. A bunch of picks, prospects and all that good fun stuff. But he didn't. And now he just botched this whole thing. And now Kyle Tucker, he's just going to sit out now. And my buddy's wife works as an X-ray tech, and she prescribed him a box of Tampax Pearl.
Well, okay, that's
Okay, that's
all right.
enough.
That's all.
That's enough. This is
That's
the
all.
most personal call that I've heard in a long time.
Did Kyle Tucker?
Watch
did he steal
it.
your girl?
Watch it.
Did Kyle Tucker in some way, shape, or form
He's
hurt you?
talking like somebody.
So
he
Kyle
usually talks
Tucker.
like gamblers usually talk like that when they're mad.
Yeah,
bum.
right.
You heard him.
It sounds like Kyle Tucker is a 237 hitter in the postseason, 704 OPS. In the regular season, 272, 865.
Those bum allegations. Thriving.
He's got 8 homers. He's got 51 strikeouts and 25 walks. Yeah, he's not as good in the postseason as he is in the regular season. Last year, he was awful. He hit 150, 517 OPS. He was awful.
Mm-hmm.
He was awful in his first year. Then, in 21, he had 874 OPS. In 22, when they won it all, 706, which was an average postseason for him. Exactly, almost exactly average for him. Yeah, he's better. He's better in the regular season than he is in postseason. He is not pulling a Kawhi. Now, listen, if Dr. Morse, who we had on, or the Joel and Jeremy had on yesterday, and we played the sound, if he's right and they misdiagnosed this thing and he was putting weight on it when he should have been not putting any weight on it, then that is a problem. And maybe he shouldn't trust their doctors like Kawhi didn't trust the doctors. I don't know. We don't know. Dr. Morse doesn't know. He's diagnosing from thousands of miles away. But if they screwed this up, and he did have a fracture and he was supposed to rest it instead of trying to work through it, then that sucks. That sucks.
Yeah. Well, it made it. I'm worried that is what happened. That he was weight bearing when he shouldn't have been weight bearing, because this has gone longer than we thought. There's this confusion about, is it a fracture? Was it not a fracture? Why didn't they know? When did they know? Did they just not tell anyone? But none of that has anything to do with calling Kyle Tucker a bum.
No.
And that he's sitting in. I don't think for 1 second he's sitting anything out. This is not a Kawhi Leonard situation. That's like outlandish to me that somebody would think this is a Kawhi Leonard situation. Kawhi Leonard made comments about not wanting to be there. Kawhi Leonard's uncle was mad about, like, what have we heard about Kyle Tucker? Kyle Tucker hasn't said, I want to be traded. That's all you got to do is say you want to be traded. If that came out there, okay, then that's fine. Maybe you have something that you want to start a conspiracy theory, but Kyle Tucker's not coming back because he's pulling a Kawhi and the guy's a bum. He's had some issues in the postseason, but he's beating the bum allegations.
Well, is he? Doesn't he have to play to beat those bum allegations? And according to Kevin, he's not going to play.
Oh my God. He's not a bum. Okay.
Hey, Kevin, I know you're getting a lot of pushback on this show. You ever decide to call between 10 and 12? We will validate all of your opinions. That show is here for you to validate any slander you want to throw at local stars of your favorite team.
All right, we got to break it. Beat the Warehouse Live Guy next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Beat the Warehouse Live Guy. But first, let's talk a little Maestro.
Let's talk about Maestro Dobel, and let's talk about the fine tequila that's being made by Maestro Dobel. It starts with the proper ingredients. It starts with the proper processes. They make it in their tequila in Tequila, Mexico. It's aged properly. Matter of fact, Jason Steeds and I told a guy from my neighborhood, a good Aggie and a former 100 and 200 meter sprinter. He was talking about the fact, he goes, hey, didn't you say we could go down to go see where they're distilled in Maestro Dobel? I'm like, yeah, I did get that invite. So that's something I really need to look into, is going and experience it for myself, where they make the actual Maestro Dobel, because when it gets back to the States, oh, phenomenal. It's huge in Mexico. It's getting bigger and bigger here in the States because they go that extra mile to put together a top shelf tequila at a very reasonable rate. Make sure that you are checking out Maestro Dobel for your tequila. And Cristalino is a great way to start if you want to experience the sipping tequila unlike any other. It's Maestro Dobel.
Time to talk about my peeps over at Gulf Coast Windows. That's my man Jim Fiume over there at Gulf Coast Windows. Look, if you're looking for the best way to get that replacement window, great financing available, free installation when you buy the windows at Gulf Coast Windows, efficient, professional, attentive, making sure it's perfect installation. Okay, they have the highly skilled at installing replacement windows. If there's any issue whatsoever, they stand behind all of their work. you're going to get the best window in the market, be it hurricane windows or whatever kind of window, the window type that you're looking for. If you've got too much noise, if you've got you feel like there's that's leaking the air conditioning out, single hung windows, double hung, awning windows, slider, bay windows, bow windows. They've got them all. Picture windows, garden windows, doors, everything. If you're looking for the best window in the market, period, there's no better place to go than GulfCoastWindows.com. GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. Beat the Warehouse Live Guy. Beat the Warehouse Live Guy starts today. It's a new and improved from Limo Guy. Okay, Beat the Warehouse Live Guy.
Super
Justin.
disappointed the limo's out.
Well, yeah. Apparently, Lance was going to call you about a limo, so he's so disgusted. He
I didn't know the limos were out. Why did we do that?
I was getting too old. I had to slice a few things, but I did keep 2 limos just so we could continue to do this show. So call me on the side. I might be able to hook you up with something.
Oh, okay.
You see?
you
Okay.
keep
So now
your
he's
drivers?
happier. Now he's happy. He's almost as happy as if you would have brought him food.
No, that would have been the best.
So Justin is here. Beat the Warehouse Live Guy. You've condensed Warehouse Live. It's now where Rise was, and it shows all throughout the week. What's been going on lately? What's coming up big at Warehouse Live?
Man, I'm still reeling from that Kyle Tucker call. That guy was a little out of control.
Well, I guess he's Kawhi Leonard. He's a bum.
Wow. This week, tonight, we got Galactic Empire, which is Star Wars metal, kind of interesting. Tomorrow night, Saturday night, we were supposed to have Bollywood night, but that just got canceled, so scratch the Saturday. Sunday, we got a Sunday Fun Day, which is always free. We got kind of a ladies tribute. We got tributes to Heart, Joan Jett, and the Pretenders.
Nice.
And then on Thursday, we have Udo, which is German heavy metal, and I think that'll cover the week. That's it, 4 shows.
Huh?
Did you say you have Star Wars metal?
It is Galactic Empire.
Wow. Is this
Star Wars metal? They do the whole Star Wars stuff in costume and do all the Star Wars themes in metal.
Oh my God! You're gonna have that many geeks there?
There will be several.
Several. I mean, I'll bet it packs out.
It's not a bad crowd, but I wouldn't call it packed.
Okay. But still, there's so many of you geeks out there that love that crap. Get dressed up, wear your broom where you can LARP and stuff, right? Isn't that what they do? They go and oh no, that's Harry Potter, right? Where they fly around on brooms. Anyway, whatever. Get on over there, warehouselive.com to see the show
Fly
for
around on brooms.
Isn't that what they do?
Well, I mean, yeah, when they're doing their Quidditch or whatever. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a different show though, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. So what are we gonna what so you still got the tickets and you still got a limo available?
Yeah, I still got a couple cars and I still got all the tickets. So today we will play for 4 third row Astros tickets on Wednesday night, or you can always have your choice of 8 tickets to any Warehouse Live show. Either
Okay. 4 tickets to Astros on Wednesday night, or 8 tickets to any show at Warehouse Live. So who we got? Who's our contestant?
Larry.
Larry is our contestant to play Beat the Warehouse Live Guy. What's going on?
Holla.
What's up, Larry?
I was planning on calling in with some miscellaneous stuff. First of all, congratulations on the Hall of Fame.
Well,
I guess David Barron's endorsement clinched it for you.
Yeah,
yeah, I'm not sure. David had anything to do with it, but I appreciate it, Larry. Thank you. He was never a really big fan of this show. So Larry's a longtime listener, and that's
ask him
nice.
if he wants to play.
You want to?
Because he said he was calling about that. Do you want to play?
No, we just called him. He's the contestant.
Oh,
He's
he
the
is?
contestant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you still want to play, Larry?
sure. Yeah,
Okay.
I have some games picked out.
Okay, I hope we get a double.
Okay. Well, so I hope double banger would be great. If we get a double banger in here, that would be awesome. So Larry, you're gonna go. You got 4 tickets to an Astros game Wednesday. If you can beat the limo, well, not the limo guy. You can beat the Warehouse Live guy. How's that? That'll be fun.
Here we go.
Good.
And we're off.
All right. So Justin, how you gonna go? You gonna start or you gonna defer?
I got to come out firing. I got an itch. I'm going to go ahead and take the game tonight and take the Eagles -2.5.
The Eagles are -2.5 in this football contest in Brazil. Larry, you're up. First pick.
Cleveland.
You've got the Cleveland football Browns that are going to be playing the Dallas Cowboys. And the Cleveland Browns at this point in our lives are -2.5. -2.5. 2 games, -2.5.
I like that one, by the way.
Yeah, I like Cleveland too. Justin?
All right, I'm going to take one more favorite this week. I'm going to take the Detroit Lions.
The Detroit football Lions that play in the Motor City of our country. At this point in our lives, they are, a matter of fact, are not on my board. So
They should be at the very end.
They should be at the very. Oh, there they are. -4.5. -4.5 for that football game against the Los Angeles Rams. Okay, Larry?
Tampa Bay.
You've got Tampa Bay are at -3.5. -3. All favorites so far. -3.
Who are they playing?
And a half against the Washington Commanders.
Against the Commanders. Is this at Washington?
It's at Tampa.
Only 3.5.
3.5.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Justin?
All right, I don't like that many favorites, so let's bounce over and let's take the Arizona Cardinals.
The Arizona Cardinals are +6.5 against the Buffalo Football Bills.
Ooh, can the Bills survive without Stephon Diggs?
Let's see.
That's the question. Can they cover without him?
That's right. The Cardinals are +6.5. Larry?
LA Chargers.
You want the LA Chargers. The football Chargers are -3 at this point. The Chargers -3 against the Las Vegas Raiders. You're taking 5-star side on this one. I like it. Justin?
I think we better go with the Carolina Panthers.
What? Wow. Somebody's going out on a limb. +4 at the New Orleans Saints. +4 points for the Carolina Panthers. And
Might even sprinkle a little money line action since you guys don't like it.
Whoa!
I love it. I like it better now.
He's cocky now that he's a big concert guy. When he was a limo guy, okay, he wasn't nearly this cocky. Larry?
What's the total on the Jets in San Francisco?
Can we do totals?
Yeah, we can do totals.
Okay.
Absolutely. The Jets in San Francisco, the under-over is 43.5.
What about Tennessee, Chicago? What's the line?
Tennessee and Chicago. The line in that game is 3.5. Tennessee's +3.5.
3.5?
No.
I'll go with Indianapolis.
Indianapolis. Wow.
Right.
Okay.
Something else.
That went
completely.
totally different.
So
They're-
probably 2.5.
They're
Right?
+3. +3 at this point. +3 right now. So you got 3 points at home against the Houston Texans. And Justin, your last pick?
Let's go with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
The Pittsburgh Steelers in this lifetime are +3.5 at the Atlanta Falcons. +3.5. Justin's taking the iffy quarterbacks. He's going with the tact of, let me get the worst quarterbacks.
Bryce Young. You've
Russell
got,
Wilson.
Russell. Kyler versus who?
Kyler.
Who's Arizona play?
Arizona's playing Buffalo.
Yeah. Okay.
And
We'll see how it works out.
We're going to take the
It's a
worst
bold-
quarterback in the game.
That's a bold strategy, Justin. We'll see
That's
how it
a
works
new.
out.
It's a new theory for me. There.
Let me
Crappy
take
quarterback.
the worst quarterback in each game. And Larry, finish us up.
There's one more left.
Yep.
Okay.
Quickly, Larry.
Slow down, Larry.
Yeah, Tennessee.
He's got the Tennessee Titans at plus 3.5 against the Chicago Bears. The Tennessee Titans plus 3.5 at the Chicago Bears. All right, there we have it. Del, do you have you want to?
I was running through something logistically with the station. I've only got like 4 from each, so I didn't want to get them wrong. Trust me, I will listen and have them.
Okay.
But so we're going to be good to go, but I can't repeat them and be solid I have them.
Got it. We'll get it though. Larry, thanks for listening all these years. We appreciate it. Thanks for your kind words about the Hall of Fame, and we will see on Monday who is the champion of Beat the Warehouse Live guy, and hopefully you get those tickets off of Justin here. Thanks, Larry.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
On your next MyBookie promo, they're actually doing bets on the debate for next Tuesday.
Oh yeah.
And I made a couple bets. One of those will be, and I can't believe this is plus money, but will Donald Trump use the word tampon during the debate? And you can, and that is a plus money bet. I bet that he will not say that. And I couldn't believe that's on there. But yeah, there's a bunch of prop bets on the debate.
Well, he did make reference in one debate to that time of the month.
So saying you can't believe it's plus money. I mean, it's the favorite that he's going to.
No, he won't say it.
Why not? He said he already has.
He has, but I think he might have learned his lesson from that one. Maybe.
You know, nobody learns lessons like Donald Trump. His nickname is Lesson Learner.
Never repeat the same mistake twice. That's his other nickname.
All right.
They're calling him Tampon Tim. I didn't say it, but that's what they're saying. Pay the favorite.
All right, Larry, appreciate it. Plus money on. We'll say the word tampon. Justin, any bets that you'd like us to? Anything on the
knowledge?
I don't think I can follow that one up. I'm just going to leave it where we're at.
That's going to be tough.
Justin, once again, warehouselive.com, warehouselive.com. That's where you will find your concert venue and all of the great shows that he's got there. Justin, as always, we appreciate it, man, and best of luck.
All right, guys. Have a great weekend.
Justin from Warehouse Live with us here every Friday, giving away tickets and limo rides. The people love it. The people love Beat the Limo Guy.
Sure they do.
All right, so it doesn't get any better because I got a spot right now. I want to talk about MyBookie, and I want to talk about you getting your money down on tampon. Okay, get your money down. If whether or not.
Did he just say that out loud?
Yes. Well, that's what Larry said. That Donald Trump would say the word tampon.
You said no, and you said that's
get your
not
money
good
down.
Language for this
It's not
show.
good. Well, tampon is not a dirty word.
No, it's not.
It's not I mean, it's something.
It's natural.
It's
fine.
natural. Well,
maybe not in presidential debates typically.
But this isn't a typical presidential debate. So here's the deal: is you can bet on that. You can bet on the debate. All kinds of different prop bets on the debate. You can play casino games. You can play. Listen, all of the football and all of the props and all the live betting. And how about that you got a Thursday free bet? How about that they'll double your money right now, double your money on your first deposit. Plus, the more you play, the more you get, the more advantage you take with MyBookie Plus. There are all kinds of reasons. Get in now so that you can get in on the survivor pool. Get in now so that you can get in on all their squares as well. There's all kinds. There's nonstop action. It's football season. It's that time of the year. It's time to get to mybookie.ag, but you got to put in promo code BET975 to get your double money. Mybookie.com, promo code BET975. All right, let's see if you two can pinpoint the exact time, hour and minutes, that people are having the most sex. What day and time?
I guess Friday midnight.
Okay, I get your logic. Del, any idea?
I'm gonna go Friday night at 8:50.
Could be also Saturday morning, 8:30.
Saturday, 10:09 p.m.
Okay.
So mom's been drinking all day. It's a weekend.
You think mom has to get drunk
Well,
to have
no,
sex
but
with dad?
the kids are in bed.
What if it's not for? Remember, no one's having kids anymore.
Well, but a lot of people still have kids.
We're a single guy. When do single people have it?
It's Saturday at 10:09 after dinner. Take you out to dinner, and here we go. Let's go. It's go time.
It's go. It's how
Let's go.
romantic
I
is it
bought-
to say it's
I
go
bought
time?
you dinner. Go time.
So it's transactional.
It really kind of is.
I went back. I told Sam. I said, "You people aren't hearing everything here," and I said, "Sam." I said, "Are you here?" She said, "Yes." She's in her little office. I said, "Stay here. Do not come out. Just don't come out.
Don't come out for this one." So
Especially for the
10:09 on Saturdays. When is the least sex being had?
Monday, 3:00 in the afternoon.
102.
Really?
Monday at 102.
Is that right?
That's right.
Yep.
No, pretty good. Monday at 3 is good, but by then people are already, you know us. We're getting off at noon, 1 o'clock,
yeah.
and then we're trying to get some.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're different.
We are. Apparently, a new study says traffic noise and pollution may be causing global infertility crisis. Do you think the traffic noise is stopping people from having babies?
No. Is it right outside your doorstep?
Is it? Are they running?
No.
Is your bed on the sidewalk?
That doesn't sound
Is
real.
your bed on the sidewalk? Maybe then that it's too loud. Maybe that's it. All right. A woman won 9 straight lotteries. You know what else she won? A trip to jail for stolen tickets.
Ooh.
A Lakeland, Florida ex-con on felony probation saw a life-changing lucky streak when she won repeatedly in the Florida lottery. She had stolen 48 tickets, though, so she went to prison for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess that's not a great win.
That's not a W.
That's not a dub. No, that's not.
No, that's not a dub.
China warning students against beautiful women and handsome guys who might turn them into spies. Do you feel like?
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense.
It does. Did you ever watch The Americans?
I didn't think Matthew Reese was all that good looking, but I guess women
love
like
him.
him.
Women like him.
Yeah, they like
women
him.
liked him.
I'm
but
glad you weren't attracted to him too much.
No, I wasn't.
But Carrie was.
Carrie.
Yeah.
No, that's a problem.
Carrie can turn.
So
you.
I didn't care about her when she was Clarissa, or what was her name when she had curly hair?
I don't remember. So is that China's version of never trust a big butt and a smile?
Yep.
Yep.
There it is.
That's it. That's exactly it.
Careful about handsome men
yes.
and beautiful
They're
women
gonna try to turn
flipping
you.
into, hey, there have been many, I would imagine, I've seen shows about many a good-looking Russian girl.
Yeah.
That guy's in trouble.
She turned. She
was Russian. Carrie was.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Americans.
Yeah. No. But then the other Russian girl that turned the guy in the FBI.
Yeah.
That he
And
fell in love with her.
Well, Matthew, he
The
turned
guy
out,
who lived across the street.
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember? You don't remember? And then they beat her to death in the prison.
He had a wife.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she was a smoke show. That was a Russian.
Yeah, she was.
You got to beware
that was
of
one
her.
of the saddest stories on TV ever.
Yeah. Yeah.
How did she get turned out?
I know.
Well, he flipped her back, right?
He what?
Didn't he flip her in that show?
Yeah.
Oh
that
yeah,
doesn't make sense.
And that's why she wound up
Yeah,
dead.
but she was trying to. Oh yeah.
No,
yeah.
she got flipped first, and then there
And
was
then
a
he- and
problem,
then
and then
she-
yeah,
he
It was
couldn't
sad.
save
She was
her,
just
and then
a
she
nice-
died. Yeah.
She was.
She was just a nice, kind of spy.
I hated when she
no,
was.
she just worked in the place.
I hated when she got killed off.
I did too. I felt
Yeah.
bad for her.
Huh.
I legitimately.
I just
was like,
I felt bad for me.
Yeah, I know where you're going.
A man died. Here's a tough way to go. He was struck by an ambulance at the
No
hospital.
way. Yep. It always happens.
I mean, in Las Vegas, in a local hospital, he's out there. He's he was lying in the private drive at the hospital, and he got run over by. Oh,
That's tough action.
that is tough action. Oh, here in Las Vegas, something else happened. A drunk Las Vegas woman stole a coffin with the body in it from the funeral home. She said 6 beers got her wasted, and she stole the coffin at the funeral home.
Well,
I don't
you're
know.
getting in a car. You're taking off in a car then.
I just don't.
You're not lifting. You're not getting people
Yeah,
to
I
help
guess
you
they-
lift
I
the
guess they
body.
will, yeah.
You just took somebody's car. You didn't really steal a coffin.
Yeah,
you just took off in a car.
Well, she took off the car.
Yeah.
Surveillance footage showed the woman breaking through a window and unlocking the front door before proceeding to enter the. Oh no! No, she entered the viewing room and to wheel the coffin outside.
She went through that whole process.
She was wasted on those
Watch what's
6
gonna
beers.
happen. Watch what's gonna happen now. I'll take your stupid body, and put it in the car. Oh, don't do that, Jane. Don't do that.
So apparently, in Manila. There's a big Mpox fear. Mpox, I guess the Department of Health is saying, do not have sex. Have sex virtually. Are you scared of Mpox? And are you going to have sex virtually because of Mpox?
Probably not gonna do it regardless. Mpox, chicken pox,
All the
smallpox, COVID,
Pox on
10,
you.
COVID 25. Yeah, pox on your house.
Yeah. I mean, probably not
I'm
having.
probably just.
Yeah. Oh well, I'll go
I
without.
still got bruising on the groin. It's not a good look. Trust me.
Oh,
the
so
wife doesn't want to see it.
Bruising on the
Terrible.
groin.
Yeah, remember he had his operation.
Yeah, I know. I know why he has it.
And it's like black and
That's
brown.
way
and just
more
terrible.
Yeah, it's not necessary to give us that
No,
update.
I mean, y'all started it. Don't start.
No
it
one
won't be
asked you if you still had bruising.
That
By the
offered
way,
that.
my wife said F around and find out to Sebastian when he was trying to put a chokehold on her, and she started scratching his arms because they were just like, he likes to put her in holds. She likes when he tries, and then she uses illegal tactics like pinching
and ugly words.
You can't, yeah. And he goes, ow, ow. She goes, F around and find out. And I'm like, what?
Like to your kid?
Yeah, that's how she rolls.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not trying to get smallpox or chicken pox or any of that.
No, don't.
Mpox,
No,
any of that
just
stuff.
virtual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nope.
Not sure anybody wants
I'll
to
just
see
sit up
that,
here and watch
that area
games.
of yours.
I don't
though.
want
I'll
him.
just sit
I
up
don't
here
want
and
him
watch
involved
games.
in real or virtual anything.
or any of it.
Yeah, it's not.
That's
Doesn't really
not
matter.
pretty. All right, we got to break it here. We're done.
Yeah, you're done for the day.
Oh yeah, we're done. We're going to talk about the Texans on Monday and the Astros weekend against the Diamondbacks. Big weekend.
Does Ty France have a twin on the Diamondbacks? No. Okay.
No, but Christian Walker's back.
Oh, great.
Yeah, that's not a good thing. We are done. Lance.
Yes, Lance, before you go,
Lance,
why don't you talk about Allstate Siding and Windows?
Allstate Windows and Siding.com. That's the place to go for your windows. They're made here in Texas. Nothing made over in China. They're made here in Texas
Nothing in
because
China.
there's very specific weather elements that we have, which is everything. And you got to have windows that are made to take on the elements here in the state of Texas. So the windows are made here in Texas. And then it's a family-owned business. And this is all they think about is making sure that your windows are helping to lower your energy bills. Did you know that you could lower bills up to 40%? Studies have found up to 40% is a very reasonable expectation for a lot of people when it comes to, when it comes to windows for your home and how they're able to lower your energy rates. Not only do you get, you get a better looking home, you get a safer home, you get a quieter home, and probably most importantly, you can lower your energy bills. It's allstatewindowsandsiding.com. That's allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
Look at the bright side. If you're an Astro fan, you don't have to see Ty France for the rest of the year. And if he stays in the National League, and hopefully he's a Red, because, they played a little better this year, but they're kind of inconsequential. He'll never do anything to ruin an important game for you, because all he did this week was be a heckler. And he hit a home run against Brian Abreu to win the game. So the Astros get swept. They lose that game. Don't score runs. Hunter Brown, good. Abreu, bad. That's kind of my synopsis of the game. And Todd France, a destroyer of worlds. He had 9 hits in the series in the 3-game sweep. The Mariners win, so now the lead's down to 4.5. And frankly, because I'm petty, the only reason I'm sort of okay with that is because John's prediction of winning the division by 10 games or more seems like, as we continue to progress in September, that becomes less of a possibility. I mean, the Mariners are the Mariners, so they could really fall off the rest of the way. But that's the only reason I'm not as disappointed in the series as I might normally be, is because John is inching closer and closer away from being right. You take the small victory, Sean, you take the small ones, and this one feels like one where his at the time asinine prediction that the 10 games behind first Astros would win the division, that one you got to credit him for. That one appears to be coming true. Or actually what he said was they'd be in first place by the end of a certain time. I forgot which month it was. So
I think it was July.
He's right on that. I can't fight him on that. He got that right. It was asinine at the time. But this one, the double-digit division win, I feel pretty good, but then I realized the Mariners can go cold again and continue to lose in walk-off fashion, which means there's a real shot. He's right, but right now, feeling pretty confident. Thanks to Ty France. I was trying to compare Ty France to someone because the
Michael Jordan.
Well, against the Astros, yes, he
Barry
is.
Bonds.
He is baseball's Michael Jordan against the Astros. But as far as Houston enemies, Houston villains, and the initial thought is like kind of T.Y. Hilton, because T.Y. Hilton was messing around and destroying games that the Texans thought they had chances to win. But T.Y. Hilton was a 4-time Pro Bowler. Now, Ty France has only made the the All-Star game once. So I need a lesser player than T.Y. Hilton to make this comparison. Is there anyone else in Houston history who, for the most part, is just an average player, but when he sees a Houston team, he turns himself into a Hall of Famer? Because Albert Pujols was just a Hall of Famer. Sure, he had big-time moments against the Astros, but he's a legit Hall of Famer. Ty France ain't that. T.Y. Hilton's not going to make the Hall of Fame, but for a time, he was probably a top 10 receiver in the NFL during his run. Ty France ain't that. What is he? I can't think of a comparison.
Mehmet Okur against the Rockets in 2007.
Is he an AK-47 type? Is he a Karolinko type?
I think Karolinko's too good.
Yeah, I do too.
I think he's more Okur.
It's not a bad one. It's not a bad one. Like these games, like Ty France was a nuisance, but he never kept the Astros from winning anything that they wanted to win. Like when he was with the Mariners, well, we know the history there. So it's mostly a guy who's winning inconsequential regular season games. That's what I'm looking for. A guy, oh no, we're playing this guy again, and you can comfort yourself with, it's just a regular season. I mean, the Pujols stuff is like ruining people's lives. I'm not gonna make that comp. And if you guys have a thought, 713-780-3776, who's the Ty France comparison in your lives? In fact, I'm using Houston as a basis for this, but it doesn't have to be. I know some of you out there don't root for the local teams. Maybe you've got your own Ty France that we don't know anything about. If you are, let's say, an Iowa fan, I'm sure it's like one of the Ferentz guys, with son or father, although obviously Kirk Ferentz has been a really good coach. But maybe there's someone in the Big Ten who isn't really good, but has ruined your Saturday just because that's what he does when he sees you. I am interested in that because I can't find the right Ty France comparison. But the Astros are done with him. They're done with the Reds. Now they see the Diamondbacks. It was disappointing, the series. They haven't played great in their last 20.
And because of that, they've kept the Mariners in the race, despite the Mariners willing to give this over to the Astros, just 4.5 back. So we've got, look, let's get to Thomas. We normally don't get to calls in the first segment, but Thomas, you got some comments on Ty France. What's up?
Hey, yeah, I was going to say Jason Terry against the Rockets. I feel like he's a pretty good player, never like was a great player, but every time he, especially like when he was the Mavs, whenever he played the Rockets, he'd go for like 30 and be like, not miss a 3-point shot. So,
that's a pretty good one. Jason Terry has had moments against the Rockets. It's not bad. He's like you said, pretty good player. Never a great player. Does have a championship on his resume. Not bad. Thomas, you got anything else?
Yeah, I know you're talking baseball, but I was gonna just ask about Lamar Jackson. He spent all this time trying to become a good passer, or get him to be an NFL passer. And then last night they kept chatting about how the championship game really got to him, and now he has to make bigger plays. And so I'm gonna do hot take and go Lamar Jackson gonna regress because he's now gonna rely on his feet. So. But yeah, man, I'll hang up and listen. Have a good show.
Appreciate it, Thomas. Yeah, the quote from Lamar right before the game came out and said if he felt better, his legs felt better in the title game, they would have won it. I would say, Zay Flowers, don't fumble the football going into the end zone, you might have won it. But I think last night was, like, you think about this. I always compare it to college football. Some quarterbacks, they run them, or teams run them when the games matter more. Like if you think, let's use one of the quarterbacks in this city's most recent history, Deshaun Watson at Clemson. They ran him in the biggest moments, but they weren't going to run him against Wake Forest. They were going to run him in the ACC title game against Florida State in the playoff because those games matter more. We're going to save him for those moments. I think Lamar Jackson saw the Chiefs on the schedule and said, this is one of those games where hits be damned. I'm going to dole out punishment myself. And I'm going to run the football. I've had all off season to recuperate from any injuries I might have suffered. We have a bit of a mini bye. I'll be ready to go again when we get on the field next Sunday. So I'm going to run the football. I think that's part of it. This was an opportunity to see if his legs could help them win that game. And a lot of their offense came from his legs, and whether it be design runs or scrambles. He had a couple of big plays down the field late as they were forced to throw the football. And of course, he had a couple missed throws that eventually led to them losing. And we'll certainly get into Chiefs Ravens in the next segment as the Texans begin their season. We'll talk about that too with the Colts on the schedule coming up here. So, will he regress as a passer? I wasn't comforted by what I saw from the Ravens passing game. It's pretty much Zay Flowers and Isaiah Likely in scramble stuff. But Lamar Jackson does not play on time. And I'm not even blaming Lamar Jackson because I'm not sure that this will be a thing throughout the year. It just, against the Chiefs, he doesn't fare well. I think he's now like 1-5 against the Chiefs, or Patrick Mahomes in particular in specifics. They don't play well. That's their kryptonite right now. We saw it last year in the title game. We see it now in last night's game. They have an issue having a competent passing game against the Chiefs. And maybe it's just the way the offense is designed. It's another coordinator, but you don't see Lamar Jackson get to the top of his drop and fire the football. And some of that people love. Like if you go on NFL Twitter, particularly NFL podcast, that area of the conversation, they credit Lamar Jackson for being the totality of that Ravens offense because everything's on his back. He's got to do everything. I don't want to get into how long can he do it. His athleticism is eventually going to leave. Well, right now, clearly, it remains. So that's a conversation for 2 years or 3 years from now. It's not about the here and now. But I think what would help if he could drop back to pass, get hit that final step, that back foot hits, and he releases the football. There's not a lot of that with him. And to be honest, there's not really a lot of that with Patrick Mahomes. They just do it a different way. They're capable of holding the football, kind of letting guys do secondary things. We see what Travis Kelce does. He's never really open on his initial route. It's always the improvisational stuff that gets him open. I think Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, although he had a quiet night last night, are the kings of that. But Lamar Jackson operates that way too, and it's kind of applauded because defenses are so good. You're not always going to be able to play in rhythm, and you need that secondary reaction stuff to thrive. He was okay last night. The 2 missed throws at the end of the night are going to stick out. And according to Lamar Jackson, he didn't miss a throw you thought he missed. He wasn't even aiming for Zay Flowers. He was looking at Rashad Bateman. By the way, if he was looking at Rashad Bateman, it's probably even worse.
I was gonna say,
yeah,
Lamar. That's so much worse.
If I'm Lamar Jackson, I'm like, yeah, I was looking at Zay Flowers, because why were you throwing the ball where you thought Rashad Bateman should be? You weren't even close there.
Rashad Bateman was like barely open too.
Yeah,
he was. Zay Flowers was way more
open. Now he talked about Justice Hill being matched up on Chris Jones. That happened 2 plays in a row for whatever reason, and that kind of entered into a thought process. That's why he was moving around, and maybe it affected the accuracy. I get it. You don't want the smallest running back on your roster blocking Chris Jones, although Justice Hill, credit to him, did a pretty good job. They slid away from him with slide protection and just left him on an island against the Chiefs' best defensive player. Justice Hill's like, why don't you pay me right tackle money then if you're gonna force me to do that?
Yeah, I have some notes on that for the Ravens. Don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that anymore. It's not a great way to live.
Yeah, there was one. It was on the first throw when they were down there. I think that was the first likely throw in the red zone.
Yeah,
where it literally they snapped the ball with 19 seconds left, and at the end of the play there was 10 seconds left because of how much
dancing he was doing.
How much Lamar was moving around, and I don't know, after 5 seconds, I was like, just throw it away. Like, why are we waiting so long?
Yeah, and they wound up not getting to 4th and goal because of the time spent on that initial pass. So the Ravens go down. We can get more into that as we are well on our way in the NFL season. We've got the Eagles and the Packers tonight on Peacock. If you don't have Peacock, there are ways to watch, but it's allegedly, and that's what the NFL is pushing it as, exclusively on Peacock. So you guys can go out and get Peacock. If you know, you know. There are ways to watch that game without having a Peacock subscription. But we'll get into that a little bit later. Not Lazy J, although I haven't heard from him in a while. He can call in. Fake Ryan, I see you. Another guy who doesn't use his real name. And then Eric, I see you too. We'll get to you when we come back. But before I do that, I want to talk about the Red Bull Show Run. That is tomorrow out at Discovery Green. We've talked quite a bit about it in the last couple weeks. You guys should go out there. It's a pop-up event. It does not cost to go out there. You can experience things from watching the F1 cars go around Discovery Green. You know, the F1 cars are fast, probably the coolest cars in motor racing. Check them out there. And they're going to have a fan experience that you can take part in. The gates open at 10. No tickets are needed. You can check out the race simulator. You want to feel what it's like to be in one of those cars? You're going to get the opportunity. If you just want to take a picture with those cars, you can do that as well. And we had Paul Wall on the John Lance Show yesterday. Later in the day tomorrow, you're going to have a chance to turn up. They've got an event where you're going to have competing DJs, and that'll take you through the night. So it could be an all-day event for you. If you want to go out there to check out the cars in the morning and to check out the greatest that Houston has to offer in food trucks, you can do that too throughout the morning and afternoon. And then eventually at night, you've got the best that music has to offer in the city. So tomorrow, Discovery Green, Red Bull Show Run is going. You should check it out. The car is going to be cool. The drivers are cool. They're going to be out there kind of showing you how those cars work. RedBull.com/ShowRunHouston is the website to get more information. That's RedBull.com/ShowRunHouston.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. Let's get to these calls here. We don't treat you like the morning show treats you. Like we had a guy who waited for 50 minutes. Doesn't happen here. We respect you more than those guys do. I know I'm on that show, but I don't control when they go to the phones. That's how I separate myself. Let's go to Eric. Eric wants to join the show. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Del. You think the Ravens made a mistake by signing Derrick Henry? He didn't really do anything much last night. Also, when's Cheryl Swoops going to get fired? Why is she hating on Caitlin Clark? Because she's white and she's a great ball player and she's straight? And who do you appreciate more? Abigail Dice workout videos or Kim Castro's? I'm hanging up and listen.
I've never seen their workout videos. I question if they exist. I'm not even going to look them up to see if you're telling the truth. I prefer living in this world of naivete where I either take you at your word or think you're a liar. We'll stick with that. As far as Cheryl Swoops, I don't know if she's going to get fired. She is taking an approach that I think is putting her in a position where she might. I don't know what the issue is with her and her ability or inability to have what you would say are non-biased conversations about Caitlin Clark. She has decided to push the other players in the league, and Caitlin Clark is not someone she wants to recognize. That's her decision, and it'll be her employer's decision whether to allow that to continue. I think they pulled her off a game and put Nancy Lieberman on a game, so at least for one game. So the employer didn't like the way she was covering the league. If we just made it about the NBA, it would be as if, let's see, a rookie who's
Charles and Shaq doing a Rudy Gobert game.
No, well, Shaq did take a shot at Rudy Gobert. We might
like
play.
that.
We might play, but no, it's not that because Shaq taking shots at Rudy Gobert, people are fine with for the most part. It would be as if, and Rudy Gobert's not the level of star in comparison to Caitlin Clark is. It would be as if, thinking about if Wembanyama came into the league, he did it last year, and some local broadcaster decided, you know what, I ain't ever mentioned a Wembanyama. Never. Anytime he does something, I'm going to talk about how Devin Vassell is doing, and how Sheldon, what's his name? Keldon Johnson is doing. It would be like that. Although the Fever have been much better than the Spurs, particularly in the last 2 months or so, and really right after the Olympic break was over, they've been great. But it would be like that. I'm trying to think if the Rockets didn't have Ryan Hollins, but it was Clyde Drexler calling games, or Calvin Murphy. Calvin Murphy was on the play-by-play being an analyst, and anytime Wembanyama did something, he wouldn't acknowledge it. Now, would the Rockets step in and go, hey, you got to actually talk about this guy? Or are they like, no, we're going to leave that alone? What the Wings, I think is who she works for, what the Wings did was take her off the broadcast. We'll see if that continues. What else did he say? As I
Ravens.
Giving Derrick Henry. The Derrick Henry thing always, I get the name and everyone's excited about having Derrick Henry with what is supposed to be a physical team, and you feel like he fits what they do. But Lamar Jackson operates quite a bit out of shotgun and then some pistol stuff too. Derrick Henry's a downhill runner. He needs to build up steam headed to the line of scrimmage. Putting him in shotgun sets and playing him that way doesn't feel like a great maximization of his skill set. That's why I always thought when people were saying, let's put him with the Bills, he would be a great fit with the Bills. The Bills, at least up until Joe Brady took over, and they still do operate this way, love to be in the spread. Derrick Henry's not a spread running back. Downhill. So how many times is he going to be on the field when you see Justice Hill have his impact even beyond the blocking and Lamar Jackson running out of the shotgun, those formations? It'll be a pretty interesting balance. I didn't get the fit. At least I wasn't as excited about the fit as others were. I always thought that's not Derrick Henry's style. You need more of a traditional downhill running game for that guy to be effective. We'll see how it plays out. In game one, I wouldn't put too much on the ineffectiveness of Derrick Henry. I think the Chiefs are just a really good defense. I picked the Ravens to win. I didn't expect one of their linemen to never be able to line up correctly, particularly in the first half.
Why does the NFL decide that the kickoff game is just the game that they're going to decide to call that illegal formation play on the lineman that never gets called in every other game the rest of the season? Because the same exact thing happened last year with Jawan Taylor in the Chiefs Lions game. They just didn't call it.
I don't know. I don't know why.
They didn't call it for the rest of the year. They just they
wanted to make an example of someone in week 1 or early in the season.
No, not week 1. In game one. They only do it or the last 2 years they've done it in game 1.
And then with all the eyes on them, and then the criticism they may not like or the pushback they might not like, so it now is no longer a point of emphasis. Like Ronnie Stanley was the offensive lineman in question I was referencing, who kept getting called for illegal formation penalties because he wasn't on the line of scrimmage, at least to the liking of the officials. He got hit with it multiple times. Eventually, it cooled down in the second half, and we watched Jawan Taylor get an early start on feels like every Mahomes drop back, and they didn't call it ever. It goes all the way back, and it's not just he's with the Chiefs. I saw a lot of people tweeting like, for whatever reason, people have these memes in their back pocket that they can bring out of referee uniforms and Chiefs colors. I saw one.
Oh, the jersey swap.
Yeah, that one. I saw a disturbing one where Patrick Mahomes was making out with the referee.
Wow.
Yeah.
When that happened?
It never happened.
Oh,
but
you saw a picture.
I did see a picture.
It was online.
Yeah, there are things that make me think some things that happen online aren't real. I've been disillusioned.
All right.
I've been
Enough with the
disillusioned.
crazy talk.
I know. I got it. So that Jawan Taylor thing goes back to Jacksonville. And why would the NFL care about the Jaguars? He was doing that in the playoff game that the Chargers blew against them. Joey Bosa went nuts. So it's Jawan Taylor. We know how Larry Tunsil complained about getting targeted. In fact, Ronnie Stanley said something like that too. They're after get me pretty much. Jawan Taylor's like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. They love me. They love me. And I can't explain it why everyone sees he's getting away from the line of scrimmage early, a half a beat earlier, even just a full beat earlier, however, whatever measurement that is. But you see it. Your eyes see it, and the referees don't care. They say that's within the rules.
And they called it, or they called the formation against Jawan Taylor in the Chiefs-Lions game last year. And then I remember week 2, like they were playing at noon again, and people were screenshotting that and being like, this is way more egregious than what he was doing last week, and they're just not calling it. It's crazy that, I don't know, the first game, they're like, no, let's just make sure we throw like, I don't know, 5 to 10 extra penalties that we won't call for the rest of the year, just to really get people back in the mood for football.
It almost felt like with Ronnie Stanley that he took the approach of what the Patriots used to do. They can't call us for defensive holding all the time, except in this case, the referee's like, yes, we can.
Yeah,
we will call you for this formation penalty all the time until you get to a spot that we want you to get to. So that happened last night. The Chiefs go 1-0. They beat the Ravens in a game where I did like that Harbaugh was going to go for 2 when he thought he scored that touchdown. Let's end this right now. I mean, I'm done.
No OT tonight.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done with football for tonight. Let's wrap this up. And he tried to.
It's 11 o'clock. All right.
Let's wrap it up. Game's over. I mean, there was already a delay because of the weather. Let's get it going. Everyone's got other things to do. Didn't happen because Isaiah Likely, who I think was wearing like Dion's old cleats that have come back now that Dion is a prominent member of the football world again. They brought back those shoes. He was wearing them. Foot was on the line, or his toe was on the line. Game over. Chiefs win. Fake Ryan, I see you. We'll get to you. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. We're going to ask you guys, and certainly Sean, how to plan your Saturday. College football is here. We had a good week last week. At least this show did. Our teams won. Sean has a bigger test than he had last week. Well, that's Sean throwing slander at the defending champions. Sean Mapes.
No, respecting Colorado State.
Okay.
They're Mountain West school. The Michigan played a Mountain West school in Fresno. It was a tight game.
So you're saying, but it wasn't tight for you guys.
No.
I just think, when you're talking about the defending national champions is a little disrespectful as Texas faces Michigan in the big noon kickoff game. So we'll talk about that, how Sean's going to plan his day. Does his day, how adversely affected is his day if his team loses early in the day? I know it affects me. We'll see what Sean says. We'll get to that when we come back. But before we go, Sean, if you've got a prize, what type of picks will you make?
Oh, I'll be making them on Prize Picks. I don't know if that made sense.
No, it
but
didn't.
We said the word Prize Picks a bunch.
That's just a clue.
That's a good way to start.
For Sean to do what he has to do or
Yes.
wants to do.
Wants to do, because I want to give you money. I want you to have fun this football season, and the way to do it is on Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app in America. Prize Picks. Week 1, I guess, already started, but there's going to be a bunch of games on Sunday. There's going to be a bunch of games, like Dell was saying, on Saturday. They have not just football on Prize Picks. I'm just going down the list. They have the NFL season-long projections. They have MLB, WNBA, MMA. They have soccer, CS2. They have LOL, VAL. I don't know what these things are. Tennis, darts, Halo. You can make Halo picks. I might make some Halo picks in this draft or in this next break, and you can too. Just go to Prize Picks, download the app, use code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play Prize Picks. That's code MAPES, and you get $50 when you play $5. You don't even need to win to get that bonus. Just go to Prize Picks right now and run your game.
What's the number for the side studio?
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Dell Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Dell Olaleye.
Welcome back. A little bit later, we will get into how to plan our Saturday. There's a big game early, but after that, as we are making our way through the college football Saturday, what are the other games we should be watching? And hell, if the Michigan-Texas game goes a certain way, or maybe you just hate Texas and not in the way that you hate them, so you hate watch them, like some people do. Like I hate Florida State, so I'll hate watch to make sure they lose. Like Monday night was a great night. I watched them. Why would you watch something you hate?
You're 3-0 this season.
Yeah. Why am I hate watching? Why would you watch something you hate? Because I want to see what I hate go down in flames. So I saw that with Florida State. Maybe you guys do that. Maybe you don't. So you're not going to watch Texas at all. So we'll get into what to watch when 11 o'clock hits. But for the most part, this show will be focused on Texas, Michigan, and we'll go through the rest of the day as well. But Fake Ryan wants to get in. Anyone else? 713-780-3776. What's up, Fake Ryan?
Hey, salutations, Dale. How you doing today, buddy?
I'm great, Fake Ryan. What's up?
Oh, no, nothing much. Just waited about 45 minutes on your show.
That's not
5 minutes less than the other show.
It wasn't 45 minutes.
Anyway, hey, Dale, since this is the Soccer Matters with Dale Olaleye, how come we're not talking about the big game against Brazil and Colombia?
Well, it isn't the name of the show, and that's not how you say my last name. So that's one of the answers. What's so big about this game? What has your interest in the Colombia versus Brazil game?
Is it the downfall of Brazil because Brazil hasn't been good at all? And then is Vinny even playing at all? Is he because he got injured in the last game, correct?
If you say so. Yes, he did get injured. Yes. Yeah. So
okay.
So you think? Wait a minute. When are they playing? What time is? I mean, not what time. What day is it, Fake Ryan? When is Brazil and Colombia playing?
Today.
And are
you? Brazil.
It's
in Brazil. They're playing in Brazil.
Oh, it's the September window. That's right, because the U.S. had their call-ups as well. So are you going to be focused on it? Are you going to watch Brazil and Colombia playing a game that doesn't mean anything?
Well, who else is playing in Brazil?
I'd have to look at who their call-ups were, Fake Ryan. I do not care about friendlies in September. Maybe that's on me. I'm focused on the Premier League, which has a week off or 10 days off because of the September window. But I will look at it. I will see if Vinny's going to play. I'll see if other Brazilians like Andres Pereira are going to play. I can't tell you I'm going to be actually locked in on that game, Fake Ryan. It's not. It's not at the top of the list.
And since I saw this on the honor of Labor Day, Joey Chestnut broke his record with 83 hot dogs, guzzled down. And I saw Sean Mapes eating one the other day on the ESPN app or on the Instagram. I was wondering who can get the most glizzles down on the glizzery if they had a contest. Who would win?
For ESPN 975?
Yes, sir.
And by the way, Brazil's playing Ecuador today, not Colombia.
Same thing.
No, they're different South American countries. I was like, wait a minute.
They're all South American teams.
That makes them different. Don't be like that, Fake Ryan. You know they're different. So your whole premise of your call is false, which is fine with me. I was like, wait a minute. I don't remember that game being scheduled. It's Ecuador in a game I'm not going to watch. But thank you, Fake Ryan. As far as your glizzy question, I guess you mean about the ESPN 975 personalities. Who would take down the most? I'm not a hot dog person. I'm not completely against them, but it's never going to be my 1 through 5 choice of things to choose from at the ballpark or anything else. So I'd probably be one of the bottom guys on the list. John's a Chicago guy, so you would think he could, as you say, guzzle down a couple glizzies. It's not my words. It's what Fake Ryan said. I'm just going by what he said.
I guess we have to say what he says.
Not all the time, but in this case, it's funny. So yes. What else? Ranking. I'm gonna go John because of his Chicago
roots.
Yes, hot dog.
Also got Joe with Chicago roots.
Joe 1, John 2. Lance thinks he's a foodie, so I'll throw him in at 3.
I don't think being a foodie helps you guzzle down glizzies.
Hey, there's no real logic to this this ranking. Don't worry about it. I'm just adding little sidebars to everything. Joel is a Midwesterner. He's enough. Actually, he goes ahead of Lance. Joel's a Midwesterner. He's used to brats, but it's not that different. So he'll be 3.
That's controversial.
I know, to a Midwesterner. Yeah, sure. But I ain't from there, so I'll just make stuff up. Number 4 is Lance. Number 5? B-Mac? Does B-Mac like hot dogs or glizzies? Do you know that?
I imagine so. I can't imagine him not liking them. And he has had another radio station competitive eating experience.
All right, then he moves up to 2. And then we drop Lance to 5. There it is. You happy, Fake Ryan? I made up a list completely talking out of my ass. There's your answer. All right. I mean, that was the height of nonsense, but we welcome it. You want to get in, you can do that as well. So the Texans and the Colts on Sunday. If we're talking about ways the Texans lose this game, because I start with that because they're expected to win, unless your name is Pete Prisco, who thinks they're going to lose. But for the most part, they're expected to win this game. Lance had one of his NFL Network buddies talk to him about it. He didn't want to give us his name, former player. He doesn't think the Colts have a chance. He thinks the Texans are going to dominate, and Stephon Diggs, that we call that rat poison, by the way. Stephon Diggs is going to be someone the Colts can't handle. And if they do decide to pay a lot of attention to him in that short to intermediate range, it'll open up things for Nico and Tank.
Can't believe Steve Mariucci said that.
I don't know.
Brian Baldinger.
I tried to guess
Lance.
which NFL. Brian Baldinger is not talking to Lance. I was trying to guess. And Lance always
Maurice Jones-Drew.
He always does reference like the players that he thinks we're going to care about. So I like Baldy. Baldy does good breakdowns online, but he never has like referenced talking to Baldinger before. I think it's either Maurice Jones-Drew or Michael Robinson. He said player, so it can't be Mariucci. It's going to be. I think it's going to be one of those two.
Do you think Kurt Warner's texting Lance?
No, I don't think Warner S Lance. I don't think Warner's got time for that.
Okay.
I think it's probably maybe Steve Smith.
I feel like he would have dropped Steve Smith's name.
The guy told him not to mention his name.
Oh, okay.
For whatever reason.
Okay.
So I think it's between Smith
and if Steve Smith made that request, you would definitely respect it. Even Lance would respect it.
There's some things you do respect. Steve Smith doesn't want to have some. Steve Smith, as told to the world by ESPN.com or not ESPN 97.5's Lance Zierlein. He said the Colts wouldn't have a chance to win this game. And look at that. The Colts won 31-21. Look how wrong Steve Smith was. Lance would have a problem.
Yeah. Next time. Oh, I guess they don't do oh no, he's on the Thursday night crew, right? Thursday night football crew on Amazon.
Who's Steve Smith?
Yeah. Wasn't that a thing last year with him getting into it? Jerry Jeudy?
I think he was at the game for NFL Network.
Yeah. Okay.
And Jerry Jeudy and him had a bit of an issue.
Well, if Lance, Lance slipped up and said, "Oh, Steve Smith," that might be Lance that Steve Smith has issues with when they're playing on Thursday.
And no one wants issues with Steve Smith.
I don't think Lance would handle it as well as Jerry Jeudy did.
No. Well, Jerry Jeudy had the cover of, "Hey, I got a game to play." Where's Lance gonna go?
I have a press box to stand.
Oh, so do I. Steve Smith Senior's like, yeah, so do I.
I'll be in the same one, sitting right next to you.
Yeah. hey, look
at
that. I got a pass to go up in the elevator too. We'll see how this plays out for you. Julian, you of 49er fandom, we see you. Your team's whole again, so I'm sure you're excited about the season coming up. Anyone else excited about a team? Look, we're going to talk Texans, so we'll get into more of their matchup against the Colts, but I know it's a big city, an NFL city, and if maybe you don't root for the Texans and you want to talk about your game, we welcome that too. We're welcoming to all, unless you say a certain thing, which Julian has said quite a bit. So we are deep into the first hour. By the way, we still do have listener appreciation tickets, listener party tickets to give away for you guys. September 20th is the party. We're going to give those away today. So stay tuned for that if you want in and you want a chance to win a pair of tickets. We'll get to that a little bit later. We'll be back. But first, let's talk about MyBookie. I talked a lot about the NFL. I kind of previewed what we're going to discuss when it comes to college football. MyBookie is a place for all of that. In fact, we had a caller on the first show, the morning show, talk about you could place a bet on what will be said in the presidential debate. I'm not going to get into specifically what he said, but you can find that prop on MyBookie. It was surprising, but it does exist. It's part of the reason you can bet on anything, anywhere, and any time with MyBookie. And they got something special going right now. They have the Super Survivor and Squares contest, and they're going to give away hundreds of thousands of dollars in prizes along with those contests. You can join in now for your shot at huge cash rewards. All you got to do to get started is to go to mybookie.ag and use your promo code BET975 to claim some extra bank on your first deposit. And this is also a promo code you can use if you're an existing customer as well. They have these bonus options that make it easy to deposit with crypto and or with credit. The bigger your deposit, the bigger your bonus. And they have this new loyalty program as well. It's called MyBookie Plus. The more you play, the more you win. It's simple. You just climb through the tiers of the loyalty rewards program to unlock even more promotions, exclusive giveaways, and bigger rewards. MyBookie Plus is the lock of the century. You can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie. Just go to mybookie.ag.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Julian was able to avoid being locked up again in his last call. We'll see if the streak continues. What's up, Julian?
What it is, Jive Turkeys. How likely is it that Isaiah Likely continues his usage? And also, Fake Grind, a.k.a. Jalapeno Ranch Dressing, he asked the question, who can guzzle down the most Lizzies? It has to be somebody from the No Gag Reflex show that follows you, either Gallant or George. Have a good one.
Sean, is that something I should know about? Is that a thing that they call that show the No Gag Reflex
They don't
show?
say no gag.
It's because it's G&G.
GAG.
GAG.
Yeah. But no one said no gag reflex. That was a Julian invention.
Okay. I'll let you get to that call. All right. I didn't know that was part of the show lore from 12 to 3. I did throw Joe on the list. He's from Chicago. They love a hot dog. I don't know about Paul. I know Twitch people have certain thoughts about Paul, but I can't confirm nor will I deny, because frankly, it's none of my business. But yeah, if you don't know what that's about, someone called in earlier, as you heard Julian talk about, and asked about the glizzy rankings as far as who could guzzle. Those are the words the caller used. Most hot dogs. I would say we're better than that, but we're not. I can't pretend that we're better than that. I wish I could. Like, you know what? This show has standards. We ain't got no standards. We welcome it. Okay, Texans Colts, more serious manner. We talked about how Lance's unnamed NFL Network buddy doesn't think it'll be a close game. I am leaning that way unless what I think the Texans' big flaw shows itself. If they don't stop the run, and we talked about this a bit yesterday, I think this game turns into one that gets very uncomfortable, where the Colts are in very favorable situations, where they can use Anthony Richardson more in the run game, can use the threat of him running the football to get guys open. I don't think it'll be this dynamic timing-based passing game. I think it'll be crossers that hurt the Texans, where it's 3rd and 3 and the Colts can play games underneath where he doesn't have to throw into some of your shell coverages as you're trying to lock them down over the top, because I don't think Anthony Richardson's going to thrive in the intermediates with the intermediate stuff. It's going to have to be the short stuff, run after the catch from his receivers like A.D. Mitchell and Pierce, and I always say Bennett. It is Bennett, right? I always say no. Yeah.
Who?
I always say Bennett, but it's not Bennett. It's another NFL name. Pittman. It's Pittman. I always think Bennett when I'm thinking Pittman, just because it's another. I don't know. It's another name. I remember watching his brother in his YouTube channel, and the dad would come on, and then Pittman would come on to the close wide receiver. So I always get those confused. But Pittman, Pierce, and Mitchell, I don't know how much they're going to operate in their intermediate, but if you can suck up those linebackers because they're threatened by the running game, certainly that'll give some open space for Anthony Richardson to operate. So can the Texans make it a lot of 2nd and 8s and 3rd and 7s, or is it always going to be in that range where he can pick it up with his legs, he can extend the play, or some guy can come open because you're running some rub routes underneath? I hope that's not the case, because then the game gets short and uncomfortable because your possessions drop and your time on the field drops, and all of a sudden you're on the field for longer than you would want. I think that's the Colts' path to victory. Can the Texans do the basic thing of stopping the run? Can they shut down Jonathan Taylor? And then maybe Lance's buddy is correct. It's a long day for the Colts as the Texans pick apart what is a weak Colts secondary. I think that's the one, if we're talking about the fatal flaw of what could be a really good team, the middle of their defense, particularly when Danico Autry isn't even available to help them out. And of course, a rookie corner, and you have some other guys who may be on their last chance when it comes to Jeff Okudah. That could be a problem too. But stop the run, force Richardson into clear passing situations where he needs to throw the ball down the field to make plays. And you got a real shot to win this game relatively easily. But that's why they play the game, right? All right, let's get to Jason. He wants to talk Texans, and then we'll get out of here for hour one. What's up, Jason?
Hey, guys. I have a Texans question, and I have a nonsensical question.
Welcome.
So my Texans question is, which of our running backs do you think will be more prevalent in the pass game? Joe Mixon or Cam Akers? And the nonsensical question is, if you left the office, but you were not home, or not, you were headed home, but you didn't make it home yet, and you really had to use the bathroom, what is the cleanest place you could possibly stop and use it? Thank you.
Ooh.
Have a good one.
I don't mind it because, I mean, I don't have big issues with this, but it can always pop up. We all know you thought you're okay, and then you're not okay. I notice when anxiety hits, like if I'm worried about being late someplace, then all of a sudden the anxiety of that affects other things. Let's get to his first question. How much is Cam Akers actually going to play? Are they going to designate him the third down back? That's my first question. Because Joe Mixon is pretty good in the passing game, and you would probably consider him a three-down back. So are they going to take Joe Mixon off the field because they think Cam Akers is dynamic enough for that to be viable? I hadn't thought of it, but that's a good question.
Yeah, I know on their unofficial depth chart that they put out, they had Akers as the fourth running back.
Yeah, so at least by,
but
as Sean mentioned, unofficially, he's not even but the fourth running back doesn't mean
that doesn't also it doesn't actually it
doesn't mean anything.
They could play their fourth string running back more than Dare.
Yeah,
he's behind Dare.
Very true. Very true.
So,
but to answer his question, I guess since he asked a direct one, what do we think?
I would assume Joe Mixon, especially early on, especially early in the year, is going to be the three down back.
Yeah, and I would think the Texans can avoid some of their issues last year of always running the ball on first down. They did that a lot last year, and running the ball on second down when it should be a more favorable pass situation. I could see Joe Mixon being in there on third down because he's not getting carries early. It just depends on how Bobby Slowick is going to put the game plan together, because if Joe Mixon's getting a ton of carries on first and second down, then you may see a different back. Wouldn't be Dameon Pierce. It probably would be Cam Akers. But he's an accomplished guy, Joe Mixon. So right now, I'll agree with Sean. Particularly if Slowick goes the way I think he should when it comes to how they game plan. Put the ball in your best player's hand early, and that means there's not a lot of wear and tear on Joe Mixon on those early downs, so he can be out there on third down. So we'll go with Joe Mixon early. And of course, if it's a disaster, and disaster is a strong word, but if it doesn't go well early, then you can see Cam Akers out there. I do think Cam Akers will have a role, despite my outlandish stand on business take that Dameon Pierce will be clearly the best back by the time November rolls around. And it was solely based on how they were talking about him in camp, particularly when Joe Mixon wasn't practicing. We didn't see any evidence of that on the field for Dameon Pierce, but DeMeco Ryans has been talking about this 1-2 punch of Mixon and Pierce since minicamp. We're talking May and June. He's been talking about these guys playing together. So I'm just taking DeMeco at his word.
Yes, on the doc it says Dameon Pierce will be clearly the best running back on the Texans before November. Parentheses, if DeMeco and Baldinger are right. I don't know how Brian Baldinger
he saw them at
there,
practice.
Oh, okay.
He saw them when they're in Ohio for that week of practice. He saw them.
Right.
That's where that came from. All I'm going by is is you don't trust Brian Baldinger? You don't trust DeMeco Ryans? I just trust the people who should know. And if I'm wrong, I blame them for misleading me.
Yep. That's the way to do it. And the nonsensical question that Jason asked?
I'm trying to think, because I don't face this very often. But what would be the cleanest place? I don't ever think I'm going to go into an office building and do that. I just don't. It doesn't even ever pop into my mind. I know a lot of people say that.
Yeah.
If there's a Buc-ee's on the way to where I'm going, that would be a place I would stop. If I knew a Buc-ee's was coming up, I would stop at the Buc-ee's.
Yeah. Those kind of rest stops more than
gas stations. Yeah.
Yes.
Those fit if you need to go. But
that's an issue for me because there's no rest stops between here and my house. Honestly, what I would do is just use the one here before I go, but I know that's not the question.
Yes. It's not something we're not.
I drive through Memorial Park, so that's probably the answer. Being honest.
Yeah. It's a tough one because it's always a possibility, but it never crosses your mind because I generally have pretty good bowel control. I've never been.
Oh, I also pass a Starbucks.
Starbucks is not a bad choice. But are they at a point where they make you buy something, or they don't do that?
If I'm at this point, I'll pay $6 to
just
to
black coffee. I don't even really need to order anything. I gotta
whatever.
Go. Which is ironic because then the coffee will force you at some point to do that again.
They're making money on both ends.
Both urines. All right. That we are done with hour one. You want to drop a nonsensical question that forces us to think? Cool. We're an hour in, an hour to go. What we'll do when we come back is we'll plan our Saturday, maybe your Saturday. How will you handle the college football Saturday, where there are not a lot of big games? In fact, the biggest game of the day will be in that first window. But you got the rest of the day to figure out what to watch and which games would entertain you the most. So we'll talk about that when we come back. Welcome to hour 2 of the show. We didn't get to this. There's some NFL news. Another big contract is getting doled out. This time to Jalen Ramsey. He is now the highest paid corner in football. Jalen Ramsey coming off his first year with the Miami Dolphins. They give him a new 3-year deal where it's a deal that's $24.1 million per. So 3 years, $72.3 million. He will earn $55.3 million in guaranteed money. For a guy who at this point is questionable to play on Sunday. I get it. He's an older player too, so I wonder how that thing is going to play out over the course of the next 3 years. Older player in regards to cornerback in the NFL. I think it's like 29, maybe he's 30 now. So we'll see. he's got a new defensive coordinator there. Well, and they expect to use him in multiple ways as opposed to just putting him at the corner spot. Anthony Weaver, the former Texans DC, didn't go well for Anthony Weaver here that 1 year, but he's learned under the Ravens system. So we'll see as he gets a new opportunity, he'll have his star player at least happy with his money. Whether he has him on Sunday is a question. Jalen Ramsey is expected to do some things in practice today. I'm sure once the practice reports come out, he'll be considered limited. So we'll see if he makes his debut on Sunday against the Jags. So that's the news from the NFL. Another guy getting a lot of money. And we didn't touch on this. We made the assertion that Jamar Chase wasn't going to play unless the Bengals caved. And that's still kind of up in the air, mostly because the Bengals aren't sure he will be ready to go. But it looks like if he's deemed healthy and ready, he's going to play despite not getting his money. So it does take a lot to decide you're going to miss a regular season game. The check, there's pressure to play. You don't want to let your teammates down. But Jamar Chase, if he can pass all the tests that the Bengals need him to pass to prove that he won't go out there and hurt himself, he's going to be available. So Joe Burrow will have T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, his top two wide receivers, both not all that thrilled with their contracts. But at least the Bengals, it's trending towards that happening. Okay, we mentioned this before we went to break. How do we plan our Saturday? It's an easy start. You've got Texas versus Michigan. Biggest game of the day, number 3 versus number 10 in the big house. Do you remember Texas? I know Texas has had big games against Ohio State. They've been up to Columbus. Is this the first time in, let's say, 4 decades that they've played at Michigan?
I don't think they've ever played at Michigan.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
They've only played in the one Rose Bowl.
Yeah, I can't remember a time Texas ever went up to Ann Arbor. So that game is on the docket. So that's an easy one. Texas, Michigan. Whether you hate Texas or you love Texas, that feels like the easy game to go with.
You got Arkansas going to Stillwater.
It's not a bad one if you're watching multiple games at a time, or maybe you're just going to be at a sports bar. However you decide to take in tomorrow's action.
Kansas State, Tulane.
There's another one it's not sneaky per se, but you've got now ranked Georgia Tech going on the road at Syracuse. Georgia Tech had a game off the radar in week 2. I think they were playing Georgia State, I think who they were playing, and they won that one at home after beating Florida State in week 0. So that's another top 25 team in a road test, at least that's a conference game, at least. Like Kansas State is going to play Tulane in that early window too. And of course, if we move on to the second window, at least it's a rivalry game. Matt Campbell doesn't really beat Kirk Ferentz, but at least it's on the schedule. Kirk Ferentz is back after his suspension. I guess we can expect the offense to return to what we're used to. They scored 40 points in their game. They're setting records for wide receivers in the Kirk Ferentz era. It was
Illinois State.
It was looking very similar in the first half. Illinois State had them in the first half, but in that second half, Iowa exploded. So that game is on the Cyhawk for the good old Cyhawk Trophy. Iowa State and Iowa. That's kind of the only one. Unless you want to see Sean's doppelganger play against Baylor, that's pretty much the only one I can point to in that window and go, at least there's some juice there.
Oh, come on.
What else? What else do you got?
Well, South Carolina, Kentucky.
Okay,
that's the first SEC game of the year.
And it'll be in that window, the 2:30 window.
SEC.
And I know you're excited about that. So it'll be the SEC on ABC. We got a test run last week with their new score bug and the music for Florida and Miami, but this will be the first official SEC game where ESPN has it or ABC has it, and it'll be that window where it's the best game of the weekend because it's the SEC,
and
of course.
South Carolina, who barely beat Old Dominion.
Best game of the weekend, Sean.
Okay. And Kentucky.
Best game of the weekend.
There's another one. It's not in the 2:30 window, but it's a great one. It's a rivalry game. It's another rivalry game. UTSA versus Texas State. It's basically the opposite of the Cyhawk game between Iowa and Iowa State. The over-under for Iowa State, Iowa is 35.5. The over-under for UTSA.
In college football, by the way.
Yeah.
For 2 Power 4 schools, 35.5.
UTSA, Texas State is 62.5.
So if you're looking for points scored,
They're going to score twice as many.
You know who to watch if you're looking for that. UTSA. Is that game in San Marcos?
I believe it is.
Okay.
I can double check though.
So if you're looking for the local flavor, UTSA and Texas State.
Texas State has never beaten UTSA. 0 for 5.
So is it a rivalry, or is one of them the hammer and the other's the nail?
That's what UTSA would say.
Exactly. Rivalry. What are you talking about?
Our rivalry's with that Coyote.
If you haven't heard. California, Auburn, Cal and Auburn. That's not a bad one. If you're Peyton Thorne, not a great quarterback.
Talk about a bad one.
Yeah, if we're talking about bad quarterback play, look to Peyton Thorne. But Cal and Auburn, Cal's got a really good running back you can check out. That one is in Auburn. I always like watching games in Jordan-Hare, so that appeals to me. I don't know why, but I like watching games there. That is going up against the best game of the weekend, South Carolina and Kentucky. Sorry, ESPN's telling me how important that game is. Yeah. How important that game is. As far as you have some games in the middle when it comes to 4:30 and 5 o'clock. But if we go to the night games,
Florida A&M, Miami.
I'm not mentioning
big
that.
One.
For who?
For Florida A&M. They get to play in an NFL stadium.
It's a big game for all of Miami's walk-ons. Hey, we might get to play today. That's
them up.
That's who that's big for. But as far as the late window, you can tell maybe you want to watch Rice here in town against Texas Southern. It's not a great slate, but you do have Tennessee and NC State at 6:30. That is probably your top matchup after 3:30 in the day. Once the 2:30 slate hits, that one I would look to. Tennessee's got a really good young quarterback. He was really good in his first game. Very expensive to get him. The NIL money was flying for Nico, and he at least through one game against Chattanooga, he made all the Tennessee fans happy. NC State barely beat. It was a Thursday night game. I can't remember who they struggled with.
Western Carolina.
There it is, Western Carolina. That game didn't make the ACC look good. A lot of what happened over the weekend didn't make the ACC look good, except the Miami pounding of Florida.
Boston College and Georgia Tech made
not really
ACC look good.
Not really. It made the ACC look worse, unless you're one of those deep divers into ACC stuff, and you're like, oh, you're gonna sue the conference? Let's have two teams who went to the conference beat your ass. So if you're into that, then yeah, the ACC did look good.
2 top 10 wins.
It's true. You just don't want you just don't want it to be where you're eating your own.
The SEC does.
The SEC can cultivate that and make people think that's good. The ACC can't, particularly when Georgia Tech and Boston College are the teams getting the wins. Like if it's this triangle of Miami, Florida State, and Clemson all beating each other up, it's like, hey, it's just great football.
Yeah, maybe UNC gets
throw them in there.
Yeah.
Not when Max Johnson's backup might be doing it. In the Drake May,
Sam
Howell era maybe, but this version of UNC, nah, it doesn't look good. But the SEC, they found a way to make that a thing where people are like, yeah, great, you guys are beating each other. So Tennessee, NC State is the one at night.
We have the Big 12 game of the day.
Colorado, no, who?
Colorado and Nebraska.
Well, that's Big 10 versus Big 12.
Big 12.
You mean Big 8 game of the day?
Sure, that works too.
Yeah. It's not the big. If we're going to reference things from the past, I would go Big 8 more than I would go Big 12.
Yeah, but that's gonna be a big one. Dylan Raiola, freshman quarterback for Nebraska.
2-star names. Patrick Mahomes will be interested. In fact, Patrick Mahomes won't even have to get ready for his game because he played it yesterday.
You think he'll be there?
Does he want to spend time in Lincoln?
It's not that far from Kansas City.
Is Tech at home because Tech's on the road. They're in the Palouse. They're playing Washington State. So it would be an excuse for Patrick Mahomes. Nebraska is an Adidas school. He's an Adidas athlete. It would be an excuse for him to show up and root on his doppelganger, Dylan Raiola, or his single white female. He's got the same haircut.
Yeah.
Kind of the same body type.
Yeah. What he's doing is different than what Cam Rising and I are doing, which is kind of look alike.
It just happens to be that you guys look alike because you have long hair and facial hair. What Dylan Raiola is doing is like, I want to be Patrick Mahomes.
He is Kobe to Michael Jordan.
Even worse.
Even worse
in this case.
It's like if Kobe shaved his head when he was 19.
When he had the hair.
Yeah.
And eventually it went that way because as age happens, we all know how age works.
Another big 12 game. Houston Cougars going to Norman, take on the Oklahoma
Yeah, we had
Sooners.
Willie Fritz on this morning. I don't think it's gonna go well. No, it's Big 12 SEC. What are you talking about? Stop. You know, it's not too much conference realignment, Sean. Catch
Oklahoma's
up.
in the SEC.
No, catch up, Sean. All the conference realignments. Oklahoma, it's SEC Big 12.
Oh, okay. So that's why they're 28-point favorites.
Because no, it's not because of.
No, it's just because the conference.
No, it's because we saw what happened last week. Yeah, you don't get drilled at home by UNLV.
UNLV almost covered 28.
It was 27-0 in that fourth quarter.
It's 27-0
before the backup quarterback
scored a touchdown in the last minute.
Yeah, but with a backup quarterback, I believe. Like I said, it was rough for Willie Fritz and the Cougs. We gave away tickets this morning, not for the Oklahoma game. Obviously, it's in Norman, but they do see the Rice Owls next week. We'll have tickets next week to give away. Also, on the shows coming up, if you want to see the Cougs versus Rice, stay tuned. You'll get hooked up with those. So it's not a great slate, but if you're looking for games, there are some top 25 matchups. I am interested in Boise State, Oregon. Oregon needs to show not really show the world that they're better than they were against Idaho. Show themselves that they're better.
Yeah.
And I don't think there will be anyone punching a Boise State player like LeGarrette Blount did all those years ago.
I don't know.
Can't guarantee it.
I don't know. I don't know if a Oregon running back will punch a Boise State defensive end. I don't know.
We're not sure because we can't predict the future.
Maybe vice versa. Maybe it happens vice versa this time.
Revenge game.
Aston Genty has those hands.
You never know. But that's another one to look at too. Let's see if Boise State can maybe recapture some of that magic from, we're talking now a decade plus ago, where they would go into a place people didn't think they had any business winning in, and they would win. They're 19-point underdogs against Dylan Gabriel and those Oregon Ducks. So when we come back, we'll get to anyone who wants to call in. La Salsa is on the line. Anyone else? 713-780-3776. Of course, Michael Carroll will join us at 11:30 to update you on what you should and shouldn't be watching. Hey, I know maybe you get overwhelmed by all the football and you want to watch something else because there may be someone in your life who says, hey, cut it out. You've watched enough football. Who would that person be? Maybe you should cut them out of your life. But if you want to keep them in your life, maybe watch something beyond football. Michael Carroll will help us out there. We'll get to that when we come back. But let's talk about where you can put your money down. MyBookie. MyBookie is my favorite place when we're talking about betting on college football. And it's not just about college football. You can bet on the presidential debate. You can bet on the NFL. We have a game tonight in Brazil. Can the Eagles figure out a way to handle a blitz? That's what they brought Kellen Moore in for. And the Packers have a new DC in Jeff Hafley, the former Boston College coach. So there are some questions on those sides of the ball. Check it out tonight. And you can put some money down at MyBookie if you have a side. You can go to MyBookie for that. You can use the promo code BET975 to make your money go further because they will match up to $1,000 on that first deposit. And they have bonus options beyond that. And they make your deposit easy with crypto or with credit. The bigger your deposit, the bigger your bonus. Remember, they have that new loyalty program called MyBookie Plus. The more you play, the more you win. It's simple. You can climb through their tiers of loyalty rewards program to unlock even more epic promotions, exclusive giveaways, and bigger rewards. MyBookie is the lock of the century. Bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie. Just go to mybookie.ag. That's mybookie.ag.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
That's Michael Carroll. He'll join us in a couple minutes here. Just let you know what you should watch if you so choose to get away from sports this weekend. Okay, let's get to La Salsa. He wants to talk Astros. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, Jelly Jelly?
Not my name.
Hey, I just want to say hashtag go Astros, Longhorns, and Texans. I got two questions for you, buddy.
All right.
Okay, one question is, do you think horns down will ever be a Texans thing? Also, as a person of hue, why did the Alkali get canceled? Also, I think George would take down the most glizzies. That's all I got.
Okay. A lot there. I don't think horns down will ever be a Texan. Did you say Texan thing?
Yeah, I think he means a thing that people do against the Texans.
Oh,
Throw up the H,
okay.
they throw down the
Got
H.
it. Will we throw down? Will the Colts fans throw down the H to taunt the Texans? I don't believe so.
I lean no because it's stupid.
And
but...
it's the throwing up the H is relatively new to its prominence, most as far as the Texans are concerned. Mostly because Cal
McNair, last spring learned how
had
to
his
do it.
rebrand. Yeah. So no, I don't know that many NFL teams actually even have a hand signal. Like the Texans don't really have one. It's like that's a Cal thing. And if you want to take a picture with Cal, you can do it. Mostly people like to throw up the H for the city of Houston, but it isn't strictly associated with the Texans.
Do the Colts do the horseshoe with their hands?
Do they turn and it's a little curved in so it's not
a
a stealing of the U?
And then you can do it upside down.
No, I don't think they do. No.
That'd be great if Tank Dell was a touchdown. People be like, what just happened?
Yeah, DeAndre Johnson's like, wait a minute. What's
I
going
have
on
mixed
out there?
feelings about
Yeah.
this.
Hey, what's that about?
I have very mixed feelings. Former Colt, too.
Me too. Yeah, people forget about that. Andre Johnson's former Colt. No, I don't think horns down or the H being thrown down will be a thing at any point. Doesn't feel like an NFL thing. That's a college thing. Do the Cougars rivals do that to them? Do they do upside down H?
Oh, well, you could do the paw thing.
Yeah, the throw down the. Yeah, I don't think I don't know. Cougs fans have to tell me. Maybe they don't want to come out of the woodwork considering what's going on right now. But they have a chance to bounce back. Not a great one, but they do have Oklahoma.
They have an opportunity for an upset.
Of course, that's how we like put that into the conversation. An opportunity for an upset against a ranked opponent, an SEC opponent, on the road. What else did he ask? The Acolyte. Why did it get canceled? I think that show was fine, and maybe that's just a problem. Like, if you're a Star Wars show, that's just fine, and you are trying to do different things, whether it be about with the content of the story or just simply how the show looks. And you know what I mean when I say how the show looks. It's not exactly
cinematography.
Sure, that too. It's not exactly what Star Wars fans have come accustomed to. It's not what they like. You hear at least a lot of them, not all of them, obviously, but you see it in at least the guys who like to be vocal online. You see how they respond when their Star Wars isn't led by white dudes. I don't know if it's just a bit at this point or they're actually upset. It costs a lot of money. The reviews weren't great. It didn't catch the imagination of enough people, so it went away. I thought it probably deserved a second season. It had a really good villain, or at least someone put in a position of being a villain. If they had really leaned into telling it from the Sith point of view, I think they would have been better off, because the alleged Sith character was a really good one. In fact, the Jedi, I think, were the weakest part of the story. But I don't F with the Jedi, period. Space cops. Maybe even part of a cult, if you look at it. What? They have this mystery religion that only certain people can be involved in. And if you exhibit any type of power, they want to either bring you in or tell you can't use it. In fact, you might say the Jedi were on a crusade. And you know how the Crusades went for certain people. Not well.
You win some, you lose some.
Well, those people lost a lot. They lost a lot. So there, I'm not saying I'm all in on the Sith, but I think they're more interesting than the Jedi by a long shot, or just a gray character. Doesn't have to be bad or good or bad. Just give me a little gray. And I think Star Wars doesn't do a great job of that.
I don't think they like gray either.
No, they don't. You got to be one or the other for the most part. And of course, this would have been better suited for the next segment. But hey, he asked me now. We'll get to it. So I say that because Michael Carroll is coming up next. Michael Carroll, the host of Comicast. He does that show with Jong Lee. And he comes on with us every Friday to discuss the ins and outs of TV, movies, and pop culture for the week. So you can hear Comicast every Friday from 9 to 10, unless something jumps in the way. But for the most part, it's Fridays from 9 to 10. And of course, you can hear it in podcast form on where you find your podcasts. But the host of that podcast will join us when we come back. Well, that some guy is here. Michael Carroll joins us. I wasn't here last week, but you were on
Yeah, I
with
was.
Raheel. So if you would give a breakdown of what happened last week, I only read like the description. Somehow he found a way to get the show on the podcast.
I will say, my name was misspelled on that.
Whatever intern is responsible for that.
And I corrected it. Also, I corrected, like, Raheel should always go first. Raheel should always be first.
He was when we did a show. It was Raheel and Dell. It wasn't the
was.
other way around. Yeah. So So clearly he would agree.
Yeah, well, very much so. I didn't want to upset him and his agents and whatnot. So.
Yeah, I think it was written in his contract. That
I
he'd
believe
have to be
so.
first,
Yeah. So, but it was fun time at East River 9. We both got stopped by the train that's out there.
Of course.
But
It's the one that Paul battles too.
Yeah, it's a battle every time. And for my first time out at East River 9, it was phenomenal. Great place. Everyone was friendly. Not just saying that, legitimately, like it's a really cool place. And then of course getting to host with Raheel, and we had Sierra Henry on.
I did see that. Yeah.
Sierra was great. I mean, go follow her. We talked about her trying to get her original Twitter handle from an old woman that apparently has it, Sports Bay. We discussed college football, of course. We discussed a lot of things over.
I
at East
saw.
River 9.
Did you have a special "Get It Off Your Chest" segment? Did I see that?
It was mainly Raheel because he had
to air some grievances.
Yeah, he had to air some grievances, specifically with like Space City, the network not being on YouTube TV.
Gotcha. I don't have it either.
That's the struggle I have as well. I have YouTube TV, no Space City, so it's a chore to try and
Watch your Astros.
and then of course Rockets when
of course,
out.
yeah. Well, you didn't miss a lot the last 3 games.
Well,
except for losses.
Yeah.
And Ty France putting in a Hall of Fame type performance. Okay. Just wanted an update on
He
him.
said hi, by the way.
I appreciate that. He texted the group chat saying people should thank him for saving the show. I'm not sure if he meant saving the show from the national 10 to 12 slot or just simply someone who wasn't me, saving the show from me. I'm not sure what he meant by that. But he did put that out there. But I thank Raheel for taking over on Friday. All right. So enough about Raheel. I say that quite a bit, I think. And I've said it quite a bit in my life. Michael Carroll is the host of Comicast. Jong Lee is his co-host. It was the final show before Jong goes on paternity leave.
Yes.
Thankfully, Michael Carroll is an understanding employer.
Yes.
But what did you guys get to, at least a little bit of what you guys got to in Jong's, not final episode, but at least for a little while?
Yeah, it's going to be quite a while before he comes back on. This is the birth of his second kid. So he's got a lot on plate.
Yes.
Teresa's got a lot on their plate. So I get it. That's why I am a good co-host in offering podcast paternity leave. We offer great benefits at Comicast. But in this issue of Comicast, we talked about the possible casting of Hal Jordan in the Green Lantern show, which is rumored to be Josh Brolin, as well as some others that are in the mix. But at the time of the recording, we talked about the Josh Brolin angle of it all. And then really, you mentioned about getting things off your chest. It was Jong. He wanted to get some things off his chest in terms of why does it take so long to get these shows? Because there was a report about Ahsoka is not filming season 2 until next year, which means the show will not come out until 2026, which would put it 3 years in between seasons.
And we're talking about what, an 8 episode? Was it 8 episodes or even 6?
It was 8 episodes.
8 episodes. Okay. And I guess we're going to, have they told us how many episodes is going to be this time around?
Not yet, but I would imagine it's
8.
another 8.
Yeah.
So we went into a kind of long discussion. That was honestly the majority of the discussion of the problems that we're seeing, where shows, Stranger Things being a prime example, where it takes 3 years in between seasons. I mean, he'd mentioned it on Twitter the other day. Invincible took however long between season 1, season 2.
It became a running joke that they acknowledged.
Yeah, and they acknowledged it. And then they, of course, they split it up in the middle of season 2. Like, just different shows nowadays, specifically I think the types of shows that we talk about, like House of the Dragon, The Last of Us, like different shows like that, where I put it on a epic storytelling scale. They do give you the big moments, the big battles, the great visuals and things, but it takes so long to get to them.
Yeah, the prestige programming, even beyond what you might call epic storytelling, like Severance took forever.
Yes.
It takes forever to come back. All the shows that you love on your streamers, for the most part, take longer than you would like for them to come back.
And even it's really weird, the decision making behind episode counts now, because there's a journalist I follow, I forget who wrote it, I think it's Matt Goldberg, but he wrote about the Frasier show, that the new reboot. It's only 10 episodes and it's a half-hour sitcom. Like, why?
And this is a show at its roots was doing 20 plus
right.
a
Like,
year. Yeah.
why are you not like? I get House of the Dragon or something like that, even though they go back down to 8 episodes, or even Last of Us goes down to 7. But why is there a sitcom only getting 10 episodes? Like, that's really weird. The episode counts that we get, especially for a show like Frasier, where I can't imagine the budget is what like a House of the Dragon is. You're not seeing Frasier ride dragons.
No, no, no.
I mean,
no, you're not.
I don't think you are.
Well, people,
Last I checked,
well,
it's been a while since
I
I
don't know
the
the
show.
direction that they're going.
To
They
be
could-
fair, they're Lilith. They might have called a dragon at points if you know that character.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
They very well could have.
yeah. If you know her, BB Newirth is her actual name.
Are they CGIing in the dog?
You know, that's probably what it is.
You got a point. That dog can't be alive
They
anymore.
probably had to recast them.
Yeah, it's either they're CGIing or they got a dog who looks very similar.
I didn't realize how much de-aging I guess they were doing over the course of the show. Like,
You gotta look. Maybe you just apologize to Frasier. How about that?
Okay,
The
I'm
Seattle
sorry.
man.
Yeah. So like, but like shows like that do not cost what?
No.
How?
And
Not
yet-
even an episode would cost that much.
And maybe Kelsey Grammer said you get me for 10.
Yeah.
Maybe
I
it's-
mean-
I'm not doing a full season. This ain't
Maybe not.
1998 anymore.
But and it's also like you can't build with shows anymore
No.
because like especially with Netflix, there's so many shows that I watched one season of and either have not heard about a season 2 ever coming out, or they cancel it where it doesn't get a chance to grow.
The first time I hear about things is if I happen to be following one of the actors in the show. Like Arcane is getting close to coming back.
Finally,
Only
yes.
because I follow the lead actress, so she does the voice of Jinx, Ella Purnell. She's in
Yes.
Fallout.
Yes.
I know her. I follow her, so I know that Arcane is right around the corner.
Finally, after
Yeah.
I think 3-4 years.
Yeah, I looked. Yeah, it came across my Netflix yesterday, and it was like 2021 because they keep track of when the last time an episode dropped. That's how they label it. It was 2021. I was like, what are we talking about here? I don't, it's animated, so I take that into account.
But like X-Men 97, I mean, it's not the same style of animation, so it's not a 1-for-1. But that season 2 is coming out next year.
Yeah.
And like, why are we not?
Are they working around the schedules of all these actors? Because they only have them for, in some cases, 8 episodes. So since these people have to work, so now you're scheduling around all of them because you don't have them locked in for an entire year, and nothing's guaranteed for a 5-year run. I don't know.
It's just so hard to like latch onto a show when half the time it's like, man, that was 2 years ago.
And
I don't remember.
you have to, in some cases, go back and watch it to even remember anything. So you're caught up unless you find a really good recap on YouTube or something.
Or you find a show that you like, and then you didn't watch it in the first weekend, canceled.
No, that too. There's
You know,
always
like
people in some cases they'll wait. If I know this is getting a season 2, then I'll start to watch because why would I invest my time if it's going to go away? Okay, we aired grievances some more, and I don't mind. I do that in my private time. We'll do it now. So if we want to be entertained, whether it be or not, or you're telling us to avoid something, it's not a great slate as far as new things to watch. I know Brandy has a movie that's not getting good reviews.
Yeah.
The Front Room, and it's a horror movie, so you might not partake in it anyway. But if you're recommending something, TV, movies, otherwise, since it's kind of a slower weekend, what would you suggest?
Yeah, theater wise, you mentioned it, The Front Room. It's 44% right now with critics. And I've read a couple of reviews, and it just sounds, it's not even like horror. It just sounds gross.
Yeah, it's an A24 movie, so that adds a little prestige to it. But from what I can tell, it's not hitting with people.
No, the actress Catherine Hunter, I believe, plays the older woman. She's the strongest part of the movie. Brandy does a great job as well, but it's not resonating with folks. Normally I would say go watch an A24 film, not this one.
Not this one, okay.
If you probably the biggest one, Beetlejuice, that comes out this weekend. It's resonating more with audiences rather than critics.
Do you think it's because the movie is good, or is it just nostalgia?
I think it's a lot of nostalgia.
Okay.
Because everyone that I've read, it's not like Tim Burton's best work, and it feels convoluted, and it feels like fan servicey, which I'm not against, but that's what this movie has always felt like to me a little bit. Like it's an IP that people know, let's bring it back. And I don't know that Tim Burton necessarily had something new to say with it.
Okay.
So but it is good for people if you want to go check it out and you enjoyed the first film. You probably are going to enjoy this one as well in theaters. But outside of that, it's a quiet weekend at the theater. Streaming wise, there is a movie that premieres on Netflix today, Rebel Ridge.
I did see that. Oh yeah, that one. When that trailer came out, there were so many people. It was like, what is this?
Yes.
What is this? Yeah, I saw the trailer. Yeah, I mean, there's the Brazil. There's a Brazil. Well, it is in Brazil, the NFL game, but I might check out Rebel Ridge when I get home.
It's 93% right now on Rotten Tomatoes. Think of it as Jack Reacher, and this is an oversimplification of it, but the first Rambo movie where John Rambo is going after the corrupt police. Think of it in that sense. And I was watching the trailer, rewatching it this morning, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to put this on. Like, I know the game's on tonight, but like, I kind of want to watch.
Yeah,
Rebel
I kind of
Ridge.
want to watch. Now that you reminded me of it, I kind of want to watch this as opposed to Jalen Hurts.
Don Johnson's in it. He plays the villain, but Aaron Pierre is the star of it, playing Terry Richmond. And I'm all about it. He's going to post bail for his cousin. Police unlawfully seize the money and proceed to go about.
Yeah, chaos ensues.
Chaos ensues.
I'm sure he has a plan, but from watching the trailer, chaos ensues. It'll have a lot of people, a lot of faces you recognize, but you may not know their names.
Right.
Like Anna Sophia Robb is in it. You mentioned Don Johnson. James Batchdale is in it. That face you're going to recognize even if you don't know his name. There's an English actress. I believe she's English. Her name's Erin Doherty. She's been in a couple things I've seen.
Oh, yeah.
So she's in it too. So yeah, I guess she'll be putting on a Southern accent. So we'll see how that goes for her. So yeah, I'm interested in that. That's when that trailer came out. I didn't even see it on YouTube. I saw it on Twitter, and I was like, what are we doing here? I got to watch this.
I got to watch this.
So Rebel Ridge, yeah.
This is definitely like an Netflix action movie that is right up my alley. So I'm going to watch that. Slow Horses season 4 premiered this week. Every episode is releasing on Wednesday
on Apple TV. Yeah.
On Apple TV Plus. There's 2 episodes out right now. So if you want to go check that out, I know it's a highly regarded show, but it's kind of flown under the radar.
Yeah, because Apple TV doesn't do a great job promoting anything. Gary Oldman's in it. In fact, one of the lead actors, he plays the character River. He showed up in the first episode of Rings of Power. I'm not going to give away. It's a bit of a cameo of a character that already exists.
Yeah.
It's very early in episode 1. If you recognize the guy's face, if you happen to be a Slow Horses fan, you're like, River.
I know
there
that
it is.
guy.
I didn't know he was going to play that role, so I knew he was going to be in it. I didn't know he was going to play that role, so that was pretty cool to see. And I think you guys talked about Rings of Power. At least it was in your synopsis.
We did a little bit.
Yeah.
We did a little bit.
So that's out. The episode 4. It was a 3-episode drop last week. Episode 4 came out yesterday. I haven't seen it. I was watching Ravens and Chiefs. I'll get to that at some point this weekend. So I kind of almost rushed you into what you shouldn't watch. You've given us what we should watch. Is there anything else you want to touch on before we wrap it up?
Last one, Fight Night, the $1 Million Heist, the limited series. The first 3 episodes are out now on Peacock. That's the Kevin Hart, Don Cheadle, Samuel L. Jackson based off. I don't think it's a true story. I think it's just a dramatization of that night, October 26, 1970, when Muhammad Ali returned to the ring.
Gotcha.
They're in Atlanta. It's a whole thing, but they get robbed. It's a whole thing.
Gotcha.
But it looks interesting.
So if you are watching Eagles Packers, I'm sure as you're trying to find the game, I'm sure it'll be up in the front, but that show will be there waiting for you too if you want to check it out either before or after. Michael, want to thank you for stopping in. Michael Carroll, the co-host, but at least for the foreseeable future, let's just say the host of Comicast, because life happens and Jong Lee will be dealing with an important life event for the foreseeable future.
Oh yeah, 0 important life events for me.
I'm sure you do, but not enough to take you away from Comicast.
No,
that's all I'm saying.
I'm boring, alone, and it's all good.
I'm not. You've painted this in a negative light, and it's not what I meant. I'm just saying
it's okay.
The man has something that has taken precedent.
I have nobody.
Well, I mean, he's revealing things that I don't know if I asked him to reveal, but it's fine.
I'm gonna go cry in the car.
I mean, cry over cutting up another MyBookie spot or something. I don't know.
Well,
you got work to do.
Wow, you said shut up and edit. Wow.
Well, I'm not his boss, but I imagine Todd's like, excuse me, you can cry in that studio. You got a space all unto yourself.
Yeah, turn on the on-air light. No one will knock on your door.
and get crying out while you're cutting up Joel and Dell and John doing MyBookie stuff. It's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Yeah, I'm good.
This took a turn that I did not expect it to take. I was just simply saying Jong's going to be busy, I guess.
Yeah, because he has big life events.
I guess
Michael Carroll, zero.
I guess the inference is if Jong is busy and can't do it and Michael can, then he's not busy at all.
His schedule's wide open.
Hey, man, you said it, not me. I got one more segment to go. By the way, it resonates with me when you say I've got nothing else to do because I got nothing else to do yet.
Hey, we're right here.
All right, here. Simpatico. We got one more segment to go here on the show before we close it out for the week. We'll be back. I can't hear that. Oh, yeah. Aqueduct Plumbing. I don't have any plumbing issues, but if I did, you know where I would go? I would go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Billy Brown is the owner of that great plumbing company, and they do big jobs, they do smaller jobs, but really when it comes to the water in your home, nothing is that small because the expectation is when you turn on your faucet or turn on your shower, it'll be clean, it won't be stinky, and you can use your water how you want. That's why Aqueduct Plumbing Company is the place for you. They will make sure your assumption that your water will be fine will be correct, whether it be a repipe or something wrong with your water filters, or maybe you really need a new water heater. They take care of all that for you, from remodels to camera inspection to leak detections, whatever it is when it comes to plumbing, they have the answer. They have experienced contractors who are local, so they love taking care of the local customers. They will take care of you with anything you may need. And if you just need someone to come out and see what the issue is, they will do that too. You're not a plumber. You don't know. You want to give them a call and get a free price quote? You can do that as well. 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238, or go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We talk quite a bit about what you should watch. Well, if you're a DirecTV customer, you know there are things you are unable to watch because of a very highly publicized dispute. If you're a DirecTV or DirecTV Stream customer, you know you've lost the ESPN, which includes college football, Monday Night Football, ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, Sports Center, and more. You want answers? You want to take action? You can do that now. Just call 844-KEEP-MY-ESPN or visit keepmyespn.com. So take direct action. Those are the ways. KeepMyESPN.com or call 844-KEEP-MY-ESPN. All right. We got a couple more minutes before we wrap it up. I don't know if we'll always be a prediction show. In fact, I can probably guarantee we won't, because who cares what we actually predict? Oh, you want to make predictions about games?
Not really.
No.
I want to put on headgear though, like Corso.
I wish if we had access to that, it would be cool. If we could, there have been helmets floating around here for years in the past, but I don't think we have any of that stuff anymore. Okay. It belonged to someone who no longer is a part of the station. I think they're like, hey, give me my stuff. I'm taking that with me. Oh, well. I think the Texans win. I'm not going score. I just think if they win and if my thoughts are correct, it's because they find a way to stop the football and make Jonathan Taylor someone who is simply a guy who's going out for passes throughout the fourth quarter. Because if they let the Colts stay in a game where he can be a big piece of control in the action, I fear for the Texans in game 1 of the year, which doesn't mean much as far as what they will be overall, but it's just a little inkling of what could be a bigger issue if the Colts take advantage of the middle of that defense. They're going to be without Christian Harris. They have Azeez Al-Shaair there, so they'll have one of their new additions there. But Christian Harris was expected to be a big part of this defense, and he won't be available for a little bit. So we'll see how big of an impact his absence has on the team. But I think they'll win. Just don't allow the Colts to turn this into a game where all Anthony Richardson has to do is turn around and hand the ball off. And then I wouldn't worry. And of course, we'll get our Guardian Cap guy. Oh, and don't let Guardian Cap guy make plays. Jonathan Taylor could be wearing one, but that's not confirmed. But the tight end for the Colts, at least one of them, is going to wear a Guardian Cap. If he catches a touchdown pass, I don't care how the score goes. The Texans lost. I don't care what it could be 37-7. And if that guy scores, you lost. Can't have it. If I got to deal with Kamari Lassiter not wearing gloves out there, that's almost
strike one.
That's strike one.
That's strike one, strike two, one for each glove.
Yeah. You let Guardian Cap tight end catch a touchdown. That's strike 3.
I don't know, 37-7.
It is a big victory, but it all depends on when that touchdown occurs.
Okay.
If it's like 37-0 and he scores, okay, whatever.
Okay.
It's pity what you're doing right now. You got some pity on the Colts. But if he catches like the first touchdown of the game,
2 touchdowns. Everything he does is worth double.
So it's like
they have to beat the spread then. It's like
if his touchdown cost bettors who side with the Texans, then it is actually like a loss for those people. Yeah. I might as well mention his name since we talked about him quite a bit. But I actually never mentioned his name.
I never knew his name.
I remember it. Kylan Granson is the Colts tight end who will be wearing a Guardian Cap. We can't allow him to have a big day.
Yes, we do take player safety seriously,
but
head injuries are a serious issue.
I commend him for wearing it, kind of, but don't score points. Hey, Jalen Petrie, shut him down.
Yeah, he can't have a post-game, maybe Monday afternoon Instagram highlight reel.
No,
he can't on his Instagram. He can't, week 1 mission accomplished.
I can't have
statement made.
I can't have the Go Colts guy who whinnied at the end of his song be celebrating Kylan Granson's day. I can't have it. I don't need TikTok turning Kylan Granson into George Kittle.
People forgot
off of Texans highlights.
Kylan Granson is a problem.
Yeah, him and that Guardian Cap on his head. But hey, that's the strength of our analysis. Don't let the guy protecting his head from concussions have a big day.
Not in my NFL.
Once again, let's clarify. We are completely fine with him wearing it. He just can't have a good day. That's all. Be as healthy as you can, but don't score any touchdowns.
Only let players with drip beat you.
This is what I'm saying. Because when the nerd shows out on you, it makes it even worse. We're done for the day and the week. At least this show is. We'll be back on Monday to break down what happened for the first time ever for this show. Break down what happened after an NFL weekend. Of course, the college football weekend as well. Texas, Michigan. We'll find out how sad Sean is on Monday. Yeah, you're going to be a point of conversation on Monday if your team loses. If your team wins, we can wait till Tuesday to talk about the Longhorns. But if you lose to Michigan who can't throw a forward pass,
you're disrespecting the national champs. There's been a lot of disrespect of the national champs going on.
It's mostly because you lost. It's not because you're playing Michigan. Any loss will bring this slander upon you, but particularly when you were disrespecting them early in the show. All right, I'm done. And we did it. Jason Tatum, how excited about it are you that we did it?
We did it!
He's excited. I'm excited. I'll talk to you on Monday.
Rush 4. Lamar trying to make magic happen. Throw it end zone. Likely 2 feet down. Yes! Touchdown! What a play! Isaiah Likely!
They're enough to overturn.
Oh, that's on the line, isn't it? I think.
Terry McCauley's going to have to make this call, but it looks like that toe's on the line, Terry.
I agree completely.
Oh.
We learned yesterday from Stephon Diggs in an interview with GQ that women pay attention to what shoes you wear. Referees do too. Isaiah Likely, buddy, it's time to wear white shoes. I'm surprised you're wearing black shoes. It makes you look slower, but that's neither here nor there. Football is back. The Kansas City Chiefs beat the Baltimore Ravens 27-20 last night. to kick off the NFL season on this Friday, September 6th of 2024, a football Friday, at least my first football Friday. No Joe today. For those who don't know, Joe helped a friend move over this past weekend. While helping said friend move, said friend fell while they were both carrying a couch together, and the couch hit Joe in the face, and he has been dealing with intense tooth pain over the course of the week. We thought he was going to be having surgery on his tooth after yesterday's show. Turns out that appointment was so that he could set up surgery today, the day before a business trip to Indianapolis. So here I thought I was going to come in and wearing my suit, a tie, a button down, tight pants that make my ass look good. I thought that I was going to have somebody else here ready for a business trip, and it turns out Joe George, whether it's an actual tooth injury, it's an actual tooth injury, or his aversion to wear anything other than free T-shirts, he is not here today. Sean Mapes behind the glass, he's wearing a tuxedo T-shirt, which I have a lot of respect for.
Thank you. Thank
you. You showed up for the business trip. Joe did not show up for the business trip. Bad omen for the Houston Texans? We'll discuss. It's going to be a fun show today. Now, there's something about men where we are all conditioned to look at somebody else and determine whether or not we can kick their ass. It's a thing. A lot of people think they can kick my ass because I'm a pretty boy. And they would be right. I'm 2-4 lifetime in career fights. But when you watch a game like last night between the Chiefs and the Ravens, the two best teams in the AFC, at least on paper, going into this year, the two teams who are a tier above the Houston Texans, no matter the hype going into 2024. If you're a Texans fan, I think you have a natural urge to size both up and wonder whether or not you can take them. I think they can take the Baltimore Ravens. I think they can take them. I say that because last night, it felt like Lamar Jackson thought that he was playing in a playoff game. Did he slide once? I don't think he did. He scrambled a lot, and he looks like he's a lot faster than he was last year, which is pretty scary considering the Ravens did kick the Texans' ass not once, but twice last season. But he is their entire offense. I mean, they brought in Derrick Henry this offseason, and the Chiefs have a good defense for what it's worth. But Lamar Jackson was the guy for Baltimore last night trying to make everything happen. And watching him felt a lot like if you've ever played Madden, going up against somebody who has a really mobile quarterback. They're not actually that good at the game, but since they have the mobile quarterback, a lot of things go their way. But Lamar Jackson was doing everything for the Ravens last night. That first touchdown pass that he had to Isaiah Likely, the one that didn't get called back, that was a play where he's rolling to the right and he just chucks it up there. Likely makes a great catch and nice couple of moves after the catch, and he has a long touchdown. But it was scrambles and runs and throws that were impossible by Lamar Jackson just to give Baltimore a shot at the end of the game to tie it and send it to overtime. But I felt like the Ravens went into that game, a revenge opportunity for the AFC Championship game against the Chiefs, approaching it like a playoff game, and they still lost. And I don't think, if you're a Kansas City Chiefs fan, even with the Ravens knocking on the door at the very end of the game, I don't think you ever felt uncomfortable. And then you saw Lamar Jackson have his few Lamar Jackson moments where he's really good as a runner. He's super athletic, and he can throw the football downfield, but every now and then he just misses a guy. You got a first and goal situation. He throws it into the corner of the end zone. It's out of bounds. Could have been a touchdown. He had his guy, Isaiah Likely, wide open. And then a couple of plays later, Zay Flowers over the middle of the field, wide open. Jackson misses him. He misses both of those. Lamar Jackson has to play perfect, I think, for Baltimore to beat the best teams in the NFL. And if we're thinking the Texans are getting into that category, again, I know a lot of people are a bit suspicious, especially with all the hype that they've gotten this offseason. But Lamar Jackson's going to have to throw a perfect game, I think, against the best teams in the league for Baltimore to win on a regular basis this year with the offensive line struggles that they have. And with some defensive lapses that they had as well. So, as somebody who, like most men, has a natural urge to size people up. I think if the Texans are sizing the Ravens up based entirely off of last night, even though they got their ass kicked twice by them last year, I think you're feeling pretty good about your ability to beat Baltimore when they play each other Christmas Day at NRG Stadium on Netflix. Forgot about that.
Forgot it was on Netflix.
The NFL is shameless. They really are shameless. Let's play a game in a country tonight with censorship going on. A country that harbored Nazis. That's fine. You know, my pop-up, who's no longer with us, R.I.P., World War II veteran who saved countless lives in Europe, marching throughout against the Nazi menace, would be rolling over in his grave right now if he knew his beloved Philadelphia Eagles were playing a game that harbored in a country that harbored Nazis. But it's fine. It's fine. Let's shift back to the team that won the game last night, the Kansas City Chiefs. They're the defending Super Bowl champions, two-time defending Super Bowl champions, and the Texans play the Chiefs right before they play the Ravens, December 21st, I believe, at Arrowhead Stadium. I do not think that the Houston Texans can look at themselves in the mirror right now and tell themselves, yeah, we can kick the Chiefs' ass. You can't say that. You can't. I say that because, I mean, that's a Chiefs team that was without one of his key weapons. No Hollywood Brown. And did you see Xavier Worthy? I'm not going to act like that was the greatest pick ever, but God, Buffalo, you dumbasses, why did you let Xavier Worthy go of all teams to the team that constantly beats you in the playoffs? What are you doing? Xavier Worthy, right away, showing Rodney Harrison, who's boss. Rodney Harrison made some comments about skinny people. Sir, we're on to you. We're on to you. We of the 165 pounds to 185 pound weight class. We're on to you. We're faster than you. Xavier Worthy comes in there and immediate impact. In a game where Baltimore's defense did a pretty good job. Immediate impact there. Chiefs are going to be tough. They're going to be tough to beat. Chris Jones, whoa, he's still good. I very vividly remember begging the Houston Texans to go and get Chris Jones. That was never going to happen. But I vividly remember multiple listeners saying, Chris Jones is not going to try so hard. They won 2 Super Bowls in a row. You're wrong. My God, he is scary. And I think John Harbaugh is one of the more overrated coaches in the NFL. I feel like his teams are regularly unprepared and sometimes don't know the rules, like his wide receiver, Rashad Bateman. Dude, line up on the line. I'm a high school wide receiver veteran who knows his only thing that he would do when he went on a field, because I was in a triple option offense or whatever, wing T, the only thing I would do on a field whenever I went in on offense was ask the referee if I'm on the line. Rashad Bateman, ask if you're on the line. Ravens are making a lot of excuses for themselves. John Harbaugh should have them know where they're supposed to line up. And John Harbaugh, or whoever's in charge of the Ravens offense, deciding to, on the most important 2 plays of the game, have an effing running back blocking Chris Jones. What a bunch of dummies. Oh, boy.
That's like that's the perfect encapsulation of what you're saying, where Lamar needs to throw a perfect game because like he was having to scramble on every single, like you said, like in Madden, where you just kind of run around in a circle just to mix up the defenders a little bit and then turn around to throw it because yes, they had Justice Hill one-on-one with the best player on the Chiefs defense.
Justice Hill, like, come on. And Justice Hill did a pretty good job.
He was all right. Yeah, he was good, but
what are you doing? That's not fair.
You shouldn't depend on him.
Right. I mean, honestly, I feel like it had an impact on both those throws at the end of the game.
The Flowers one is bad.
The Flowers one was very bad.
That's bad.
Yeah, he just missed them. But I don't know. Maybe Chris Jones is not getting blocked by a running back. Maybe Lamar Jackson feels a little bit more comfortable in that.
He can step into it a little bit more. Yeah, maybe.
John Harbaugh's another reason that if I'm the Houston Texans, I feel good. I feel good, and I know the Ravens beat the Texans twice last year, but I do not feel good about a Texans-Chiefs game. The Chiefs did all of that on a night where their offense was sluggish and where they were without Marquise Hollywood Brown. The defense is very good still, despite trading L'Jarius Sneed away to the Tennessee Titans. They are still the top dogs in the NFL, but it was fun to have football back last night. I had a really good time watching that game. We have some more takes from that game that we'll get into. Yesterday was an interesting day in the world of sports, not just because of a lot of bitching and moaning about some calls that took place in the Chiefs-Ravens game, but also because of the Astros getting jobbed by a bad call in Cincinnati. What's the deal with referees these days? We'll discuss It's Gallant and George, no Joe, just Paul. ESPN 97.5, 92.5 on YouTube at ESPN Houston and on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around.
It's Gallant and George,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Text from the 832. Lamar Jackson sucks, man. All those short passes, one after another. Then when he throws deep, it's overthrown. So instead of even trying to throw, he just starts running all over the place. Hate how everyone thinks he's so good in MVP. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, first off, he doesn't suck. He doesn't suck. Is he inaccurate from time to time? Sure. Does that make him suck? Especially when he is that good at running? On top of that, I think it was more the Ravens' game plan than it was Lamar. Because when the Ravens actually threw the ball downfield, take a look at their numbers. Jackson was averaging 9.3 yards per attempt, but they threw the ball 16 times behind the line of scrimmage, and it was a 2.6 yard per attempt kind of deal. Was that because of the pass rush, their lack of offensive line? I think there were a lot of factors there. Don't tell me Lamar Jackson sucks. Just don't. I get it. You might be annoyed with him being a 2-time MVP because of the playoff performances, and that is granted. He has had some very disappointing playoff performances after winning the MVP against the Titans back in 2019 and against the Chiefs last year. But you can't say he sucks. Come on. What are we doing here? Lamar Jackson definitely thought the referees sucked, and it's got me thinking just about referees as a whole. It's time for another episode of The Ref Show. So yesterday's Astros game featured a very frustrating moment. Joe Espada got tossed because he took issue with replay review in New York, not the umpires on the diamond, not overturning a clear hit by pitch on Alex Bregman yesterday in the 4th inning. Did it impact the game, the final result? I don't know. I don't know that Joe Espada being there over the last 5 innings is going to help the Astros get more than 4 hits that they had in the game, which was, that's what I'm more annoyed about coming out of yesterday's game than the actual call there. But it was a clear hit by pitch. And they went to New York and they reviewed it and they still didn't overturn it. So that was the local edition of the Ref Show yesterday. And the Astros lost to the Reds 1-0. They got swept. But we also saw it to a degree in last night's NFL kickoff. I feel like there's too much focus by the Ravens on what happened at the end of the game. For those who didn't watch, Lamar Jackson threw what looked like a touchdown pass with no time left to Isaiah Likely, a tight end at the back of the end zone, and Likely's foot was clearly out of bounds. He was wearing black shoes. He shouldn't have done that. So the original call on the field was it was a touchdown, but there was clear and conclusive evidence to overturn it. Lamar Jackson doesn't really feel that way. Here's what he had to say about the call after the game.
I thought it was a touchdown. I still think it's a touchdown.
I don't get how you still think it's a touchdown unless you didn't watch the replay before going up to the podium. And I would have watched the replay a million times after something like that happened. I would have. I would want to know.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt that he was on the line. I do, because you brought it up twice now. The shoes that Isaiah Likely wore.
Got to wear white shoes, bud.
Do you think that it would be call stands or inconclusive if he's wearing white shoes? Because I kind of think it is.
There's a chance.
It definitely helps your chances.
I saw this point made on Pro Football Talk. If it wasn't on NBC, if it's on CBS, for example, it might not have been overturned because CBS has terrible camera work. NBC has all of the cameras, so they're going to be able to see anything as it is as well. Maybe it would have been overturned. But if this is maybe an afternoon game on CBS, with the Texans, H team that they were getting last year,
Archuleta's in the building.
Yeah, that is probably going to be something where we might not even see the replay or know that he was potentially out of bounds.
Yeah.
But in this situation,
the kickoff game, they're gonna.
I think regardless of shoe color, they were going to make the right call there.
I kind of think with the white shoe, he has a chance.
The white shoe,
you have a
helped
chance.
him.
It has a chance that we're debating it.
I think I want to say it was Bill Belichick who had a theory that he highlighted to Julian Edelman. And this had more to do with, I think, holding.
Yeah, it was red gloves. He didn't like him wearing red gloves.
He wanted them to wear white gloves.
Or whatever the other team was wearing.
Yeah, so you can't usually wear the same color as the other team is wearing, but you could wear darker gloves theoretically to try to blend in so it doesn't look like you're holding. These are little things that really smart teams do. Teams that pay attention to detail, which John Harbaugh has proven over the course of his career as a head coach that he is not that good at doing. He won a Super Bowl with Joe Flacco. Awesome. Who won that Super Bowl? Harbaugh or Flacco/Ray Lewis? The answer was obviously Flacco/Ray Lewis, if you remember that. Harbaugh's, I think, very overrated as a coach. Is he good? Yes. Elite? No. I don't think there's much of a difference between he and Mike McCarthy. I really don't. But Harbaugh's just been with the Ravens forever. That's just that. But the Ravens got called for a lot of illegal formations last night, and some of them I can kind of understand why they were bitching and moaning as much as they were. Now, as I brought up in the first segment, there was a moment where Rashad Bateman is lining up to the left side of the field. He's off the line. Receiver has to stand on the line. You tell the referee every single play, you have to stand on the line. But there are other moments where Ronnie Stanley, their left tackle, was called 3 times for illegal formations, while Chiefs right tackle Jawan Taylor clearly got away with the exact same thing that Stanley was doing. And it led to a lot of, NFL rigged for the Chiefs. Rules for thee, not for Chiefs, if you will. And while I want to push back on the majority of this, the refs did F up a lot last night. Steve Spagnuolo is a defensive coordinator. By letter of the law, he's not allowed to call a timeout. Only a head coach or a player designated as a captain can call a timeout. I was actually surprised by that. If someone other than these authorized individuals calls a timeout, it can result in an unsportsmanlike conduct, no timeout being granted, a delay of game, or the officials can use discretion here. But the discretion the officials used here was to give the Chiefs a timeout while they were clearly not on the same page defensively with their backs to the goal line right before halftime. What happens if the Ravens actually were able to get off a play? I heard Chris Collinsworth, I think, say, well, it's not like Andy Reid's going to run down the sideline to go call that timeout. Oh, are we fat excusing? People talk about fat shaming all the time. A fat guy, he gets an excuse here. Steve Spagnuolo gets to call the timeout for him because he's a fatty boom batty. And he is. He knows it. He acknowledges it. He's not doing anything to change it. So why should I be like, oh, well, it's so cute. He's jovial. He's fat. He's Santa Claus. No, I'm not going to do that. He should have to call the timeout. They shouldn't have granted that timeout. So I hate blaming the refs. I hate going, for those who don't know, there's a fun follow on Astros and Rockets Twitter named Ben DeBose, who I believe would like to do the things to that poor referee in that commercial for dog food that we saw last night. You see that? There's a commercial for dog food where this referee is getting like booed. Ref, you suck after making a bad call. He has like someone throws a soda on his car, goes to a store to get a beer, and the person like glowers at him. He comes home and his dog's like supportive. And it was, I felt bad for that referee in that commercial, but I mean, I kind of feel like the fans that were ragging on him.
If you missed the call, I mean, what
they effed that up with the timeout.
Yeah, the timeout. It's a situation where it wasn't. I feel like it would have been a bigger deal if the Chiefs were on offense and something like this happened, or if it was a different situation. Also, if it's late in the game as opposed to early in the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, I also didn't know that rule, that it could only be the head coach. I thought coordinators could all, but I guess it makes sense that you can't have literally everyone on the sideline being able to call a timeout. So you have to draw the line somewhere.
But it's something that they've messed this up before. And
I feel like the players won too. Like they let whoever on the field call a timeout. Like the captains, only captains can call timeouts. I have not noticed that.
I haven't either. So I think you're right on that front. But this is something that the NFL has done before. And ironically, you know who got screwed over again? Baltimore Ravens. Here's how. For those who don't know, there was a Monday Night Football game in 2007 featuring the New England Patriots and Baltimore Ravens. There's a 4th and 1. Tom Brady scrambles on a 4th and 1. He's automatic on 4th and 1, right? He got stuffed. The game was over. The Patriots' undefeated season was over. Rex Ryan, defensive coordinator for the Ravens, called a timeout. They granted him the timeout. Patriots get another play. Huge controversy about that because this was in the midst of Spygate season. Everyone lost their minds. And I'll admit it, like they shouldn't have called that timeout. And the Ravens have gotten hosed now twice in big spots against really good football teams on prime time by the refs granting timeouts to people that shouldn't be allowed to call timeouts.
To D coordinators for some reason.
Yeah, it's weird.
That is
the wrong
crazy.
defensive coordinator the last time.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That is. Yeah. That's a wild parallel.
Mm-hmm. So there you go, guys.
The two biggest dynasties in football history.
Yeah.
Who's to say which one's 1 and 2?
People don't. I mean, they're just keeping Baltimore down.
Did you notice that this is not ref related? Did you notice that Chris Collinsworth kind of said Baltimore? Like he was.
Oh, was he doing that?
He kind of put an accent on it every time, or a couple times. I was like, is he from Baltimore? Like, why is he saying it like that?
That's a good question. I know I hate seeing Jack Collinsworth. It just makes me envious.
Yeah, he got the trip to Brazil.
After being at last night's game too?
No, he was at
they were at last night's
Dungy, Rodney Harrison, and Jack Collinsworth were in Brazil
for tonight's game.
Yeah,
we'll talk about that game in Brazil at 12:45. I'm not happy about it. I'm also not happy about something else that happened in last night's game. But up next, Texans play the Colts on Sunday. I'm not calling a Colts upset, but there's 2 reasons that this matchup concerns me. You'll hear them next. First, let me tell you about my friends at mybookie.ag. Hear me talk about mybookie.ag so much. So guess what? MyBookie is giving you something even more than you already got. It used to be with mybookie.ag that they would match your first deposit if you enter promo code BET975. Well, guess what? This is crazy. To the point where I'm even wondering if this is real. MyBookie will double your deposit with promo code BET975 before you even place a bet. With a credit card, with crypto, yeah, they're going to double your first deposit. Not match it, double. This is borderline irresponsible, but hey, mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. You want more bang for your buck? Where are you going to get more bang for your buck? Maybe you want to bet on tonight's big football match in Brazil with the Philadelphia Eagles, 2-point favorites against the Green Bay Packers. What? 2-point favorites? Did anyone watch the end of last year? 6 losses in a row, 7 losses in a row. I get it. New team from last year to this year. But the Green Bay Packers and Jordan Love, they're the belle of the ball of the NFC. They're the NFC's Houston Texans right now, getting lots of hype. And I'm buying that hype. Packers are winning that game. I think the Packers are going to smoke Green Bay in Brazil. And hopefully everybody's able to escape the stadium afterwards. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. MyBookie.ag is going to double your money. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Texans, Colts, Sunday, Indianapolis. The last time these two teams played, the Houston Texans prevailed in a game that was very, very close, down to the wire. This time around is going to be very interesting for the Texans, and I'm concerned about a couple of matchups. The Texans are without one of their best linebackers in Christian Harris. So, two guys that I'm skeptical about are going to be playing a lot. Henry To'oTo'o, less skeptical. The guy played at Alabama. But Jake Hansen and Delshon Phillips are going to be part of a linebacker core going up against Colts running back Jonathan Taylor. This is Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans earlier this week talking about the Texans' struggles against Taylor over his time in the NFL.
Yeah, Jonathan, I think he's a successful running back just because he runs with such great contact balance. It takes more than one guy to get him down. He does a really good job breaking tackles. He plays physical. He plays downhill. He runs the ball, plays the game the right way. I think that's what makes him a really good running back.
Can you guess, Sean Mapes, behind the glass, what Jonathan Taylor's yards per carry average is in his career against the Houston Texans?
I'm guessing it's really high. I'm going to go 5.5.
5.96.
Almost 6.
136 carries for 811 yards in 6 career games and 7 touchdowns. He's averaging 135.2 yards a game against the Texans.
Pretty good. It's pretty good.
And it's not just Christian Harris that's out for this game. They're also without Danico Autry, who suspended the first 6 games. And look, the Texans struggled to stop the run last year. Are they better defensively with Danielle Hunter? Yes. With Will Anderson bulked up, heading into his second year, apparently okay with the ankle injury that he has been dealing with throughout training camp? Sure. I like their defensive line. I feel like Derek Barnett's good. I like what Mario Edwards has done on the defensive tackle side of things this preseason. You even saw some nice plays from the old man himself, Jerry Hughes. They got some names on the defensive line side of things, but Jonathan Taylor's really good, and Azeez Al-Shaair can't do everything. So that's my first concern with this Texans matchup against the Colts. The other one has to do with Indianapolis's front 7 on defense. I still don't know that the Texans' offensive line, when fully healthy, is going to be good. I don't know that. I don't think any of us know that. We all expect it to be good, but do we know it for certain? Especially when something that is in the back of my mind, I'm not sure that Bobby Slowick knows how to run the football. I'm not sure he does. He couldn't last year. Everyone was like, oh, it's Dameon Pierce. I don't know. Devin Singletary did what he could. The offensive line had some injuries, sure. But what if it wasn't just the offensive line? What if whatever Bobby Slowick's doing, he just doesn't as sharp when it comes to creating an effective running game? I think it's certainly on the table. And then you take a look at not the Texans' offensive line, which is finally healthy for it seems like the first time ever. You're going to have Laramie Tunsil. You're going to have Kenyon Green. We'll see how he does. You're going to have Juice Scruggs in his second year at center. Shaq Mason, Titus Howard. Everyone's ready to go. But how are they going to do against the Colts defensive line that's pretty damn good? Colts front 7, that's pretty damn good. Bobby Slowick, Texans offensive coordinator, earlier this week, he at one point was asked about Indianapolis's front 7 that features DeForest Buckner, you might remember from his time in San Francisco, and a couple of other guys who you've probably never heard of, but Kwity Paye, who had 8.5 sacks last year, in addition to a guy that they drafted this offseason who a lot of people like, Laiatu Latu, a rookie out of UCLA. This new Texans offensive line is basically going to be working together for the first time against a pretty good unit. Here's what Bobby Slowick had to say about that front seven for Indy.
They're really good up front. I mean, really, the front seven, they can go to work. That's been a big emphasis for us is making sure we're good in the run game. We're taking care of that. We're good in the pass game and protections. That's always going to be an emphasis when we play. I got to be honest with you. I feel like every week I'm up here talking about how good the defensive line in front is. I mean, maybe it's a coordinator syndrome. I don't know, but it always feels that way. Where it's always on your mind. It's always at the forefront. Truthfully, I feel like at this point, like we talk about it ad nauseum all week. And I think everybody kind of sees what we see and understands how we want to approach it.
I get the sense.
Thanks, everybody.
I get the sense he's a little bit annoyed with everyone asking, are you going to be able to handle this defensive line this week? But I mean, it was totally fair to ask literally every single week last week, Bobby. It was, and it's still fair to ask. We still have to see it in action. You did it in a polite way, a very future head coachy way.
Yeah.
Politically. But come on. There should be some skepticism about what this offensive line can do when fully healthy. Because you look at the second level of the Colts defense, too. They got some players. Zaire Franklin's good. I know that we know Zaire Franklin and EJ Speed because they've been talking trash with CJ Stroud. But, I mean, we remember how tough things were in that last Texans-Colts game, right? I mean, outside of the first play of the game where they bombed it to Nico Collins, it was difficult to move. And, yes, no Tank Dell and no Stephon Diggs. Like a lot of factors that you can bring up and say that's why they weren't able to make a move against the Colts and their defense. But look, man, it's a good front seven. And I'm still wondering if this team is going to be able to run the football. Do they need to run the football to win this week? Maybe not. Maybe they are just going to throw it all over Indianapolis. I wonder if the roof's going to be open. I think Indianapolis actually opens their roof at their stadium. And I'm assuming the weather is going to be decent.
Normally Jim Irsay tweets it out, right?
He does. That's right.
I'll get on that.
Okay, cool. We'll figure that out. We're also going to hear from that Colts fan who sings songs before every single game. What am I, Mike Tyson? Every single game. But look, I've got some concerns about this matchup. I'm not picking the Colts to win. Those are just two things I'm going to be focusing on Sunday when the Texans play the Colts.
20 hours ago, Jim Irsay, at Jim Irsay on Twitter, tweeted out in all caps, roof, ? Son
of a bitch.
So
Jim.
I think he's taking suggestions.
I'm bummed out that he gave the AFC finalist banner to the Pardon My Take boys. Honestly, I respect the move, but I'm kind of bummed that's no longer in there.
We got some opens in the comments, couple closed. Open. Yeah, I think the people want it open. I don't know if he listens to the comments, but
I mean,
I think the comments want it open.
It's supposed to be 73 degrees and sunny on Sunday.
Ooh, close it. Too chilly.
Yeah, the Texans are too used to practicing in the heat.
Yeah, exactly.
It's training camp might be chilly up there. You're gonna have to wear sleeves. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 if you want to jump in, to call, to text. You can join on Twitter at Gallant Says, at Sean A. Mapes, and you can also join us on our YouTube at ESPN Houston and on twitch.tv/ESPN 975. Up next, it is an absolute disgrace what the NFL is doing tonight. I hate it so much, and there's a part of me that hopes this game gets canceled in Brazil. Sorry, Brazil, you don't deserve an NFL game. I'll rant about it a little bit next. Stick around. Gallant and George, no Joe, just Paul. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Texans playing the Colts on Sunday in Indianapolis. Astros hosting the defending National League champion Diamondbacks this weekend at Minute Maid Park. Diamondbacks having a good season. It's going to be a tough test for the Astros. We'll touch on that briefly in the next segment. But I want to talk about what's taking place tonight in Brazil. The second game of the NFL season on a Friday. My God, NFL, give us one day. We got Wednesday games this year. We have multiple Friday games this year. We're playing on Christmas. Is nothing sacred? No, it's not. The NFL's a massive corporation, and they're just trying to find every single way they can get all the tentacles possible into your life. But I just am so annoyed that Brazil is getting a game. And look, I'd love to go on vacation to Brazil someday. But I feel like if you're a fan of an NFL team, the two biggest fan bases in the league, maybe you want a vacation to Brazil in September, but I'd want to watch the game, the first game of the year, with all my buddies, if I'm a season ticket holder, at the Lincoln Financial Field where the Eagles play. They're technically the home team for this game. Or say the Packers had this as their home game. I want to play it at Lambeau Field. Instead, it's in Brazil. So at the very least, why does this have to be week one? But to go further, I just think it's a massive FU to all the season ticket holders of the Philadelphia Eagles. Look at me taking a stand for Eagles fans for a change. And look, I joke all the time about how Brazil may or may not have harbored Nazis post-World War II. They did. We know it. Giselle Bundchen. Hey, I'm not saying... Hey. I'm not saying she's related to any Nazis, but, I mean, her last name sounds rather German, huh? Does it sound Brazilian? Does it sound Portuguese? No, but okay. Fine, Paul. Stay on topic. Stay focused. This isn't a safe country. It's not. Some Eagles players told family members not to go to Brazil because of the high crime rate. I mean, I think I would be a little bit nervous, especially considering they just banned Twitter, aka X, in Brazil. So they're censoring the press. I mean, we might see Eagles beat reporters put in prison, fined $10,000 because they're still tweeting. I guess it's technically an $8,500 fine. But why are we playing this game in Brazil? You're putting players at risk. You're putting players' families at risk. You're putting Eagles fans at risk. I get it. Eagles fans think they're hard, but Eagles fans in Brazil, in the favelas. Packers fans, they're nice. They're Midwesterners. Even Joel, he's nice. He's a nice guy. But take a look at the area around Corinthians Arena, which is where this game is being played. It's a dump. An absolute dump. I hate that we're playing so many international games, and I feel like Brazil isn't exactly the best place to go. Imagine you're an Eagles player, and you just, quit on Nick Sirianni last year. And then Nick Sirianni is trying to convince players that this is going to be okay. Because apparently that's what he's been doing all week. He's been trying to give a hard sell to the locker room. In the first game that he will coach after the Eagles literally quit their way to the finish line last year. Hey, let's play in Brazil. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. And we talked about a couple of stories coming out of Brazil, how there were warnings that the NFL gave to players about perhaps, having a good time. We also saw some reports that I guess were debunked about how both these teams who have green as a primary color, how both these teams might be in danger because I guess there is a gang in that town that wears green that's a certain other gang doesn't like. It's like their own version of the Bloods and the Crips. I don't know. apparently that story's been debunked, but this isn't a safe place to play. And it isn't really a country that I want to be expanding America to, you know? They don't allow free speech. They harbored Nazis back in the day. F them. Keep the games in the States. Football's an American sport. Why do we have to play this elsewhere? I mean, what happens when all these other teams play their international series here? How many times do we actually see good players from Manchester United and any of those other good soccer squads? I don't know who's the best anymore. I don't really care either. I'm just saying, whenever they come over here, they're half-assing it. We're playing real games over there with real stakes on probably terrible fields in dumpy locations where theoretically, I don't know, some sort of Bane situation like in The Dark Knight Rises could take place. I don't know what the security is in Brazil. Do you think it's good? How could you? Paul, you're being xenophobic. No, I just don't want to play games there. I just don't. I feel bad for Eagles fans. They got robbed here. And we're going to get more. Roger Goodell says that the NFL is planning well beyond 8 international games a year in the future. So that means more games in Germany. Boo. More games in Brazil. Boo. More games in probably China. Like, that's next. It's going to happen. You think it's not? They're going to play in China. They just had C.J. Stroud and Micah Parsons in China this year, this offseason.
You know the one that's going to happen.
What's that?
It's going to be Saudi Arabia.
Oh, you're right.
They're going to play or in Qatar or
especially if they are now allowing different investors in. It used to be really, there only a few people could own an NFL team.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden, anyone can invest in these teams. Oh, if you invest and you're from Saudi Arabia, you're going to want a game that's played there.
It's also they can just drop how about we pay $2 billion to host Week 1 Panthers Eagles.
Where are you going to play? Where's the stadium going to be? Is it going to be out in the desert? It might be too hot for the players. Oh, don't worry about it. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean we'll figure it out? Oh, we'll build a stadium with a retractable roof. It's going to be really amazing. How are you going to do that? Well, there'll be some slavery. I mean, there will be some hiccups and, some as you guys are used to in the United States, probably 200 to 700 workers are going to die. You know how it is, right? No, I don't know how it is. Oh, well, here's a bag of money and here's another bag of money. Okay, it's fine. Just play the game. They're going to do that. They're going to do it in China. It's annoying. I hate it. I like being America first. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. F all these other countries. They all hate us because they ain't us. We are, as far as things go, I know we have our problems. But when it comes to people coexisting, this is the best country in the world. When it comes to free speech, this is the best country in the world. And we're playing games in these fraud-ass countries where you can't be free. I hate it. Football is freedom. Freedom is football. They're the same thing. The exact same thing. Paul, you're hyperbolizing a little bit. No, I'm not. Okay? I hated, by the way, that we had the 2 national anthems last night. I don't understand why we need 2 national anthems. I get it. There's another song, Lift Every Voice and Sing, which some are calling the Black National Anthem, that they broadcasted on TV before the actual national anthem. I don't know. Isn't that divisive? Isn't it the United States of America? Shouldn't we have one national anthem? I hate that we play these anthems before the games to begin with, but if we're going to do it, can we just do one? Do we need to have 2?
And when every once in a while, they trot out God Bless America too.
Yeah.
Why are we singing all these songs? Why are we doing all of them?
If we got to do one, just do one. That Lift Every Voice and Sing song takes forever, by the way. It's long. Sorry. I like the national anthem mainly because they say gallantly streaming in the lyrics, and I think that's awesome. It does sound like some sort of prostate enhancer that I would potentially endorse in 10 to 15 years or so, when I'm pushing 50, right? It does, do you want to gallantly stream?
Ask your doctor if you've been gallantly streaming.
Right. Have you
stop the medication?
Are you not gallantly streaming these days? I mean, it does sound like that, but I don't understand that. And I feel like what's next? When we play these games in Brazil, is there going to be a Brazilian national anthem? And then all of a sudden the Canadians are going to be like, we have 2 players in the league. Let's play the Canadian national anthem in these games. Come on. United, keyword United, States of America. End rant, F Brazil, kiss my ass. Stop banning people on Twitter. Okay. It's Gallant and George. No, Joe, just Paul. Joe's probably happy that he was out for that segment. Oh, my tooth. Ow. By the way, he's out because his tooth that he injured while helping a friend move is so painful that he's having a tough time talking. And it happened yesterday in the show. I didn't even know that he was dealing with it. He just left in the middle of the segment. He's like,
He like pointed at his tooth and walked away.
And I was like, what are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's Gallant George. No, Joe, just Paul. ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Are the Diamondbacks good? Plus, if you want to talk about Texans and Colts, we'll discuss. And the AL West is getting a little bit closer, but don't worry about that division long term. Stick around. ESPN 97.5, 92.5, and on YouTube at ESPN Houston.
But first, DirecTV and DirecTV Stream customers, you have lost ESPN. That's right. You did nothing wrong, but you lost ESPN. That includes college football, Monday Night Football, ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, SportsCenter, and so much more. Take action now. Call 844-KEEP-MY-ESPN or visit keepmyespn.com.
Here it is. It's in Minshew's hand, and a drop by Goodson. Texans make the stop, and they take over, up by 6.
Texans Swarm. Hell yeah.
Swarm. Sorry.
I was a little late there.
Yeah.
It's okay. You didn't know
It's week 1.
Deep steel blue pill was coming. It is week 1. Look, first couple of weeks of the regular season in the NFL, a lot like the preseason. They are. I mean, we saw the referees working their way through last night's game. And while they are not the reason that the Chiefs won that game, like so many people want to believe, they had some rough moments. And I'm sure there will be some rough moments in Brazil. And I fear for those referees leaving the stadium. I truly do.
And their pet dogs back at home.
Well, if they have a pet dog back at home, that would be nice. But I hope they didn't bring it to Brazil because I don't know what they do in Brazil. I don't. Listen, I'm sorry. Like, I've watched a lot of Narcos, and Colombia and Brazil are totally different countries. But I've also played a Call of Duty level where you're running through a favela in Brazil, and it seemed dangerous. I've also seen a Fast and Furious movie. Brazil seems dangerous. Paul, you're being really xenophobic right now. Fine, but can we not play the games there? Like, I get it. You like the bag. We're trying to make the game international. No, you like someone paid you. Probably like FIFA or the IOC. But anyway, to bring it back to the Texans and Colts, very excited for that game. You want to weigh in on it, you can. 713-780-3776 to call to Texas on the table all show long. Just me, no Joe today. He's getting tooth surgery right now. I did kind of want him to come in potentially, all drugged up. It would have been pretty fun.
Yeah. Or like with the gauze in his mouth. I don't know if they're doing. I just remember when people got their wisdom teeth taken out that they would always have like the big gauze in their mouth.
Correct. And you would also be put out. And that's generally when you would come out of that surgery, you do something weird. Supposedly I was waving my hand like I was the Queen of England.
That's fun.
I don't know. Anyway, Astros, they got 3 games against the Arizona Diamondbacks this weekend. I think that every single start for these 2 guys going forward, Yusei Kikuchi, Justin Verlander, are tryouts to be one of the Astros' core 3 in a playoff rotation. Framber Valdez is on the hill tonight against Brandon Pfaadt. He's got a weird spelling for his name.
I remember this guy from the playoffs last year. I never learned how to actually pronounce his name.
It looks like Brandon Pfaadt.
Yeah, or Pfaadt.
But Pfaadt.
And the 2 A's, too.
Correct. Yusei Kikuchi's tomorrow against Eduardo Rodriguez. We've seen the Astros touch that guy up before. And then it's Verlander Sunday against Ryan Nelson. Well, why not call your kid Ryan? I'm sorry I dump on names all the time, but Ryan's a fine name. Ryan's
tough because it's Ryne, right?
Yeah. Anyway, they're good, the Diamondbacks. And all of a sudden, you're just 4.5 games up on the Mariners because you got swept by the Cincinnati Reds, a sub-500 baseball team. I wasn't sure that Arizona would be able to keep the magic that they had last year going, but they have. I mean, the team with the World Series hangover, it's the Texas Rangers. It's not the Arizona Diamondbacks. They're 79-62. They have 4 wins more than you. They're just in a difficult division in the National League West, 5.5 games back of LA. They have the second wild card. Corbin Carroll is in the midst of a 14-game hitting streak, but he's reached base in a franchise record 47 consecutive starts. That's pretty good. He was the National League Player of the Month last month, hit 280 with 11 homers. They also have Eugenio Suarez, who you might remember from the Seattle Mariners not too long ago. Since July 1st, he has the most runs batted in all of baseball. This is going to be a tough series this weekend. The Mariners are still hanging around, but I don't think they're going to be hanging around forever. And I also feel like long-term, they're not overtaking the Astros. I could not believe this when I saw it. They are going to move forward with Jerry DiPoto as their president of baseball operations for 2025 and beyond. I saw that in the Seattle Times this morning, and I thought for sure this is trolling. Mr. 54%, the guy who said to the fan base that over the next 10 years, we're okay winning 54% of our games. Something that could only have been greenlit by Mariners ownership. And they're keeping this dumbass. And I'm sorry to call him that. I do have his number. I thought we were friends when I was up there. But you can't say that to a fan base that wants to die. Seattle is a sad, sad city. You can't tell them that you're only going to go for 54%. And they're keeping them.
And by the way, they're under 54%.
They are.
They're at 500.
He's a sensitive guy, Jerry DiPoto. I've been hearing some stories over the last couple of weeks from my Seattle friends about things that I didn't hear about when I was up there. And this guy, they're going to keep him going forward. If you're a Mariners player, how would you feel about that? Not good. Especially if you're hanging around. I mean, there's got to be in the back of some of these guys' minds, well, okay, Scott Service, our manager, who I'm sure they liked, might be gone, but maybe Jerry DiPoto will be gone too. Nope, they're keeping him for next year and beyond. And beyond. Why? What has he done? And again, this is great for the Astros. This is great news for the Astros. I feel bad for Mariners fans, though. Yeah. I had a nice relationship with them when I was up there. I feel bad for them. This sucks for them. It's great for the Astros.
He's like Brian Cashman, except way less successful.
Way less
At
successful.
least Brian Cashman could be like, hey, those 90s rings, right?
Cashman had a dynasty.
That someone else built for him.
True. He did win in 09 too, but
He won in 09.
but that also
And they do make the playoffs every year. The Mariners have made it once in 20.
correct. God, what are we doing? I love it for the
That's
Astros, but
depressing.
what are we doing? Like it
For Mariners fans, that is depressing.
yeah, like honestly, that would be akin to you're in a race and you see the other person not close, but you think to yourself, okay, if I keep driving, I could potentially catch this person in an hour, 2 hours, or something like that. Just gotta bide my time. And then someone in the back seat just like sticks their head out the window and stabs your tire with a knife. Like, it's deflating.
Yeah.
To know that this guy is just stuck around with you forever. It sucks.
It also speaks to the ownership that they don't, the fact that they don't see anything wrong or that they don't want to change anything, because that's always the hope when you are one of these teams like the Mariners who have ownerships that's not willing to pay. You hope that, okay, well, they're supposed to be good this year. Maybe they're embarrassed into paying some money. Nope, it doesn't look like that.
If you're an Astros fan, you should be happy, even though this is a tough weekend series. And there's theoretically a world where we're looking at the Astros only a game and a half up on the Mariners at the end of it. It would involve the Mariners sweeping a team. That seems unlikely with their offense. It would also involve the Astros being swept again and losing 6 straight. But hey, I mean, remember, the Mariners had a 10-game lead on the Astros, and it dissipated within a month. It's not that far-fetched. Anyway, Gallant George, no Joe, just Paul. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I have a bone to pick with our station. I don't like being sexualized. I know a lot of people think that I do. Yes, privately. Publicly, I don't know. And you should check this out at ESPN 975. But Sam, the social media savant, put together our Houston Texans season predictions. I predicted the Houston Texans to go 11-6, make it to the AFC Championship game, lose to the Kansas City Chiefs. I did not know how I looked when I was making this prediction. So for those who don't know, I like short shorts. Show off my quads, my donk. I got some power source, okay? I didn't realize that if you're sitting while wearing short shorts that are maybe a little bit tight, because again, you got a donk and you got some big quads. I didn't realize that these shorts would be highlighting my package. You go look at my predictions. I'm glad it's only a brief glimpse, but I'm sitting in this chair with short shorts, and it is the battle of the bulge. The bulge is out.
I want Sam next time to just blur it out. Even you are wearing shorts, but just to blur them out, just to be safe.
Mm-hmm.
And then people are like, "Wait, is Paul naked at the station?"
Yeah. I mean, that's never happened, but I'm a little disappointed. I feel used. I get it. Like, we're trying.
Yeah. Hey, trying to get some clicks.
We're trying to get some clicks, and it's been nice that we have a female touch now on the social media side of things with both Sam and with Abigail. I mean, let's be honest. Most sports radio hosts, we're not just talking about this station, aren't exactly lookers, right? They're not exactly lookers, but I don't want people looking at my.
Oh wow.
My stuff. You're right. You're right. You're right. It's a lot, isn't it?
And you're also just in the middle, so it's like we see John and Lance, we see Joe and I, and then whoa.
And by a lot, I don't mean it's a lot. I have the Irish curse. It's not a lot, but it's a lot. If you get my drift. Gallant George, no Joe, just Paul. You want to jump in? 713-780-3776. That's how you call. It's how you text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975 from the 346. Joe is going to get himself a Paul Wall grill, a gold one. I don't know. I don't know about that. We also have a call right now about the Houston Astros. La Salsa? Is that real? La Salsa, hello.
Hey, what's going on, Paulie G? Hey, I want to wish the Astros, a series win. But also, how's your dating life going, man? I wanted to update. Let's go.
People always want a dating update. Okay, so here's what's going on right now. So for those who don't know, I have been regularly seeing somebody for 2 months and nobody else. I don't know if we have established that this is a relationship or if we've established that it's exclusive, but I'll just share the most recent update. We've been chatting. We haven't seen each other in a bit. One of us has been out of town or, for most of the last month. So here's the latest update. I got a text from her yesterday while I was getting my hair cut. Thank you very much, Annie. If you have a question about where to get your hair cut, just hit me up. Slide in my DMs. I'll let you know. Annie's great. She's been cutting my hair for almost a decade. My hair looks great right now. At ESPN Houston on YouTube. At ESPN 975 on Twitch. I know I'm delaying the point, but she texted me this: golf, ice skating, or NASA virtual reality exhibit thing. I responded to this saying, options. I love it. So I don't know if I'm ready to golf again yet. It gets me riled up. Open to it soon. Ice skating sounds amazing. Is this Galleria or somewhere else? A little bit later, I texted, I pick ice skating. No response. No response.
Wrong pick?
Did I make the wrong pick? Is this yet another tell that I may not lean the way that she wants me to lean? Because I will admit there's a lot of, when I think of ice skating, I think of hockey players, but there are a lot of male figure skaters, and they generally are of a certain sexual persuasion. I don't know.
I think of Blades of Glory.
I might have just implied that I am not that into her. So we'll see. I'll keep you updated on that. From the 832, congrats, Paul. What's his name? It is a name. I'm not going to share the name, but it is a name that could be a man's name. It's always weird when you see a man's name like this, but there was a wide receiver in the NFL who once had this first name.
Okay.
That's it. No more.
It's not
no more.
Danielle Hunter situation.
No more. Listen, we gotta I give you guys a little bit, but I also want to keep this person, from you fiends, specifically the toxic Twitchers.
Keaton McCardell.
Yeah, her name's Keenan. No, it's not that. Keenan McCardell, great dude, by the way. I think he still lives in Houston. Gallant George, no Joe, just Paul on a Friday. Got to get down on Friday. Football Friday. Coming up next on this fine radio program of ours. Do we trust this team in a big spot? Not talking about the Texans. Not talking about the Astros. I'm talking about the best football entity in the state of Texas, at least right now, September 6th, 2024. We'll discuss. Stick around.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
More to talk about that as Stroud, little play action to start. Good protection. Airs it out for Collins. He's got it. One play. Touchdown, Texans.
Texans swarm. That was how they opened up their game last year against the Indianapolis Colts. Last game of the season, Saturday night in Indianapolis. From the sound of things, they knew that was going to be the first play of the game all week long. And Nico Collins just ran by the entire Colts defense. Collins was so awesome in that game. He really was. He was the entire Texans offense. They hung on for a win. It's going to be a tough matchup. I'm just telling you guys. I'd love to say that the Colts are pushovers, but Jonathan Taylor has always given the Texans issues. He's averaging nearly 6 yards a carry in his career, and we're not talking about in one game. We're talking about in 6 games against the Texans. And on top of that, I think the Colts have a pretty good front seven, and I think this Texans offensive line is rather untested. Last year, Sean Mapes' beloved Texas Longhorns proved that they were battle-tested, and they are tomorrow at 11 o'clock playing in the biggest game of the college football weekend in Ann Arbor against the defending national champion Michigan Wolverines. Now, I think we had some healthy skepticism last year when Texas, in also week 2, took on Alabama. But they went down to Tuscaloosa, and they won, and they won rather convincingly. Maybe it was because of who Alabama was playing at quarterback. Whatever the case, Texas looked really good in that game. So now, a Texas team that made it to the college football playoff but lost to Washington is on the road to Ann Arbor. And I'm curious if we're at a point where we actually trust Texas to take care of business. Because I think Texas is the better team, and I think Texas should win this game. I don't know if I'm alone in feeling that way, Sean. This is your bread and butter, but Texas is 7-point favorites per mybookie.ag tomorrow in Ann Arbor.
I think there's a little bit of overlooking or just Michigan played an ugly game week 1 against Fresno State. I think it was 16-10 or something like that going into the third quarter. And then in the fourth quarter, they pulled away. They got a pick six. They pulled away. And I think because of the difference of how Michigan looked versus how Texas looked in their week 1 game, Texas won 52-0 against Colorado State. That a lot of people are drawing a lot of conclusions from those 2 results and the fact that Michigan is, I guess, still doing the 2 quarterback thing. Although I have my antenna up on the Michigan 2 quarterbacks that they trotted out there last week.
I think that they're going to use one guy.
I also think they're good. I think they're good. I don't know which one, but I think they're going to use one. And I think they'd use 2 last week because they thought we can use 2 this week and make them prepare for both. And we could still beat Fresno State using the worst quarterback. I do think they're going to ride with one of them. I don't know which one. I don't know if it's going to be Alex Orji. He's more of the running type of quarterback. He had a package for him last year where it was basically a wildcat type deal. And then the other one, I forgot what his name was. He's like some former walk-on, junior now, heart of the program, that kind of thing. Davis Warren, that's his name.
Davis Warren, interesting. As a Texas fan, are you comfortable being in a spot where your team, your alma mater, as a 7-point favorite against a marquee program that's also the defending national champion? Do you feel good? Because, look, no J.J. McCarthy anymore for Michigan.
Yeah.
No Jim Harbaugh for Michigan anymore. I would feel, if I run your shoes, I would feel confident. However, I know it's been a rather up and down, specifically down, last decade or so.
No, I have a little bit of that DNA still in me where it is like, I would not be surprised if they lose. Like I think they'll win. I won't be surprised if they lose. A lot of other Texas fans are like very confident about this. It is crazy how confident some of these guys are.
If Bleep hits the fan for Texas, I'm very curious to know who will be the first Texas Longhorn fan to say, well, Sharon Moore should be suspended.
That probably will happen too. Yeah.
When is that punishment coming? I thought it was coming. Harbaugh didn't get it.
I would guess next year is when he gets suspended, because this isn't the NCAA case. The Harbaugh stuff was Big Ten punishment.
right.
So they're a little bit faster. But yeah, bring up Sharon Moore. I mean, he was the coach for Michigan, for Michigan when they played Penn State. Maryland doesn't count. Who cares? And Ohio State last year. So he did help them win their 3 biggest regular season games. So the idea that there's like some giant drop off from Harbaugh, there will be, but that will be more in 2025, 2026, like building a program. I trust Harbaugh more than Moore. But as far as like getting guys ready to play for week 2, I don't think there's going to be that big of a drop off. I think the biggest thing is the guys they lost on defense. They still have a couple good defensive tackles, but they just lost so many like top 3 round picks from last year's defense. And McCarthy, who, he didn't light the world up. He didn't put up great numbers, but he was someone who got drafted 11th overall, and he was effective. So I have some concerns about that, about just the defense, the Michigan defense against the Texans, or the Texas offense. That's probably the game to me.
It's a rather like college football weekend. So if you are people who have significant others, after 2:30, 3 o'clock, like, you're good. There's really only one game of note. I know that there's NC State and Tennessee later.
Yeah,
on.
NC State, Tennessee, and Colorado, Nebraska are the nightcaps. 2:30, unless you're a sicko, it's pretty light. You want Iowa State, UTSA, Texas State,
right? Exactly.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, Colorado, Nebraska, even too. I feel like I get it, Deion Sanders, but like I don't know. Last year it was fun when they beat Nebraska. I guess it is a rivalry game, but it's like, hey, these programs were good in the 90s, which were 30 years ago. Yeah. Okay. By the way, we share a lot on this show. No Joe, just Paul today. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. For those who don't know, the last segment, someone called in. They wanted a date update, and I told you and everyone listening that the person that I have been seeing for the last 2 months texted me, golf, ice skating, or NASA virtual reality exhibit thing. To which I responded, I don't know if I'm ready to golf again yet. It gets me riled up. Open to it soon. Ice skating sounds amazing. I pick ice skating. Fake _ Victor Von Doom on Twitch says, ice skating over golf? Yes, she is ghosting you. I don't think she wants to see me golfing. I just don't enjoy golfing. I don't. And it's not even like I'm horrible at it. It's just I get way too angry that I'm not awesome at it. And it's not fun. Now, she's cool because she can put them down. And like actually, despite not being very big, like she can keep going. She's a marathoner when it comes to drinking, which I respect. That's what I want. That's what I want in my wife eventually. I want someone who's going to just get blitzed with me on a Saturday, roaming around. So that's good. But I don't know if I want her to see me golfing yet.
Yeah.
Ice skating. I think I can ice skate.
Oh.
Pretty sure I can.
Okay.
My dad was a hockey great up in the Northeast back in the day. Never got allowed to play hockey. Still a little bit mad about that. Mom. You know what I got to play early on?
What?
Ballet. I did ballet when I was in kindergarten.
Oh, so you'll be great at ice skating. Grade.
Well, I got great balance.
Yeah.
But I wish I had done hockey growing up. Instead I got to do ballet. Great.
Got to do ballet.
Yeah, got to. Exactly. I remember when my
dad. Lucky, I didn't get to do ballet.
There's a word you're not allowed to say anymore, and that word was thrown around at me often as a youth, and because I did ballet, I didn't know what it meant.
How old were you?
Like second grade. What in Massachusetts? Swears and
no, it's just
derogatory slurs are just common vernacular.
It is funny to call like a 7-year-old.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever. Well, I don't think any of us even knew what it meant. We just were watching South Park.
Oh, the other kids were doing it.
Yeah, other kids were doing it.
I thought like Sully from
No,
Sullenberg was.
No, Sully from Somerville wasn't doing that. My dad was not thrilled when he found out that I had been signed up for ballet, though. He was not thrilled.
I bet.
But he gave me impeccable balance. And see all these stickers on my high school football helmet? It made me a great player for a low level of high school football in St. Petersburg, Florida. It is Gallant and George. No Joe, just Paul. Up next, the 10-minute drill. There was a Bill O'Brien moment in last night's Chiefs-Ravens game. No, I'm not talking about Bill O'Brien in Boston College upsetting Florida State on the road. I'm talking about bleep you, mother bleeper. You'll hear it next. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. I actually can't believe that this offer is being handed out by MyBookie.ag as of today because they're doing all sorts of things this year. A new loyalty program called MyBookie Plus, where the more you play, the more you win, with a Super Survivor and Squares contest for the football season, and weekly risk-free boosts on Thursday, where if your bet hits, you win, and if it doesn't, MyBookie will refund your wager. What? I don't know how they do this. What are they doing? This is the craziest thing. If you sign up for MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975 right now, MyBookie isn't just going to match your first deposit like they've done in the entirety of the time I've been doing these commercials for them, that I've been partnered with them. They're going to double your money. Promo code BET975. They're going to double the money you get to play with right away. Yeah, it's awesome. What are you going to bet on this weekend? You can bet on tonight's Eagles-Packers game. I think it's a lock. I can't believe the Eagles are 2-point favorites here. Packers are going to smoke them. That's my first one. But also, if you want to bet on the Houston Texans against the Indianapolis Colts, Texans 3-point favorites on the road. You can bet on that too. It's mybookie.ag. Bet975 promo code will give you double your money with your initial deposit. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with mybookie.ag.
Rush 4. Lamar trying to make magic happen. Throw it end zone. Likely 2 feet down. Yes! Touchdown! What a play! Isaiah Likely!
They're enough to overturn.
Oh, that's on the line, isn't it? I think.
Terry McCauley's going to have to make this call, but it looks like that toe's on the line, Terry.
I agree completely.
Oh, that noise. Oh, Jeff Bagwell in the booth?
I was going to say, who was that?
I think that was Tarico. That is a brutal way to lose. Ravens came basically Isaiah Likely's huge foot away from potentially tying that game up. It looked like they were about to go for 2, so they might have gone for the win on the very next play. But upon review, the catch overturned, the correct call. Chiefs are 1-0. Ravens are 0-1. Isaiah Likely had a great game for Baltimore. I think all the people who drafted Mark Andrews in their fantasy league are a little bit concerned because Andrew just did not look good. But Likely had that big catch and run touchdown and also almost a touchdown to tie things up at the end. But he had a Bill O'Brien moment on his way out of Arrowhead Field. For those who did not catch it, here is Isaiah Likely, tight end for the Baltimore Ravens, yelling at a random Chiefs fan. Whoa. A little aggressive. Not the first person to do that to Chiefs fans. Nick Sirianni did something similar last year.
Not great company to be in.
Bill O'Brien's rant was against the was during that game against the Broncos,
yeah,
right?
They're down 35-3 at halftime, I think.
Right.
Or no, they lost 35-3. I forgot what the score at halftime was.
It was the Kareem Jackson revenge game. I think
Yes.
he had a
I was at that
touchdown. Yeah.
I was not yelling at Bill O'Brien.
No, but Bill O'Brien yelled back at a fan. Bill O'Brien, a little bit of a teapot. Isaiah Likely, a little bit of a teapot. Likely wasn't done chirping. And I feel like that interaction with the fan had something to do with what Likely said about the Chiefs' victory after the game.
This is probably the worst game we're going to play all year. So if this is their best that they got, I mean, good luck in the postseason.
The best that they've got. Come on, man.
I was thinking about that. Put a grade on what you thought the Chiefs' performance was tonight. Like, there was this? I don't think this was their A game.
No, I don't at all. I thought it was a C+ at most.
Yeah, I was thinking B- C+ kind of game for the Chiefs. I don't think they weren't clicking on all cylinders.
Right. They're without Hollywood Brown, who they believe developed outstanding chemistry with Patrick Mahomes this offseason. Xavier Worthy for his first game. I mean, his first catch was a touchdown.
He was wide open. Like, the Ravens
Both
just
times.
did not defend him. So there's a little bit of the how did the Chiefs get Xavier Worthy where I'm like, I think anyone left wide ass open the way he was going to score that. But yeah, he was good.
He was good.
He looks like he belongs.
There's some catches in traffic that I think you could say, well, I don't know if he's going to be a physical receiver. And the Chiefs do kind of need one, but we'll see what Keon Coleman does for Buffalo as well. For all those who are like, the Bills, whoa! But it does look bad for the Bills right now. But Xavier Worthy, a rookie, Rashee Rice, he was out there, and Travis Kelce. I think that offense could be way better than we saw
if you put Brown in there.
Yeah, I mean, like Isaiah Pacheco's second efforts were like the best offense for the Chiefs.
Pacheco was good too.
Pacheco's a great player. I really like him. But I mean, I don't know what the Ravens are talking about here. And honestly, I felt like the Ravens approached this game like it was their Super Bowl. They were trying to get revenge. Lamar Jackson, I don't think he slid once. He looks fast. I don't think he's going to last 17 games if he's doing that every single game. Jackson played, I thought, out of his mind in this game.
I think Jackson was really good.
Yeah, he was awesome.
Minus the deep passing. Even before, I mean, obviously that last sequence at the probably 10, 15 yard line.
Yeah.
That's what's going to be kind of remembered from this game. But I think throughout the game, the deep passing, there's one that he was all right on. It was the deep one that almost got an interception, but it was a one-on-one. He gave his guy a chance. But for the other stuff, I thought he was overthrowing guys left and right.
He had a couple of missed throws.
Yeah.
I still thought he played great. And I feel like if the Ravens lose a game like that, if I'm the Texans, I'm looking at the Ravens, I think they are ripe for the picking. I feel like they looked poorly coached in certain spots by John Harbaugh. I thought they had some weird management decisions. I don't know why they were throwing so many short passes in the first half when they clearly weren't working.
Yeah, that 4th and 5 play call was terrible.
What are you doing? The sequence right before halftime where the Chiefs were allowed to call a timeout they probably shouldn't have, I thought was very sloppy by Baltimore. I think they cost themselves a touchdown there. I didn't think Baltimore played very well. I agree, but I also think the Chiefs didn't play particularly well either. The Chiefs are the better team, though, and Isaiah Likely, watch your mouth, dude. Like, you lost this game.
Yeah. About Lamar running, I do agree with you that I think he was focused on. I mean, the offensive line for the Ravens did not have an awesome game, and Lamar can kind of just do that. He can make them look decent. And with the sliding and stuff, I don't need him to slide all the time, but I need him to not lower the shoulder onto guys at going, like, there's the one kind of towards the sideline where he could have just run out of bounds, but he decided to lower the shoulder. That's where I do feel like there's some legitimate kind of, this is their Super Bowl-ness with it, because I think they were trying to send a message.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he runs as much next week, though, against the Raiders. That's just a guess.
I would also think the same thing. I feel like it's the Chiefs. I'm going to give it my all. Yeah. And he did play well, but it wasn't enough. And is he going to play like that every single game against the Chiefs? Because last time we saw him against Kansas City in the AFC Championship game, he really struggled. We saw the new kickoff in action for the first time. What did we think? 11 kickoffs, 9 touchbacks.
Yeah. I mean, bringing it out to the 30, the extra 5 yards.
It's not that big of a. It's not a real mitigating factor.
Yeah. The XFL, they did it to the 35.
They should have done it to the 35.
Yeah, I don't know why they did a half measure there, but even then, I'm not even sure if they would have done it, if they would have not touched it back every single time.
I'm with you on that. We have a Friday night football game in Brazil tonight.
Yeah, Friday night lights.
The Eagles are 2-point favorites per mybookie.ag over the Packers. I think that's crazy. I also think it's crazy that we're playing games in Brazil. Whatever. If you're picking this game, pick the Packers. How are they dogs? I don't get it. The Eagles lost all their games down the stretch, and they kept their head coach.
Yeah.
I truly do not understand it going into this year. I mean, they have a mediator so that Jalen Hurts can talk to Nick Sirianni.
They had to hire a guy just to sit in the. I mean, he's, I think, the quarterback coach or whatever, but just sit in the room with them. Yeah, I have a hard time buying the Eagles. I think later in the season, if there's a situation like this where you go, what? But feels like the line should be flipped the other way. I think in that situation, I might just blindly trust Vegas and be like, oh, okay, there's something fishy here that we don't know. Week 1, though, I'm going with my gut.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Why are the Packers underdogs?
I don't get it. I don't get it either. Yeah, it's not like they're playing. If they were playing in Philadelphia, I would actually understand it. They're not. They're playing in Brazil.
Yes, and I know Vegas takes that into account. I know they know. I might forget who's home and who's away. They don't forget home, away, or neutral.
No, they don't. More NFL news. Jalen Ramsey got paid again. Jalen Ramsey is now the highest paid corner in the NFL. 3-year extension worth $24.1 million a year. It's 3 years and 72.3. He is the highest paid corner. So the top deals for corners in the NFL continues to get higher, and the Houston Texans are going to be giving that to Derek Stingley in the very near future.
Stingley beats this one. I mean,
yes,
with years and I think with AAV.
Years, I wonder, because Nick Caserio has yet to give a longer than 3-year deal.
That is true.
And this is technically a 3-year extension, but also Ramsey was under contract already.
Yeah, so, and I think Surtain is more of the benchmark.
Correct.
Than Jalen Ramsey, just because Ramsey's been in the league way longer.
Patrick Surtain, the second, for those who don't know, got an extension earlier this week with the Denver Broncos that was almost $100 million, but not quite. I think it was 4 years and 96. The Cowboys and Dak Prescott are making progress on a contract extension. Dak even confirmed a report about that. That's interesting. I thought for certain that there's going to be buzz about Dak Prescott being a free agent. Maybe the Cowboys are actually trying to take care of this. I also thought it was interesting that Brandon Cooks, when asked about criticism of Dak Prescott, called it blasphemy. I thought Brandon Cooks was religious. This is blasphemy, criticizing Dak Prescott? Dictionary.com. Dictionary.com. And last little tidbit of news across the NFL. DeAndre Hopkins, remember him, former Houston Texans wide receiver, now with the Tennessee Titans. Well, if you're looking at the Tennessee Titans as a potential threat in the AFC this year, Hopkins is trying to play through an MCL tear right now. I guess he suffered it 4 to 5 weeks ago or so. Good luck with that. That's going to be tough to get back from to 100%. And Will Levis maybe in a little bit more of a precarious situation. It is Gallant and George. No, Joe, he's getting teeth surgery today. I am Paul Gallant. We got Sean Mapes behind the glass on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, this is perhaps, even though it's coming from a fan of a hated team, one of my favorite weekly traditions in the NFL. You'll find out what I'm talking about next in musical form. Stick around.
DirecTV and DirecTV Stream customers, you have lost ESPN, including college football, Monday Night Football, ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, SportsCenter, and so much more. Take action now. Call 844-KEEP-MY-ESPN or visit keepmyespn.com.
You are listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Here it is. It's in Minshew's hand, and a drop by Goodson. Texans make the stop. and they take over up by 6.
It was that close in Indianapolis. Saturday, January 6th, in the capital of Indiana, the Stroud boys marched in and they held firm because that poor guy, Mike Goodson, Colts running back, dropped that pass. He had it. It's one of the few passes Gardner Minshew did not screw up in that game. Minshew was terrible. And yet the Colts still had a chance to win the game. And I think they're going to be a tough matchup for the Texans on Sunday. The Texans, 3-point favorites on the road in Indianapolis. One of the very fun things that I have discovered, and we've all discovered together this offseason in Indianapolis, is that there's a Colts fan who regularly does a pump-up song before every single game. Sean, what is this guy's name?
That you really put me on the spot.
Sorry,
there.
I'm putting you on the spot.
I don't know.
I want to give him proper credit.
I can find it.
Okay, cool. But because I'm someone who appreciates a little bit of music. Paul, we all know why you appreciate music. Shut up. Just because I like a musical or two and don't mind singing from time to time, that's not a reason to assume who I am as a person. Okay? Thank you. Do not assume my sexuality because I am a musical little boy. Sean, what is this fabulous artist's name?
It looks like Seth Erskines is also a musical little boy.
He is. He likes him some music. And this is his pump-up song for the city of Indianapolis before Texans and Colts on Sunday.
All right, Colts season is here. Let's go, Colts! Woo! This is our Colts. This is our team. We bleed blue. This is our Colts. Whether win or lose, we love them. For the shoe, beat the Texans. Let Goodson get his good pay back. This is our team. Go Colts! Woo!
I like the neighing at the end that he does. I thought he'd have a little more for us, though. Thought he'd have a little more for us. Come on, this is a rivalry game.
And he had 9 months to cook this up.
Yeah, it's like Mike Goodson revenge game. Is Mike Goodson even still on the team? He shouldn't be. After that, you should be cut for that one. For the 972, sounds just like Paul. I'm a little offended by that. I'm a better singer than him.
Yeah, let Goodson get his good payback. I don't know if
I could improv something better.
I don't know
than that.
if I love those lyrics.
I think I could do better than that. This is our Texans. This is our team. We bleed battle red. This is our Texans. H-Town #1. Make the Colts dead. We are Texans. D'Amico Ryans is not a milk dud, man. This is our Texans. Steven Nelson, not here anymore. I mean, just on the fly. Come on. He could have done a little bit more than that. I feel like the first two verses, we get it. It's the same thing over and over again.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the dependability of this is our team, this is our Colts. We love them.
No, now that he's made it mainstream, he has to step up his game.
He did step it up a little bit. The Colts mascot was in this video on the YouTube that he posted.
Mm-hmm.
So he has stepped up production quality, it looks like. And yes, there was a cameo of, again, I don't know what the Colts mascot is, but the guy in the blue horse guy, he was there too, saying we love them. He did the heart hooves.
Nice. YouTube Keith comments at ESPN Houston on YouTube. Got to work a Texans swarm in there. Damn, I messed that up.
We swarm them. He's not a milk dud, man. This is our team. Texan swarm.
I think we do like a moo.
Oh no,
It has to be a moo.
Moo. Or that's the swarm instead of the moo.
Oh, okay. I mean, either could work.
Go Texans.
Swarm. Okay. Oh, I'm there. So, look, it's going to be a tough game. It's going to be a tough game on Sunday in Indianapolis. At least they're going to Indianapolis during a nice time of year. as opposed to in February. It is crazy that the very boring people who cover the NFL love to go to Indianapolis to go talk shop about football. What a dump of a city to go to. My dad is a salesman. He's traveled the entire country. And while he's definitely one of those people that thinks that Boston is the center of the universe, there's a lot of those. He hated Florida until now. He lives there half the year. And he's like, oh, it's actually pretty good. Oh, you don't say, Dad. You don't say. It would have been nice if he felt that way when I, lived there. It's fine. It's fine. I'm working through my issues. But my dad would always tell me about this one time where he went to Indianapolis. And the 3 days that he was there, he said, this is the worst place I've ever been to. And he told an airport bartender this. And my dad loves talking to people at the bar. And he did it in a polite way. And I think he convinced that person in Indianapolis to move. I think he did. I really do.
What a salesman.
My dad's a charming guy. We're talking about a guy who, when I was in college, was dating somebody who was like 4 years older than me. I mean, he's
Charming guy.
He's a charming guy. She was obsessed with him. I don't understand it. I was pissed. I was like, what the hell? I'm still a virgin. Here's my dad out here knocking boots with someone in their mid-20s who's hot too. It wasn't like just anybody. It was like we're talking like 5'10" Russian model with an incredible body. Oh boy.
So, but we're not going to talk about your issues.
We're not going to talk about.
We're going to talk about the Colts.
Talking about the Colts. They have a good front seven on defense. They have Jonathan Taylor and Anthony Richardson. I really do not know. I don't know what he is. I don't know what to expect.
That's good. That to me is the biggest wild card in this game. Is he still going to be? I mean, I imagine there's always going to be a level this year of rawness with him where, you can really see the 17 games since high school. Like you can see that in his game. It's not going to be as polished as honestly the two guys we watched last night, or CJ Stroud, or any of these other guys that are at the top of the league. But with his physical tools, like he might just put on a bonkers performance, and we don't know that.
He strikes me as somebody who's going to do that like 3 to 4 times a year, and people are always going to try to convince themselves that he's better than he actually is.
If you can bottle that, he's going to be a guy where the good games look awesome, and it's just a question of, are you going to get the awesome games?
You mean what people do with Justin Herbert? You mean what people do with Trevor Lawrence? Again, they're talented guys, but you got to be consistent. Stroud's already in 1 year, I think, proven that he's consistent. We'll see what happens with Anthony Richardson on Sunday. If you want to weigh in, Summerhill, if you want to weigh in on Texans Colts, you can. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. You can text in too. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, and we're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. How are the Houston Texans feeling about the two teams who are clearly above them in the power rankings based off of what they saw on Thursday Night Football to kick off the season? Do the Texans think they can take them? The natural male urge to fight somebody for no reason and size them up and imagine it in your brain. Gallant and George, no Joe, just Paul. Stay put.
I think of him as a all around quarterback. Somebody who can, make all the throws, can also run the ball dynamically and be effective in that area. Somebody who has bought into that offense. Watching him in preseason, he looked like he was clicking on all cylinders. Like he's processing the game a lot better. And just taking his reads, taking what the defense is giving him. And well, yeah, we have a relationship. He's definitely a good friend of mine and somebody who I root on. When we're not playing him, but definitely somebody who I've gotten to know over the years, and definitely have a friendship with him that I think will last a long time.
That's Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud talking about Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson. I don't like hearing any of that at the end. I don't like any of that. I get it. 2024 players are more friendly with their opponents, but dude, you're rooting for him? He's in your division. You shouldn't be rooting for him in your division. You can root for somebody in life, but come on. You want the Colts to do bad.
I think if he's not in the division, it's fine. I think if it's like him talking about Bryce Young or him talking about even an AFC quarterback who's just not in the division. If he says that about Bo Nix, I'm like, cool. But division is tough.
Yeah.
I get it. Draft class, they probably were hanging out, stuff, working out together.
Exactly.
Don't love it.
I'm sure they're friends. You can wish bad things to happen to your friends. I'm not saying death or dismemberment or anything like that. I mean, you can root for the team that they're on that you compete with to suck, right?
Yeah. There's also part of it where this happens in boxing or in UFC a lot, where after going into the fight, they're talking smack. In the fight, they're fighting, they're talking smack, they're giving their all. And then the second the fight ends, they're like hugging each other and like having this conversation with their arms around each other's waist for 90 seconds after the fight. I'm like, come on, guys. Like, at least don't immediately be like, nope, we're friends. No, I want to believe that they don't like each other.
But something like that where you bond for just mauling each other to death, as you were saying, like that is understandable.
But keep it out the cage.
No, I get it. I mean, listen, your brain's so damaged probably by the end of those things. I mean, like you don't even know what's going on anyway.
I want to believe that they actually don't like each other.
Is it a hug? Is it, well, how about this, Sean? How about you try to convince yourself that this person is literally just trying to stand up, and that's why he's hugging the nearest person he sees.
Maybe.
He's like, all right, I don't know where I am. I can't stand
He's Rocky
anymore.
yelling for Adrian.
Yeah, exactly. So just a nitpick there. I think CJ Stroud, if we're being honest here, you want Anthony Richardson to perhaps perform well and for the Colts to suck. For EJ Speed, for Zaire Franklin, the guys who you've been going back and forth with this offseason, playing in this bum-ass city that you described as such, you want them to struggle. Last night, the NFL season kicked off. It was a great game. The Chiefs, two-time defending Super Bowl champions, held on against the Ravens for a 27-20 victory. It was an interesting game. The very end, Lamar Jackson hit Isaiah Likely, I guess the new Ravens tight end, in the back of the end zone for what looked like it could be a touchdown that would set the Ravens up for a 2-point attempt with no time left for the lead and the win. It would have been 27-26. But upon replay, it was seen that Isaiah Likely's foot with a black cleat on it was on the white line. He was definitely out of bounds. I don't know why Lamar Jackson thought otherwise after probably watching the replay, but Likely was out of bounds. So Kansas City hangs on to win. Coming out of that game, if I'm the Texans, and I'm looking at those two teams who are definitely on the tier above the Texans in the AFC this year until the Texans actually beat one of those two. Baltimore, of course, smoked the Texans 2 times, not just once last year. Texans didn't play the Chiefs last year, but they won the Super Bowl and they beat the Ravens. So assume if one team beats another and that team beats that team, you're not very good, because they really did make Lamar Jackson look silly. But all that said, even though the Ravens beat the Texans twice last year, I'm looking at that Ravens team and I'm looking at how much Lamar Jackson had to do to give the Ravens even a chance to win that game. He's running every play, it felt like. He's not sliding. He was playing in that game like it was a playoff game, not the first game of the year. Like he was trying to single-handedly get revenge against the Chiefs. And I thought he played great outside of a couple of missed throws. I think the person who keeps texting in saying that Lamar Jackson sucks, I think honestly, at this point, I think you're an idiot. I feel like I've laid it out pretty well. Jackson played really well in last night's game. He missed a couple of throws. Guess what? All quarterbacks miss a couple of throws over the course of a game. They can't all be perfect. They can't all be accurate. Sometimes they're just going to overthrow passes. They're going to miss passes. Not excuse making, just a reality. But if I'm looking at the Ravens as a Houston Texan right now, I'm thinking to myself, oh, yeah, I can take this team. Look at all the defensive lapses they had to try to cover a rookie receiver in Xavier Worthy. Kept on forgetting about him. 2 easy touchdowns. Chiefs didn't even have Hollywood Brown there. And yeah, Roquan Smith had an interception, and the Ravens pass rush did a pretty good job against a good Chiefs offensive line. But I'm looking at Baltimore, and all that Lamar Jackson had to do is to still ultimately lose by 7 points. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, I can take him. A little bit of overconfidence attached to that for sure, but based off of Thursday night entirely, if I'm the Texans, I think I can take the Ravens.
I think part of that is also that the Texans haven't actually played yet, so we don't know
That's true too.
They haven't looked bad. The Texans haven't looked bad. Even in a win, they haven't given you something to nitpick quite yet. We're talking about the
masculine urge to size somebody up.
Yes, and the Colts, Jonathan Taylor, you had his average yard per carry in his 6 career games against the Texans.
It's 5.9, I think.
Right? Yes. And that seems like a bad matchup for Derrick Henry, who also in the past has owned the Texans, and Lamar Jackson, who, like you said, is a great runner. So there is some natural urge to be like, yeah, come on. See those throws thrown into the crowd late in the game.
Yeah, he's not DJ Oogala Googala Boogala.
Yeah, no, he wasn't
from Florida State.
Well, one of them kind of looked DJ-ish.
One of them did, but not the whole game.
No, not the whole game. He played. You know what? Lamar Jackson played better than DJ Uiagalelei.
Bar.
But I do think that if we're talking about the Texans struggling against the run against the Colts, you have to imagine that they'll also, when that time comes, going into the Ravens game, we'll be talking about, can they stop Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson on the ground? Because they haven't been able to for at least Derrick Henry his entire career.
He kills them.
I think, doesn't he have more 200-yard rushing games against the Texans
than
so. The entire NFL does since Derrick Henry's entered the league, or something crazy like that?
If we're talking about Mount Rushmore of Texans murderers, it's Peyton Manning, T.Y. Hilton, Derrick Henry, and Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah.
There's probably others. There's probably some other ones. I mean, maybe you could argue Tom Brady too if you wanted to, but
Brady killed everyone.
But yeah, they went up against Peyton Manning way more, and they never beat him. It's really incredible, like how one-sided Colts Texans was in the 2000s. But to bring it back to this, if you're a Texan and you've got that natural masculine urge to size somebody up, you're looking at the Ravens and you're thinking you can beat them, even though they beat you twice last year. You're looking at the Chiefs and you're thinking to yourself, damn, like that was like their C game, and they still were giving Lamar Jackson like a lot of problems in terms of they were just making him have to run regularly.
Yeah. You think Chris Jones and we got Aaron Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter.
Yeah, but Chris Jones is better. Chris Jones is best.
No, he's better than those guys.
Chris Jones with Aaron Donald gone. Chris Jones is the best defensive lineman, I think, in the NFL.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the interior wise too.
Yeah, interior wise. Yeah, I mean, I know some people are going to say, "Oh, T.J. Watt."
Yeah, Garrett and Watt, but they kind of play different positions.
Right, exactly. Like Chris Jones is just a force to be reckoned with in the middle of a defense. And what do you do? I don't know. You don't put a running back up against him. That's for sure.
No,
the Ravens did that on 2 of the critical plays in last night's game.
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that.
My years of coaching college football, I would never do that.
As my godson regularly tells me, Uncle Paul, don't do that. Don't do that.
Regularly tells you?
He tells me that, yeah.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Uh-huh.
No, truly.
Uh-huh. We'll get your godson on. Hey, what's Uncle Paul doing that he needs to stop?
He told me the Astros stink not too long ago. Yeah, I know. I mean, he parrots everything that my brother-in-law says, but my brother-in-law told him to say, "Go Red Sox, Astros stink," and he said it. and he emphasized the stink. Astros stink.
Stink. Doesn't know ball.
He doesn't know ball. I tried to tell him. It's like, listen, the Red Sox ownership. He had no idea what I'm talking about. He's like, I just want to play with my trucks.
Let me tell you about the Fenway ownership group.
Let me tell you about what a bunch of frauds these guys.
They're spending all their money on Liverpool now.
Yeah, don't worry. Once we get him a little bit older, I'll tell him like the Astros pretty good, man. Pretty good.
Let me tell you about a guy named Tito Francona.
Ooh, yeah, who they smeared. Noma also smeared. Pedro smeared. Gallant George, no Joe, just Paul. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. By the way, in response to me talking about the masculine urge to size a man up. Hey, Paul, when you're out here sizing these men up, what's really going on in your mind? Come on. You know what's going on in my mind.
What size are we talking about?
Up next, our first pick segment of the year. Joe has not turned in picks, so I think we're just going to make him 0-6. We're just going to make him 0-6. I know he's dealing with a tooth issue right now. That's why he's not in today. But I think we're just going to make him 0-6. But these 6 games you need to watch this weekend in the world of football, we'll lay them out with the spread and who you should pick. Stick around. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The first game you need to watch is tonight. 7:15 on Peacock. Yeah, you got to have Peacock to watch it. And it's in Brazil. What's worse? I don't know. The Green Bay Packers, surprisingly good team last year, on the road against the reigning NFC. Wait, hang on. Yeah. They won the NFC East last year, right? No, that's right. The Cowboys won. I forgot.
Because the Eagles won in 2022, so they can't win the next year.
That's true.
Because no team's
I
gone
don't know.
back.
I think the Cowboys are going to do it because the Eagles just fell apart last year. The Eagles should have won the NFC East. They were 11-1 at one point.
They really should have.
They were 11-1. My God. But the Eagles are somehow 2-point favorites as the home team.
Can they get off the schneid since what, like November of last year? They haven't won a game in so long.
It's been a while. I mean, they got their asses kicked in the playoffs by the Bucks with Baker Mayfield. Like, geez, guys. And you got Nick Sirianni, their very underwhelming head coach, who's trying to convince these players that it's not going to be that bad. You got to embrace playing in Brazil instead of at the link for your home opener. Again, in quotation marks. Philly's a 2-point favorite. It just makes no sense to me. None. There's something perhaps that Vegas knows that we don't know. I don't know, because Twitter is banned in Brazil. I don't know how they're getting any information. It's a censored country. I'm taking the Packers. I think the Packers are going to win convincingly tonight.
Yeah, we agree. I do like Vic Fangio, defensive coordinator for the Eagles, but I think ultimately LaFleur and Love get it done. I want to see the Eagles win once before I pick them to beat a good team.
Correct. I do too. Saturday, that's tomorrow, 11 a.m. on Fox. Number 3, Texas in Ann Arbor against the defending national champion, Michigan Wolverines, who are ranked 10th. This is really the only good college football game tomorrow. I know that there's another ranked matchup between Tennessee and NC State. We'll get to that in a moment. And then there's Colorado, Nebraska. But this is the only game I think that's worth your time this weekend. Texas is a 7-point favorite. And while this game is on the road, if Texas can win in Tuscaloosa, I think they can win in Ann Arbor against a Wolverines team that's trying to figure out their quarterback, that doesn't have Jim Harbaugh anymore. I understand Texas lost a lot going from last year to this year, but this is one of those games that Texas should win. And now the real question is, can they be a team that wins the games they're supposed to win, for the most part, every single week, now that there are actual expectations on their shoulders because they met them to a degree last year? I'm taking Texas to win, to cover.
We disagree. I'm taking Michigan. I think over a touchdown's asking a lot.
Okay.
You're asking to go to the defending champions. It's going to be the biggest crowd in that stadium's history. I think
they always do that.
Yeah, I know. But
just 3 more people.
It does speak to the level of this matchup. You're going to be in a hostile environment. And yes, I know they went to Tuscaloosa and won last year, but I think that a lot of people are overlooking Michigan. I think the line initially before last week's games for this game was Texas by 3.5. And then everyone saw how the two teams looked in week 1 and then made sweeping judgments. And it juiced the line all the way to 7. So I'm just, if Texas wins, I think it'll be close. I think it'll be a close game no matter what. I think Michigan has a great defense. I think they'll hold on to the ball for as long as they can. Like you mentioned, Texas, a lot of talent at not just at receiver, at running back too, with Brooks going to the league, Baxter getting hurt. I'm not quite ready.
Come on.
I'm not quite ready to put them as a touchdown favorite against Michigan.
Be cocky.
No, because Texas, they've tricked off plenty of games last year that they should have won. They struggle in the red zone. They didn't struggle against Colorado State, but again, do it against Michigan. Do it against a good team. They got smaller across the board at wide receiver and at tight end, and now I'm trying to think how are they going to, and worse at running back. Now they're going to be a better red zone team against one of the best defensive lines in the country. No thanks. Hook them, but by less than 7.
Okay.
By less than 7. Hook them by less than 7. Let's get that hashtag going.
Hook them by 20. Come on.
That's part of it. As so many Texas fans that I know are way too cocky about this
I'm
game.
with them.
And so I am naturally defensive.
Fair enough. Saturday night, 6:30 on ABC. This is the only other college football matchup this weekend featuring 2 ranked teams. Number 14, Tennessee on the road against number 24, NC State. Tennessee's a 10-point favorite in this one. I am picking with my heart in this one. I hate Tennessee. I hate them. I hate the state. I hate their NFL fans, and I really hate their college football fans. Tennessee by 10. I get it. It's NC State. It's the ACC. NC State's always got a bit of backbone. I think at the very least, NC State's going to cover. F Tennessee as a state, as a college, and as a mother effing crew.
Yeah, I was going to say as a staff record label. Yeah. Give me the Vols. I'm going with the Vols here. I have a ticket from Lake Charles, LaBerge, Louisiana, for Nico Iamaleava to win the Heisman. The road starts on Saturday night. That we need a big time matchup in an ABC primetime game that Paul told everyone not to watch. I need him to score big. I need him to put up some style points. Give me UT by more than 10. It is funny. I'm picking Michigan and then the other UT.
You mean the real UT, the one that the SEC is recognizing as UT?
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see about
that's what's happening.
Yeah, okay.
I'm with you. I think it's.
Illustrious history of Tennessee and the SEC.
Well, I mean the illustrious history of Texas as a whole.
Yeah.
I mean,
what they brought us into the conference for a reason, Paul. they're stuck with Tennessee.
That
the
is
only reason
true.
they're still in is because you can't kick anyone out.
See, there we go. We got some shots fired. Not the most dense weekend of NFL games. The 2 good ones for the most part are last night where the Chiefs beat the Ravens and tonight with the Packers and Eagles in Brazil. But Sunday at noon in a game that you'll probably have to have Sunday ticket to watch, the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the road taking on the Miami Dolphins. The Dolphins are 3.5-point favorites. Jalen Ramsey's status was up in the air, but he just got a contract extension. I do expect Ramsey to be out there. Jalen Phillips also out of practice for Miami this week, so their secondary, some questions there. These are 2, I think, very similar teams. They have 2 quarterbacks that we'd all agree are good, but we all want to see more from. They have 2 head coaches who are respected across NFL circles. In the case of Mike McDaniel, though, what has he done? He's always been great at the beginning of the year. In the case of Doug Peterson, it's kind of been underwhelming in Jacksonville. I think the first year was good, but they were very lucky to win that game against the Chargers. This past season, they blew an 8-3 record and missed the playoffs altogether. They finished 1-5 down the stretch. These 2 teams are both terrible finishers, but it's the beginning of the year, so they both should be in good shape. I like the Dolphins in September more than I like the Jaguars in September. I'm taking the Dolphins to win and cover.
Yep.
By 3.5.
I think both teams start strong, fade down the stretch. I just think the Dolphins are better. That's it really is as simple as that. I think they're starting at a higher point. You don't have a soft tissue injury for Jalen Waddle or Devon Achane, or Tyreek Hill isn't subbing himself out every other play quite yet at this part of the season. Give me the Dolphins.
Okay. Sunday Night Football, NBC, 720. The Los Angeles Rams, 4.5-point dogs in Detroit against Man Campbell, Jared Goff, and the Detroit Lions. Matt Stafford went to Detroit in the wild card round of last year's playoffs. The Rams lost 24-23. Fans booed Stafford and chanted Jared Goff. Stafford talked about the crowd, motivating factor. He says, I want to hear all of it. I want to smell it. I want it to feel like it's football. That's part of the game, especially going to an away game. This stuff just motivates me. He was 25 of 36 for 367 yards and 2 touchdowns last year in the playoffs against the Lions. I think the Rams are going to win this one. Detroit's 4.5-point favorites here. I'm taking Sean McVay and the LA Rams. I feel like there's going to be a little bit of a hangover for the Detroit Lions this year. This doesn't mean they missed the playoffs. I just feel like that's a tough one to come back from, blowing a 24-7 lead in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah. I think 4.5 is just too many points. I think that's what it is. I think this game has down to the wire last drive written all over it. And I don't know who's going to win it. So in that case, I'll take Detroit. Or no, I'll take the Rams.
We're both taking the Rams.
Yeah,
okay.
I'll take the Rams because I just can't see a blowout here or a touchdown win because that's basically what you need at 4.5.
Okay, so we're both on the same page here.
Yes, we've agreed on the last two.
We've agreed on the last two. And the last game, Sunday, noon, CBS, your Houston Texans on the road against the Indianapolis Colts, 3-point favorites.
Oh, Paul's getting a prop for the people not on stream. He's getting a prop.
What am I going to do?
I don't know what he's going to do.
It's a good question. You know what I'm going to do.
I honestly, like in most situations, I don't know what you're going to do.
You don't know what I'm going to do? Come on!
Oh,
Come on! I got my Texans starter jacket on. I got my battle red sunglasses on.
oh wow.
Texans swarm! And even though there are some issues for the Texans in this Colts game that I'll talk about in the next segment, you think I'm picking against the boys? Hell no. This is our year to make it to the AFC Championship game. 11-6. Texans 69, Colts 3. Heard it here first. I'm just kidding.
Nice.
I'm not going that far.
Oh,
I'm not
they're
going that
covered
far.
by a lot.
I think the Texans win this one 27-21.
Okay.
Just came up.
Are we gonna have to come out? Am I gonna have to come up with an exact score?
No, you don't have to. You don't
Okay.
have to. But
Give me
what
the-
do you have?
Give me the Texans.
Hell yeah.
Like you said, I think at the end of the day, the wide receivers that the Texans can put on the field versus the Colts secondary that they're going to put on the field. I know the game is won and lost in the trenches, but you know what? The Colts had better trench play last time these two teams played. Didn't matter.
Didn't matter.
Texans got better at the wide receiver stuff. Give me
Swarm!
the Texans.
Swarm! Starting to get riled up. I forgot to stop by a gas station to get a tall boy. I was going to pop one open, and I realized, oh yeah, I don't have my other prop, alcohol. So that's our pick 6 segment. Joe did not make any picks. We texted him asking him for picks. Joe almost didn't tell us he wasn't coming in today.
Yeah, you had to ask.
I had to ask him.
Although he did say last night I think he put himself at doubtful.
Yo, you still got to rule yourself out.
I know.
But Joe's not here
The
today.
the gamblers are waiting,
I am
swings
curious.
the line.
We need to get his pick for the game tonight. So we'll send him that. And we'll keep actually track of the standings for our picks this year. We will keep track until we all look like we don't know what we're talking about, and then we'll conveniently forget them. Because that's how the real players in this industry do it. It's Gallant and George. No Joe today. Just me, Sean Mapes behind the glass. Up next, some final thoughts on the Texans and Colts. And why, even though I think the Texans win this game tomorrow, 27-21, I do think it's going to be tough. Stick around. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
DirecTV and DirecTV Stream customers, you have lost ESPN, including college football, Monday Night Football, ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, SportsCenter, and so much more. Take action now. Call 844-KEEP-MY-ESPN or visit keepmyespn.com.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
I have been complimenting the hell out of the Houston Texans for much of this offseason in lockstep with the national media as a whole. And I know a lot of Houston Texans listen to me. I am the preeminent football mind in the city of Houston because my parents had sex in Massachusetts, birthed me in Massachusetts, which allowed me to grow up watching the greatest dynasty in football history, the New England Patriots. Because I lived there due to my parents having relations there and birthing me, I know more about football than the average person. I witnessed a dynasty firsthand. I watched every game. I studied it. So I'm very complimentary of the Texans this year because I'm getting some really good vibes because CJ Stroud does remind me of Tom Brady in a couple of different ways. But I want to make sure that the Houston Texans, who all listen to me, given that I'm the preeminent football mind here in Houston with my Texans starter jacket on, battle red, sunglasses on, and a tie tied around my head, you got to ignore the rat poison. And if you aren't going to take it from me, that's fine. How about take it from D'Amico Ryans, head coach of your Texans, former Houston Texan?
I hope they don't mess with rat poison. Players just got to focus on themselves and execute it. And that's it, right? It's what you're speaking of, rat poison. It's what I defer to as just outside noise, right? And in today's world, it's so much at our fingertips of social media, and everybody pretty much has an opinion on something, right? Not necessarily being that it has to be true, but anybody can say anything they want, and it's news now, right? And it's a slight to you guys who put in the work, right, every day and are here and see what the guys go through on a day-to-day basis. But our guys can't get caught up into whoever is saying what on the outside. It truly doesn't matter. Only thing that matters is about you focusing on yourself and going out and proving to your teammates that you're going to be reliable. You're going to be exactly where you're supposed to be. You're going to do exactly what you're supposed to do on each and every play. And that's how we operate here.
I am thankful for the most part that there's a lot of Houston Texans who have been at these marquee programs in college. CJ Stroud at Ohio State, Will Anderson, among others, at Alabama, Derek Stingley at LSU. I like that these guys have already played in high-stakes situations before because I do feel like playing in places like that are nice barriers against enjoying the smell of your own farts, if you will. It's a good filter. And to have D'Amico Ryans saying this over and over again as well, I like it. He was just in San Francisco. It is another thing, though, to actually do this now that you are a professional team with all sorts of hype, praise, and expectations this year, plus a bunch of offseason acquisitions that make a lot of people think that you're at the very least knocking on the door of joining the two teams that we saw play in last night's game, the Chiefs and the Ravens. A lot of expectations. So we'll see, based off of how ready they look on Sunday, if rat poison has been a factor in any way, shape, or form. I don't think it will be. I really don't. I think really the biggest factor in this game is going to be how this Texans defense looks against Jonathan Taylor. There's no Christian Harris, which means that you're going to see Jake Hansen. It means that you're going to see Delshon Phillips, guys you haven't heard of. And you're also going to see some defensive line rotation with no Danico Autry out there. You're hoping Mario Edwards continues to do what he's been doing in the preseason. But you have a team that was not very good at stopping the run last year, going up against a guy in Jonathan Taylor who was averaging nearly 6 yards a carry against the Texans in his career. Look it up. And we're not talking 1 or 2 games. We're talking 6 games, nearly 6 yards a carry. He killed the Texans in that last regular season game in Indianapolis last year, and he was hurt. They didn't have him on the field for the most important play of the game. I don't know why they didn't. It was stupid. The only thing I would criticize Shane Steichen for in the two Texans-Colts games because Gardner Minshew is really the main reason the Colts lost that game. But on that one play, you had Jonathan Taylor out there. Do you convert it? Taylor's a damn good player, and you've had issues against him, and you're banged up the middle defensively, an area that was a weakness last year. Is it going to be that much different this coming season? That is really what I'm focusing on the most as a potential way where the Texans don't do what they're supposed to do. It's going to be interesting to see Jalen Petrie, who I thought also looked fantastic, especially in that game against the New York Giants in the preseason, playing in that nickel role. He was really good at run support. He was really good at clogging things up. How much of a help is he going to provide to those linebackers? Is it fair to expect a nickel corner to slow down a running back like Jonathan Taylor? It's asking a lot, isn't it? He might be capable of doing it. I mean, he looked great, but that was against the Giants offense, which might be the worst in the NFL this year, with Daniel Jones under center, that is basically saying like, hey, Devin Singletary, figure it out. Our offensive line sucks. Daniel Jones sucks. Figure it out. A different thing entirely when you're going up against a Colts team that does have some weapons. But on the bright side, this is some good news for the Texans against the Colts. Josh Downs, who is probably their number 3 wide receiver, maybe he's the number 2, depending on where Adonai Mitchell is at this point, the rookie receiver that they drafted out of Texas. The Colts offense will be without Downs. It looks like he has missed practice all week. Also, their kicker, Matt Gay, has missed practice all week too. So they might have to throw some rando out on the streets. And as we saw with the Texans against the Jaguars last year, Matt Amendola was the difference between the Texans sweeping the Jaguars and splitting it with the Jaguars last year. And honestly, he was the reason that we were sweating it out a little bit about whether or not the Texans would make the playoffs that last game of the year. The other concern I have for Texans Colts, I think Indy's front seven is really good defensively. They have DeForest Buckner. They have right, what's his name?
You got it.
Got it. Thank you.
that-
Did I actually get it? Or are you being sarcastic?
No.
Oh, okay. They got that.
I just hear people say Latu.
They got Latu, the defensive lineman out of UCLA. Everyone loves. They have another pass rusher at 8.5 sacks, whose name's eluding me. It's not big names on the Colts front seven. It's a good front seven, though. And the Texans offense really struggled to move the ball last year in Indy. They struggled. Different circumstances. There's a Stephon Diggs. There's a healthy Tank Dell, both of whom have looked good this training camp. You still have Nico Collins, but that front seven for Indianapolis gave you some issues. Those are my two concerns because I haven't seen this Texans offensive line working together in a real game yet. Haven't seen it. Maybe they will be good, but I think we have to see it before we believe it's going to be a weekly thing when they're at full health. Speaking of Stephon Diggs, Diggs continues to praise the bleep out of his new home. Here he is, courtesy of Aaron Wilson, KPRC, Channel 2, talking about how much he loves it here.
I mean, that's kind of hard to say. I always believe in where I'm supposed to be when I'm supposed to be there. My feet are right here. This is where I'm at. And I have like always saying like, I don't talk bad about my old girlfriend and make my new girlfriend feel good. You know what I'm saying? Like that was a good fit too. Some great people over there for being here. This is where I am right now. This is where God placed me. And it's amazing people. You know what I'm saying? As far as like it being a good fit, this is where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? This is where I'm placed. It is some great people here. I can't say there's a lot of Southern hospitality here, even on this team, even around the building. I'm just happy to be where I am. I can't say it enough.
God put him here. He's happy to be here. Can't say it enough. Southern hospitality. There is something about this place. This Houston, Texas.
Swarm. I do like that Stephon Diggs does a lot of, it's like a girl. He does a lot of metaphors that are like, it's like dating someone.
He brought this up a couple of times, how he's not going to talk ill about Buffalo because it's like talking about an ex-girlfriend. But I agree with that. You don't do that. It's bitter.
He's right. But I like the way that he frames it. Like you're saying with the GQ article from earlier this week, where he's like, yeah, women look at your smile and your shoes. That's all they care about.
I do care about your shoes. I got to upgrade my shoes. Still haven't heard back from
No.
from Gal.
Was there a chance that NASA was the right one?
I hope not. Like, that's the one definitively no. I've been to NASA before. It's very underwhelming. And also there's an Angry Birds exhibit in there. What are we doing? What are we doing? It's NASA. Oh, but there's an Angry Birds playpen here. Well, what? It's angry. I don't know if it's still there. I haven't been there in a decade.
I was gonna say,
But the last time hopefully they've added something a little more current in there, but
it's gonna be like Minions or something.
it was
That's what it'll be. It'll be Minions. It'll be a Minions thing.
it was cool, but it was underwhelming considering how far away of a drive it is. League City is a bit of a drive. What, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, something like that. It's a bit of a drive. I don't think it was worth it. And then I got really mad the next year when I saw in Hard Knocks how the Texans got like a VIP tour where they were on the moon buggies, like driving around, like doing donuts and stuff. I was like, where was that? Where was that for me? I get it. I'm not a football player. I'm just a radio host, but I wanted that.
They're drinking beers with with Buzz Aldrin. You're like, what the
Yeah.
hell?
Yeah. I want to go like around town with Buzz Aldrin looking for moon landing conspiracy theorists. We'll just sock them in the face and get away with it because we're American heroes. I would be one by proxy.
Yeah.
He actually
You get the cosign.
right.
Get in, kid.
It's my favorite thing ever. Some one of these like just dweebs goes up to him and he just gets rocked in the face. How dare you question the like most brave Americans of the 1960s?
It's a big like, yeah, the internet's different than real life, and Buzz Aldrin is a very real life person.
100%. Come on. All right, we're gonna wrap things up with some final thoughts on Texans and Colts and a garbage time segment. Next, it's Gallant and George, no Joe, just Paul, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. First, let me tell you about what's going on tomorrow. It's the Red Bull Show Run. Vroom, vroom, yeah. I think that's what F1 sounds like. I've never actually been to an F1 event, but if you're F1 curious like me, you know what? You got to go to Discovery Green tomorrow. Things get started at 10, and they're going to be running, I believe, until 3 o'clock. You want to get there like 9, though. You want to get there early so you can park, and you're going to see racing simulators. You're going to see true F1 racing up close, exhibition style, taking turns around the streets of Discovery Green, the sights, the sounds, the engine starts, some F1 drivers. It's going to be a blast. And you want to check it out, thanks to our friends at Red Bull, at Discovery Green tomorrow. Red Bull and F1. What up, team? What a matchup. What a time tomorrow at Discovery Green.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Last chance to dance. Just Paul, no Joe. Joe's getting his tooth fixed. Sean Mapes behind the glass. The football game tonight in Brazil between the Eagles and Packers. Eagles are 2-point favorites. Might have an interesting wrinkle that could explain why the Eagles are the favorites. The Eagles got a hotel stay close to the stadium. The Packers, on the other hand, have a game day commute of 1.5 to 2 hours. What is this? That's some amateur hour stuff by the People's Republic of Green Bay. Classic communists not spending the money they should.
Do they not have 2 hotels in Sao Paulo?
I guess not.
No, they have to have 2 hotels.
Maybe not
in
2
Sao
safe
Paulo.
ones. Well, listen, I don't know. Brazil's a dump. I get it. Like, Rio de Janeiro.
That is something. I think people would be more up on this if they're in Rio, just because it's a place that's hosted the Olympics.
Yeah. Right. I have no idea where Sao Paulo is. I don't know. I don't care. I just think that it's ridiculous that we're hosting football games there. Also, some Eagles fans are going viral. Of course they are. Just imagine it's not the day of the game and you're walking around Brazil and you got an Eagles jersey on. Okay, that's fine. Even though the gangs apparently they don't like it when you wear green. But you've also got a green mohawk. You've painted your entire bald head white, except for a green stripe where your eyes are and a green circle where your mouth is. This guy looks straight up like the people that are doing meth in Mad Max Fury Road. The Hellboys.
I was about to say they sound that's who they sound like.
He looks like a Hellboy. I do want to see some police reports about drunken Eagles fans in Brazil. I just want to see them. I feel like an Eagles fan could hold their own for the most part in Brazil, but you never know. And it's crazy that the NFL is hosting games here.
Of fan bases to take to Brazil.
That's the number one. That's the only fan base that I feel could hold a candle to the hooligans of Europe.
Yeah.
That's the only one in the United States of America.
Maybe
that's
like
it.
Raiders back in the day. I don't know.
Some
The
Raiders.
Vegas Raider fans. I don't know.
Some Raiders fans, some Dodgers fans, some LA fans, but as a city, like this is the one that's going to outwardly show how much they like their team and also start some fights because of it. I have the Texans winning 27-21 in their game against the Colts. I think it's going to be tougher than we think, but I do think that they cover. They're 3-point favorites, mybookie.ag. Let's do a little garbage time before we get out of here. Lincoln Park has a new front lady. Yeah. Their lead singer passed away. They're replacing him with a woman named Emily Armstrong. It's Chester Bennington, right? Who was the last one? I'm sorry. I don't really know the names of these guys.
I know his first name was Chester.
I think it was Chester Bennington, but he was the front man for Lincoln Park. Crawling in my skin. I mean, I understand the backlash at first to a woman taking over. This is what she sounds like, Emily Armstrong, in her first ever appearance as the front lady for Lincoln Park. I mean, at first it sounded like Chester Bennington a little bit. No? A little bit. I'm not talking about Chris Cornell here. No offense to the late Chester Bennington. Lincoln Park, a lot of bangers, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm saying that's that hard to do. I think I could do it.
Yeah, the yelling, or I don't know, calling it yelling's, I think dismissive. But the scream singing, I can't really tell the difference of what's good, what's bad. I'll be honest. Halfway
become so numb.
Yeah, halfway through, I'm just like, this is just someone yelling.
Yeah. So there's a lot of backlash to that, but I don't know. I didn't think that was bad. Also, one last one before we hit the road. We talked about Eagles fans earlier. Phillies fans a little less loyal, specifically this Phillies fan who claims that she had a little fling with a Philadelphia Philly player.
Put a finger down if you were so madly in love with one of the Phillies players that you used to DM him all the time, telling him how in love with him you were, and you never thought he would ever see those messages, but he did. And not only did he see them, but he responded to them, and he was like, hey, do you have a Snapchat? And you were like, no, I don't have a Snapchat. So you created one specifically for him, and you guys are Snapchatting back and forth for a few days while you keep telling him how in love with him you are. And then he proceeds to invite you over to his house. So you go to his house and you sleep over and you spend time with him with no protection at all. And then the month preceding after that, you try and keep talking to him because you're so fucking delusional that you don't realize.
Yeah, I forgot. You can't swear, lady. You can't swear. That's my fault, Sean. I didn't watch the whole thing.
I could tell once we got to the protection part.
I was like, uh-oh.
I could see that took you by surprise.
Uh-oh.
And that's what I was like, oh.
Here it comes.
There might be a surprise later.
Well, she sounds better. I think it's safe to say. She's a little better.
Yeah. And I will say she did act like I made a Snapchat specifically for him. I'm like, all right, okay, lady, that's not that big. You downloaded an app and put in your email. That's not crazy. You didn't anything insane.
Relax, toots.
Yeah.
And
I can't believe Kyle Schwarber did that to you.
We don't know that for sure.
No, that's all speculation.
Sean just joshing around. And on that note, big thanks to everybody who tuned in, our Twitchers, our YouTubers, our radio listeners, 97.5, 92.5, 97.9 HD2. For Sean Mapes and for a hopefully toothed Joe George, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend, Texas Swarm!
I like A&M's chances in that game. I don't know. Everybody's dropping the state. They did. They already did. Yep. Everybody's dropping the state. You know why Sam Houston did it? Did they really? Louisiana dropped the Lafayette. They're just Louisiana now. Sam did it because of their name on the score bug when they play games. Like they didn't like the SHSU or whatever. So I don't even know what they use now. Maybe just Sam or yeah, it's weird. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I have allergies, so I'm going to be coughing the entire show. Good point.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's playing. I am Brad. I'm Brian behind the glass, and it's a Friday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First Friday show ahead of the NFL season. And we have an NFL game to react to, which we will. Lived up to the billing, lived up to the advertisement in yesterday's opener between the Chiefs and the Ravens. We'll get into Texan talk, Swarm, Texans at Indy. Todd Callis joining us at 4 o'clock. DJ Anime will be joining us at 4:30. Who said it as well? And then me text your normal Friday stuff. And last year at BZ Money, we dominated. We killed it. Your opportunity again to tell us with our picks. BZ Money returns, and we're going to make it back-to-back winning seasons. But we begin with the news of Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker is back. Kyle Tucker has been reinstated from the 60-day injured list to make room. The Astros option Zach DeZinzo down to the minors. One who's going to play first base against lefties, maybe under Diaz. And they DFA'd Parker Mashinsky. But Kyle Tucker, who's been absent for 3 months and 3 days with a bone bruise, later found out to be fractured, is back, baby.
Great news, Jeremy. Unbelievable first step in what we hope is a lot of quick steps of him getting this leg back to 100% and getting back in the groove as a key member of this Astros offense. Could not have waited much longer, but we waited long enough to get him back into the lineup. Let's see what he's got. We know that the controversy is the leg itself and whether the fracture was there and all that other stuff. And then should he do the rehab assignment or not? But here we are at a time when they critically need him to contribute because of the fact that they'd like to keep taking positive steps forward instead of the 3 they took back at Cincinnati.
Yeah. So this is great news. Kyle Tucker is back. Now the questions I think that you asked when Kyle Tucker is back, I think the first one is lineup. Like, where are we going to see Kyle Tucker in the batting order today?
Yeah, you and I were talking about this earlier in the week, and Brian, and I think that the best spot for him is probably 5th. I think that you fluctuated with Bregman when you brought him back. You put him at cleanup. We know that you've gone Altuve and Jordan. I think that when you have the guys in the top of your lineup that have been hitting, like Bregman, like Yiner, like Altuve, I just feel like Tucker's right now, so that he doesn't try to press, doesn't need to do too much. You've got guys capable in front of him. I would probably bat him probably 4th or 5th.
Yeah, I think it's 5th for me.
Yeah, 5th.
It's 5th for me too. And like you can do any combination of the front 4. I really don't care. But I would ease Kyle Tucker into things. Like there's no one else that you would bat 5th ahead of Tucker. Like 6 would I wouldn't hate that after 3 months and 3 days and no rehab assignments. But there's really nobody that really is deserving of that spot. So I'm good with Kyle Tucker in the 5 hole. And then now the question becomes like, how effective will Kyle Tucker be right away and then going forward?
Yeah, I just think that's the biggest question mark and the hurdle left. There's a couple. I mean, you've got to see what he's going to be able to do running the bases and in the outfield. He's got, defensively, just from the wits about him and the arm that he has and the way he's played right field in the past, you hope that if he's anything like that, you're fine. But the biggest hurdle is going to be offensively. Where is he? No matter who they brought up to throw to him, batting practice and live at bats, it's not going to be the same as major league pitching. You're playing a really good team in Arizona, and you need to see where he's at and then how quickly he can progress. I think it's foolish to think that he's just going to not miss a beat and come right back to being the guy that he was. But if he could get a knock, that would be really nice, just to get him get him comfortable again and feeling good in the box, and then we'll go from there.
Because the Astros got swept against the Reds, and this is suddenly a race now in the American League West, like you do need to see some productivity. The good news is the bar has been set pretty low in the corner outfield, so it's like even if he's not super productive, it's probably equal to the production that you have been getting from right field or whoever's playing corner outfield. Like Ben Gamel's actually been okay, but you're 4.5 games up. Like you're 4.5 games up in this division, so you do need to like win ball games. You do need to make sure that you can claim the AL West divisional crown. Like this isn't 2 days ago when you had a 6.5 game lead, and hey, Kyle Tucker, you can go like, and they're still going to have to do this because it's Kyle Tucker. But there's more urgency now because it's 4.5 as opposed to 6.5 a couple of days ago, where it would have been very easy to be like, okay, Kyle Tucker's going to play right field or DH every 2 to 3 days. Then we're going to rest him every 4th or 5th day, and then ease him back into trying to find some amount of form. You desperately need him to find the form quicker now because the lead has shrunk. If it was still 6.5, it's like, who really cares what he looks like over the final 20-something games left? Just try to get him to his maximum potential and find that form again before the playoffs. But now you really don't have that luxury.
No, it's a fine line from where they've been in the past and even to where they are now, as you mentioned. I mean, it used to be that they were so far in front of the division that they could just coast. They could experiment with things. They could try different players. The September call-ups would get plenty of run, and you were just kind of reset. You're just getting ready to set everything for the playoffs. But now, as you mentioned, because it isn't without of reach and out of the realm of possibilities that they couldn't still cough up this division because they tripped all over themselves in Cincinnati instead of kind of feeling good about themselves after sweeping Kansas City. They've got work to do. And in order to do that, you need to put your best lineup out there. Yes, he's one of your best players overall when you analyze the roster, but you just don't know what kind of player he's going to be right now. You knew that the move was coming. You knew that DeCenzo was a guy that just hasn't been able to kind of get the consistent at-bats and results. So that was fine sending him down. But now you got to figure out how quickly can he show at least signs of being the old Kyle Tucker so that he can help contribute to a team that, like I said, really needs him, not just to be in the lineup, but be someone that can contribute towards the top of the lineup.
Yeah. That's something that, the form coming quicker will be important now because of where the division lead is at. 3209. Why not wait until the last week of September to make sure Tucker is at 100%? I just don't trust anyone on their medical staff. I think we just addressed it. You're trying to find form from Kyle Tucker. Like baseball is a sport where you have to go out and get reps. Like you need to get at bats. And I know that they've flown in. If the Astros are on the road, these minor league pitchers, they brought minor league pitchers, Glenado, Rice, what's up, to Minute Maid Park to work against Kyle Tucker. One, those guys aren't big leaguers. Two, those are live simulations, not actual big league games. Like he needs to see big league pitching, and you're running out of time. I mean, you have 22 games left in the season. You can't afford to call them up. Like this isn't like track. You know what I mean? Like track, you're not facing the live pitching. It's not really imperative what the other people are doing. Like you're trying to find your best speed. Like you could get away with that in a sport like that. But in a sport like baseball, like you need to see that live pitching. That way you can get back to playing at your best. If Kyle Tucker just all of a sudden came back in the postseason, I wouldn't expect anything of him. Like I'm not expecting anything from Kyle Tucker in this first 7 games that he's back. But you need to try to get him in the best form possible. And I think this is the way to do it 22 games out.
Let's also not forget, Jeremy, everything's on the table. Because as much as we, before the Cincinnati series, we were focused on the fact that, hey, one of those 2 buys is not out of reach. There's a chance for that, but they're still on the table. They're still not too far gone. So everything's on the table. You need to do your best just to hang on to the division lead and make sure that you solidify a playoff spot. Then on top of that, you still are within a handful of games of the 2 teams you're chasing, though it is more of a long shot. You got a shot at that too. That's why it's imperative that you put the best lineups out there, that you play your best baseball, that you do everything to win every one of these games because of the fact that they all matter.
I don't know if they do, but you still you can't run your guys into the ground, and the lead's still 4.5. Like it's not comfortable as it was a couple of days ago, but you can't play Yordan Alvarez 22 straight games in left field.
No, Espada's already said as much, that he's still going to rest his guys. He knows he has to, and I get that. But part of resting the guys that have been through the grind, that have put a lot of mileage on their legs in the last couple of weeks, like Yordan, like Altuve, guys that he was focused on trying to give a break to, it would be imperative to get a guy like Tucker back and kind of rolling so that you feel more comfortable being able to do those things, as opposed to, gosh, I mean, if I put him down, then is Hayward my guy? Is Hayward going to give me anything, especially if it's against a lefty? And do I need him because I'm sitting Altuve or Jordan or one of those guys? That's why I think that, hopefully sooner rather than later, the real Kyle Tucker will stand back up.
Yeah, although on a Baki leg.
Yeah, right.
They have a suspected
85%?
fracture
I don't
with.
know.
Are you surprised it was DeCinzo that gets optioned down?
I'm not, because I think between the two guys, between him and Whitcomb, I think Whitcomb really kind of solidified his place as a guy that can hit, and is more comfortable right now at the plate with big league pitching. And I think that as much as you can see the overall big picture, long-term potential of a guy like DeCinzo, I think he fell off after kind of, getting hot early, getting a couple of hits, getting a home run. It just seemed like the writing was on the wall. There was no real place for him, and he needs consistent at bats at this point in his career. So I think that of the two guys, Whitcomb's the safer option at the plate to keep up. DeCinzo goes down, and I think everybody will still be fine.
You think it makes more sense than Chaz?
Yeah, that was the other interesting thing. But of course, Chaz comes up, he gets a couple of knocks in a game, and everybody loves Chaz. I just feel like that's the guy that, again, when they start protecting veterans, or we start talking about what they're going to do, and because of the fact that we just don't know what Tucker's going to be, I think that a little extra insurance with outfielders, with options that you can move around the outfield, as opposed to keeping a DeCinzo still on this roster. I think that they're hoping Chaz is starting to snap out of this anyway, but I think that's why they did what they did.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because they're preferring to keep a right-handed outfield bat over a platoon right-handed bat at first base. It might be a clue that they're going to use Yainer Diaz more at first base and Caratini at catcher, quite frankly. But like before Myers went on paternity leave, it was, okay, we're going to send Chaz back to the minors. That way he can find his swing again, and hopefully he can come back and help us. And he had a couple of knocks against Cincinnati, like a couple seeing eye singles, some baseballs with eyes on them. But I'm surprised they didn't send Chaz back down, because you could use Dubon as that right-handed option off the bench. You're carrying 3 outfield lefties now. So it could have been Hayward. Like, you could have just DFA'd Hayward, because now you have Tucker, and yes, you have to kind of see where he's at, but then you still have Gamble, you still have Hayward. Like, you're carrying a lot of outfielders, and yes, you have the extended 26 guy. That's a lot of outfielders.
But Dubon can play first as well. I think you're right. I think Yainer's going to get reps back at first base. You can still play Dubon at first base if you need to, and because of the fact that you have options, I think they like the experience of a Hayward. I think that, again, while you're trying to figure out what's Tucker going to give me, and is he going to be able to go every game, and how consistently can he kind of start contributing, means that you want all the options on the table. You've got extra outfielders, because I think Dubon gives you the flexibility to cover some innings at first base.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised that it's not Chaz. Like, I'm not going to die on the Taos Hill that they sent down DeCinzo and not Chaz. But just a surprise to me, because it seemed like they wanted Chaz to play every day, find that swing again. But maybe he showed enough to them that, hey, against a lefty, he's going to get starts against lefties. Because it doesn't make any sense if he's on this team and he's not playing. Like, he has potential. He has... last year he hit 20-something home runs. His OPS was over 800. Like, he has that potential. Like, if you're trying to find a guy to get into form that could potentially help you in 2 to 3 weeks, it's probably Chaz. So if they're not going to play Chaz, especially against lefties and probably only against lefties, then what are they doing? I would severely question that. So we'll see what the game plan is for how they use Kyle Tucker, how they use Chaz. There is a righty on the mound for Arizona. The lineup is not out yet for the Astros either, but we'll keep our eyes on that. All right. Houston Texans go to Indy. We'll get to that later. We'll do our Texans game by game, how we see the Texans season faring, how they're going to do. Todd Callis at 4, DJB Anime at 4:30. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitter, ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Chiefs, Ravens lived up to the billing last night. We'll talk about it with our hot takes from Thursday Night Football next. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. DirecTV and DirecTV Stream customers, you have lost ESPN, including college football, Monday Night Football, ESPN, Sunday Night Baseball, SportsCenter, and more. Take action now. Call 844-KEEP-MY-ESPN or visit keepmyespn.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Chiefs, Ravens, hot takes in a couple of seconds. Brian McTaggart, a couple of reports here. A ball hit by Rosario in Wednesday's game against Arrighetti, originally ruled a hit, has been changed to an error on Pena. So it's 6 fewer earned runs for Arrighetti, and that'll help the old ERA. And the Astros lineup is out. Kyle Tucker is in it. He is DHing, and he is batting fourth in the cleanup spot. Kyle Tucker. Okay. Alex Bregman not playing. So we can't ever have it all. We can't ever have all of it. Tucker's back, but you can't have Bregman. You can have a bite, but you can't have the entire candy bar. Also, Jake Myers not playing. I don't know if he's going to be with the team or not, but Chas McCormick is in center field. So maybe that's why no Chas McCormick, and DeZinzo was the send down, because maybe Myers isn't ready to play yet. So perhaps that was the rationale there. But Tucker is back. That's the great news, the good news, after sustaining a bone bruise and then a suspected bone fracture on the back of his leg. Curious stuff. But he's in the lineup, DHing, batting fourth, but no Alex Bregman, so we can't have it all, Blinkers.
That just seems to be par for the course, right? You can't have it all the entire season. You just keep having obstacles thrown your way, and it's like the booby traps and the obstacle course that you're doing quite well on, but just when you think you might get some smooth sailing, it's something else, and that happens to be something else. But we'll see how it goes tonight. Hopefully at home, they get something going. Hopefully Jordan keeps going, and everybody actually keeps doing what they were doing against Kansas City. They need a win, and hopefully it starts tonight with another good homestand.
Kansas City got a win yesterday in the NFL opener, and what a game! This lived up to the billing. We've been waiting for NFL football for a very, very long time, and we get the AFC Championship rematch. A great game that came down to the ending. Thought that the Ravens were going to have a chance for the tie. Then they're going to go for 2 in the win. Isaiah Likely's toe is out of bounds completely, and Kansas City holds on. But a thriller and on the opener of the NFL season, Blankers, and a lot of fun. What were some hot takes you have from it?
I loved the fact that this was like a well-written movie or suspense book, in the fact that it had all the twists and the turns. The fact that it looked like Kansas City was taking control, and then the Ravens make the comeback, and and you had the kind of the parity in between, and some of the pitfalls, and then all of a sudden, Kansas City looks really good, but then Baltimore does what they need to do, and then they leave the door open for a sequel and wanting more because of the ending, because of the almost, because of the drama of Harbaugh was going for 2, and that would have set up what an ending. But then, wait, instead of that, you get the touchdown that wasn't. Now everybody clamoring for a rematch, and the fact that it was one hell of a game like as you mentioned, the NFL could not have asked for more for the first game of the season, and everybody waiting now for a rematch somewhere down the road, because both teams, for as much as we say about a lot of veterans takes the training camp off and the preseason off, both teams looked pretty damn good last night.
Yeah, that one team looked better. I don't want to see a rematch between these two teams, quite frankly. I rather not. I thought Kansas City looked way better than Baltimore. It was pretty stunning to me that it was a one-possession game going into that final drive. I thought Kansas City looked better. I know that the yards would tell you a different story, but to me, the best football team on that field is Kansas City. And maybe that's because they were playing at home and they had the home field boost and all of that. But I thought the Chiefs looked better than the Ravens did yesterday. I thought that it was more than a one-possession game. Lamar Jackson on that final series is everything that you love and you hate about Lamar Jackson. Like, he makes things difficult. He'll dazzle, and he'll make a tough play, and he'll run for 70 yards, and he'll do all of these great things. And it's like, man, that guy's unbelievable. But then he struggles with the routine. And I don't think you can win with quarterbacks who struggle with the routine. I think the quarterbacks that win are elite at the routine. And Lamar Jackson had 2 opportunities yesterday in the end zone. And I'm not talking about the final play, because the final play was a good one. Like, the final play was a great throw. He put it in a great window. Likely, only receiver that could go up and catch it, went up and caught it, just came down out of bounds. But the previous 2 plays, and you go back to that pass to Likely in the corner where I thought he broke his arm and then he's back in the game 2 plays later. Tough guy, that Isaiah Likely, or he was milking it a little bit. I don't know. But like, that was not an easy throw, but that's a throw that really good quarterbacks make. And Lamar Jackson put it nowhere where he could be caught. That was an uncatchable pass on a pass that should be at least catchable. Maybe it's not completed. Maybe it's not a touchdown for some of the very good quarterbacks, the great quarterbacks, the Super Bowl winning quarterbacks, but that should have been a catchable ball. It was not. Airmailed Isaiah Likely gave him no chance. And then the next play, I understand he's scrambling. I understand the greatness of Chris Jones. But when you see Zay Flowers pop wide open, that becomes a routine throw. And I know he said after the game he expected Bateman to sit down, which hope that's not the case, because that would have been even bigger crime. I think he meant to say he expected Flowers to sit down, and that's why he threw it kind of behind Zay Flowers. But again, that's a play that Super Bowl winning quarterbacks make, and Lamar Jackson missed Zay Flowers by 5 yards.
Yeah, thank God.
This is why I don't think Lamar Jackson's a Super Bowl winning quarterback. This is why I don't think Josh Allen is a Super Bowl winning quarterback. To be a Super Bowl winning quarterback, you have to do the simple better than everybody else.
Yeah, I think thank God for the replay too, because initially just on the live way that the cameras were when it played out, I was like, oh my God, it looked like that ball almost went through Zay Flowers' hands. Like, how close was it? And then when you got the angle from above behind center and you looked at it, you're like, that was just an egregious miss. That was awful. And like you said, I mean, the other thing with Lamar is I think he always reverts back to, I got to run. And now that everybody was making this big deal about him losing weight and becoming more elusive and quicker, well, the other thing is, besides him putting his shoulder down, I think, far too many times, and because he's a little less in terms of his stature and lost weight. If he keeps that up all year, I understand it was a big game. It was Kansas City. They wanted to get that win. He can't play that way all year, and he's going to have to make the plays he wasn't able to make late. Because you're right. I think the other thing was the ball in the corner of the end zone to Lively. He was open, or likely. He was open, and Lamar just didn't make a ball where he could even have a chance to catch it. And then when you miss the other one to Zay Flowers, you're like, okay, you have to at least get one of those two plays. You shouldn't have been in the predicament of worrying whether he was in bounds or not.
Yeah, and I think that's why Lamar Jackson runs a lot. Is because even he understands that he cannot consistently beat you through the air. And yes, he's going to put up gaudy numbers, he's going to put up huge numbers, he's going to make plays that make you go, wow, Lamar Jackson, what a quarterback. And he is. But I think that's the difference between being a two-time MVP, a great quarterback, and a Super Bowl winning quarterback. Tom Brady's not making the highlights. Lamar Jackson is. I promise you. Joe Burrow's not. And I know Joe Burrow doesn't have a title, but Joe Burrow's been to a Super Bowl. He's not making the highlights that Lamar Jackson is. But you know what? They are elite at the simple, and Lamar's not elite at the simple. So he'll make that play sometimes. But is he making that play 4 straight weeks in the playoffs? He's proven to us he can't. He's proven it. He's told that to us. This isn't me creating that. Lamar Jackson has proven that to us time and time again. The Chiefs' offense is fun. It is so fun. And they didn't even have Hollywood Brown. Like the way that Andy Reid just finds guys that, and I know they used like a first-round pick on Worthy, but finds speed whenever you have the combination of Mahomes. Like, what is that offense going to look like when you have Worthy, when you have Hollywood Brown, when you have Rashee Rice? I thought Travis Kelce looked old, washed up, quite frankly, but that offense is still incredibly fun. The speed with Andy Reid is a cheat code.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think as much as everybody struggled to think that their receiving core was anything at all a year ago, the fact that they were able to upgrade simply on the level of speed, if nothing else, but because of the fact, because Juju Smith-Schuster looked like he was washed too. But you know, even if Kelce right now becomes a decoy because of what he used to do, the fact that it opens up the field with so many options. Andy Reid's a genius in how he uses them because of Mahomes' ability to extend plays and make all the throws. You have to respect everybody that's on the football field, and their offense is so dangerous because of the fact that that speed element kills, and because Mahomes will slice you up and dice you up a million different ways. They look like, you know, they could do whatever they want offensively. Pacheco's the perfect back in that system because he gets you the yards after first contact. He's tough. He's fast. And they look like their offense is definitely a distinct notch above what it was a year ago.
Yeah, they are. They're a lot of fun. Now, in a game with Travis Kelce and Mark Andrews on the field, Isaiah Likely was easily the best tight end. And this is a fantasy football take that I hammered. I nailed this, and I know it's only been 1 week, and I was sweating bullets when Isaiah Likely went down. But again, in a game that featured Mark Andrews, considered one of the best tight ends in all of football, Travis Kelce, maybe the best tight end of our generation post Rob Gronkowski, Isaiah Likely was clearly better. I think Isaiah Likely is like going to be a top 7 tight end, top 5 tight end in football. I think he's the best tight end in Baltimore. I think Mark Andrews' time in Baltimore is limited, and Andrews will still be fine. They like to run a lot of 12 personnel. They like 2 tight end sets. The touchdown that Likely scored, both tight ends were in the slot, so Andrews will get his. But Likely's better than Andrews. Likely's better than Kelce. Likely's really good. Andrews and Kelce looked old and washed to me, Blinker.
No, I think you're right. I think Likely was the best tight end on the field last night. I think the only thing that you can say as it regards to defending Mark Andrews is coming off the injury that he had. They're basically saying he wouldn't really be himself 100% like he was previous to the injury for 12 months. So you don't know what you don't know about what he might be down the road. But right now he doesn't look like anywhere near what he was prior to the injury. I don't know what Kelce can still be. He's been in the league a long time. He's obviously had a ton of success. Teams pay attention to him as well and try to take them because he was that main go-to guy all down the stretch and in the playoffs when they needed him. It's a different offense, and now maybe it was just week 1 and they were doubling him or they were giving him giving some extra attention as well. He didn't look quick. He didn't look like he could separate. But because of the fact that they have so many other options now that they can go to and call plays for, and because of the genius of the play calling and the way Andy Reid gets bodies in motion and creates the things that he creates, they are so fun to watch. And I think they're scratching the surface right now in terms of you see this team start ramping up by midseason and down the stretch, they're probably going to be able to do so much more when they add another wrinkle like Hollywood Brown.
And the one other thing I would say about Baltimore, I thought they went away from Derrick Henry. I know Henry didn't have a fantastic game, like 3.5 yards per carry. And I know that Baltimore was chasing the entire game, so that certainly impacted the game plan for Baltimore. It's why Lamar Jackson threw it 41 times, ran it 16 times. And some of those were designed, but he probably dropped back to throw 55 times. I mean, if he threw it 41 times and ran it 16, how many of those were design runs? Maybe 8. Yeah. So he dropped back to throw 50 times. The Baltimore Ravens are dropping back to throw 50 times. Like, that's unacceptable to me. And I know that you're chasing, and I know Derrick Henry, 3.5 yards per carry. But Derrick Henry's a guy who feasts on the more carries he gets, wearing down a defense, and then all of a sudden he pops off a 20-yard touchdown run. I thought they went away from Derrick Henry too quick.
I don't disagree in the fact that you need to get more balance in your offense, but I wasn't very impressed with Derrick Henry. Yeah, he had a couple of runs that actually increased his yards per carry and what it looked like he was getting. I think in a lot of cases, though, he looked like on first contact where normally he would carry guys and he would get more, that he was stuffed, that he didn't have the same kind of burst and the same kind of power that I've seen in the past. So I don't know if they just went away from it because they were trailing, or they went away from it because of the fact that they didn't see the Derrick Henry that they needed in that game. I think they got to get more from Derrick Henry. I think they just got to get more from their rushing game, period.
Yeah, I think Henry will be fine. We forget that Kansas City had the number 2 defense in the NFL last year. I think Henry will be just fine. And I mean, they had Justice Hill on the football field like 20 times. Like, you want Justice Hill on the football field 20 times, you want Derrick Henry on the football field 20 times. And I know that Henry's not great in the passing game and all that, but Justice Hill ain't great in pass protection. He can catch a ball out of the backfield, but he was getting blown up a few times. Yeah. Brian, do you have any hot takes from Thursday Night Football? So much fun. NFL football being back is so awesome. I was like a kid on Christmas yesterday.
Yeah, I have a couple. You guys already touched on several of them. I think Isaiah Pacheco might be the most fun running back to watch in the league. He just runs so angry, and is able to create so much extra momentum and yardage after first contact. I really enjoy watching him. And the other side, I know I get what you're saying, Jeremy, about Derrick Henry, but I mean, obviously, even besides the age factor, and could he be slowing down at 30, which is 2-3 years past running back's prime, I just think Derrick Henry's a bad fit for their system. He needs to be, with a quarterback under center, running downhill, picking up steam. And the Ravens don't play well that way. They play as, spread. He's in the pistol. He's in the shotgun. So that's going to be interesting to see how they make that marriage work, because it almost feels like when they go under center, like, okay, we know they're giving it to Derrick Henry. And then when they're in shotgun, we're not really worried about Derrick Henry because he's not an effective runner out of shotgun. So it'll be interesting to see how the Ravens make all that work. One other thought. I think if Zay Flowers, if you were able to flip him, let's say with the Rashee Rice, and put him under Andy Reid, he could be a Tyreek Hill type player. He is so fast, so quick in space, is so underutilized by the Ravens offense.
I don't know if he's underutilized. I just think they had a bad game. Like, I mean, Zay Flowers was a rookie last year and caught what? I mean, how many passes did he catch last year? 75 or so? Like, he's pretty high usage. I would say it's more about the quarterback. I would say it's more Mahomes, Lamar Jackson than the offense. Now, a lot of what Baltimore does offensively is because
same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, same. I mean,
maybe
like yesterday, he had what is 6 catches for I'm trying to find it off. 6 catches for 37 yards. I mean, the way he'd be used in a Andy Reid offense with Patrick Mahomes would be much more down the field. He could be an explosive wide receiver that would be near the top of the league if he was used differently, like he would with Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes.
I thought he had more yards.
I think the Ravens want to use him that way. I think the Chiefs just do a really good job of taking away the deep game.
He is really good.
They didn't yesterday.
I mean, his ability to be used, in end arounds and getting him out on the edge, and the fact that, I mean, they were talking about how he can get separation on anybody. I don't know that he was underutilized because, as you said, they were looking his way. I thought he had more yards catching the ball, honestly, because of the fact that, he was impactful when he touched it. But dude, he is really talented. I think he could be a lot more than he is right now, but it's week 1.
Yep. 713-780-ESPN. We'll get your thoughts on this Thursday night game. And after watching that game, do we feel the Texans are in that tier, the same tier as Kansas City and Baltimore? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
0979, stop sign emoji, blue cap emoji, and then a bunch of Lamar Jackson regular season stats. He's a Lamar Jackson fan, so he's not too happy with my take. 0635, Lamar Jackson sucks, man. All those short passes, one after another. Then when he throws deep, it's overthrown. So instead of even trying to throw, he just starts running all over the place. Hate how everyone thinks he's so good at MVP, blah, 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 blah. He is good. Like, Lamar Jackson does not suck. Let's be very, very clear. Lamar Jackson does not suck at football. Lamar Jackson is very dangerous. He is a weapon. He is rightfully so a two-time MVP. But I think he is the epitome of the difference of an MVP and a Super Bowl winning quarterback. I think he and Josh Allen are you look that up in the dictionary, those are the two faces that you see.
Yeah, I think you could easily lump them both together because they just have so much talent. You should have such high expectations every single year because it's not like they don't have all the tools in the toolbox to go do it. It's just because of the fact that they have basically been their own worst enemy in running into the roadblocks that have prevented them from getting where everybody thought that they'd already have gotten to. And when you look at Lamar Jackson, you can't deny when you were talking about the talent, his escapability is off the charts. His ability to run is off the charts. The fact is normally when he's staying on script, he can make a lot of the throws and do most of the things. But when push comes to shove, when everything's on the line, whether it be because it's a playoff game or because like last night, when you need big plays down the stretch and you can't afford to have anything go wrong because you're trying to win a football game with little time remaining, he has a tendency to kind of fade back into trying to do too much. And when you try to do too much, more times than not, that's when you make those critical mistakes.
Rare candy. He sucks at passing, all capital letters. What's his job? I mean, I wouldn't say his job is, I know he's a quarterback and one of the synonyms for quarterback is throwing the football, but his job is to lead offensive touchdown drives, in my opinion. I think the quarterback's job is to lead a touchdown drive. He doesn't necessarily have to be a great thrower of the football. You have to lead touchdown drives. And Lamar Jackson does that better than most. It's just a lot of times when the easy is there, he struggles with the easy. 9579, it's chicken bleep of Lamar to continually act tough as he lowers his shoulder while going out of bounds. I don't understand how it shows toughness if you're protected by a 15-yard penalty. I think that's a fair point, but I thought Mahomes' flop on the sideline yesterday was the most egregious act of what you're talking about.
Yeah, you're talking about the one where the backup tight end in street clothes pushed the linebacker on the way back. Yeah, I mean, you're right. There was acting involved in that play because if it was legitimately something where Mahomes went down and he really felt, he would have sold it a lot more. But yeah, I mean, I hate flopping. I hate watching soccer and anyone who looks like someone got hit by a sniper. Yeah, I don't think there's any room for that. I think last night Lamar was just really jacked up because of how big in his own mind he made that game and trying to get off the schneid against that team. And kind of set the tone for the year that he was probably trying to do stuff that hopefully he's smart enough to not do the rest of the season. Because like I said, when we first started talking about this game, he keeps doing that, especially when he's lost a little weight. He's setting himself up for some shoulder issues and some problems physically that team cannot afford to have.
Yeah. Mark Andrews was open a handful of times. I don't know why Lamar couldn't find him. 3209. Probably because the one time he did find him, he fell. He fell on his own.
He sure did.
He just fell.
And I kept watching the replay going, did the spike give way? Was there something else? It looked like he was already on the way down and there was no footing issue. You're right. He just fell down.
Yeah, I'm bullets right now on Isaiah Likely, and I was before the game. Like I have receipts to prove that. I was down on Andrews, so like that game kind of solidified that point. 8807. It's the same thing with the Ravens. Why I didn't draft Henry anywhere. Ravens never stick to an identity. All players are up and down. With those guys, you draft guys late in the draft like Justice Hill and Isaiah Likely. Okay, let's get to the next question. Are the Texans in the tier that we saw yesterday? Kansas City, Baltimore. Baltimore outgained Kansas City by 100 yards. I think my eyes tell me Kansas City was the superior team. They won the game. Can you put the Texans in either of their tiers?
I think that right now it's like when you are going up against in a lot of different cases when you're going up against someone and they go first and they set the bar. Well, now the bar has been set, and it's been set pretty high to start week one. I don't know until I see the Texans play. The one thing that I do know is the teams that we saw last night looked already like they were getting close to kind of more midseason form, with the exception of what you were talking about with Lamar. But overall, that team's down. That defense is really talented. The fact that they were able to kind of contain a lot of what looks like a really powered offense in Kansas City. The fact that Kansas City's defense doesn't look like it's that bad. It looks like I don't know if it's going to be as good as it was a year ago with some of the guys they lost, but they're good too. We know Kansas City can throw it all over the field. And the biggest thing with the Texans as it relates to both teams that I was concerned about is we need to know that they can stop the run. It's nice that you got Al Shire as an upgrade at linebacker. We don't know what the interior linemen are going to be and how they're going to be able to play because we haven't seen Settle at all. Yes, we've seen some of the other guys. We don't know that an Edwards at this point in his career is going to be anything. We're looking at Foley, and we're hoping that he's going to be a run stopper. But the biggest concern for me without seeing the Texans play yet is I think they have all the weapons. I think they're fully capable, but both teams seem to be able to run the football very well in different ways. And I think that the Texans have to prove that they've become better stopping the run first and foremost.
Is that a no?
I don't think I right now, before I see the Texans play, I'd say that they got work to do. I'd say no. Right now, I don't think that they're on the level of those two teams.
Okay. The one of the texters says this will be a great question on Monday. Okay, we'll ask it on Monday, but it's also a great question today on the heels of Chiefs and Ravens playing yesterday. But we can repurpose it and ask it again. I'm a no. I'm a no, and I do think that the Texans have a shot to get there. But if I'm just taking my best educated guess at this moment, no, I don't think that the Texans are on the tier of Kansas City. I think the Texans have a chance to be equal offensively to what Kansas City is. That's tough to say. Now, Kansas City was kind of disappointing offensively last year, quite frankly. And then they turned it on in the playoffs, and then their offense caught up with their defense. But you got Pat Mahomes on the field, and yes, I think Travis Kelce looked washed yesterday, but he's still Travis Kelce. You get all that speed that's out there too. I can't put the Texans offense on the same level as the Chiefs right now without seeing what it's going to look like in its totality. So offensively, no. And then I think the defense, again, has a chance because I do think that Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson have a chance to make it very, very difficult for offenses. But Kansas City was the number 2 defense in the NFL last year. I can't put the Texans on the Chiefs tier. If I'm putting them on the Ravens tier, if I had to put them on a team's tier, I'd put them on the Ravens tier. But Ravens still have scoreboard over the Texans. They kind of beat them with ease twice last year. And I know the first one was the first game of the year, but the second one was the last time the Texans played. It ended their season. And the Ravens were far better in the second half. Yes, the Texans have made additions, and they should be better defensively. But I can't yet. I think they have a shot, but I can't yet put the Texans on either of their tiers.
Yeah,
no.
I think it is worthy of once we see the Texans play, we'll have a better indication because you're playing, to my point about stopping the run, you're playing, a fully capable, should probably be one of the best rushing offenses in the league when you talk about the combination of Richardson, running the football with Jonathan Taylor. So on Monday, yeah, we can have this conversation again, but what I saw last night looked like the two best teams in the AFC simply because of all the talent was on the field, the fact that they had so many different ways that they can beat you, the fact that regardless of what you think of Lamar Jackson, he's won the MVP twice, he's elusive as hell, he finds open spots, extends plays, and does everything that he's capable of doing, especially in the regular season. We'll probably see more of a Derrick Henry. We know that they have the capabilities, and then Kansas City is the elite of the elite for a reason on both sides of the football. So I need to see that Joe Mixon's going to be a better running game than Singletary was a year ago, and Joe Mixon still got plenty left in the tank. I need to see that Diggs is going to fit in, that the offense is going to click like we think it is. And I need to see the defense be able to stop the run, and I got a rookie corner on one side that I got to make sure is going to live up to all the hype and the billing he's gotten so far. If I see those things against Indianapolis, I will feel a lot better that they've got a fighter's chance against one, if not both of those teams. Right now, I think that's a level they're chasing.
1-2-6-4. You can't put the Texans in that tier today, but I believe they will reach that point this season. This is the season. Believe it. No, you can't put them in that tier. They haven't played a game yet. Texans arguably in Ravens tier. Nobody in Chiefs tier. I think that's fair. I do think the Chiefs are currently in a league of their own. And if anybody's close to that league, it would be San Francisco. But Kansas City, yes, one game, but Xavier Worthy looks like a cheat code. Hollywood Brown was not on the field yesterday. That's going to help them. Travis Kelce looked old. Now, he might look old all year, and their defense is still very good. Their defense is still very good, and we sleep. We sleep. It's why I bring it up all the time. We sleep on the fact that Kansas City had the number 2 defense in the NFL last year.
Yeah.
And their offense was pretty mediocre for their standards.
Yeah, and look, and again, then you factor in the head coach with all of the ways he dials up plays, and he's just genius with an offensive system and getting the most out of every weapon in his arsenal. Now he's got more weapons than a year ago. You have to respect that for what they did last night, and better believe that as the weeks go by, they're only going to get better as they get Hollywood Brown back and they get more wrinkles into what they can do and what they see how defenses are coming at them. You just know that they're the cream of the crop for a reason, and that's a hell of a bar that you have, at least have a goal that you can get to, but you know you've got an uphill climb to get there because they're going for 3 in a row.
All right, let's go by our game-by-game outlook of the Texans' schedule and see how many wins we garner for the Texans and put in our official prediction for the Houston Texans this year. 713-780-3776 if you want to play along as well. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, let's go game by game. Houston Texans schedule, and let's put our name on it. Let's put our name on what we think the Houston Texans are going to do. All right, Blankers, why don't you lead us off? Age before beauty.
Okay.
Take us game by game. What you have the Texans doing?
I got week 1 against the Colts. I got to win. I think that I feel really good about them, especially offensively and with the defensive backs of the Colts. I'll go win against the Colts. I'll go win against the Bears. I'll go win against the Vikings. I'm going to go win against the Jags at home. And I have them actually starting 6-0, beating the Bills and the Patriots. I have them losing at Green Bay. I have them at
Homer.
See, I knew you'd have a comment for that. I have them actually losing to the Colts at home. I have them losing to the Jets at the Jets. I have them losing to the Lions at home. And then I have them beating the Cowboys in Dallas. I have them beating the Titans at home. I have them. So what does that make that one? Anyway, I have. I need them to get to 9 because that was the 9 that I had.
I think you're gonna have too many.
No, I don't right now. 1, 2.
I think you're gonna have too many.
7, 8. I have them beating the Jags at Jacksonville. I have them losing to the Dolphins, the Chiefs, the Ravens, and then beating the Titans. So I do have them at 9 and 8. There it is.
That's 10.
That was 10.
Wait a minute.
That was 10.
This is that Wisconsin math they taught you.
Yeah. Oh, see, you
too
got
much,
all kinds of jokes.
Too much
You're
dairy.
right, I did. I had 10. All right, so I got. I'll take it though. 10 and 7.
I mean, look. I mean, if they get to 10 wins at the end of the season, I'd be happy. But I would absolutely hate the way you had them getting to 10 wins, starting off 6-0, and then collapsing down the stretch like the Eagles in the second half. That would be brutal.
I mean,
it'd be like an Astro season, really.
Yeah, the only thing I can think, I think the Stephon Diggs game is going to be big against Buffalo, but I think they can beat Buffalo because they're at home. But I think the road games are going to be tougher for them. I think winning, depending on what Jets team you get, if they're healthy. And I think that when you start talking about splitting against the Colts and or the Jags, because they're both upper tier teams in your division with you, I think that last stretch of games is going to be really brutal.
So do you want to change your official prediction to 10 wins?
Not really. I need to look
because you said on the video.
I need to look at where I need to.
You
take
said
one
on the
back.
video yesterday that Sam took 9 wins, and you were the lowest one.
I realized that. I think. Man, I hate to say it, but if I got to take another one back, I would take away at Cowboys.
Okay. All right.
So then there's your 9 and 8.
I never ran cross country, as you can tell. I'm anti-running. I'm anti-exercise. But I've heard that whenever you do run cross country, that you're supposed to sprint up the hill and then you're supposed to sprint down the hill. It's what I've heard. It might not be accurate. I think I just heard that one time. I kind of view the Texans' schedule that way this year. I feel like they have to sprint out of the gate, and I feel like they have to sprint going into the bye because I think the middle of that, it's going to be tough. And I like to look at it in like usually 4-5 game series to try to figure out where they're going to be certain, junctions of the year. First 5 games, I have them losing this week. I don't feel good about this week. The first time they've seen Anthony Richardson, obviously, since early last year. First time anybody's seen Anthony Richardson since early last year. The Colts are very ticked off because they had their season ended at home last year by the Texans. I just feel like the Colts are going to win this game, quite frankly. So I have the Colts winning week 1, but then I have the Texans rattling off 3 in a row, win against Chicago, win at Minnesota, and then win at home against Jacksonville. Then they host Buffalo, and I think Josh Allen's a really good regular season quarterback. I have them losing that game to Buffalo. So you got to get through the first 5 weeks at 3-2. Then I look at the next 5 games. At New England, I have them winning that game, 4-2. Lose at Green Bay, because, it's not easy to play in the frozen tundra. I have them winning the home game against Indy, so they split the series. Then I have them losing at the Jets, like they lost to the Jets last year to Zach Wilson. And then I have them losing to Detroit at home. So that's that little 4-game window. Then the 4 games going into the bye, though, I have them going 4-0. I have them winning 4 games going into the bye, sprinting downhill, winning at Dallas, beating Tennessee at home, beating Jacksonville at home on the road, and then beating Miami at home. So that gets me to
Miami's
9 wins
after the
going
bye.
into the bye. I don't think so.
I'm looking at the schedule. It has bye week then Dolphins.
The bye week's a week 14.
Yeah, I know. And Dolphins are week 15.
All right, so 3 in a row going into the bye, and then you beat Miami coming after the bye. That gets me to 9 wins. You're going to lose at Kansas City. You're going to lose at home against Baltimore, and then you beat Tennessee in the season finale to get you to 10 wins. So 10 wins for the Houston Texans.
There you go. So Joel, I mean, that's another 10 wins. You thinking about coming over to the 10-win side?
Stop it, Brian.
Maybe the schedule wasn't as tough as you thought it was.
Stop it,
You
Brian.
got to 10
I don't have
wins
my
when you looked at
computer.
it.
I tried to remember what I put. I got him at 9 wins.
I hate that the bye's in week 14, though. Like,
it's way too late.
Far away. So many games. Like, I like it closer to the middle of the year to kind of break up the season. I guess if you're looking at it from a positive outlook, it's okay. Get to the bye. Get you to 8 wins and then split coming out of it, and then it sets you up for the stretch drive. But yeah, I think it's too late. What do you have, Brian?
Yeah, and adding on to that, I do think it's a silver lining of the bye being that late, that at least gives you the chance to rest up right before the toughest 3-game stretch of the season. So if the Texans are going to have a chance in those games, it would be nice to hopefully have them at their healthiest of the season. So I have them starting off with a win against the Colts, a win against the Bears in week 2, following it up with a win against the Jaguars before they face their first loss in a home game against the Bills.
You forgot Minnesota.
Oh, I'm sorry, beating Minnesota as well. So that's a 4-0 start before their first loss to the Bills. Follow that up with a win against the Patriots to get you to 5 wins before a road loss to the Green Bay Packers. So I think we all three are homers there by proxy, I guess, saying they're going to lose at Green Bay in the frozen tundra. Then a home win against the Colts, so a sweep of the Colts before they lose at the Jets, lose against the Lions, beat the Cowboys to get you to 7 wins, beat the Titans and the Jags going into the bye week. So now you're at 9 wins going into the bye. Followed up with a home win against the Dolphins. I think the Texans are just better across the board than Dolphins. I know Tyreek Hill believes he's the fastest human alive, but basically everywhere else, I think the Texans are better. Lose to the Chiefs and the Ravens before they finish it up with a home win or a road win against the Titans in the last week of the season to get you 11 wins.
There you go. We all have double-digit wins for the Houston Texans in 2024.
We should be at that Green Bay game.
Make it happen. People
you
in
gotta
the
fly us
organization.
out.
I mean, a sponsor would be nice, Brian. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Our sponsor is Joe Blank.
I can make things happen, but I ain't paying for all that.
Trip to Green Bay, sponsored by the Blank Man. That sounds good. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to TK. Todd Callis, voice of the Astros on the Shin, joins us when we return. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a little word from MyBookie. MyBookie.ag is where I always tell you need to be because of the fact that, look, they take care of their customers all the time. It's the biggest weekend of football. You had football last night. It was awesome. You got another big game tonight. College football all day and night Saturday. NFL games all day and night Sunday and Monday night. What better place to be at than MyBookie.ag? They take care of you every step of the way, and MyBookie.ag has a million ways to do it. Right now, they're doing it again. They're going to double your first deposit. They're doubling your bonuses. They're giving you money on top of your money when you put it into your account. All you got to do is remember our promo code. It's Bet975. Anytime and every time that you have an opportunity to use it, use it. Use it till your heart's content, and then see that you actually get more money in your account. More money in your account, more games you can bet on, more chances you can win, all because MyBookie.ag loves to take care of its customers, and they take care in a variety of ways. They've been in business for over a decade. They ain't going anywhere. Neither is your money. They're going to make sure you're safe and secure with your cash. They're going to make sure you have a variety of different ways that you can put your money in, and once you're in and you're using our promo code, they're going to make sure you get bonuses along the way. So many different ways that you can get involved with MyBookie.ag and capitalize, and they also have the best website to keep track of everything as you're going from game to game. And when there's no games going on, they have live dealers standing by where you can play casino games like poker and blackjack. It's phenomenal, and it's all because of MyBookie.ag. Check them out right now. Go to MyBookie.ag. Sign up and use our promo code BET975 and see that bonus money start flowing into your account. And remember to do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Let's go straight out to the HRNP guest line, being joined by the voice of the Houston Astros, Todd Callis. Our conversation presented by Texas Star Grill Shop, Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Angleton. Start shopping for your new vehicle at lancezcars.com. TK, you probably already filled out your box score here, but first time that you're putting Kyle Tucker in it since June 3rd. What do you expect Kyle Tucker to do now that he's back? How long do you think that it'll take him to get back in form?
I think it'll take him the next week or two to try and get back into form. He's not going to be running 100%. So I just hope he can hit the ball out of the ballpark maybe once or hit a double once. He's not going to be running at 100%. He's not going to be in the field. Obviously, he's DH tonight, so Jordan's going to play in left field. So I just want to see Tuck get in there and get his swings. I'm not expecting it to be like the Kyle Tucker we saw before the injury, but hopefully he's 90% of Kyle Tucker is better than an option they would have had otherwise in the lineup.
TK, I'm just curious your thoughts on the roller coaster. You know, it just seems like a microcosm of the season itself. You come off the home sweep of the Royals. Everybody's feeling good. Everyone nationally talking about this being the team to beat. Then they lay the big egg over the 3-game series against Cincinnati, and now the sky is falling again. We know that this is a good team. We know the roster, and with getting a guy like Kyle Tucker back, if he contributes, could make this a great team. But, you know, give the fans that are listening a little bit of a kind of a chance to catch their breath and realize, hey, this isn't a bad team. These things happen.
Yeah, we talk about it a lot, how this is the best reality TV show there is the Major League Baseball season. There's so many ups and downs. There's so many plot twists. You never know what's going to happen. There's no way you could have predicted coming off that series sweep of the Royals that they were going to go into Cincinnati and play as poorly as they did. They did not look like a playoff team in Cincinnati, but they looked great before that. They won the last game in Philly and they swept the Royals, and they looked like they were going to just cruise on to the AL West title. But here they are, having lost a couple of games in the standings the last couple of days. Now they're playing a very good Arizona team. The thing the Astros didn't do well, they didn't really hit well. They didn't play great defense the first day or so. They need to be sharp on defense against Arizona. Arizona is going to put pressure on you. They're going to make sure that you respect every 90 feet on the base pass. So if you're not hustling after a ball, they're going to take an extra 90 on you. So the defense really has to be better today than we've seen, or better this weekend than we've seen maybe in the last 3 or 4 weeks. So the Astros have not played their best defensive baseball over the last month or so. So, yeah, there's still, 3.5 weeks to go. It's going to be a fight. It looked a little better before Cincinnati than it did after Cincinnati, but maybe they can get it turned around here against a very, very good Diamondbacks team.
Todd Callis on the HRNP guest line, and you can't have it all if you're an Astro fan, TK. You can have Kyle Tucker back, but you can't have Alex Bregman. It seems still dealing with that, still dealing with the elbow. Is it still the same for Bregman? Kind of, playing it day by day, seeing if there's gremlins there that day, if there's not gremlins there that day.
Yeah, it's kind of tough because Joe Espada put 2 or 3 lineups out every day before he gets to the ballpark based on Alex's status. And he's got one with Alex playing. He's got one with Alex DHing, one with him at third base, obviously, and one with him out of the lineup. So, yeah, it's not easy. And you're right. The Astros fans have not seen Tucker and Bregman and Alvarez and Altuve and Yiner all in the same lineup since before June 3rd. So, it's going to get there. There's going to be a day when that happens. And hopefully that's going to be also in the playoffs too. But right now they keep kind of piecing it together and trying to get to the finish line with a less than 100% healthy roster.
Well, let's turn the page to the pitching staff a little bit, TK, and look at Arrighetti. Let's look at the fact that for as great as he was in August, we come to September. Some people were, whispering, was he tipping pitches? What was going on? He completely melts down in that first inning against Cincinnati. And again, I call it the Janet Jackson philosophy, but what have you done for me lately? Forget what you've done in August. Suddenly, everybody hyper panicked about Spencer Arrighetti. What did you see? What do you think? And how much concern should there be?
First of all, he beat Philadelphia and Baltimore back-to-back starts on 2 hits and 3 hits. So Spencer Arrighetti is not going to do that every time. And so you can't anticipate that what he did in the previous road trip was going to carry over as well in Cincinnati. At the same time, obviously, what he did in Cincinnati is not what we expect from him in the future. So somewhere in between, probably closer to the Baltimore and Philly starts. He's a very, very good pitcher who is figuring it out as he goes along. That Cincinnati start got away from him. His command wasn't great. His defense behind him wasn't great. He could have gotten out of that first inning with 3 runs if Jeremy Pena made a play on a very hard hit ground ball. But it was one of those games that spiraled, and he just wasn't able to get it turned around. So I fully anticipate when he pitches against Oakland, even though Oakland hit him pretty well in that first start coming out of the All-Star break, I fully anticipate to see the Spencer Arrighetti that we saw in August as opposed to his first start in September in his next outing.
Fromber tonight, who's been unbelievable for the last handful of starts, probably even a couple of handfuls of starts. It seems like the curveball he's being added back to his arsenal. He's getting the swing and miss like he used to. Has been phenomenal. Well, what do you think the Astros with Murphy and Miller and the analytic department, what do you think that they've added to Fromber's repertoire?
I just think they've encouraged him to throw the curveball more because it's such a big weapon. It's one of the best pitches of any pitcher's arsenal in all of baseball, maybe top 5. Like, it's that good. So I just think they've encouraged him to throw it more often. He kind of got away from it last year a little bit when he started to fall in love with the cutter. But the curveball plays. It plays behind the count. It plays to get ahead of the count. And it plays especially when he needs a strikeout. So you're right. Fromber has been Hunter Brown and Fromber, Spencer with that one start, the blip. But those 3 guys, you say in August, was very good as well. It's been fun to watch. I expect Fromber to go out there. He needs to stay locked in. We talked about it a lot with Fromber. This is a Diamondbacks team that will try to get you off your game with the way they run the bases and try and take the extra base and even steal an occasional bag. So he just needs to stay locked in and not let anything get him off his game, because when he is focused, I'll take him over almost anybody in the game.
TK, JV, we heard Joe Espada talk about the fact that this is basically like spring training for him. He's trying to knock off the rust. He's trying to fine tune some things, and obviously not pitching the way he'd like to pitch. But as you look at this between now and the end of the regular season, how critical is this for him and for this team, so that that going into the playoffs, not that you're going to get the old Justin Verlander back ever again, maybe like he was previously, but you get a really good Justin Verlander for your rotation for the playoffs?
Yeah, I think it's significant. I think in JV's career, he's never had to worry, even back to his early days with the Tigers, he's never had to worry about feeling good going into the postseason because he's always been the ace of his team. And this year, he has not been one of the top pitchers for his team in the last month or so. So over the next 3.5 weeks, I think you're going to see Justin have to get a little better. I don't think you're going to see Justin just automatically get handed the ball in game 1 of the wild card series if he's got a 5 ERA in September. But I think he will. I think he will get it turned around. I think he's a guy that tons of pride. He's 41 years old. He knows what he needs to do to get himself ready. You can look at it as a spring training, but he needs to get better here in the next 3 or 4 starts, or else then there is a concern for Joe and the pitching coaches to try and get Justin right. So I think he's going to be fine. I believe in Justin Verlander. I will always believe in him in a postseason start, and just hopefully he has a little bit better starts here lately than we've seen in the previous 2 or 3.
Diamondbacks have been red hot. It'll be a good test for the Astros this weekend. Some of their better pitchers on the mound. TK, have a great call. We'll be watching.
Yeah, it's not me tonight. It's Esh. I'm off the broadcast this weekend, but Esh will be filling in tonight. Julia tomorrow and Esh on Sunday. But I'll be back in there for the rest of this season. Yeah, I'll be back in there for the rest of the season. Thank you. I appreciate it, guys.
All right. Todd Callis joining us on the HR&P guest line. Our conversation presented by Texas Star Grill Shop and Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Angleton. Start shopping for your new vehicle at LanceZCars.com. LanceZCars.com. I didn't realize he had the nice of him.
I didn't either.
To join us whenever he's vacationing. Can you believe? What a guy. What a guy, Todd Callis.
Yeah, but remember, he stayed the extra day when they left Philly because he had family there and friends or something like that. And I thought, well, that was going to be the series he was going to be off. But, I mean, yeah, I missed TK on the broadcast. Ash does a nice job, but I love those 2 guys together.
Is it time for Yordan to go back to the 3-hole with Alex Bregman, Well, he's not available today. But assuming if Alex Bregman was available and now with Tucker back, does it make more sense for Jordan to go back to the 3-hole as opposed to the 2 spot that he's been hitting? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. A week from tomorrow, it's the Bayou Bucket, and it's time to celebrate Houston at the Bayou Bucket. Houston, it's time to come together as we celebrate the city we call home. Whether you're a Houston Cougar, whether you're a Rice Owl, you call Houston home. And on September 14th, a week from tomorrow, your Houston Cougars clash with the Rice Owls for the Bayou Bucket. More than just a game, as we know, it's a celebration of everything that makes Houston great. It's about pride for both teams. It's about bragging rights for the Cougars and the Owls, and it's more importantly celebrating the great city that we love, the city of Houston. Gather your friends, wear your red, and show your Cougar pride. Get your Bayou Bucket ticket special at uhcougars.com/promo. That's uhcougars.com/promo. All you have to do is enter promo code RICE24, RICE24, to get tickets for just $10 in the 200 level at TD Stadium. So uhcougars.com/promo, enter that promo code RICE24, and you can get those tickets. Come early, be loud, and wear red.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Is it time to move Jordan, Blankers? Kyle Tucker's back. Now, you don't have the luxury of Bregman. Like, you don't have the luxury of Bregman tonight. And as you heard TK say, a spot is filling out a lineup card for Bregman at third, Bregman at DH, Bregman not playing, Bregman whatever. Every single lineup card that is possible, a spot is filling out coming to the ballpark. But what do you think what do you think he should do with this lineup when it's hopefully everybody's at full health?
Yeah, I think when everybody's at full health, I would feel comfortable putting Bregman at the 2. If that's what he wanted to do. But honestly, to me,
Bregman or Espada?
I mean, Espada putting Bregman, you can move Bregman up in the lineup. But to me, I like it where it's at with Altuve at 1, Jordan at 2. I would hit, Bregman's a tough one for me because I would actually put Bregman in between Jordan and Yiner, and then Tucker at the 5 until Tucker shows that he's ready to get back and moved back up. Ideally, if everybody's healthy and 100%, then that would probably fluctuate again and Yiner would move down. But for right now, until we know what Tucker can be, until they get fully healthy, I like the top of the lineup being Altuve and Jordan. And then it just becomes, do you like Yiner behind Jordan more than you like Bregman? I would trust Bregman and then I would go Yiner.
Yeah, at full health, I think you got to go with Yiner in the 5 spot. Like your top 4 guys, I think currently are Altuve, Bregman, Tucker, Jordan, in whatever order. I'm not a huge batting order guy. Like I believe in getting your best hitters the more plate appearances possible. I'm also more of a believer in the importance of the cleanup spot than Espada is. Espada has kind of devalued that cleanup spot. He thinks the leadoff spot, the 2-hole, and the 3-hole are more important than the cleanup spot. I personally don't agree with that. I think Bregman's is a good leadoff because he sees a lot of pitches. He draws walks. He's the prototypical leadoff man minus the lack of speed. Altuve is not your prototypical leadoff man because he doesn't see a lot of pitches. He doesn't draw a lot of walks, but they're never going to move Altuve out of that leadoff spot. So I would probably go Altuve, Jordan, Bregman, Tucker, Yiner. That's probably what I would do.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. And then it gets interesting, but at least stronger bottom of the lineup based on some of the options you found in Gamble and with Pena, and then whatever you want to do in center field.
Yeah, I mean, center field's going to be Myers when he's back.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I say that for sure, but, Jake's also got a little something to prove offensively. We know defensively he's fine. It's interesting to me because of the fact that what they're going to do at left field. And I know that, again, they talk about resting guys too and moving Dubon around a little bit. But when it comes down to the playoffs, I'm really interested if they're just going to go with the best offensive lineup and put Jordan in left and put Yiner at first and put Caratini behind the plate.
Yeah, I think they'll do that especially against these. I don't know if you'll see that a whole lot against righties. Like, I still think they're going to give Singleton at bats. And I think they like to give Singleton at bats against right-handed pitching. And plus, I mean, this is something we don't really talk about when we have these lineup conversations. Otto's pretty regular when it comes to who's catching certain pitchers. He likes to have the personal catchers, and that's not really a modern day manager's viewpoint. That's more of the, old school Dusty Baker type of manager. And Yiner's had Hunter Brown, Yiner's had Framber Valdez, and those guys have been pitching good. Mm-hmm. So I don't think that Yiner's going to play first base on days that those guys are pitching. Maybe it's just Caratini. But I'm curious what they do at first base against left-handed pitching when Yiner's catching, because that had been DeCinzo. That can't be anymore because they sent DeCinzo down. Is that going to be the heck with the whole lefty on lefty thing? We're just going to put Singleton there. Is it going to be, Victor Caratini can play there, even though he's not a right-handed hitter, left-handed hitter? Is it Mauricio Dubon? Is it going to be Bregman? Is it going to be Bregman plays a little first base? Because remember, he was taking ground balls there, and we thought that he was a day shy of playing first base, and then all of a sudden he was playing third base. So I'm very curious to see what they do at first base when a lefty starts and Yiner catches.
Yeah, because of the fact that one way or another, if Bregman's at first, then you would assume Dubon's at third, and then vice versa. If Bregman's okay to play third base, then I would think that Dubon's one of your options at first base now. And you see are they going to go for the defensive aspect of things? Assuming Bregman's healthy, you would have him at third base, but then offensively, you make a great point about the fact that, the fact that Yiner's had success with the two guys at the top of your rotation, that if you don't want to mess with that, and that's what you want to do, then you just flip them. And then I would assume that Caratini is an option for you to play first base.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they handle all of this. The bad news is that no one's been right. It feels like you haven't had all 4 of these guys. Really, you haven't had, especially 5. If you want to go to Yiner, you haven't had all 5 clicking. You've had all 5 in the lineup, but early in the year, Jordan wasn't Jordan. It took Yiner a little while to get going. It took Bregman 3.5 months to get going. You haven't had Kyle Tucker since June 3rd. You haven't had these 5 guys in their, full totality of who they are.
Yeah, no, you're right. And that's when you look at this and say, that's why it's fair to point out the fact that we haven't seen the best of this team yet, and that there's still so much hope with this team, because If you could get all hands on deck, and it's a lot to wish for or to hope for when we don't know what you're going to get from Kyle Tucker, and you're hoping that by the playoffs at least something's been figured out so that Bregman can play third base. But those two guys in a nutshell already are so hyper important to this team's overall success. But it would be nice to see just at the end of the season if they could all get to their full potential of health and then see what this team could really be, because I think that we would really see a lineup that's very complete and very dangerous.
Astro Girl, Jordan is rushed, batting second behind Altuve, put him in third. Also more opportunity for Jordan to get more RBIs. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of a narrative early in the year, but I mean, Jordan had some huge games recently, batting second behind Altuve. So I think we put too much weight in batting order. I think we put too much weight, little things like that. I believe in Jordan Alvarez getting more at bats. Like, it was one of the games in Cincinnati, actually, where if Jordan got to the plate, he represented the tying run.
Mm-hmm.
That wouldn't have been possible if he was batting third. So it goes both ways. We probably spend too much time arguing batting order whenever I don't think it's that significant. Now, if you're batting like Jordan ninth, then let's have a conversation. But how much different is him batting second versus batting third? I don't think it's a great difference.
I agree.
I think it's very marginal.
I know when we've talked about it in the past, you mentioned
713.
I was going to say, you mentioned the fact that the biggest drawback is if you're batting third, there's a chance for you to come up with 2 outs and nobody on, especially in the first inning.
9012, I wish they would have kept DeZinzo and dropped Chaz. I am surprised that's not the move, but then the lineup came out tonight and Chaz was in center field and not Myers. So it makes me think that Myers he's activated because they had to activate him after 3 days. Makes me think that Myers isn't with the team yet. 5643, a caller on Dell's show this morning was crushing Tucker, calling him a bum, saying he's holding out and won't be back this season. He said he would come down to the station and eat crow if Tucker played a game this season. 5 hours later, here we are. Yeah, let's see if that guy goes the route of that Florida State dude who said he was going to eat dog poo.
Jeez.
Yeah, I bet you that guy doesn't come to the station and eat crow. That's just my guess.
Right. Now, will he delete? Yeah, we don't know. We don't know what his social media accounts look like.
Yeah, it's a little different when you call. 60-30, the lineup did seem best when Bregman was second, Jordan was 3. I think it does play a role. Okay, but Jordan had like a 3-homer game batting second. Like, they've both had good games batting in different spots in the lineup. And then, I guess Tucker in this scenario would bat fourth. Are y'all not happy with Singleton at first base? I'm okay with Singleton at first base against righties.
Mm-hmm.
He's been terrible against lefties, although he did homer the other day against a lefty. And his defense leaves much to be desired. That's where I stand on Singleton.
That's the biggest thing. The fact that if he could just be steady defensively, what he can do against right-handed pitchers enough that he's been doing it all year where he's picking up knocks and the occasional home run where I would feel good. His defense was better in this last series. I would think that it's going to be a platoon system, but I'm not disappointed like I was at the start of the year with John Singleton.
Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Philip from the Woodlands. You're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Philip?
Hey, guys. I was going to mention, if Tucker is healthy enough to do some running, I like him in the 2-hole, and here's why. If Altuve doesn't get on, but Tucker does, which, is a decent shot, you always figure, 40% chance they get on base, right? Then let's say Altuve doesn't get on, but Tucker does. He is a threat to steal second. Then you're inviting them to pitch around Yiner, and then you either have pitch around Jordan, and then you either have Jordan hitting with a guy in scoring position, or they pitch around him, and you have first and second 1 out for Bregman and Yiner. Which either way you win in that scenario, I think. The other thing I wanted to say, too, was Singleton in the 9 spot I like, in the sense that, his on base is, compared to most 9 hitters around the league, is not that bad. And you can always pinch run for him then. So if it's late in the game and you're trying to get a run across, he gets a walk enough that he gets a walk with nobody on and the top of the lineup coming up, you can pinch run for him. And then you got some speed in front of those guys. And that's all I was going to say. Thanks.
Appreciate the call, Philip. Thanks for listening. I don't think he's ever going to bat Singleton in the 9-hole. I just think that, he's going to look for a guy that can, do the things that he's been doing, like Philip said, about getting on base and having a decent eye. But I think he looks to try to, if there was ways with the kind of way they've been struggling with the bottom 3 spots in the lineup, if there's ways that there was one guy that's been a little bit more reliable, he can put in like 7. I think that's where Singleton normally belongs.
Yeah, I'm not a big believer in Singleton in the 9 spot against righties, and the whole pinch running thing. Like, just pinch run for him anyways. Like, who
Right.
cares where he's at in the batting order? I mean, you're going to want to play. You're probably going to replace him defensively anyways. And Singleton does get on base a good amount, especially against righties. I don't hate his idea about the top 4. Now, the counterpoint to that would be a lot of managers like to keep their runners, speedy runners at first base with lefties up. If you have Jordan or Tucker up with Altuve at first base, do you want to run Altuve? Potential to run into an out. Secondly, you move the first baseman. You have a bigger hole on the right side when the first baseman's holding versus not holding a runner. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Rob, you're in the hive with the Bees. What's up, Rob?
Hey, guys. Appreciate you taking my call. Jordan hitting third behind Bregman only works in those 3 weeks of the year when Bregman's hot. I think right now with his elbow bothering him, I think he's getting under the ball again, popping up everything left and right. I would either put Jordan or Tucker back in the 2 hole, and then whichever one in the 3 spot with Diaz hitting 4th and Bregman hitting 5th. And now if Bregman turns it around and gets hot again, then I'd bump him back into the 2 hole, no problem. But like you said, with Jordan's power and Tucker's power, I'd like to get them as many at bats as possible.
Appreciate the call, Rob. Yeah, look, a little Breggy catching strays there. I don't see them. I don't think they're going to tinker too much with Bregman at this point in the season. So, yeah, I mean, I prefer Altuve and Jordan up on top, and Bregman. You want to sprinkle him in 3, 4. I think that's where they're going to end up settling in with when Tucker's, as good as he's going to be.
To Rob's point, though, why not play the hot hand? Like, why be married to one thing?
You
Like,
don't
if
have-
Bregman
yeah, you
gets it
can.
rolling, okay. Okay, Bregman, you're rolling. You're getting on base a ton. Let's give you some at bats in front of Jordan. Okay, Bregman, you're struggling back down, behind these guys. I think that's the one thing that we kind of lose in analytics is like, oh, this guy does this versus lefties. Oh, this guy does this versus righties. Oh, this guy hits with this situations. I think a lot of times we're like, well, what has he done in the last 30 days? Is he in good form? Is he in bad form? I think oftentimes we lose sight of that. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's get to DJ Bianime. Covers the Houston Texans for ESPN, ESPN.com. He'll be in Indy to see the Texans and the Colts. We'll get his viewpoint on things when we return. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. DirecTV and DirecTV Stream customers, you have lost ESPN, including college football, Monday Night Football, ESPN, Sunday Night Baseball, Sports Center, and more. Take action now. Call 844-KEEP-MY-ESPN or visit keepmyespn.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line, being joined by DJ Bayanime, covers the Texans for ESPN, ESPN.com. He'll be in Indy to see the Texans take on the Colts. How do you see this game playing out? This game has so many fascinating storylines. They've kind of, bickered at each other a little bit. We've talked like how severe is this rivalry. Anthony Richardson played 2 series against the Texans in early last year, but he scored on both of the possessions. Texans have added to their roster. Like, there is a lot of intrigue here. What are some of your favorite storylines?
My favorite one is how does Stephon Diggs look with this new offense? How do you look to CJ Stroud? Because again, one of the reasons why people think this team can be a Super Bowl contender isn't because they got Daniil, isn't because they got Aziz, isn't because they got Joe Mixon, right? It's because they got Diggs to take time and take them up at the top. So, like, that's what the main thing I'm paying attention to is how lethal and how prolific can he be to kind of take this offense to the next level, right? Because, again, like, I think if they don't get Diggs, I don't think people are talking about them as the Super Bowl team that could possibly take down the Chiefs, because if they only added Daniil and Aziz and Joe Mixon, you basically would have been, kind of today they would have upgraded obviously from Gennard, but with a slight upgrade. Obviously, you replace Aziz, you replace Blake Cashman with Aziz. That's an upgrade, obviously, but those I don't think would have been the upgrades that alone would that make people think that this was the Super Bowl team. So for me, it's Diggs. I want to see how he looks. I want to see how the offense is flowing because the team's only going to go as far as the offense takes them.
DJ, watching what we've seen of the past of Richardson and knowing what we know about a healthy Jonathan Taylor, we know that they are going to be very run heavy, and that the Texans are going to have to stop the run. We haven't really seen Settle. We know that Foley's in the middle. What's the concern level for you in terms of a team that basically came out at the end of the year with D'Amico and everybody else and said, we are going to upgrade our ability to stop the run? Well, front and center, game 1, you are going to have to stop the run. How do you feel about that and what they can do?
I feel solid. Obviously, I can't say I feel great about the ability to stop the run. I feel solid. I feel like there's some moments where they're able to like slow down Jonathan Taylor. There's some moments where Jonathan Taylor and AR kind of do their thing because they're just both that dynamic. It's kind of hard to envision that they're going to just totally shut them down. But I feel solid. I think for me, it's more about can they limit the frequency where their running attack is able to get them in second and manageable and third and manageable. If they can limit that, then they'll be fine, right? As long as they don't give them too many explosives and they don't give too many runs that have them in second and manageable and third and manageable, because that's extended drives, right? Because obviously they're going to have some drives where, JT kind of goes, has his long run, or AR might have a long run or two. It's going to happen. They're dynamic runners, so it is what it is. You're not going to completely shut that down, especially in week 1. But how frequent do they have those runs that make it second and manageable, third and manageable? Because that's what's going to be able to keep them on the field. Because if that's the case, then now the game is going to look a lot different. So they shorten the game and, keep the Texans great offense on the sideline. But if they can limit the amount of time that they have, those type of runs that make it second and manageable, third and manageable, then, you put the Colts in third and longs. And I think you put the Colts in third and longs, you'll be in a great position.
Who do you think's more dangerous, Anthony Richardson or Jonathan Taylor?
Oh, I mean, Anthony Richardson. More dangerous? Yeah, Anthony Richardson. Mainly because he's got a quarterback position. So if he's dangerous and he's making plays with his legs, then that means that that should open up some of the pass game for him, right? And he's going to have a little bit. Could be easier for him to kind of get those freebies because Shane is going to have plays saved up to use specifically that the Texans haven't seen that can create some explosives in the pass game, right? So if he's getting running plays that are effective, and he's scrambling and making plays out of nothing, it's only going to save those plays that D'Amico hasn't seen that they can use to also gain extra explosives, right? But if you limit that and now they use some of those plays that they probably have that we haven't seen. They're probably going to, have some success and be effective. If you can limit the amount of runs or the amount of dangerous, dynamic plays that they have with him on the ground, that's going to, I'm not saying limit the passing and plays, but what I'm more or less saying is, when they finally go to those plays that we haven't seen, let's say like if they do like on the 20 and they get to like the 40, all right, cool. But if they save it and he has a couple of dynamic runs and now they're on the 40 of the Texans and then they use one of those plays, now they're on the 20, maybe the 15, now they're on prime scoring position. You know what I'm saying? So for me, that's what makes him more dangerous is many plays that we haven't seen yet. So if he's rolling, then that's only going to make them more dynamic from a multifaceted position, where it's through the air and through the ground.
DJ, just similarly to the Texans have to stop the run, it would seem to me the biggest advantage the Texans have is their receivers against a probably less than Colts secondary. How do you see that playing out?
Yeah, I mean, again, like I was Googling it today. Juju Brents and Gallant Jones, they obviously played a lot last year. Obviously, they had Kenny Moore in the slot, very respectable nickel. But the other two, right, like last year, they both combined, I think, gave a pass rating of 100. Like you combine it together, pass rating like 100. Juju was at 102, and Jalen Johnson was like 97, or reverse. But either way, like 97, 102, that's still hot. That's still a lot. And they both gave multiple touchdowns, a lot of touchdowns, and obviously yards. So for me, it's a massive mismatch for the Colts and a massive advantage for the Texans because they had time to block. She had time to block. He'll be able to deliver the ball when he needs to go, and it should lead to a lot of explosives. Should lead to a lot of points. I just don't see a scenario right where the Colts can't get pressure. How are they going to guard these guys, right? Because we know what they're going to be. They're going to be in a lot of cover 3. They want to go cover 1, cool. I mean, good luck trying to have your 3 guys guard the Texans 3 guys. They want to go cover 0. Really good luck because you're going to have Juju and Jalen Johnson or Baker. You're going to have them one-on-one with no safety help in the middle because once it gets vertical, it's basically you're on an island. So I just don't know how they're going to be able to cover these guys without pressure. So it's a massive advantage for the Texans. Like I wouldn't be shocked if they put up 40 this week.
Wow. DJ, what's your prediction in this division? How many games do you have the Texans winning?
I think they probably win like 10, 11. I've kind of backed off some of my Colts stuff, mainly because, just the reports coming out of camp, it doesn't seem like, I've read a lot of solid when it comes to Anthony Richardson from a passing standpoint, and solid isn't going to win a division, right? You're going to need to be a good passer, right? Like, the Bengals report, the Bengals report, but when they had joint practices, the reports coming out of that, where you had Bengals players saying, does all this guy do is run? That's super concerning, So I kind of moved up that thing between Texans and Jaguars, but the Jaguars with their schedule, I think this thing is pretty daunting too. So I think Texans probably win 10 games, maybe 11, win a division towards the end of the season. It's probably between them and the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I think Texans probably win the division, and hold the playoff game. But we'll see where it goes from there because I think the bottom of the AFC is going to be pretty lethal. Because let's say there's a chance you could have, Baltimore or Cincinnati or the Jets or Miami or Buffalo coming into your building in the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? Like that could be, a very, very tough out because I think, the Bengals and Ravens, one of those teams, both of them will make the playoffs, but they both can't win the division. So one is going to be on the road. And then I think the Jets could be really good. If Aaron is healthy, they'll be really good. That's going to be a tough matchup, and I think they'll make the playoffs. So I think the AFC East probably has 3 teams make the playoffs, and I think either the Jags or Texans win the division, but I think Texans win it, the Jags probably miss. So that's going to be, it's going to be tough, right? You're going to have those 3 teams with those 3 quarterbacks, with those 3 weapons coming into your building. So we'll see where it goes from there. But at that point, once you get in, you got a shot.
DJ, I'm curious if you watched the game last night, and if you did, we saw what looks like a much even improved offense with the Chiefs, and we saw a Ravens team that's still plenty talented. How would you say before they even play a game? You see them more than we do. How does the Texans team stack up against those 2 teams after what you saw last night?
There was a game last night? I had no idea. No, I'm playing. I think that the Texans actually, I think they match up better with the Ravens now compared to last year because I think their tackle situation isn't ideal, right? And I think with Daniil and Will, that could be something because the Ravens' whole offensive line is completely brand new outside of the center and the tackle. But everybody else is new, right? They locked in off the right guard, they might lost the left guard, and the right tackle. They traded the right tackle more than moves to the Jets. So I actually think after watching last night, if the Ravens don't get their offensive line situated, it could get pretty funky. And honestly, after again watching some more of it, right, the Texans obviously got to figure out what they're gonna do with Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely. But on the perimeter, their receivers do not scare me at all. Now with the Chiefs, I think that's gonna be a fight for their life. Mainly because again, Mahomes, Andy, their front looks even better. I like their secondary. Like the Chiefs, from what I think they match up really well with the Texans, and the Texans match really well with the Ravens. But I don't think the Texans matches that well with the I don't think the Texans matches that well with the Chiefs right now. But it's early, you know what I mean? Like, what's the team look like in December? But I think that specifically with the Ravens, because that's quote unquote their kryptonite. It looks like when it comes to the trenches, the Texans might be able to exploit their offensive line. Now, their defensive line, the defensive front, obviously they still have some success. Like I can't even put too much stock into some of the plays the Chiefs scored on, because some of it was just either a gadget, 2 touchdowns. One was a gadget and one was a broken coverage, right? Like it's week 1. Like I can't even put too much stock into that right away. Maybe worthy, but I do think that the Chiefs' speed could cause some problems for the Texans. The defensive line could cause some problems for the Texans because Chris Jones, they don't got nobody on the interior that's going to be able to handle Chris Jones, right? And Chris Jones, what he does is he opens up a lot of one-on-ones for everybody else. So that's going to be, something to watch for. And obviously the Texans, the Chiefs' interior offensive line could be a strength against the Texans, right? Because the Texans' interior defensive line is kind of shaky, right? We'll see what when Danico actually gets back, though. But I think, it's going to be an interesting chess match. But I think against the Ravens, I think the Texans might have actually made up some legitimate ground after what I saw last night.
DJ, thanks for coming on. We always appreciate the time. Safe travels, and we'll catch up next week.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
That's DJ Bieniemy. Covers the Texans for ESPN and ESPN.com. Who said it? Who said it this week? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Hey, bettors. It's Branham here to tell you about my favorite sportsbook and casino, and that's BetUS.com. Football is back, so it's time to get in on the action. I endorse one sportsbook and casino, and that's BetUS. If you want a game plan to win this season, then check out BetUS. BetUS went large for you this season with a huge offer. 125% sign-up bonus on your first 3 deposits. That's right, 125% bonus on your first 3 deposits. BetUS offers value other sportsbooks simply do not. Gambler's insurance, crypto bonuses, casino bonuses, plus they have all the products you need. Competitive odds, parlays, live betting, odds boost, and prop betting. It's all very, very fun. When you're ready to lay down your bet, give your bet an edge. Why not combine your sign-up bonus with knowledge? Get that knowledge with expert analysis, picks, and predictions on all major sports on their very own BetUS TV. Get started today at BetUS.com, or give them a call at 1-800-MyBetUS. That's 1-800-MyBetUS. BetUS, where the game begins. All right, who said it? Let's get right into it. Brian's going to read to us 5 quotes that were said by ESPN 97.5 hosts, and then we guess who said it. Brian, quote number 1.
Quote number 1. Honestly, the NFL should be embarrassed to be associated with Applebee's. Sorry to all the fine workers out of Applebee's. I'm so loyal to Chili's. There's no way in hell you'd ever get me to go to Applebee's.
I mean, initial reaction is Joe George.
I don't know. I wouldn't put Applebee's past Joe.
Okay.
I don't think Granado or Paul would eat at a Chili's or an Applebee's.
Granado, no. Lance, probably not. But he's got.
I disagree. I think Lance eats very lowbrow.
Oh, I don't at all. He
Really?
hangs with all these chefs in town, and he's always like going to the chefs' restaurants for their special dishes and all kinds
Yeah, but you can do both.
Okay. Well, who'd you think?
I initially thought Lance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is Dell in the equation?
I don't know if Dell would eat at a Chili's or at Applebee's.
Dell does a lot of takeout. He doesn't like to be seen a lot.
Yeah, I don't know if he would do that. So you're Joe or Lance?
I think that's when it's come down. Yeah, just an initial. But you're right. I see what you're saying in the fact that depending on where the deal's at, I don't think Joe's turning it down.
Yes, yeah. Joe's words don't always equal his action.
Okay.
We've learned that the hard way.
Yes, we have.
You call it. See how hot you are. Heat check.
No, I don't feel really strongly. I just feel like that my initial reaction when Brian read it. Brian, one more time, please, quickly.
Honestly, the NFL should be embarrassed to be associated with Applebee's. Sorry to all the fine workers out of Applebee's. I'm so loyal to Chili's. There's no way in hell you'd ever get me to go to Applebee's.
Yeah, I heard it the second time. I still hear Joe.
Well, let's try it.
All right, we'll try Joe George.
Honestly, the NFL should be embarrassed to be associated with Applebee's.
Wow.
Sorry to all the fine workers out at Applebee's.
It's not your fault.
I'm so loyal to Chili's. There's no way in hell you're.
Joe's actually a big fan of Applebee's. I found out in that segment.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think Joe's probably a big fan of Chili's too, though, right?
Probably, but his love for Applebee's came out in that segment.
Really?
How do you have a love for either?
I don't know. Paul is a big time Chili's. He tells a whole story about being disappointed when his dad wouldn't take him there. Apparently, he's a big Chili's guy.
That stuns me.
Yeah. All right. Quote number 2. I'm going to say something about Spencer Arrighetti. I hope that he doesn't take it personal because I think we all agree he has had a really fun season. He's got a lot of potential. I'm not giving him a playoff rotation spot. He's officially out. He's the first Astros starting pitcher. I'm officially ruling out of that rotation.
Huh.
Man, do you see John? Do you see John saying that? I don't.
Yeah, I could see him saying. I think it's more Lance.
Yeah, I could see Lance saying it. I could see both of the G's saying it, and I could see Dell saying it.
I don't think it's Dell.
Okay. Any reason why?
I don't think it's Joe. Yeah, it was kind of buttoned up for baseball talk.
All right.
See, you make me say why, and then Brian uses that against us in the future.
Yeah, there was a key, to the last one that I had to bite my tongue on because I was going to make a cadence comment.
You mean the one that you got wrong?
Yeah, shut up. I could see Lance saying it.
Let's do it. Let's go with Lance.
All right.
I'm going to say something about Spencer Arrighetti. I hope that he doesn't take it personal because I think that we all agree.
Back-to-back Paul. Jeez. The baseball aficionado.
Yeah.
Went out.
He knows ball. He knows ball.
Thanks.
All right. Quote number 3. I mean, at some point I have to let go of this, but when I think back to his freshman year when he won a national championship at Clemson, and just like how good he was, and yeah, he was like the prince that was promised basically to the NFL, and it hasn't worked out that way. Talking about Trevor Lawrence.
Well, I thought Deshaun at first. See, he could either be really, really, really B-Mac-ish and he could just go Paul again. Otherwise, I hear Joe.
No, I hear Lance or Dell.
I could see Dell as well.
Can you read it again, Brian?
I mean, at some point I have to let go of this, But when I think back to his freshman year when he won a national championship at Clemson, and just like how good he was, and yeah, he was like the prince that was promised basically to the NFL, and it hasn't worked out that way.
I hear Dell Moore.
I think it's either Dell or Lance.
Okay. How strong do you feel about Lance?
Do you think that Dell would say the Prince comment?
I kind of do.
Okay. That was my one hang up.
Yeah, that's the catch. That I said I could see Dell using that.
You want to use Dell? There's a lot of likes in there though, which is kind of a Lance thing.
Yeah. Okay. So I called wrong. You call it.
Let's go Dell.
I mean, at some point, I have to look
Whoa,
at
I talked you out of it.
You think back to his freshman year when he won a national championship.
Oh, he's cackling in there. I hate
like
this.
how good he was.
D-Mac is really having fun now.
Best part of the show.
Yeah, shut your mouth.
All right, see if we can go for the 0 for 5. All right, here we go. Quote number 4.
John.
All right, lock it in. All right, quote number 4. Let him see the banner raised. Is he going to get processed while this is all happening? Probably, right? I mean, if you get sentenced today, I would imagine it's 8 to 10 hours before you're officially in a cell. Are they going to send you to federal penitentiary that doesn't even have direct TV, an NFL Sunday ticket? I mean, what? What is this?
Rashi Rice?
No, this is talking about Choosaholic.
Oh, what have been talking about Rashi Rice? Yeah, who's talking Chiefsaholic? Paul and Joe?
Yeah, it could have been the news of the weird too, though. Although I think that news broke later in the day.
It was on the front page of ESPN, and I'm trying to remember. I think it was mid-morning.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't either.
You call it.
Yeah, I'm not real pleased that we're not going to win. Man, I'll go Dell.
Let's do it.
Let him see the banner raised. Is he going to get processed while
You
this
use
is all
that
happening?
show.
Probably.
Yes.
Right? I mean, if you get
Free fall.
sentenced today, I would imagine it's like 80.
Can we get the 0 for 5? We're one away
Use that show.
from a perfect game. All right. Quote number 5. I think it's crazy to buy coffee from a coffee shop. Make it yourself. It's so much cheaper. It's like $5 for Starbucks coffee is insane to me. If Starbucks coffee was really tasty, fine. But H-E-B, Texas Pecan, or all the H-E-B coffees are amazing. All of them. I can't believe people just do the regular stuff.
This is either Paul or Dell.
It's not Blankers.
It's not me. It's not Joe. It's not Lance. It's not John. John has it set up so that he can double park his car at the Starbucks here, and he dials it. He pre-orders. Lance is always leaving his nasty, funky cups in here with his name on them from Starbucks.
Does he?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the big venties. Oh, yeah. I think this is either Dell or Paul, and we know.
I don't think Dell's going to know the H-E-B coffees, though.
I think Paul definitely is, and that would make 4 out of 5, which would be very B-Mac-ish of using 4 Pauls.
I don't think he's going to go 4.
I kind of think he does.
See, my initial thought was Lance.
Oh, Lance is Starbucks-aholic.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he does the iced coffees every morning.
Huh.
And he's a big NFL Network guy. I don't think he's worried about the $5.
Maybe Dell does know the H-E-B branded coffees.
Those are I think it's between the two. And if
this is not a coffee drinker, in my opinion.
Okay.
I don't think it's a coffee drinker, because I think if you're a coffee drinker, you don't need like flavor. Like you find good flavor in just regular coffees, you know? Like you want to find a good brew, but you don't need like the pecan and the San Antonio vanilla cream. Like that's kind of soft, really.
I don't know. I mean,
so it might be Paul.
Paul's always looking for the free coffee in the kitchen too, but I think that Paul's always looking to with the money situation and talking about Walmart and all those things that he would be aware of the pricing.
It could be Joe. No, Joe bought. Well, the only time that I know that Joe bought from Starbucks whenever he used my gift card to buy himself a coffee.
I do remember that well.
But I still think it might be Joe.
All right. Well, I've given you who I think it is.
All right, Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant.
I think it's crazy to buy coffee.
Good job.
From
Good job.
At least we didn't get
Make it yourself.
skunked.
Damn, I was one away from the perfect game. One away from the perfect game.
If Starbucks coffee was really tasty, fine. But H-E-B, Texas.
I can't believe why he buys Texas pecan.
I can't believe he used 4 Pauls.
Actually, I can believe it. I actually can believe it. I can believe it, but I can't believe it at the same time, if that makes any sense. Does that make any sense?
No.
Okay. All right. Which Houston team do you want to win a championship next? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Which Houston team do you most want to win a championship next? 713-780-3776. But before that, our Toast of the Week, presented by Stella Rosa Wines. My Toast of the Week, Kyle Tucker's fractured leg, suspected fractured leg. I must be healed. He's in the lineup today, DHing, batting cleanup. So my Toast of the Week, Kyle Tucker's fractured leg. What do you got, Blank?
Yeah, look, I love the fact that, with the new segment with Stella Rosa Wines, that we have a chance to kind of honor somebody. I'm going to honor, in my Toast of the Week, Ben Gamble, because without Ben Gamble, I think it could have been a lot worse for this team with a guy that you expected nothing from, that you picked up off of the scrap heap. That's been a guy that's been able to produce for you since he's become a member of the Houston Astros. So as much as it's good to your toast, getting Kyle Tucker back, I'll toast the guy that kind of helped bridge the gap when you needed him most. I'm going to toast Ben Gamble.
And I'm going to go ahead and toast the football action on TV this week, especially Texas-Michigan, 11 o'clock kickoff on Saturday, and then the Texans at noon. My two favorite teams are in action. I don't have to wait all day. I'm very much looking forward to that. So toast to those two big games.
There you go. Toast of the Week is going to be on Fridays, brought to you by Stella Rosa Wines. You can check out all the Stella Rosa wines at stellarosawines.com. Stella Rosa available at all your local retailers. You serve it chilled, but you celebrate responsibly.
Yeah, and if you have a toast of the week, let us know, 713-780-3776. Which Houston sports team do you want to win a championship next? I say the Cougars. Y'all don't let me say that. Y'all say Big Three professional team, so I'll play by the rules. A Big Three professional team, 713-780-3776. Which Houston team do you most want to win a championship next?
To me, this one is as easy as it can be. I think it's the Houston Texans, and I think it's because we've experienced the other two. I think, as much as we've seen this golden era of Houston Astros baseball and all the success and the 2 World Series and the 4 appearances and the consecutive ALCS championship appearances, the thing that we're missing that everybody is so desperate for in the land of football, that where football has been king for the longest time, I think it's the Houston Texans. And I think now we can actually see the light at the end of the tunnel. We know that we have a quarterback. We know that we have a head coach. We know that the ownership group has kind of righted the ship and pulled the 180. And now we see a team that's focused on being in go-for-it mode, adding the free agents, getting the right draft picks. I think we've seen the Rockets, we've seen the Astros, and both of them have multiples. I think the time is now that I really want to see the Super Bowl here in Houston.
You can't win them all if you don't win the first one. So because of that, and I want to win them all, but that's where I'm at. I want to win every single Big Three professional championship. And if you want to win them all, you can't if you don't win the first. And which of the 3 will be crowned the first from this conversation? World Series. So my answer is the Astros, because I'm going to win them all. Give me the Astros, the first one, then give me the Texans, then give me the Rockets, and then win them all again the next year. So that's my mantra. Give me the Astros, because we're just going to take all of them in Houston.
It's kind of a cop-out answer there, Jeremy.
It's not a cop-out answer. It's a baller answer. That's what a gangster would say.
I just want to win the next one because it's the next one.
That's right.
You got me, Matt.
That's right.
I would actually, if we're going to rank them in order, I think you probably can guess where I'm going first, because I brought this up a few days ago when it came up.
Houston Comets.
Dynamo.
Exactly. You guys nailed it. No, I mean, it's been 23 years for the Houston Texans. And if you include the Oilers, my fandom goes back to, like around 91 or so. It's been much, much longer than that in this town with professional football and not winning a championship. So I would definitely go with the Houston Texans at number 1. It's the only team of the 3 that hasn't won a title. It's obviously the longest drought. So I would take that. Then 2, this might surprise, because we've obviously had so much fun with the Astros over this dynastic run, going back to maybe even to 2015, if you want to include that year. But I would go with the Rockets next. The Rockets, I mean, and the Hakeem Olajuwon specifically is kind of what got me into sports to begin with. I mean, the Astros were, they were okay at that time. Bagwell and Biggio were around, but I'd like to see the Rockets return to glory. It hasn't happened in almost 30 years, whereas the Astros, we have a title just 2 years ago. So I'd really like to see the Rockets return to winning a championship next, and then followed by the Astros.
Interesting.
All right. 713-780-ESPN. Which Big Three Houston pro team do you most want to win a championship next? So what I've heard from both of you is you don't want the Astros to win the World Series.
Here we
go. Y'all both said that. Y'all know the World Series is the next on the calendar. You had the opportunity to choose that. You did. You went for the championship in February. So what I'm hearing from both of you is that you do not want the Astros to win it all. That's what I heard.
That's what you heard. That's not what everybody else heard. And I think we explained it eloquently enough. But look, I think that the golden era of Houston Astros baseball has been solidified. I think the dynasty title, in my personal opinion, has been solidified.
Not everybody else's opinion.
I still want them to win every single World Series, but I think the one missing of the Big Three in this fine sports town is a Super Bowl.
I think you might have repurposed the question there a little bit.
I think you might have spun it like a spin doctor to
No,
take
the
shots
question,
at us.
as you can see, which Houston team do you most want to win a championship next?
Okay, I answered.
Yeah. So you don't want the Astros to win it all.
I didn't ask for you to re-answer for me with what you thought you heard. I answered.
Well, I mean, you can answer 2 things at once. Like saying yes is also like it's dismissing the no, right? Like if you're answering a yes or no question and the answer is yes, you're dismissing the no.
Well, you can also spin it to say that because I answered the Texans and Brian answered the Texans, that we don't want to see the Astros win another World Series.
just not the next one.
Hmm.
0754 says the Astros. 9440 with the boss answer, the Astros, because it's the next championship up. Exactly.
Soft
Exactly.
answer.
That's not soft.
Soft answer.
That answer's gangster. 2568 Astros, because no other Houston team irks other fan bases more than the pew, pew, pew. Yeah, I want every title. I want Houston to win every Big Three title. Quite frankly, they call me greedy. I don't care. I want Houston to win every title. Like, obviously, I'm a Houston Cougar, so give me the collegiate ranks too. Give me the Dynamo. Let's add to the greatness in the Dynamo. You know, all the history they have in the MLS. Give me the SaberCats. I do reads for them. Of course, I want the SaberCats to go deep into the playoffs. 1790 Astros first to solidify the dynasty, then the Texans. See, I think that's the one thing. Yeah, I do think they're a dynasty. Blankers, you said you think they're a dynasty.
Sure do.
I think it's 50-50, though. And actually, that might be kind of high. I feel like more people say it's not a dynasty than it is a dynasty.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think the Atlanta Braves on their run were a dynasty?
I do, but I'm pretty soft with my definitions.
I think that they are, too, because whether you won it all or not, that was pretty significant, the run that they went on and the dominance that they personified in the National League. But, yeah, I mean, I think it comes down to they won 2. Which I think was the one that I always said would signify to me over that run of time, and they got to 4. That was pretty steep bar to set for anybody else, and I think that solidified them.
Yeah, I do too. I just think we're in the minority. Like, if you ask this country, are the Astros a dynasty? You ask baseball fan, now you might get a little bias here because they hate the Astros.
True.
But I feel like a lot of people would say that you need 3 titles to be a dynasty. One texter said he wants the Astros because no one hates the Astros as much as the other teams. Next championship, I wanted the Astros so they can solidify the dynasty, and Altuve able to get in the Hall of Fame. He's not a Hall of Famer yet, but I do think he is bound to be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Richard says the Rockets, but they have to get rid of Green. Okay. Well, caveat to that one. Astros, so everyone accepts this era as a dynasty. This text says Jeremy Two Princes Branham. I don't even know what that means. Is that an insult? I have no clue.
The Two Princes is the Spin Doctors.
That's embarrassing. You know that.
It's music.
I'm kidding. 0167 Astros, so everyone would accept this era as a dynasty. Another one like that. You have to win it all to be a dynasty. Yeah, the Astros have. What does that mean?
Multiple times.
You have to win it all to be a dynasty. What does that mean? Oh, did you say the Bills were a dynasty?
No, I asked about the Braves. Oh,
yeah, but the Braves won one.
Yeah, I said, well, I don't know if I mentioned it or not, but I was thinking a lot of people don't think the Bills are, but that's a conversation because of how many Super Bowls they got to. That some people would at least give them consideration.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe that's what he said. I think the Bills were a dynasty too. Certainly an AFC dynasty. But I mean, what a run! Like, you get 4 straight Super Bowls. That's nuts. 4515. I feel like it takes 3 titles for a dynasty, and Jeremy's answer is end world hunger. That's funny.
But the Bills, I don't consider them a dynasty because they never even won one.
Yeah, I mean, I admit that my viewpoint of a dynasty is a little bit lenient compared to most, but I mean, what a run! Like, you go to 4 straight Super Bowls. Like, that's incredible.
Look, that was an exceptional team. I just think with dynasty, that's where I thought the multiples was so important, especially with the Astros case of how much everybody wanted to tarnish 17.
Yeah, dynasty requires multiple championships. I think most people would have that argument. I think that is definitely a majority opinion. I will concede that. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys, love the conversation. My Houston team that I want to win the next title is the Houston Cougars men's basketball team. In the last 9 seasons, they've got about 230 wins, 1 Final Four. Last year was devastating with the Jamal Shed injury. Kelvin Sampson is due a title.
Appreciate it, Keith.
Out on his own.
Rack 'em. It's a great call. That was a fantastic
Our beloved
call.
Cougs.
That's the best call. This is what, 3 years now, 3+ years of the Killer Bees. That is the greatest call we've ever had on this fine radio program
of all time.
Easily.
Okay.
There's no second place.
I mean, at least he gave you information you weren't aware of. You in particular.
I mean, I couldn't have given you the exact win count. I'll be honest. Like, that stuff I write down.
No, but you know the Final Fours and how far they've gone.
I want the Houston Cougars to win a national championship in a sport that I call. That'd be
very
a dream
cool.
of mine. That is it's definitely a dream of mine.
I want that for you.
Thank you, Blankers. Thank you. I appreciate that. That might be the nicest thing you've ever said to me. All right, 713-780-3776. Which Houston team do you want to win a championship next? Also, who's the bigger threat? We asked this to DJ earlier. Is it JT? Is it Jonathan Taylor? Or is it Anthony Richardson? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know what's coming up tomorrow? You already know. It's the Red Bull Show Run. Tomorrow is finally the day. If you're an F1 fan, you got to get out to Discovery Green tomorrow. And don't worry if you don't have a ticket. You don't need a ticket. It's free for everybody of all ages thanks to Red Bull. Red Bull is bringing F1 to Houston tomorrow in the heart of downtown Houston at Discovery Green. See championship-winning F1 cars doing sprints, burnouts, and much, much more around Discovery Green on a custom-build racetrack. This will be the first time ever in the U.S. where you will witness dual appearances with two championship-winning F1 cars racing across downtown Houston. In addition to that, explore the Red Bull Fan Zone. It features cool local food vendors, so you'll be fed, you'll be happy. All the Red Bull racing merch, Verstappen, all of his merchandise, racing simulators, 10 racing simulators. It's going to be a lot of fun. And free activities for racing fans of all ages. Single-day admission-free event, open to everyone. Tickets are not required. If you are headed down there tomorrow, and you need to be, here are some tips to help you plan for some Formula One fun. Street closures will be in effect, so public transportation, ride shares are highly encouraged. The event will kick off at 10 a.m. with the opening of the Red Bull Fan Zone, so arrive early to experience the racing simulators, photo opportunities, claim your viewing spot, and then the racing action will begin at noon. Do not be late. Make sure you get the best spot on the track. This is tomorrow at Discovery Green. Do not need a ticket. Just head down there. You're going to have a great time. If you want to learn more, you can visit redbull.com/showrunhouston, redbull.com/showrunhouston.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It's that time of year again where we want to thank our loyal listeners at our 2024 Listener Appreciation Party. Join the broadcast, editorial, and management team of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 for an evening of food, drinks, and fun at the home of Gal Media. Caller number 4 right now to 713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to our ESPN Listener Party for a behind-the-scenes look at where and how your favorite shows and videos are made. Didn't win? Limited amount of guaranteed admission tickets are still available and includes food and drink. Head to ESPN975.com under the promotions tab to secure your tickets now. Use promo code LAP15, LAP15 for $5 off. 713-780-3776. 5010, how many championships does Houston's own Booker T have? 5 fake ones. 5 ones that were determined by a Booker and not Booker T. He had nothing to do with him winning the title. 0754, Keith will tweet that he was on your show. He does it on the bench. Yes, he already did. He asked if that was a 10 out of 10 call. I said no, it was a 9-9. Best we've had, but not a 10. It wasn't the perfect 10. We've never had a perfect call. 1790, Bills are remembered for going to the Super Bowl 4 straight times and not winning. Definitely not a dynasty. Again, I was telling you, that's the majority opinion. I would agree with that. And then they were both okay. That's Colt fan. 7322, Branham spinning like a ballerina. I have been told I do have very nimble feet. So it's not the first time that I've been told that I can spin like a ballerina. I'm very quick on these toes, Blankers.
You said ballerina like Trump-like. Ballerina.
Ballerina?
You've also spun your ankle or a time or two when being athletically inclined to spin like a ballerina.
That's because that's a little bit more because I'm top heavy and I put a lot of strain on these skinny ankles. That a time or two I have been known to sprain an ankle. I actually got an ankle broken playing basketball. No, Blankers didn't cross me over. I stepped on somebody else's foot.
Were you sure it wasn't just a bone bruise?
Remember I was telling you the other day that whenever I broke a bone once, I went to the x-rays and they told me, or the doctor, they took x-rays and they said it was not broken. Yep. That was the time. And I went back a week later and they said it was broken. They're like, oh, our bad. Had Kyle Tucker's doctors, had the Astros doctors. I thought there was something else.
But you had a lot of discomfort.
Yeah, it hurt. It was not. Although I am very tough. I did play through a full season of baseball with a broken thumb. And I'm a dog. I didn't really play. I watched the game from the bench. I had a great view.
Scorekeeping's tough without a thumb.
I actually broke my wrist in a basketball game too, and stayed in because I thought I just sprained it. And then I took a shot and it went halfway to the game. I took a 3 and it went halfway, and I was like, okay, something's wrong.
Why are you sustaining all these severe injuries playing basketball?
I have very weak bones. Yeah, but I promise you, I played through it because I thought I'd never broken a bone. It was the first bone that I broke. I was taking a charge and I felt funny. And I was like, this hurts, but I was like, I never experienced a broken bone. So I went up the floor the next time and I had a wide open look at 3, and they left me wide open because they didn't trust me as a shooter. And I airballed it by 20 feet. I'm not even kidding. I airballed it by 20 feet. I was like, yeah, coach, I gotta check out. When he got x-rays, broken bone. All right, that's enough about me. Let's talk
30.
That was in middle school.
Oh, okay.
That was 7th grade Humble Middle School basketball. B team, by the way.
Oh.
It was the B. It wasn't the A team. It was the B team there. Who's a bigger threat on the Colts rushing attack? Is it Taylor? Is it Anthony Richardson?
I think to me it's a healthy Jonathan Taylor. I think that, regardless of whoever plays quarterback, and the Colts have had multiples and they've tried different things, as we know, with GM Chris Ballard. I just feel like Jonathan Taylor is that guy. We saw it last year at the end of the season that no matter what kind of up and down, in and out of the off the roster in the lineup Taylor was, when he's healthy, he's one of the best running backs in the game. And yes, Richardson can get outside the pocket run, but I think part of what the Texans are going to do and what we've seen is they're going to force him to pass, and they want him to pass more than they want him to run. So I think that they'll try and hold the edges. They'll try to force him inside the pocket. But Jonathan Taylor is a beast, and that's where I would start with priority 1 to me is Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah. DJ said Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson playing the quarterback position adds a much different dynamic, right? Because now you have to, like Jonathan Taylor, Taylor can beat you in the passing game too as a receiver. But the fact that it's in his hands every single time, and even whenever it's not a design running play, he can all of a sudden bust out for a 30-yard run. And he's so dangerous in the open field too. It's kind of crazy that we're having this conversation. Because Taylor at one point was the best running back in the NFL not that long ago. It was just 2021 when he had 1,800 yards, and he's only 25. Like, we forget Jonathan Taylor's only 25 years old because he's been around for a while, and he had that huge year 3 years ago. But he's still only 25. Like, it's nuts how young that he still is. So I think that Taylor is one of the better running backs in the NFL. I would have him up there, Is he as good as McCaffrey? I don't know. But I would have him up there with Bijan. I would have him up there with Breece Hall. And it's crazy that we're lumping Anthony Richardson into this conversation with Jonathan Taylor. And I do think a lot of it is because of the position and because he's a threat to, you have a busted pass play. Boom, he's going to rip off 30 yards. You're not sound with your gaps. Okay, like he's going to bust through the B gap whenever you're charging through the A gap, 20-yard run. Like you have to be so disciplined when the quarterback's as big a threat as Anthony Richardson that I want to lean that way. It feels crazy saying that over Jonathan freaking Taylor, but I have to because of the position.
But don't you think that Richardson has to be able to make those throws in order for him to gain the respect that you're talking about?
Didn't he last year, though, against you?
Yeah, kind of early on, he showed he could make a couple, but I mean, I just think the sample size also kind of changes this conversation because we just haven't seen enough to know, is it fair or foul to say that he can't make the throws, that he doesn't have the touch and he had the issues he had at Florida? I don't know. Is he hyper talented as an athlete? Do you have to respect him because of it? Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm going to give him the slight edge there, but I admit that it's very, very close. 713-780-3776. Colt fan. They are both a threat, 2 exclamation points. That wasn't the question. I agree with you. They're both threats. The question is, who is the bigger threat? Colt fan. That's like a Colt fan right there. Colt fan doesn't really know interpretation and has zero idea how to answer a question. Colt fan, which of the two is the bigger threat? Yeah, that was you, 8532. We're on to you. That was you singing that terrible song. He says Colts 31, Texans 14.
We'll talk Monday. Well, we'll talk Monday. Yeah, especially for that spread. Get out of here.
Who do you think is the bigger threat, B-Mac?
Oh, I think it's definitely Anthony Richardson. I mean, just from the fact that, you look at the 2 games last year that they played, Anthony Richardson plays 2 series in the first game, and the Colts win. They score touchdowns in those 2 drives, and Jonathan Taylor's out of that game, and the Colts win easily. Where you look at the Week 18 game, Jonathan Taylor's there, Anthony Richardson's not. Taylor rips off, 175 rushing yards, and the Texans still win. So, and I think that's a perfect summary of the 2 positions in the threat to the Texans defense from either one. The quarterback ceiling, if Anthony Richardson hits, especially a quarterback like him who has the added element of the unbelievable run game, possibly maybe the best runner in the league if he hits his potential, that is so much more damaging to you than a running back. You can have a running back go off for 150 yards and you can still win the game if you're able to hold down the passing game. If the passing game goes off because Anthony Richardson's that guy, Michael Pittman is great, and he's beating you with the run, I don't think he can win the game.
Don't you
See,
think
Anthony,
sorry,
ahead,
Jeremy,
Blakers.
real quick. Just the fact that you mentioned everything you did about that last game of the regular season, but if they make the right offensive play call, and maybe it is Jonathan Taylor one more time, Jonathan Taylor basically won the entire game for you all by himself.
I mean, you could say that, but I mean, how much more different would that last play be if they had Anthony Richardson and the added element of the possible run with the QB instead of relying on Gardner Minshew throwing the flat out to the running back that he missed?
Yeah, I just think the way Richardson was the way that Taylor was dominant all game, and
I mean, Richardson was dominant when he played in that Week 2 game. I mean, he was only in for 2 series, but it was touchdown,
as opposed to the biggest game of the year, and Taylor's putting the entire team on his back.
Yeah, I think that just shows that you can win against a good running back game. I mean, let's stay with the Texans. Singletary in that game against the Bengals midway through the year ran for 150 yards, and if Tyler Boyd doesn't drop the pass, the Bengals probably still win, or at least have a chance to win. I think you can overcome big running back games more than you can big quarterback games. So I would take I would say Richardson's the bigger threat.
Brian doesn't believe in C.J. Stroud with 77 seconds to go. That's what I heard. The Tyler Boyd drop pass, minute 17 to play. Anthony Richardson's not a good thrower of the football, but his running ability makes the passing game easier. Like it really does, because you have to commit to be you have to commit to him. You have to be able to either commit to stopping the run with Taylor and Richardson. You also have to commit to Anthony Richardson in the passing game. You're probably spying him. You're not going to spy Anthony Richardson. So that's one committed body to the running game, which means one less body you have to commit to defending the pass. And they have good receivers. Richardson's not accurate, but Michael Pittman's a stud.
Mm-hmm.
Downs isn't playing in this game, which I do think is a big blow. But I think A.D. Mitchell is talented. Now it is his first rookie, it's his first game. I think Alec Pierce is underrated. Their tight ends are kind of mad. They kind of they do that by committee, and they're without their starter. But Anthony Richardson's a freak, and I feel like this entire week he's been kind of dismissed in this city, and I don't think it's great because I think that we're all going to be reminded on Sunday how good Anthony Richardson can be.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to your point is you have to respect him because of just how freak of an athlete he is, because of how good he can be, and because of the fact that you have to respect, you can't overcommit, and you have to make sure all your gaps and lanes are covered. The throws become easier because guys are going to be open because you can't have the same kind of guys dropping in the flats, watching because of the fact that whether he's really accurate or not, he's so hyper potentially game changing with his ability to just run off 20, 30, 40 yards and do whatever he wants, that it makes it very, very difficult to game plan with him.
Yeah, I was listening to Matt Burke on the drive up here. I made my wife and kids listen to coordinators for the Texans talk about football on the ride up. And he was talking about how this defensive line for the Texans, it's kind of their mantra and philosophy that they don't love their defensive linemen thinking. Like they just want him to get upfield and go wreak havoc on the quarterback. Go make his life living hell. But he says whenever you have a quarterback like an Anthony Richardson, like a Lamar, like a Josh Allen, that you still want to have that mindset, at least in their philosophy, at least in their game plan. But you do have to be a little bit more like team rush, where it's like we need to be disciplined in where the rush is coming from. We can't get out on an island by ourselves. We can't JJ Watt this thing. And if we're trying to get through the C gap and we're going through the D gap. So like that's something that the Texans are gonna have to be like very mindful of. And I think that stuff is more difficult in game 1 than it is in game 8. That's why this game worries me on Sunday. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's get to BZ Money. We won a lot of money for you. Lots and lots of money. We did great for you. We did great for the country. We're going to do it for you again this year. BZ Money coming up next. We're going to give you all the winners that we have for you. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. DirecTV and DirecTV Stream customers, you have lost ESPN, including college football, Monday Night Football, ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, SportsCenter, and more. Take action now. Call 844-KEEP-MY-ESPN or visit keepmyespn.com.
Reminder before we get back to the show, mybookie.ag is the place you need to be. If you got hunches, you got something that you feel really strongly about with all the great football action coming up this weekend. Maybe it's the Astros at home this weekend, whatever it might be. When you're looking to place a bet on your sports, you need to go to mybookie.ag because they're constantly taking care of you, the customer. They're doing it all the time with their bonuses. Right now, they're doing the double your deposit bonus. All you got to do is remember our promo code, BET975. Use that code anytime and every time they ask for it. You're going to reap the benefit in your account. When you put money in, they're going to put money on top of it. More money in your account, more games you can bet on, and more chances you can win. And even when there's no games going on and they got all the games and all the sports, trust me, you can also play casino games with live dealers standing by. They're phenomenal. They're the best. That's why I tell you to go there. As always, when I always tell you can bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, it's mybookie.ag, and use our promo code BET975.
This texter says that made lots of money fading BZ money last year. Can't wait to get even richer this year. He spelled this with a dollar sign instead of an S. You'd be wrong, man.
Yeah.
We killed it last year.
Look at the numbers.
We made like, what, $800 last year?
It
We
was
started
close
with
to $1,000.
1,000.
Yeah, it was close.
Yeah, we almost doubled your money. Now, 2 years ago, you'd have been right.
Yep.
Last year, you're wrong. So Mr. Gal gave us $1,000. Kurt, I mean, we made it up for him last year. He didn't give us any of the profit either. That was weird. All right, so $1,000, Mr. Gal's money. We got it coming. It's in the mail. We get to put it on the line starting in week 1 of the NFL season. Blankers, what's the first game you're going to sell to us?
I would like to entice you guys to consider the Seattle Seahawks at home, where the 12th man is prevalent, very loud, good home field, against a rookie quarterback and hosting the Denver Broncos. I think that the one thing you know about the new coach of the Seattle Seahawks in McDonald is the fact that Mike McDonald is getting his feet wet as a head coach, but he is a hell of a defensive coordinator. He knows exactly how to run a defense. He's going to give things to Bo Nix that Bo Nix is going to struggle with. Seattle's given 6. I like Seattle by at least a touchdown. I got the Seahawks over the Denver Broncos.
I like J. Bo Nix. I didn't play this game. I faded this one entirely. I don't have a good feel for this game. Seattle's kind of mid. Denver's kind of mid. It's a 6-point favorite for Seattle. Peyton can coach a little bit. This was a no play for me. I don't hate if you guys play it, but it does not have my seal of approval.
Brian?
I hate to pass on the first game of the week, but this feels like a 4-point game to me. I just like it's Geno Smith. It's a rookie head coach. I know he's facing a rookie quarterback on the other side of the field, and Seattle's a great place to play. I just feel like this is like a 4-point Seattle win. I think I'd pass on it.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks, boys.
You're welcome.
I know it's the first one of the year. I hate to pass on it, but that's my lead.
About right. Go ahead.
I'm always in the best interest of Mr. Gal, and I think this is in the best interest of Mr.
We'll
Gal.
see. All right.
First one that I'm going to give to you is a game where the wrong team is favored. Minnesota going to New York. The Giants are a home dog. Both of these teams are bad. They're both bad. Minnesota's bad. The Giants are bad. The only reason we want to watch this bad game is because we want to play some BZ money on it. They're both bad. Giants are at home, and they're getting points. I actually played Giants money line. Give me the New York Football Giants. Giant. Oh, that's the wrong New York team. Give me the Giants.
I think they're the little Giants. I think that's the Sam Darnold homecoming to prove everybody in New York that he was the guy that got away in the city of New York. I think that the Vikings defense is better. I think Sam Darnold is going to be a better quarterback for one game than Daniel Jones and has better weapons. I'm going to take the Vikings, so I'm out.
If Sam Darnold is the favorite, I'm going to take the other side. I can't even.
To me.
Honestly, I mean, Joel, don't play the victim card. This has nothing to do with anything other than Sam Darnold on the road as a favorite. I can't wrap my head around that, so therefore I will take Giants plus 1.5.
So then you guys have to work out the money.
Vanilla Vic's all right.
I don't
Brian
even care.
Dable's
It's
calling
just Sam
plays.
Darnold on the road.
No, you guys got to work out the money then on the bet.
Yeah.
How about a quarter?
You said
Blankers didn't like it. It wasn't unanimous. How about a quarter?
25? Yeah, that's fine.
25.
That's fine.
All right. What do you got, Brian?
My first one is as a game I'm very excited to watch. Lots of fantasy options in this. Should be a fun game to watch. And I do agree with the favorite in this because they are at home, but I think the spread's too big. Buffalo getting 6.5 points at home against Arizona. I think Buffalo wins, but I believe in Kyler Murray. Maybe I'll be proven wrong on that. He's got new weapons with Marvin Harrison Jr. James Conner's healthy for now, so while he is, I'll still take him. In Buffalo, I mean, obviously they lost Milano. I don't think their defense is as good as last year. I think Buffalo wins, but this is about a field goal game, and I'll take Arizona plus 6.5.
Jeremy?
I'm on the other side. I like the Bills in this game. I think it's a tough trip. Arizona, desert, you're going up to Buffalo, where it's always very, very – I have no idea what the weather is there. But it's a tough environment to play in. It is a tough travel game. Kyler, Marvin Harrison, I think will be dynamic, but are they dynamic in week one? I am bullish on Trey McBride this year, but I have Buffalo winning this game by double digits. I'm completely on the other side.
Yeah, I was too. I like Buffalo sending the message early. You guys know that I've never been a believer in Kyler Murray. I like the Buffalo side of this.
You want to flip it on them and play it?
Sure. How much? 25?
We just go 20 because
that's $20. Okay.
It feels weird that it's a flip. Yeah, we're gonna bet 20 on it.
I like it.
All right.
Okay.
We flipped it on. What's your second game?
All right, my second game is the Matt Stafford Bowl. I think that Detroit obviously is a Super Bowl perennial favorite in the NFC. Everybody's looking at them anyway. But I think that as much as they were rooting for Stafford when he was in the Super Bowl, coming into their building where now they're the team that everybody's looking at, and it's going to be on national TV. I think the fans are going to be jacked. I think the Lions are going to be jacked. I just feel like the Lions giving 4.5. I think this is an emotional game where Detroit really, really wants this one. And I think that the Lions are going to win by a touchdown.
When do NFL teams not really, really want to win?
I'm just saying there's more emotion in this game.
You don't think there's emotion for
Just
Stafford returning home to Detroit? This was a no play for me. I think this is a 4-point game. I think Vegas hit the number right on it. I don't like either side. This is one that I faded entirely. I didn't play it.
I think it's close to the 4.5, but I'm actually with Joel with this one. I just think Detroit's the much better team. I would take them at pretty much every position. I mean, the Rams are a little deeper at wide receiver. Obviously, they've got Amon-Ra, and then your second best wide receiver is probably Jameson Williams, although it's actually Sam Laporta, the tight end. But I think the Lions at home in the Dome, I think they're the better team by several games on the season. I would go ahead and take them to win by 6, and I would take the Detroit side.
All right, so then we got to figure out what we want to do.
Yes, this is not unanimous. You want to say 25?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, my
25
second game. Yeah,
on the Lions.
Actually, no. Go ahead, Jeremy. Your second game.
I have another wrong team favored. The Dallas Football Cowboys are headed to Cleveland. Cleveland's all right. They're okay. They're not better than Dallas. Dallas getting 2.5 on the road. I know it's a road game, but they're the better team. They should be the ones giving the points. They're getting the 2.5. Give me the Cowboys road win at Cleveland in week 1.
Yeah, I don't believe in Deshaun Watson, and I believe that Dak Prescott and company in the offense, now that CeeDee Lamb is back, I think they're going to be fine enough. I realize that the offensive line's got a challenge with some rookie offensive linemen against Myles Garrett, but I like getting the points on the road. I like Dallas in this game.
Well, I mean, it sounds like we're going with Dallas, but I would actually not bet it. I think Cleveland wins this game. I like the line at -2.5. The vibes in Dallas are terrible. CeeDee Lamb with the late start. The running back's terrible. They added nothing in the offseason. And hey, why not? Let's jump onto the Amari Cooper revenge game narrative as well. I would take the Cleveland side, but sounds like we're betting Dallas.
I love the whole didn't practice. He's not going to be any good narrative that Brian's been spinning for the last 2 weeks.
How about them
25?
Sure.
Yeah, he's going to be terrible
they went all in.
season. I'm talking about week 1.
They've been Jerry Jones all in on the season, and we're all $25 in on the Cowboys in week 1. All right, final game, Brian.
All right, so I'll make this one quick. I don't trust Vegas on the road. It's Gardner Minshew. And I know the Chargers obviously had an up and down offseason, lost a lot of talent off of that roster, especially a wide receiver. But give me the better quarterback at home with the better coach. Give me the Chargers -3 at home against the Raiders. Better coach, better quarterback. I'll take the home team in that situation.
Yeah, I like the Chargers. I stayed away from this game because I don't know what to expect of either team. I like the defense of the Chargers, but I don't dislike the defense of the Raiders. I think it comes down to which offense is going to be better. And if you like Herbert better than Gardner Minshew, like I do too, I can see your way. I'm fine with a small bet on the Chargers.
Yeah, I stayed away from it too. I didn't like either side. Both teams are unknowns. I think it's going to be an ugly, low-scoring game, which ugly, low-scoring game. Do I want to give 3 points? I know it's small, but I stayed away from it entirely.
Do you want to do 20 or 25 on the Chargers?
Well, let's do 20. Let's do 20.
Okay, there you go.
Gross.
Well, let's just see how it comes out before you get so disgusted.
It's just gross. It's a gross bet. It's a gross bet. All right, we got we bet $20. Buffalo -6.5. Giants plus 1.5. $25. Chargers -3 at 20. Dallas getting 2.5 at 25. And then Detroit given 4.5 at $25. The only bet we didn't play was the first one that Blankers pitched to us.
Yay!
Degenerates, except for that first.
Well, a little asterisk there because we played the Buffalo game. We didn't play the side I presented.
Oh, that's right. We flipped it on you. That's even worse. I forgot about that. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day, which each and every Friday are all the mean things you said to us. That's next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It's Framber Valdez's music. Framber Valdez pitching tonight for the Astros. They try to snap a 3-game losing streak. Fat is pitching for Arizona. At least that's what I like to call him.
I like the pronunciation on that.
What are you expecting from Framber tonight? Oh, Blanker's left. He didn't want to take part in the mean text, which par for the course.
Yeah,
what are you expecting from Framber
today? We're not
today?
surprised. Arizona's been so good over the second half, and they're actually been a really good road team as well. More wins on the road than they have at home. So I guess kind of similar to the Astros in a way, or at least the Astros last year. So I don't think Framber dominates as much as he has been. I still think he has a good outing. I'll go 6 1/3, 3 earned runs.
Yeah, okay. I'll take it, I guess. Hopefully it's enough runs to – hopefully he gets the support that is necessary.
Against Fat.
All right. Let's get to our car wreck of the day. All right. A bunch of mean stuff has been said this week. A bunch and bunches of mean stuff.
It sounds like you feel it's more than usual. There's been an uptick in the mean stuff.
Yeah, there's probably more in the doc, the mean text doc, than normal. I probably didn't put a lot of it in there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's probably 100
Maybe we should have allotted more time.
I mean, 713 780 ESPN if you want to be mean to us in the next 6 minutes. 7308. I hope this is a mean text and not sincere. Every single day that I listen to the show is worse than the day before. That means that on any given day you see me, that's the worst day of my life. Why can't I
that
quit
is a
y'all?
line from a movie.
Is it?
Oh yeah, it's from Office Space. Yeah, that's stolen from Office Space.
I'm sad that I'm embarrassed that I didn't pick that up. I love Office Space.
Yeah,
No
it's my
salt.
favorite
No
movie.
salt.
Yeah, that's
That's a pretty good
that's
mean
ripped
text,
off
though.
from Office Space. So actually, even though it's a ripoff, I should be mad. That's my favorite movie, so I'll actually give him kudos for that.
King of Twitch telling me to embrace the suck. I'm not going to say what for. Yesterday I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before. I was wearing my U of H trucker hat. Actually, it might have been Monday. I like to show my loyalty after defeat. J-Bone looks like he just got done working at a gas station with that hat. That's not nice.
So are trucker hats out? I'm not a man of fashion, as you might know.
I don't think so. I think trucker hats are out.
I'm honestly asking. I don't know.
How often do you see somebody working at the gas station wear a hat, though? Like, they're usually dressed up. You know, they usually have a costume. They usually have a uniform.
Yeah,
and usually doesn't
not very
doesn't
often.
have a hat.
No, like when I
has a
get
hat.
gas, I can't remember any of the employees wearing hats.
I wonder what it stinks that Blankers left, because I wonder what it was like when you used to have attendants that would pump the gas for you.
Is that still I don't know. I've never been to New Jersey,
No,
but is
it's
that
not
still a thing there?
I don't think.
Because that was
I
the
think
state
they-
for a
I think they've
long
done
time
that.
that like even in modern times they made their employees pump the gas for you.
I think that's been done with for like 20 years.
Oh no. I mean, it may be done now, but I guarantee it's way more recent than 20 years. New Jersey was still doing that.
Really?
Yeah.
They probably had unions. I bet you that's what it was.
Probably so. Yeah, AKA the mob.
Yeah. The unions. K Crow on
Waste management.
YouTube said, y'all are idiots. So don't fight fake contracts posted about you. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But it came from Branham, so no surprise. Okay, K Crow.
Yeah, I'm curious how these people think they can win a fight against the internet. Like, you're not going to be able to defeat every rumor against you. It's an endless supply of things coming your way. You have to be able to let some things go.
I think it was a bad move by Kelsey's.
I did
PR team.
too.
I think it actually adds some like seriousness to the allegation. The other part of that, saying that like I'm dumb, like if you think that I'm smart by now, you're the dumb one.
You do
Because
tell
like
that
what is the
people often.
definition of insanity? Like whenever you do the same thing over and over again and expect different results, expecting me to be smart, that's insanity on your part.
Yeah, you've openly admitted you're one trick pony. So
And hardly that. So yeah, if you expect me to be smart and say things that are wise, that's on you. You now are the moron. Booker T earned his titles. Don't dismiss him. We love him more than you, Branham. I guess that means I do have a minimal amount of love. The Booker chose him because of his work ethic. Respect the man and apologize. Or what? He's going to hit me with a chest chop that I have to sell?
I haven't heard
What's
you
he going to do?
I haven't heard you take shots at Booker and
I took one when you were. I took one earlier today.
Okay, when I was out on Tuesday. Okay.
No, it was earlier. Like I think you were doing I think it was during the giveaway.
Oh, okay. Let's
So
say
you were
I haven't heard that
distracted.
come up in weeks. So they
We
must
were
have been sitting
talking
on this take forever.
I think we were talking. It was whenever we were talking championships, and somebody said, "What about Booker?" And I said,
Okay.
"Booker's never won a real title." And then
Six-time, Jeremy.
I mean,
six-time.
what's Booker 2 going to do? He's going to try to punch me in the face and stop an inch short, and then jump real hard on the mat so it acts like it hurt me. It's up to me how bad it hurts.
Stand the spinneroonie. As soon as he hits the spinneroonie, you're going to pass out, and the match is over.
Has Booker T ever landed a real punch? 713-780-3776. Somebody the other day, we were talking about storylines that we're tired of in the offseason, that we're happy the season's here so we can stop hearing these tired storylines. Tired of getting the Houston football, aka Stute page emails about subscribing for training camp updates. Why you gotta hurt the hustle, man? That's messed up. Why are you sending us that?
Yeah, the
You
man's
send
out here
shots
trying to
the
make
guy-
a living,
Yeah.
trying to take a risk, bet on himself. Don't
Yeah.
kill him for that.
Yeah, what are you doing? Keep the
If you don't
insults
like
to
it,
the
don't
B's.
subscribe. Move on.
Or you can keep the insults to the G's like this one. Glad Ho George is off the air.
God. Oh, George, that's brutal.
You think it was a typo though? Because the H and the J are very close. Like they're literally the letters next to each other.
Maybe a happy accident.
Do you think it was?
No, I don't. But I hope it is, but I don't think it is.
If I were a cop, BMAC would be in Huntsville lockup. That was King of Twitch.
Seems unnecessary.
King of Twitch didn't really like you a whole lot, Brian.
Oh, no, I'm aware, and I don't care.
If the Killer Bees are open to implementing the good suggestions of their listeners, then why is Branham still working at the station? Stop texting the station, jerk. All right, does it for us. Thanks to Brian for doing the hard work. He was Blank. I am Branham. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll talk to you on Monday. Goodbye.